As the god of thunder continued to boast, no one dared to wield their own Mjolnir, while he quietly placed a sword from the stone beside him. During the Battle of New York, while others struggled to clear the various minions, he was already piloting a Gundam, unleashing unparalleled prowess. Chapter 1. Player? Transcender. Gazing at the flying Golden Gate Bridge on television, a young man with black hair remarked, visibly perplexed, My name is Xiahou. I am 25 years old, of unremarkable appearance, neither handsome nor ugly, commonly referred to as an average face, and I am a gamer. Or perhaps, I'm a transcender. I have been trapped in this world for 2.5 years. Currently, I have become a bounty hunter, but I also take on mercenary work. Indeed, I accept others' commissions or bounties and earn a fee upon completion. As for why I have chosen this profession, I would rather not, to be honest. And wasn't this supposed to be a Marvel world? What on earth is Magneto doing here? Didn't the copyright get sold? Wait a moment, the X-Men are also Marvel, just without the copyright. Well, that's a relief. Relief? That's nonsense. The purple sweet potato essence would weep. Never mind. They should settle down after this commotion. It has little to do with me. Since they're mutants, should I seek out Deadpool for some fun? Initially enjoying a leisurely time watching videos and snacking, Xiahou suddenly stumbled upon a particular clip. Do you wish to experience virtual reality gaming? Would you like to travel to different worlds? Our company has developed a groundbreaking product, the virtual reality game Pod, utilizing cutting-edge technology paired with the most intelligent AI. Unlike outdated VR products, our game Pod employs brainwave linking technology combined with high-level AI interaction and scene construction, allowing you to immerse yourself completely and experience a reality akin to the real world. We are now recruiting volunteers from the public to experience our product and provide us with authentic feedback. You may click the link below the video to submit your application. After watching the video, Xiahou forgot to continue snacking. Is it possible? Has technology advanced to such a degree that game pods have been developed? While astonished, his hands acted of their own accord, clicking the link in the video. His phone was instantly redirected to a website named Tsunami, and after filling in a series of personal details, various terms, and liability agreements, a notification appeared, confirming his application had been approved, stating that the game pod would be delivered the following day, requiring 2 square meters of installation space. Is this process so casual? The application was approved without any verification? Could this be a scam? Yet it costs nothing. Regardless, I have struck gold. After voicing his grievances, Xiahou resumed scrolling through short videos. He, so fair, so ample, so many goddess-like figures. Slurp. Thus a day passed. Early the next morning, a knock echoed at the door. Who is it? So early in the morning that as Xiahou grumbled while getting out of bed to open the door, he found 2 workers in uniforms standing outside, beside a large box. Hello, is there something you need? Xiahou scratched his head, eyeing the large box. Hello, are you Mr. Xia? One of the workers inquired, while the other added, We are from Tsunami Company. Hello, Mr. Xia. We are here to deliver the game pod and assist with the installation. However, we need to verify your identity first. Could you please show us your ID? The first worker continued. After presenting his ID for confirmation, the worker asked, Where would you like us to place it? Let's put it in the bedroom, follow me. Xiahou replied, turning to lead the way. Just place it there, he said, pointing to an empty corner of the bedroom. All right, please hold on a moment, one worker said, as he beckoned the other to start unpacking and installing the various components of the game pod. Observing from the side, Xiahou felt a surge of emotions within him. He couldn't believe it was real. The game pod was indeed here. How impressive. After an hour of waiting, the 2 workers finally completed the installation. Mr. Xia, it's ready. To use it, simply lie down and press this start button to begin. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You've worked hard. Please have some water and take a break. Xiahou expressed his gratitude while offering the drinks he had prepared. After taking a sip, the 2 workers said to Xiahou, Mr. Xia, we need you to sign a receipt and a liability waiver for voluntary participation in the testing. Sure, Xiahou replied as he took the documents and began to sign. After finishing, he inquired, Is there anything else? After confirming the contract, the 2 workers stated there was nothing more and departed, unaware that one of them had left their unfinished drink uncapped on the cabinet beside the game pod. Once the 2 were gone, Xiahou eagerly rushed to the game pod, lay down, and immediately pressed the start switch that a screen extended from above, clearly displaying the content, while an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to experience the virtual reality game Pod developed by Tsunami Company. Please select the game world you wish to explore. Available options include the Marvel Universe, Gundam World, Cultivation World, and Horror World. Please make your selection. Aside from the Horror World, I wish to explore the other 3. How perplexing. Never mind, they'll try them one by one. Adults never make choices that I want them out. Let's choose the Marvel Universe. Simultaneously, he planned to visit the other worlds after indulging in Marvel, especially Gundam World, where he would surely shout, Xiao Jiao Mao launch. Then in the cultivation world, he would mount a flying sword, soaring alongside the sun, and seek out a fox spirit to compare its beauty with that of the goddess figures in the videos. As he silently pondered these thoughts, growing frustrated at the delay in entering the game, the scene before him began to blur, accompanied by a series of prompt sounds. World construction complete, beginning Link. Please do not disconnect. Link successful, the game has commenced. Xiahou's vision faded to black, and he felt as if he had slipped into slumber. At that moment, a tabby cat's head appeared at the bedroom door, cautiously observing everything inside. He slowly ventured into the room, circled the game pod, and then leaped onto the cabinet, fixating its gaze on Xiahou, who lay inside the game pod. However, it soon became distracted by the nearby drink bottle. Chapter 2. The Cat's Mischief. Gazing at the beverage bottle precariously perched on the edge of the cabinet, the tabby cat silently extended its mischievous little paw. Most cat owners have encountered this scenario, regardless of whether it's bottles, jars, or other small items on tables or cabinets. If a cat is nearby, especially one with a penchant for mischief, those items are unlikely to remain unscathed, just like the beverage bottle now, which had found itself in an inappropriate location. With a gentle nudge from its paw, the bottle began to inch toward the cabinet's edge. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the liquid erupted forth, splattering everywhere, some of it landing directly on the shoddy socket purchased by Xiahou. The liquid began to seep into the socket, and with a soft pop, a wisp of smoke began to rise. An alarm rang out from the gaming chamber, indicating a power failure, triggering an emergency protocol that contacted maintenance personnel for urgent assistance, and then silence fell. Meanwhile, Xiahou, oblivious to the chaos, remained unresponsive within the gaming chamber. As sparks began to flicker from the socket, the culprit, the tabby cat, had already scampered outside, settling into a spectator mode. When Xiahou regained consciousness, he found himself in a dilapidated alleyway. His first reaction was to wonder where he was. It had dawned on him that he had just been using the gaming chamber, and he began to examine his own appearance. Clad in a white t-shirt paired with athletic pants and sneakers, he was dressed in standard novice gear. However, he noticed the familiar game interface framing his peripheral vision. Quite impressive, indeed, a strong cyberpunk aesthetic that resembled a first-person video game. Then he smacked his forehead. Wait, I was playing a game? How foolish of me. Xiahou surveyed his surroundings, noting the alley's unremarkable and rather grimy state. Such places were virtually non-existent in his home country. Indeed, this was the glossy, glamorous America. He then attempted to summon the game panel, flailing his hands and tapping randomly, but to no avail. He began to shout, "Panel, where's my game panel? System? Dad? Damn it." Yet still, nothing happened. Finally, he thought to himself, this wretched game doesn't even have a game panel. What is the point? Suddenly, an information box appeared before him. Name: Xiahou Jiao Mao. Strength: 3, normal human. 5, agility. 2, normal human. 5, intelligence. 4, normal human. 5, initial assets. 100 energy points. Abilities: none current main quest. None current side quest. None. Xiahou was instantly filled with disbelief, exclaiming, am I even weaker than a level 5 noob? Not to mention my strength and agility. What on earth is this intelligence score of 4? Normal humans have an intelligence of 5. So, am I essentially an imbecile? Moreover, are you serious about the name? That was just my previous self-indulgence. How did it become my actual name? System, show yourself. We need to have a serious discussion. Forget it. No use arguing with a fool. But I must say, the environment is quite realistic. The textures, the temperature, the aromas. As he spoke, he roamed about, touching and observing various objects until he came upon a pile of indescribable items. The odor emanating from them caused him to retch involuntarily. Although he only expelled a small amount of liquid, Xiahou felt an inexplicable joy. Could this game actually induce vomiting? He pondered this while moving his hand to the waistband of his trousers. After a brief attempt, clad in only a pair of white boxers, he stood there gazing skyward. How absurd. He had believed the game to be utterly realistic, yet wouldn't he allow him to remove his pants? What was he to do about urination and defecation? As he contemplated this, he wandered to the corner of the wall, thinking about relieving himself, when a stream of liquid suddenly appeared, splattering against the corner in a puddle. Xiahou could only express his feelings through a standard reaction meme. So, does this count as a superpower? While others can strike from afar, I can urinate from a distance. Speaking of which, if I can't take them off, can I damage them? If not, are they even more resilient than the Hulk's pants? His could stretch, but mine should allow for indiscriminate relief, right? No, it should be more like indiscriminate transformation. After circling the area, he finally unearthed a small knife, chipped and worn, for a heap of garbage. Without hesitation, Xiahou thrust the knife into his trousers. A sharp cry escaped his lips as blood oozed from a wound. Ouch. That hurts. Is this a complete sensory experience? This game is truly twisted. It's so painful. Taking a deep breath offered some relief, akin to receiving a vaccination. Yet, the inability to adjust the pain level to 0 or 1 is decidedly disappointing. With neither main nor side quests in sight, what was he to do now? Engage in free exploration? Was this a sandbox game? As he contemplated his next move, Xiahou paid no heed to his discarded clothes and trousers. Dressed only in his boxers, with a knife protruding from his leg, he stepped out of the alley, eager to explore the outside world. Beyond the alley lay a somewhat dilapidated street, where only a handful of pedestrians lingered. The passers-by, upon noticing the peculiar Xiahou, especially the knife embedded in his leg, quickly chose to avoid him. Clearly, they did not wish to attract trouble. He appeared as though he had been robbed, and it would be wise to keep their distance. Xiahou mused on the strange behavior of the game's NPCs. In typical games, NPCs followed predetermined actions, yet these seemed imbued with a semblance of intelligence. Why did they regard him with such pity and avoidance? Was he emanating an aura? He failed to consider how his current appearance, complete with a bleeding wound, might contribute to their reaction. Meanwhile, in Xiahou's bedroom, thick black smoke began to seep out, and the tabby cat had retreated to the living room, choking on the fumes. Other residents soon noticed the situation and promptly reported a fire. However, amidst the smoke, flames began to blaze within the bedroom, while Xiahou remained motionless in the gaming pod, seemingly unaffected by the smoke and heat that surrounded him. Chapter 3. Is there no turning back? The flames surged, leaping towards the velvet curtains, filling the room with swirling black smoke. The wooden wardrobe crackled incessantly, while the screen of the gaming pod shattered with a loud bang, sending sparks and violet-blue electricity bouncing chaotically. The pod structure began to warp under the intense heat, and a pungent burnt smell wafted from the specialized materials. Suddenly, the machine engulfed in flames emitted a piercing screech, akin to an electrical device in distress. Meanwhile, Xiahou, lying within the pod, remained unresponsive as the fire began to scorch his body, releasing the acrid scent of charred flesh. The entire room resembled a searing iron skillet, with tongues of flame dancing wildly from the cracks in the floor, and even the flames suspended mid-air twisted and writhed as if possessed. After a valiant effort from the fire brigade, the flames were finally extinguished, but Xiahou had been reduced to an indistinguishable heap. Switching to another scenario, Xiahou was leisurely wandering the streets, marveling at the vibrant graffiti and the dilapidated districts around him. He found himself astonished by the artistry of the scene and, to his surprise, was able to comprehend the various English advertisements and signs. How extraordinary! An individual who could only utter hello and thank you in English suddenly found himself understanding the language through a mere game. Observing the expressions of those around him, he noticed they regarded him with the same bemusement one might reserve for a clown. Inquisitively, he examined himself, only to realize he was clad in nothing but a pair of square-cut underwear. A sudden realization struck him. Oh, it's because I'm not wearing any clothes. But is it really so strange to be dressed like this while gaming? However, he pondered, are these NPCs truly that intelligent, capable of reacting to my attire? With this thought, he dashed to seize a passing black gentleman, who wore a befuddled expression, and in broken English inquired, "Hello, may I ask where I am?" The gentleman, bewildered by Xiahou's grip and the incomprehensible words, instinctively reached for his back and replied, "What are you saying? Let go of me, yellow boy. You don't understand me? You dare insult me?" Xiahou retorted, his temper flaring. In a moment of indignation, he raised his fist, bringing it dangerously close to the gentleman's face. Though the initial confusion lingered, the black gentleman quickly grasped the intent behind Xiahou's gesture. He swiftly drew a pistol from his waistband, executing a flawless American draw, and promptly knocked Xiahou to the ground, spitting disdainfully beside him. "Hey, yellow boy, I don't know what you're rambling about, but you've picked the wrong fight, understand?" With that, the gentleman turned and walked away, leaving Xiahou in a state of disbelief as a crimson health bar materialized above his head. Why didn't anyone inform me sooner that I was in a hostile situation? He mused. So this is the sensation of being shot? The pain from a hit point of 30 was excruciating. Yet, is this what America is really like? It seems gunfights are an everyday occurrence here. Speaking of games, surely dying means one can respawn, right? What if I die and exit the game instead? Why am I still alive? Shouldn't it have simply ended? Has a bug occurred? Name, Xiahou D. Current status, gravely injured, bleeding profusely. Without this interface, it almost feels like reality, this helpless sensation of being unable to move and merely awaiting death. I suppose I have experienced a semblance of genuine death. I must admit, This game is truly remarkable. However, it lacks the cycle of life, which warrants a poor review. Amidst Xiahou's musings, life ebbed away, his form transforming into shimmering particles, gradually dissipating, evoking a dreamlike ambience. The narrative concludes. Well, I jest. With the twinkling lights coalescing, Xiahou reappeared in that dilapidated alley. Slowly, he opened his eyes, taking in the familiar surroundings and the attire he wore. Is this the game's spawn point? And a new novice outfit has been refreshed? By the way, why is the sky brightened? It was clearly afternoon just moments ago. I even caught sight of the evening glow, gazing at the sun just risen above. Had it not been for my recent brush with death, Xiahou would feel a sense of unreality. Speaking of which, the NPCs in this game are rather unfriendly. He was the one who insulted me first, and yet he resorts to wielding a gun without a hint of sportsmanship. Taking advantage of my novice status, is it? Once I level up and equip myself, I shall teach him a lesson. He will come to understand that gathering cotton is his ultimate destiny. Having said that, he began to wander the vicinity, searching for something to defend himself. However, after a thorough search, he discovered nothing but the novice outfit he had previously discarded. Staring at the clothes in his hands, Xiahou was at a loss for words. Does death in this game not allow for respawning? Or is it not a single-player game? With other players around? At the very least, they could return my rusty blade. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Xiahou finally acknowledged a harsh reality. This game does not feature item respawns. Surrounding him were only rags and refuse, devoid of anything useful, merely an additional novice outfit. Perhaps dying a few more times would be prudent? Then he could sell the clothes for his first earnings? Never mind, never mind. The agony of dying is too much. Unless it is a one-hit death, the torment would be prolonged. Better to avoid death if possible. However, without even a novice quest or guidance. How am I supposed to play? Should I learn to be a Grand Theft Auto character? If there are no directions, at least provide a village chief to issue some quests. Where's Phil Coulson? Upon contemplation, he began mentally summoning the interface, seeking the option to exit the game. Yet, searching left yielded nothing. Searching right brought no results either. Aside from finding an entry to the game store and a lottery interface, there was only a personal attributes panel and an inventory. However, the option to exit the game was entirely elusive, causing him to panic. Surely not. Is it possible that a game was designed without an exit option? What is this? Hey, system, I wish to exit the game. Execute the command. Exit the game. Customer service. Is there any customer service? There's a bug in your game. Please let me exit the game. Xiahou felt as though he were on the verge of collapse. It was merely a game. Surely, he couldn't be this unfortunate. How could he possibly be trapped inside? Was this akin to stepping into Sword Art Online? Yet, at least in that narrative, Kaiba Akihiko would emerge to explain the conditions for exiting the game. Here, he had been unceremoniously thrown in without any guidance. His enthusiasm for exploring the game had completely dissipated, and he found himself sitting despondently against a wall. Chapter 4 Thus, the side quest unfolds. Time passed unnoticed until it reached midday, with sunlight cascading through the gaps above and illuminating Xiahou in the corner. Speaking of this game and the gaming pod, since they were both meant for testing purposes, they should possess some form of detection functionality, right? If something were amiss, surely they would come to assist me out of this predicament. I cannot allow myself to succumb to panic. I must redirect my focus. Surely someone will come to my rescue. Yes, that's it. I can take this opportunity to thoroughly experience and explore the game mechanics. However, how exactly does one play this game? I chose the Marvel Universe, so I must currently be in America, but where exactly in America? And what is the specific timeline? Judging by the dilapidated neighborhood and the vintage cars surrounding me, it must be quite early in the timeline. Is this the cinematic universe or the comic universe? As he pondered aloud, he stepped once more onto the streets outside, which were equally desolate, with few people bustling about, each in a hurry. The only difference was that no one cast him peculiar glances, yet no one approached him either. How does one play this game? I am completely at a loss. Furthermore, these people do not have health bars above their heads. Is hostility required for that? Xiahou clutched his head in frustration. Forget it. I'll wander around and familiarize myself with the surroundings. With that thought, he chose a random direction and strode away. Although he was uncertain of how to navigate the game, the graphics were impressive, akin to traveling without the expense of a plane ticket. Humming a tune and surveying his surroundings, Xiahou truly resembled a tourist, meandering about with an air of curiosity. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, is there a hunger system? And I genuinely feel hungry. ISNT hunger, typically represented by a hunger meter in games? Or does virtual gaming strive for a more realistic experience? But I have no food. I just remembered the system shop I saw earlier. I haven't explored it thoroughly yet. He reopened the interface and located the shop screen, which was instantly inundated with various images, obscuring his view of the path ahead. He had no choice but to close the shop interface and crouch in a corner by the roadside. Upon reopening the shop, the images flooded back into view, revealing an array of items. From food and supplies to an assortment of weaponry and tools, everything seemed to be items one would typically find in a game. For instance, the first image showcased a plump, white bun, steam wafting delicately from it, and it appeared utterly delectable. After perusing the introduction and pricing, I found a plain white steamed bun, a simple sustenance that merely fills the stomach. Price, 1 energy point. 1 energy point? Ah, so that equates to my game currency. It all seems rather ostentatious. By the way, I believe I initially possessed 100 energy points. However, how does one acquire more of these energy points? Never mind. I shall conserve them for now, in case they become essential later on and the means of obtaining them proves arduous. With that thought, I purchased one, yet upon inspection, my hands were empty. Checking my assets revealed I was left with 99. What happened to my bun? I've been charged, yet received nothing? Is this not excessive? Suddenly, a realization struck me, and I promptly opened my game inventory. In the first slot lay an icon of the bun, quietly awaiting my command. So, it appears that purchases are directly sent to the inventory? Indeed, it is quite reasonable. In games, items are typically found within the inventory. I selected the bun, and in my hands appeared a steaming bun, warmth radiating into my palms. Splendid indeed. If it were cold, it would ruin the ambience. I began to nibble on the bun while continuing to browse the game shop. Although I had glimpsed many items previously, revisiting them was still awe-inspiring. What on earth is being sold here? Apart from some inexpensive food items, a mere ordinary knife is audaciously priced at 50 energy points? Is it crafted from gold? A 1911 pistol is astonishingly marked at 300 energy points. Why not simply steal it? No, you are, in fact, robbing me, aren't you? I began to ravenously tear into the bun, as if harboring a deep-seated vendetta against it, channeling all my frustrations regarding the game shop into my meal. However, upon observing subsequent items, my composure began to waver. A nanobiochemical suit is priced at 300,000. A lightsaber akin to those in Star Wars costs 500,000. An APU infantry combat mech is valued at 700,000. The Mark III is set at 800,000. Ebony and Ivory together command 2 million. The Ancestral Gundam is priced at 5 million. The Sword of Victory's Oath is a staggering 10 million. The Black Hole Gun is 50 million. The Superman template is a whopping 100 million. The Pangu Axe stands at 99,999. If I were to acquire all these, would I not be able to dominate the Marvel Universe? My mouth nearly watered at the thought, yet a glance at the prices, followed by my solitary 99, instantly sobered me. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. Hello, may I intrude for a moment? I just witnessed you conjure a bun seemingly out of thin air. Could you demonstrate it once more? A curious young Caucasian man gazed at me and the bun in my hand. Simultaneously, a notification popped up in my vision, triggered side quest, perform the illusion of conjuring a bun. Upon completion, you will receive 50 energy points and a chance for a random draw. Would you like to accept the quest? A side quest. Indeed, tasks are initiated by NPCs. Hello, can you hear me? Sir, I'm simply too curious about how you accomplish this. If it is too much trouble, I shall not press further. The young Caucasian remarked once more, noticing that Xiahou was lost in thought and had disregarded him. He prepared to take his leave. Chapter 5, The Lottery. No, wait. I was merely contemplating the matter. Xiahou quickly interjected, grasping the young man's arm before he could depart. This was an opportunity for a reward presented right before him. He could not let it slip away. You wish to see me transform into a bun, do you? Just wait. I shall perform for you momentarily. With that proclamation, he accepted the task and promptly purchased a bun, which he then held in his hand. The young man gazed at the bun that had miraculously reappeared in Xiahou's grasp. An excitement surged through him. Hey, are you a magician? This does not appear to be mere trickery. By the way, what did you just say? Was that a spell? Can you teach me? I am willing to pay tuition. The instant he produced the bun, the task was marked as complete. Concurrently, Xiahou realized a predicament. Although he could comprehend and read English, he could not articulate it. His spoken words were solely in Chinese, which these foreigners might not understand. Thus, the language system also seemed to be a trap, capable of listening and reading, but not speaking. Noticing Xiahou's silence, the young man sensed that this Asian individual might not speak English and found him rather peculiar. After rapidly spewing a torrent of words, he snatched the bun from Xiahou's hand and placed $20 into his palm before dashing away. Is this not akin to a novice guide NPC dispensing rewards? Moreover, will I only be able to accept subsequent tasks if others approach me, or can I attempt to initiate them myself? Regardless, he decided to claim the reward. However, the notion of a random lottery felt rather dubious. Observing the newly acquired 50 energy points, along with the remaining 98 after purchasing 2 buns, his total assets reached 148. Although still meager, it was at least a source of income. Furthermore, with $20 in hand, he would not need to purchase food from the shop the next time hunger struck. He then accessed the lottery interface, which bore no resemblance to the shop page, featuring only 2 icons reminiscent of a slot machine, one labeled random lottery and the other designated lottery. The random lottery required 300 energy points per draw and offered a chance to win any item sold in the shop. In contrast, the designated lottery demanded 1,000 energy points for a single draw, but allowed the selection of categories, such as functional consumables, skills and bloodlines, weapons and armor, vehicles, and special items. Seeing that he had 1 attempt remaining for the random lottery, Xiahou promptly clicked on it. The images on the slot machine began to change rapidly, too swiftly for him to discern their content. With a resounding chime, the display froze abruptly, lacking the gradual deceleration and suspense typical of other games. It was refreshingly straightforward and devoid of pretense, leaving Xiahou momentarily stunned. However, when he beheld the objects displayed, he was rendered speechless with excitement. The screen showcased a knife intertwined with a revolver. The blade, a magnificent amalgamation of black, crimson, and silver hues, boasts an imposing stature. At the juncture of the hilt and the blade, intricate designs abound, while 3 striking red metallic accents emanate a brilliant scarlet glow. The entire weapon is wreathed in a faint flame. In contrast, the revolver, adorned with 2 barrels, showcases an array of thorny engravings that converge into a blue rose at its center, enveloped in a gentle azure aura. Could it be? Such extraordinary items could be drawn? The Crimson Queen and the Azure Rose. These 2 weapons, if purchased separately in the marketplace, would each exceed 400,000. Xiahou could hardly fathom that he had drawn them directly. Am I truly the luckiest of all? Why then has fortune eluded me in other games? Ouch! He slapped himself to confirm he was not dreaming. Upon verification of his acquisition, his inventory expanded to include 2 formidable weapons. The Crimson Queen. This colossal sword belongs to Nero and appears in Devil May Cry 4 and 5. It is a custom version, personally modified by Nero himself, though it employs techniques similar to those of the Order's knightly sword. It possesses a unique structure that significantly enhances its performance. Its EX system renders this sword extraordinarily powerful, making a weapon best wielded by Nero alone. Celebrated as the quintessential equipment for any warrior. EX mode. By activating the energy infusion system through the grip mechanism, the latent potential of the Crimson Queen is awakened, greatly amplifying the power of the next attack. The EX gauge, which exhibits charging status through the 3 red metallic sections of the blade, possesses a maximum power level of 3. The Azure Rose. This long-range weapon, also designed by Nero, is a modified Smith Wesson M500 revolver and is part of the Devil May Cry series. It features 6 chambers instead of the Model 500's 5. The gun boasts enhanced aiming capabilities and has a pair of cylinders on each barrel to mitigate recoil and muzzle rise. A clearly visible additional barrel enables dual firing. The chambers have been altered for ejection. When firing with the left hand, the shells eject from the right side, rather than the usual left. The revolver is equipped with a molded wooden grip and intricately carved blue rose motifs on its left side. It can be infused with special energy to augment its power significantly. This charging has 3 levels, represented by distinct colors: blue for level 1, purple for level 2, and red for level 3. Even without special energy infusion, the weapon inflicts unique damage upon dark creatures. After perusing the descriptions of these 2 weapons, Xiahou was overcome with excitement, transforming into a visage resembling Guan Yu. Now, all he needed was a trench coat, white hair, and a pair of high-quality demon hand gloves to embody Nero in an instant. Just as he prepared to examine his newly acquired treasures, he heard footsteps approaching. A woman passed by him, casting a fleeting glance before silently continuing on her way. Chapter 6. Are you a 5-star flop? Gazing at the woman who had just passed by, Xiahou was struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before, yet the memory eluded him. She looked remarkably familiar. Where could he have seen her? Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, pondering the absurdity of his musings. The game, however, appeared strikingly lifelike. Perhaps he should seek a secluded spot to observe further. With that in mind, he began to search for a hidden alleyway. Yet, where had he come from moments ago? He recalled that he was not directionally challenged. Never mind, he thought, I shall simply find a random place. After meandering for a while, he finally stumbled upon an uninhabited alley. Xiahou eagerly slipped inside. Upon observing the utterly motionless interface, he was left speechless and choked with frustration. Why was he being disregarded during such crucial moments? With a mere thought, he felt a sudden heaviness in his hand, followed by a resounding thud as the Crimson Queen descended to the ground, staring at his empty palm and the colossal sword lying on the floor. His mind raced with turmoil. He could not even lift a weapon. This was utterly humiliating for him in front of the other players. This thing must weigh over 100 kilograms. If he couldn't even lift it, what good was it? As he gazed at the player interface, the glaring statistic of strength 3 juxtaposed with the ordinary 5 starkly illuminated his reality as a weakling. Even if he were bestowed with a divine artifact, he would be unable to wield it, much like those rare materials such as adamantium, vibranium, or even hammers fused with starlight. Even if handed to him, he would be incapable of lifting them. At that moment, he reminisced about his previous tetanus blade. Though somewhat worn, it possessed special effects. Most importantly, he could actually use it. This new weapon couldn't be too heavy, could it? It was merely a handgun. Surely it wouldn't be. Yet as he spoke, he found himself crouching on the ground, reasoning that at least if it was too heavy to lift, it wouldn't break if he dropped it. With another mental command, a handgun appeared in his hand, although it still felt a tad heavy. TSK, TSK, TSK. This handgun must weigh at least 10 pounds. Indeed, it was nothing like an ordinary toy gun. The weight, the texture, the intricate patterns. It was stunning. As he held the azure rose, which emitted a faint blue glow, Xiahou felt rejuvenated. As the saying goes, a sharp weapon ignites the desire to kill. With such a magnificent gun in his possession, how could he not put it to the test? He began to scout the alley for potential targets, and soon found a metal paint bucket. After relocating it to the corner, he positioned himself a few meters away, gripping the gun with both hands, ready to aim. Drawing upon over a decade of experience in various shooting games, he thought, shooting a stationary target is so easy. With a loud bang, the gun discharged, and Xiahou was immediately knocked to the ground by the recoil, lying there questioning his existence. Had he been hit by a vehicle? His hand throbbed painfully. This was the sensation of a level 30 pain. Surely, it wasn't broken? After struggling to rise, he approached the spot where he had placed the paint bucket, only to find that it had disintegrated, leaving only the base wobbling in place, while the upper half had vanished. Simultaneously, a gaping hole appeared in the wall, shafts of light spilling through, accompanied by gasps and murmurs of astonishment from across the way. Xiahou could not afford to linger any longer and swiftly exited the alley. Yet, his trembling hands and the waves of pain coursing through his body serve as a stark reminder of his predicament. He could only manage to utilize his abilities with great difficulty. The ease with which Nero wielded his powers felt a distant dream. How am I supposed to level up? He pondered. There are no low-level monsters to vanquish. Surely, they did not expect me to resort to murder? That cannot be the case. These individuals feel so genuine. The mere thought fills me with a sense of moral conflict. As dusk began to settle, Xiahou aimlessly roamed the streets. Though he could comprehend English, his inability to speak it left him feeling isolated, as if his future were shrouded in darkness. He wondered if the system's marketplace held any solutions and decided to search. After a thorough rummage through the system's marketplace, particularly after expanding his search to include language modules, he finally stumbled upon a treasure, a beginner's language module, which would enable him to master the predominant languages of Earth upon activation, priced at 135 energy points. While undeniably useful, purchasing it would leave him with a mere pittance. Nevertheless, he reasoned that the ability to communicate would facilitate earning more energy points, and thus he made the purchase. A chip materialized in his inventory, and although he intended to examine it, it was immediately consumed upon selection, as though it were a figment of reality. Suddenly, a torrent of knowledge flooded Xiahou's mind, encompassing various pronunciations and linguistic intricacies. The influx of information left him momentarily dazed. After several minutes, he regained his composure, reflecting once more. Is it truly necessary for this game to be so lifelike? I feel as though I have acquired proficiency in numerous languages. I wonder if these memories will persist once I step outside. If they do, could I perhaps work as a translator? Would I no longer need to rely on subtitles? A sly grin crept upon Xiahou's lips, his expression growing increasingly mischievous. However, with communication now resolved, he pondered where he might spend the night. He began to search for nearby accommodations, but as night deepened, the streets grew eerily deserted. After another round of searching, he found no benches or even a solitary homeless person in sight. Is America truly experiencing such a renaissance? Or have all the signs gone? Or perhaps the trustworthy candidate has yet to take office? In that moment, His gaze was drawn to the entrance of a nearby subway station. He recalled that it was common in America to find people sleeping on the subway floor. Having arrived, why not indulge in the experience? Chapter 7. So it was you. After passing through a rather lax security check, Xiahou entered the subway station. Following a brief search, he discovered a prime spot, a secluded corner where no one passed by, adorned with a few stacked cardboard boxes, as if prepared specifically for sleeping. Excellent. It seems I have truly become fortuitous in this game. Aside from the initial encounter with a minor antagonist, everything has unfolded smoothly. Yet, what does it feel like to sleep within the confines of this game? Could it be that the mere blink of an eye transports one to the following day? Or is it that the function of slumber is simply not programmed? After arranging his bedding, Xiahou reclined and began to peruse the marketplace, finding that this diversion could effectively distract him from spiraling thoughts. Yet, the subtle ache in his hands served as a reminder that this seemed all too real. Time passed, and suddenly, an urgent clamor of footsteps echoed in the distance, accompanied by the wails of an infant. Groggy, Xiahou opened his eyes, perplexed by the noise disturbing the quiet of the night. Curiosity piqued. He peeked out to assess the situation and beheld 4 ruffians encircling a woman, tossing a baby amongst themselves, their heads adorned with glaring health bars indicative of their hostile nature. A side quest has presented itself. With that thought, he brandished his azure rose and charged forth. With guns raised, he aimed at the group, shouting, "Release that child." And the woman, "Come at me." One of the ruffians, sporting a handlebar mustache, grinned widely. Another one, "Looks like we're in for a feast tonight." He revealed his fangs, while his accomplice knocked the woman to the ground. The other 2 disregarded Xiahou entirely, tearing away the blanket that swaddled the infant. "Hey, don't let your sharp teeth intimidate you. Do you not see the gun in my hand?" Xiahou retorted, shaking his revolver. Yet, this scene felt oddly familiar. The sharp teeth sparked a memory. Vampires. No wonder it felt so recognizable. Wait, with Marvel and vampires in the mix, it resembled Blade. At that moment, the vampire cradling the baby realized the infant was merely a model emblazoned with "fuck you," and emitted a cloud of spray. He immediately recoiled, shrieking while bellowing for garlic. The others turned their attention, and Xiahou felt a deeper familiarity with the scene. Gazing at the woman on the ground, a name surfaced in his mind: Abigail, the archer akin to Hawkeye. So it was you. Meanwhile, the dazed Abigail, feigning unconsciousness, wondered, who is he? Who is Hawkeye? What is happening? Just as she was lost in thought, the 4 vampires surged forward. A gunshot rang out, and the nearest blonde vampire was engulfed in flames, reduced to ash. This sudden event snapped Abigail back to reality. She swiftly kicked the mustachioed ruffian away, and, with a flick of her foot, revealed a silver blade concealed in her shoe, delivering a fatal blow, turning him to dust. The remaining 2, sensing the shift in momentum, turned to flee. But Abigail seized the last one, delivering a flurry of punches before producing a hidden sword from her sleeve, ending him swiftly, just as she prepared to pursue the next. Gunfire erupted again, and the last vampire at the elevator was likewise reduced to nothingness. Abigail turned to Xiahou, who lay on the ground, and inquired, "Who are you? How do you know me?" After writhing on the ground for a moment, Xiahou finally regained his composure and lifted his gaze towards Abigail, who was staring intently at him. "I am Xiahou, a player. I have seen you in the movies before. By the way, can I take a look at that bow-like laser sword of yours?" As he spoke, his mind wandered to the Marvel universe, finding the presence of Blade quite reasonable. "And I must inform you that I am a player. Can you comprehend that, you foolish NPC? Player? What are you talking about? Don't toy with me," Abigail retorted, drawing the bow-like laser sword from behind her and positioning it above Xiahou's neck. "Speak quickly. How do you know me? And how do you know about this weapon? Don't play tricks. I truly am a player. I'm not lying. I have indeed seen you in the films, and I know you are particularly skilled with your bow." Xiahou glanced at the blade hovering near his throat, feeling no fear. After all, he could always respawn. What was there to fear? Meanwhile, Abigail was increasingly perplexed. "Player? What does that mean? A club? And why is there a movie about me? When did my information get leaked, and how did it end up being filmed?" In a sudden burst of action, she seized Xiahou, pinning him against the wall, demanding, "What else do you know?" At that moment, Xiahou received a notification for a side quest. Quest reward: 1,000 energy points, designated draw attempts. 1. Also, your team member, Hannibal King. You were formed to assist Blade in combating vampires. However, I've nearly forgotten the rest. After all, it has been 20 years since that film. I was once crazily enamored with Marvel films. After watching Deadpool 2, I learned through the elderly Blade character that this series also belongs to Marvel, and I revisited the storyline. Yet, the plot was quite poor, aside from you, who wield a bow like Hawkeye, and that laser bow of yours. Possessing half the sun's temperature, and the vampire progenitor you are to face, I hardly recall much else. Oh, and Hannibal King. He is portrayed by the same actor as that Chatterbox character. Thus, I have an impression of him. But I seem to remember that after you killed the vampires in the subway, your father died, didn't he? What did you say? Abigail's excitement surged. How did my father die? Speak. He died while assisting Blade in destroying information. He was killed by a bomb, Xiahou replied hesitantly. When did this happen? I don't know. The film didn't specify, but it could very well be tonight. The plot of his death follows yours, and it is also set at night. No, I must go save him, Abigail exclaimed, pulling Xiahou along as they made their way towards the subway station. At that moment, Xiahou received a notification indicating the completion of a quest. Chapter 8. Is this world truly a game? Quest completed. Would you like to claim your reward? Xiahou silently chose yes in his mind, yet he felt no inclination to draw or spend energy points. All because of the woman driving, whom he regarded as an NPC, Abigail. The urgency in her expression and the sorrow in her eyes were unmistakable. Moreover, Xiahou began to harbor doubts about whether AI-generated characters could truly embody human-like personas. Setting aside the intricacies of modeling, could human emotions genuinely be distilled from mere data to the extent that one could not discern the truth? Within him, a profound skepticism arose regarding his inability to withdraw from the game. Was he truly engaged in a game? Why did it feel as though a real person sat beside him, rather than a mere assemblage of data? As silence enveloped the vehicle, time gradually slipped away. The silhouette of the dock emerged in his view, accompanied by distant gunfire and explosions. As they drew nearer, with only about a kilometer remaining, a thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by the brilliant flash of conflict, leaving the entire shipyard in ruins. Stop, we are too late, Xiahou uttered, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Abigail gazed from afar, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Xiahou's eyes wandered to the distant scene of the captured Blade kneeling on the ground, alongside the woman weeping quietly. His doubts about whether this world was merely a game intensified, for everything appeared so vividly real, stirring emotions far deeper than his previous experience of death. Perhaps we should leave this place, otherwise, they will come for us soon, Xiahou suggested lightly to Abigail. He was uncertain if such words were appropriate. As an ordinary individual accustomed to the tranquility of life, particularly under the protective veil of Huagua towards its citizens, the experiences he encountered were etched deeply in his heart. Unlike the prior incident where he shot and killed 2 vampires, the scene before him, with vampires turning to ash after death, merely felt like a game. Lacking profound emotional resonance, it was merely a testament to the game's realism. However, subsequent events led him to question whether he had erred in perceiving the inhabitants of this world as mere NPCs, especially after revealing forthcoming plot developments that compelled Abigail to witness her father's demise. Xiahou was at a loss for what to do next. Comforting an NPC felt inherently strange to him, yet failing to do so left him with an unsettling sense of moral obligation. Had the influence of compulsory education and traditional values in Huagua shaped him so deeply that he felt compassion for a mere NPC? Was this truly a game? Could a game be so remarkably authentic? Moreover, who among the virtuous finds themselves traversing realms, encountering game frames, experiencing resurrection, personal panels, game shops? An inventory, wasn't it evidently a game? At most, it was merely a touch more realistic, with NPCs exhibiting a modicum more intelligence. He reasoned that he would simply need to exercise caution in future play. Yes, that's it. I shall henceforth be a player of the lawful faction, completely bypassing the mechanics of Grand Theft Auto. As long as they do not provoke me, I shall disregard them, treating this as an overseas excursion. If provoked, one might transform into a formidable figure, exclaiming vehemently, I do not consume beef. Speaking of which, within the Marvel Universe, perhaps one should consider embodying a superhero? A sudden sound reverberated through the tranquil carriage, as Abigail cast a glance toward Xiahou. Her eyes reflected a hint of bewilderment, as if questioning his sudden, self-inflicted blow. There's a mosquito. I was swatting a mosquito. Indeed, that was the intention, Xiahou stammered, gradually losing confidence. Abigail's gaze shifted from puzzlement to a look of incredulity, as if she were regarding a fool. Have I just been scorned by an NPC? Never mind, at least I reacted quickly, delivering a slap to myself to regain clarity. What was I thinking, aspiring to be a superhero? Do I not realize that superheroes are often perceived as fools? They are relentlessly coerced in the name of justice, unable to exceed certain bounds. Otherwise, they face a torrent of criticism. Only a fool would aspire to be a superhero. Am I a fool? No, I am not. I yearn to be the freest man upon the seas, to become the pirate king. I, Xiahou Di, Diao Mao, shall undoubtedly ascend to the title of Pirate King. At this moment, the intelligence stat of 4 within my character panel glimmered, seemingly mocking a certain fool who had suddenly become self-absorbed. Meanwhile, Abigail, seated in the driver's seat, observed Xiahou from the corner of her eye, further solidifying her belief that he was indeed a fool, or perhaps a lunatic, merely possessing snippets of knowledge from somewhere. Upon coming to terms with his thoughts, Xiahou ceased to dwell on the potential spoilers. He decided to determine his course of action based on his mood, provided it did not hinder his progress. He then perused his personal panel, suddenly realizing he had leveled up. His level had increased from 1 to 2, accompanied by the addition of a message indicating he had 5 free attribute points to allocate. This revelation reinforced his conviction that he was indeed engaged in a game. If leveling up and allocating points were possible, who would dare claim this was not a game? The likely cause of his level up was the 2 vampires he had vanquished. Yet he pondered why there was no experience bar. What a subpar game, riddled with bugs. How should he utilize these attribute points? Let us see. I'll allocate 1 point to intelligence, striving to become a normal person. With 4 points remaining, let me think. Forget it. Indecision leads to downfall. I shall allocate all points to strength. Don't ask me why. It is simply because I want to wield a great sword. My Crimson Queen has been resting in my backpack for far too long. Upon completing the allocation, a surge of warmth coursed through his body, bringing a delightful sense of relief. Even his previously aching hands felt rejuvenated. Clenching his fists, he felt empowered, as though he could easily overpower his former self. Next, he began to explore the marketplace, first searching for items available for purchase within the range of 1,000. After a brief exploration, he found an array of food and mundane items, including various ordinary firearms, but not a single skill in sight. Never mind, purchasing items seems unreliable. The lottery is the true path to fortune. Let us see. For designated draws, I shall not consider consumables. Weapons and equipment are unnecessary. For the Crimson Queen, an azure row suffice for my current needs. Skills and bloodlines seem intriguing, but what exactly are vehicles and special categories? Perhaps I should give it a try? Never mind. The most cost-effective choice at present is skills and bloodlines. Once I accumulate wealth in the future, I shall indulge in higher-tier draws. For now, it is indeed more advantageous to draw skills and bloodlines. After careful consideration, I promptly selected skills and bloodlines. And after a brief, unembellished roll, the screen froze on a skill introduction. Underwater breathing, a warlock skill in World of Warcraft, permitting you to breathe underwater for up to 10 minutes. Xiahou stared at this skill, falling into silence once more. His heart filled with an old grievance he was unsure whether to voice. Yet the outcome was already determined. Lamenting would be futile. He silently chose to accept it. And a blue card materialized in his inventory. He once again attempted to see if it could be extracted, and, much like the previous language module chip, it was instantly utilized. Just as he hesitated whether to draw once more, the vehicle gradually came to a halt outside a factory. Chapter 9, Nightwalker Squad. Get out. We have arrived, Abigail declared, already opening the car door and stepping out. All right. Xiahou obediently exited the vehicle, following her into the factory. Primarily, he was concerned for her, having just lost her father. Otherwise, how could she possibly be so timid? This was called respect. However, Abigail instantly grew anxious, turning around and seizing him by the neck. What did you say? How'd they die? She was genuinely alarmed, having just lost her father. Now she was being told that her other companions would meet the same fate. How could she not be distressed? Could you let go? Even if you were a storyline NPC, having lost your father, I still might retaliate. Do not presume that my compliance means you can disregard me. The fourth catastrophe. Upon hearing this, Abigail reluctantly released him but continued to glare, insisting, speak quickly. What's the rush? You just asked a question, at least provide a quest. Now, not even a quest is offered, and I have no desire to speak, Xiahou retorted, turning his head away from her. Abigail, in a moment of irritation, felt the urge to act again, and this Xiahou certainly seemed mentally unstable. When had she ever issued him a quest? What must I do for you to speak? She inquired, adjusting her tone. You must beg me. A heartfelt plea, mind you. Insincere expressions will not suffice. Xiahou wore an expression that conveyed he would not speak unless his demands were met. What, just an NPC? You dare to shout at me? If I do not rectify your bad habits, how could I continue with my own affairs? Abigail, incensed at his demand, thought to herself that while it was acceptable to plead, what did he mean by heartfelt? Did this mean that unless he was satisfied, she would have to beg indefinitely? She unsheathed a hidden arrow pressing it against Xiahou's neck. What did you say? Dare to repeat that? It seems you cannot discern who holds authority here. Say whatever you wish. I am not inclined to share anything while in this foul mood, regardless of your recent loss. Xiahou asserted defiantly. Unless you issue a quest. He maintained his unyielding stance, unafraid of an NPC's threats, unless there was something to gain. Abigail fell silent once more, having never encountered such a person. She resolved to adopt a different approach. How might a quest be issued? When did I ever assign you a task? Abigail inquired, her confusion deepening. She decided to follow Xiahou's lead and asked, but I am asking you a question now, right? If you require it, consider this a task. Tell me, how do they perish? Xiahou glanced at the task panel, noticing no notification for a task. Could it be that a person can only issue a task once? He resolved to test it once more. This doesn't count. I haven't received a task prompt. He suggested, why don't you give it another try? Abigail's confusion only intensified. She was beginning to suspect that this man was toying with her, and the evidence was abundantly clear. Suppressing her rising fury, she declared, I need your assistance in completing a task. Inform me how the members of our Night Stalker team met their demise. You may name your reward. Yet, he yearned to exploit the situation, unwilling to divulge the information without compensation, even if she had just lost her father. After all, with so many members in the Night Stalker team, couldn't someone else provide the information? This way, he could profit further. What a genius he was. No, you cannot issue a task now. I cannot accept it. Have someone else post it. Xiahou remarked, gesturing toward the factory's interior. Abigail felt her restraint fraying, her inner fury threatening to erupt. This lunatic was undoubtedly mocking her, yet she was desperate to know the specifics. She gritted her teeth and said, follow me. Turning on her heel, she continued deeper into the facility, her trembling shoulders betraying her turmoil. Xiahou trailed behind, surveying the factory, and soon spotted a young girl perched on a platform, keeping watch. By the way, you folks engage in this line of work while bringing along a little girl? Aren't you concerned about her future? I remember she witnessed her mother's death firsthand. After a convoluted journey, they finally arrived at a storeroom. Ascending a staircase, they entered a spacious hall where 4 individuals sat, 3 men and 1 woman. One of the men, resembling a younger version of a rogue, approached Abigail directly. I'm afraid I have some bad news. Your father has died, and Blade has been captured. Abigail responded promptly, Hannibal, I am already aware. But we have another matter to address. She turned to Xiahou and introduced him to the group. This is someone I encountered outside, named Xiahou. He claims to be a player and is knowledgeable about many things concerning us. I require your assistance in issuing him a task, compelling him to disclose how the Night Stalker team was annihilated and when it transpired. The 4 exchanged incredulous looks. It was undeniably absurd. Yet Hannibal was the first to regain his composure. Hey, brother, you say you're a player? Does that mean we are merely characters in a game? And you actually know the storyline? Could you enlighten us? By the way, this is a task. What reward do you seek? At that moment, Xiahou's task panel simultaneously displayed a notification, triggering side quest, Hannibal's inquiry. Task reward, 300 energy points, 1 random draw. Upon witnessing the task, Xiahou mused to himself, indeed, it is possible. Simply swapping out an individual enables the mission to be issued, and promptly accepted the task. The first inquiry, I am indeed a player. The second query, you must all be characters within the game, correct? Otherwise, how would I engage in play? It merely appears that you are endowed with heightened intelligence. As for the fourth question, Chapter 10, joining the Night Stalker squad. During an expedition with Abigail, Blade discovered a blood bank, only to be ambushed by the progenitor of vampires and his entourage. In that instant, the dark-skinned gentleman and the portly classmate met their untimely demise, with the former gesturing towards the two. Their expressions darkened immediately, while the portly one protested, I am not fat. I am merely robust. Furthermore, the blonde lady was brutally slain before her daughter's eyes. The scene was utterly harrowing, as he gestured towards the golden-haired woman. Are you speaking of me? She wondered, sensing the remarks were directed at her. Noticing her silence, Xiahou continued to reveal plot details. And you, my audacious counterpart. It was upon viewing the trailer for Deadpool 3 that I sought out Blade. You and her daughter were captured, he remarked, pointing at Sam Field. At the mention of her name, Sam Field, triggered by the keywords, immediately inquired, what happened to my daughter afterward? Reflecting on the series, Xiahou admitted his confusion. Many plot points seemed inexplicably bizarre. This blonde maiden was aware of the imminent danger. Why did she not relocate the base? Nevertheless, he pressed on with the narrative. Eventually, you rescued the audacious one and her daughter, vanquishing the horde of vampires with Morningstar. The progenitor appeared to experience a moment of conscience, and ultimately, Blade departed. That is the extent of my recollection. After concluding his recounting and confirming the task's completion, Xiahou sought a drink, while the members of the Night Stalker squad fell into contemplative silence. By the way, you need not compensate me. I've already received my reward. Where's your water? All this talking has left me parched, Xiahou added, primarily due to his inability to locate any water. Thank you, portly one. You are not at all plump. A voice called from a distance. I am Heggies, not portly Heggies, came the response. Hannibal, among the group, was the quickest to recover, questioning. You say you have received your payment? How did that transpire? Did we not provide you with anything? His curiosity was met with a sudden reluctance to converse. After receiving a bottle of water, Xiahou inquired, By the way, is there any food? I believe I have only eaten once at noon since then. Heggies replied, We have leftover pizza from dinner. Would that suffice? After quenching his thirst with the water, Xiahou responded, No problem. As long as it is edible. I shall fetch it for you, Heggies said as he stepped outside once more. Abigail was the first to pose a question, setting aside our matters. You claim to be a player. What is your mission? Xiahou glanced at her before turning his attention back to Heggies, who was retrieving the pizza, seemingly disinterested in her inquiry. Observing this, Hannibal approached and draped an arm around Xiahou's shoulders, exclaiming, Hey, buddy, we primarily find it hard to believe, all right? This is hardly a friendly situation for us. Can you imagine being a character from a comic or a film? It is simply, upon hearing Hannibal's remarks, which seemed to carry an air of silence, Xiahou became convinced that this was undoubtedly the parallel version of the cheeky little brat. With a playful squint, Xiahou addressed Hannibal, saying, All right, since you seem rather amiable, I shall divulge my circumstances. I have no main quest. I have merely begun my venture in this game, and, astonishingly, have already met my demise once. It was only later, upon encountering Abigail and the vampire, that I recalled the narrative of Blade Runner. Wait, you say you died once? Abigail's voice chimed in. My first life was inexplicably taken by him. Do not let me find him, or I shall make him experience the might of my azure rose. I wasn't referring to you, Xiahou quickly clarified, noticing that Little Black's expression had darkened further. Can you truly resurrect after dying? What is this azure rose? Hannibal inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course one can resurrect. How else could one engage in a game with but a single life? Ding ding. This is it. Isn't it dashing? A special weapon of Nero's, no less. It's ferociously powerful and equipped with infinite ammunition. In an instant, Xiahou revealed a handgun, showcasing it with flair. The onlookers, initially taken aback by the notion of resurrection, were further astonished when he magically produced a handgun. Their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed, followed by a cry of pain. Everyone turned to see Little Black clutching his face, glaring at Hannibal. Why'd you hit me? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Then why not strike yourself? Little Black was instantly tempted to pounce on him. Hannibal swiftly diverted attention, exclaiming, Hey, my friend, how did you manage that? And it's called the Azure Rose, correct? It is truly beautiful. Does infinite ammunition mean it can fire endlessly without needing to reload? Xiahou beamed with joy. You possess good taste. This name symbolizes miracles and hope. It also metaphorically represents the love between Nero and Ciri. Regardless of how one uses it, it never runs out of bullets. Hannibal continued his probing, symbolizing miracles and hope. I can grasp. But what does it mean to metaphorically represent the love of Nero and Ciri? And who are they? It signifies a love that cannot exist, hence the impossibility of their union. There's too much to elaborate, lest I be accused of rambling. Hannibal responded somewhat sullenly. All right, but it seems there are demons. At that moment, Heggies approached with a warm pizza, stating it had cooled down, so I took the liberty of heating it for you. Thank you. You are truly considerate, my friend, Xiahou exclaimed as he grabbed a slice, munching while expressing his gratitude. Weren't you claiming to be a player? From what I know of games, one can simply exit if they no longer wish to play, correct? Xiahou suddenly found the pizza in his hand, less appetizing, his voice dipping in tone. Do you believe me when I say I am trapped within this game? The group exchanged glances once more. This revelation akin to discovering they were characters in a game or film, leaving them in astonishment. Abigail continued her inquiry. So, what are your plans moving forward? Abigail discerned his confusion. She reflected that, despite being merely a character in a film, she was indeed a living being, and her companions were not fictitious. As Xiahou gazed at the hand before him, he felt an overwhelming warmth emanate from her words. Could it be that he was being cared for by an NPC? He dazedly extended his hand, clasping hers, and uttered, Thank you. I shall join. The others welcomed his decision with fervent enthusiasm. Just as Xiahou accepted Abigail's invitation, an alert suddenly emerged in his visual interface. Chapter 11. Preparing for Rescue. Upon seeing this notification, Xiahou felt a twinge of frustration. Was another quest being issued? After making a selection, a prompt appeared. Detected player has acquired a residence point. Would you like to modify your respawn location? Without hesitation, Xiahou chose yes. This way, should he perish, he could respawn right here, which felt rather appealing. Abigail observed Xiahou holding her hand, lingering in silence, and found herself reminiscing about the earlier moment when he had comforted her, despite the annoyance that followed. Hannibal could not resist teasing. Hey, Xiahou, are you planning to take down our leader right after joining? Be cautious. She is quite formidable. Xiahou was jolted back to reality by his words, quickly releasing her hand and retorting, impossible. I just received a system notification that I can bind this place as my respawn point. The group was captivated by his revelation, and Hannibal inquired, you can truly respawn? What does death feel like? Xiahou's expression darkened. So, they had not believed him at all. I've stated that I am a player. Is it so strange to be able to respawn? As for the sensation of death, I cannot say. I merely experienced darkness before awakening anew. It's quite painful if you don't die outright. Hannibal's excitement surged. Oh, cool. Can you demonstrate it? Why would I want to perform that? Are you daft? I've already mentioned it would hurt. Moreover, shouldn't we consider how to rescue Blade? I remember there are many vampire minions in the FBI, and it seems the vampires plan to eliminate him. If we don't intervene, he will undoubtedly perish. As Xiahou countered, he nonchalantly described Blade's current predicament. Abigail's composure faltered. Why didn't you say this sooner? Xiahou replied, you didn't ask earlier. The group exchanged glances, and Little Black declared, I'll drive. Let us depart swiftly. Abigail pulled Hannibal along and turned to Xiahou, asking, are you coming with us? Xiahou's interface displayed a quest notification, triggering side quest, rescue Blade Warrior. Quest details, ensure that neither Blade Warrior nor any member of the Nightwalker team meets their demise. Quest rewards, 1,000 energy points, 1 designated lottery draw. Could there be any hesitation? He was determined to charge ahead. As Xiahou accepted the quest, he hastened to catch up with Little Black, leaving behind a parting remark. What are we waiting for? Let us go. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, and Hannibal couldn't help but quip, what is he doing? Is he off to rescue his wife? Why such fervor? Sam Field, rummaging through his belongings, produced a device, stating, this is a suppressive serum. It should assist Blade in controlling his thirst for blood. I developed it recently. After receiving the device, Hannibal turned to Abigail and said, let us hasten. You all remain vigilant and ensure our home is not compromised. As they stepped outside, Xiahou and the Little Black car were already waiting for them. Xiahou exclaimed, why are you dawdling? At this rate, we can only retrieve his remains later. Get in the car. Go. On the road, Hannibal could not resist inquiring of Xiahou. You have consistently referred to me as a counterpart of that little scoundrel. Who is he exactly? Oh, you're asking about him? P.S. Quite the rogue, with a sharp tongue and a penchant for mischief. He has even flirted with the goddess of death. He enjoys wandering the multiverse and often engages in banter with the audience. Quite impressive to say the least. Xiahou replied casually. The 3 passengers in the car fell into a state of bewilderment, silently screaming in their minds. Do you even realize what you're saying? Flirting with a goddess. Wandering the multiverse. Although they were not scientists, they were familiar with the concept of the multiverse. The world had yet to confirm its existence. It was merely a hypothesis. And yet he claimed to be casually exploring it? Abigail hesitantly asked, is there really a multiverse? Xiahou turned to glance at her, his spirits lifted. He found great amusement in how these NPCs were utterly dazzled. The thrill of playing a game or pretending to be someone else surged within him. Of course there is, even if my world remains oblivious. The Marvel Universe operates on such principles, encompassing various cinematic, comic, and fan universes, thousands in total. Moreover, new concepts are continually being introduced. I wonder what basis you are using to define your universe. Abigail and the others were left even more perplexed, and the vehicle fell into a profound silence once more. Observing their astonishment, Xiahou chuckled and opened his game interface. He still had 1,300 energy and 1 random lottery draw remaining, which he intended to utilize before the impending skirmish to enhance his capabilities. He navigated to the lottery screen, selected the random draw, and set it in motion. Amidst a dazzling flurry of visuals, the screen abruptly froze. A package of spicy strips slowly emerged on the slot machine-esque display, labeled pickled pepper stinky dried tofu. The moment he achieved the title of the African Great Yin-Yang Master, the accompanying avatar frame incessantly mocked him, He, suggesting that even the moon would be darkened upon its sight. The 3 in the car were abruptly awakened by the sudden drop in atmosphere, gazing curiously at the melancholic Xiahou, wondering what could possibly be amiss. They had yet to recover, and yet Xiahou seemed to have succumbed to his own gloom. Hannibal patted his shoulder, asking, what troubles you? Why the sudden despondence? Xiahou glanced up at him slowly, replying, "I once again sense the dread of being governed by misfortune. Would you care for some spicy strips?" Hannibal wore a puzzled expression and inquired, "What is this spicy snack? Is it delicious?" In response, Xiahou produced a bag of pungent dried strips, raising it aloft while proclaiming, "This is it, worth 300 energy points. A delicacy from Huagua." As he spoke, he tore open the packaging, and a wave of spicy aroma wafted through the vehicle. He took a piece for himself and offered it to Hannibal. Without hesitation, Hannibal accepted it, took a piece, and, glancing at Xiahou, popped it into his mouth. He did not pause, beginning to chew immediately, and also handed one to Abigail beside him. After just a couple of bites, an explosion of spiciness mingled with hints of sweetness, and various spices erupted in their mouths. The flavor was utterly irresistible. Abigail, observing the two savoring their treat, decided to join in and was instantly captivated by the taste. The driver, Black, noticing the delightful indulgence of the trio, became agitated and exclaimed, "No, this is racial discrimination. Why aren't you sharing with me?" Hearing this, Abigail reluctantly offered him a piece. Black took it and swiftly tossed it into his mouth, chewing fervently. He then exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, this is absolutely delectable. Give me another piece." However, Hannibal and Abigail in the back seat had already consumed the remaining morsels. Hannibal passed the empty bag to Black, teasingly remarking, "Brother, you were too slow. It's all gone." Black was visibly distressed. "You can't treat me this way. I'm still driving. I deserve more of this delightful snack." He shot a glance at Xiahou, who, along with the others, turned their attention towards him. With an expression of exasperation, Xiahou replied, "Don't look at me. I'm out too. I had to spend 300 energy points to get this." Hannibal then asked, "What is energy points? Do you have any left? If not, I can pay you." He pulled out a stack of dollars from his pocket. The trio fell silent, and the atmosphere in the car grew tense once more. Xiahou opened the game store, perusing the items currently available for purchase. Chapter 12, Enhancement and Arrival. He glanced at his energy points, which stood at 1308, then surveyed the array of products. It seemed prudent to set a budget, so he decided to limit his search to items under 1300. Instantly, a significant number of products vanished from view. After a thorough search, Xiahou identified two items that would be most beneficial for him at this moment. Beginner Combat Technique, 1,250 energy points. This allows one to instantly learn various basic combat skills, including the use of different weapons. Beginner Enhancement Potion, 1,250 energy points. This can moderately enhance one's physical attributes, reaching up to 3 times that of an average person. These two items were the most suitable for him, and after careful consideration, Xiahou resolved to purchase the Beginner Combat Technique. As an ordinary person with no skills, even the strongest physique would be of little use. He was not the Hulk, who could simply smash someone into a pulp with a mere slap. If he had such capabilities, he wouldn't be in such a quandary. The early stages of entrepreneurship are often like this, requiring gradual refinement. How he wished for a companion like wind, forest, moon, shadow. He completely transformed, wholeheartedly embracing his identity as a citizen of the homeland. In the marketplace, he had encountered the illustrious flame dragon emperor armor and an array of rule-based artifacts, including various bloodlines and treasures from the primordial era. The thought of acquiring the Pango bloodline and wielding the Pango axe filled him with excitement, causing him to salivate involuntarily. The other three observed him quietly, exchanging glances filled with unspoken queries. Could he possibly be unhinged? Just moments ago, he appeared despondent. Yet now he was lost in his own euphoria, drooling. Nonetheless, they prudently refrained from interrupting his reverie, focusing instead on inspecting their own gear. After confirming his purchase, Xiahou found a chip added to his inventory and, without hesitation, used it. Instantly, a torrent of information, more overwhelming than before, surged into his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a trickle of blood flowing from his nose, Abigail, who had been discreetly monitoring him, immediately noticed his unusual state. She gently tapped his face and inquired with concern, "Xiahou, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly bleeding from your nose?" Hannibal and the Black One turned their attention as well, keen to understand the situation. The Black One even pulled over to the side of the road to assist in assessing Xiahou's condition. After what felt like an eternity, approximately a minute, Xiahou emerged from the deluge of information, only to find the three of them surrounding him with puzzled expressions. He pushed away the Black One, who had been inspecting him, and asked, "What are you all doing? Why are you gathered around me? And Black One, why are you touching me? I'm not doing anything inappropriate." The Black One, visibly annoyed, turned back to the road, resuming their journey. Abigail directly queried, "What just happened? Why did you suddenly start bleeding?" Xiahou touched his nose, feeling the dampness, and upon inspection, saw it stained with blood. He then realized they had been concerned for him. As he wiped the blood from his nose, he reassured them, "It's nothing. I just purchased something." The influx of information was a bit overwhelming, a natural bodily reaction, I suppose. Abigail handed him a tissue and asked, "Use this. What did you buy?" Her companions were ready to interrogate him, eager to understand what he meant, thinking that he must explain himself. Hannibal, brimming with curiosity, pressed on, "What did you buy? Can you share? I'm so intrigued. Please tell me." At the same time, he produced a blue rose, intending to craft a gunflower as per the memories he had just acquired. However, with a clatter, the revolver fell to the ground, creating an awkward atmosphere within the vehicle. Xiahou remarked, "I slipped. Do you believe me?" The three of them exchanged glances. Xiahou thought to himself, "This only provided me with skills and knowledge, but I still need to practice? Must it be so unreliable? I was planning to impress everyone, and now I feel utterly embarrassed." Hannibal, fiddling with his handgun, shifted the topic, "Dax, how much longer until we arrive?" Abigail pondered for a moment before speaking, "We do not yet know how long it will be. After you deposit us, just wait by the roadside and adapt as necessary." At that moment, Xiahou began to voice his grievances. "By the way, why are you not using walkie-talkies or headsets to communicate? What year is it, anyway?" The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Indeed, why were they not utilizing walkie-talkies? Abigail inquired with confusion. "Timeline? What does that mean?" Xiahou replied, "Did I not mention it before? This is a game. Moreover, it belongs to the Marvel Universe. Blade is merely a fragment of it. How can I ascertain what will transpire later without confirming the timeline? Why do you all look at me like that? Didn't I say it?" In unison, the three retorted, "You never said that." "Well, let's not dwell on it. By the way, have we arrived?" Xiahou pointed towards the FBI building ahead, suppressing their questions. The trio watched as Little Black slowly drove into the underground garage. After stopping a staircase, he informed them, "I will wait for you by the street outside. Once you emerge, I will come to assist you." With that, he drove away. Abigail continued, "I'll first infiltrate the surveillance room. Hannibal, you go rescue Blade. Xiahou will accompany me. Once we have completed our mission, we will come and find you." Just as Xiahou was about to complain, Abigail firmly pulled him away from a different direction. Chapter 13, Death Again. Xiahou had no choice but to follow, muttering, "Fine, you're impressive. Are we done yet?" After navigating a considerable detour, they arrived at the entrance of a room. Abigail made a shushing gesture to Xiahou before cautiously turning the doorknob. Inside the room was the surveillance center, where two Caucasian men were fixated on an array of screens. The monitors displayed various crucial corridors and rooms. In one of them, Blade was bound to an interrogation chair, surrounded by a group of people. As Xiahou moved closer, he grumbled, "Why did you need me here? To spectate?" He began to smash the mainframe and servers. After wreaking havoc on the machinery, Abigail led him toward the interrogation room where Blade was confined. Meanwhile, Hannibal had stealthily approached the entrance of the interrogation room. After discreetly incapacitating the guard at the door, he entered the monitoring room. He then leapt inside and provocatively addressed the four vampires present. "Good evening, ladies." Upon spotting him, Danica Talos instantly erupted in fury. "How dare you, Hannibal, appear before me?" Hannibal disregarded him, effortlessly reducing one vampire to ashes, and promptly administered the suppressor serum to Blade's lips. "Hey, Blade, wake up. You're saved." A vampire who had just shielded himself with the interrogation table, witnessing Hannibal being driven against the wall, prepared to retaliate. However, as he passed Blade, the recovering Blade delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. With the effects of the serum, Blade began to regain his strength, and the shackles binding him shattered under his might. Realizing the situation was dire, Danica promptly slipped away through the window of the monitoring room. The vampire, felled by the Blade, noticed that his leader had fled. How could he remain behind? Without hesitation, he followed suit, leaving only the robust vampire, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. He failed to realize that the Blade had fully recovered and was now fixed upon him. The Blade, however, paid him no mind. After ensuring that Hannibal was unharmed, it gestured for him to leave and turned its attention back to its array of equipment. Hannibal, undeterred, exited the observation room, intent on pursuing the fleeing Danica. At this moment, Xiahou accompanied Abigail to the interrogation floor, which had descended into chaos, with gunfire erupting everywhere. Abigail charged in, swiftly laying out several LAPD and FBI personnel with a flurry of punches. Xiahou, witnessing the mayhem, felt his adrenaline surge. He seized a passing LAPD officer and landed a punch squarely on his helmet. With a soft thud, he sensed his hand swelling. The LAPD officer, bewildered, must have thought, "Is this guy insane? I wear a heavy helmet, And he just threw a punch at me? How brave can one be? Realizing his fist had little effect, Xiahou aimed a kick at the officer's chest, sending him sprawling. As the officer attempted to rise again, Xiahou delivered several more kicks, his mind racing with thoughts on the simplest ways to incapacitate someone. Following the mental guidance, Xiahou aimed a kick at the back of the LAPD officer's neck, and he immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. Internally, Xiahou ranted, "What a ridiculous game. Why can't I learn everything instantly and put it to use? Why only impart knowledge? Why must one practice to play a game?" Meanwhile, the trio of the Blade had dispatched a multitude of foes. Upon noticing Abigail and Xiahou, Hannibal called out, "Whistler," to alert them of his position. The Blade, momentarily stunned, recognized the name of its foster father and mentor, turning to face them. Abigail, upon spotting them, urged, "Follow me. We cannot waste time here." Without delay, she turned to lead the way. "The only exit is this one. There are no alternatives. Move swiftly." Xiahou felt a jolt of urgency, but followed suit, retrieving the azure rose. He reminded the others, "You'd best secure your weapons. They will not show mercy any longer." Heeding his words, the others readied their arms, while Hannibal casually tossed a handgun to the Blade. However, the Blade fixated on the revolver in Xiahou's grasp. Feeling the weight of the Blade's gaze, Xiahou discreetly concealed his firearm behind him and declared, "Don't think that just because you're watching, I'll hand it over. Not a chance." Observing the hostility etched above the heads of those around him, Xiahou mused, "So, it's only now that you deem me an enemy? Very well, I shall not hold back." He pointed his gun toward the vampires, executing a swift American-style draw. The two vampires struck fell to ashes, disintegrating into nothingness. The LAPD, witnessing the spectacle, intensified their gunfire. Hannibal, witnessing Blade's departure, lost his composure in an instant and exclaimed, "Hey, we came to rescue you, and you just walked away?" Xiahou, observing the vampire fleeing, urged them, "Follow the vampire's path. I will provide cover." Abigail inquired, "What about you?" Xiahou confidently replied, "No worries. My gun has infinite ammunition, and I can suppress fire. Besides, even if I perish, I shall revive. I'm a player." With that, Xiahou peered out and began firing at the LAPD. After expending 6 bullets, he casually flicked the gun, ejecting the magazine before continuing his onslaught. The power of the Blue Rose's bullets rivaled that of a Barrett, causing the LAPD to hesitate in exposing themselves. 3 of them were struck, losing half their bodies in an instant. Hannibal swiftly grabbed Abigail and moved forward. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he called out to Xiahou, "Hurry, we will cover you." Hearing the call, Xiahou began to retreat while shooting, but in his backward movement, he stumbled over a discarded submachine gun and fell. The firepower of Hannibal's handguns was no match for Xiahou's weapon. Noticing the weakening of their firepower, particularly the formidable gun that had ceased firing, the LAPD cautiously peeked out to shoot, hitting the fallen Xiahou with 5 or 6 bullets. Abigail, in a moment of desperation, attempted to rush out and pull him to safety, but Hannibal restrained her. As Xiahou felt the bullets pierce his body, he pondered yet another inevitable death. Seeing Abigail's intent to assist, he urged, "You all must go. I will revive." With that, he lay on the ground, continuing to fire at the LAPD, though his strength waned, his grip on the gun faltering. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Abigail's face. Hannibal grasped her hand and urged her away, whispering, "Do not squander his goodwill. Trust that he may indeed revive." After their departure, Xiahou felt his last vestiges of strength dissipate, and he transformed into a myriad of light particles, leaving the LAPD in disbelief, wondering if they were hallucinating. The vampire left behind a heap of ashes, while Xiahou vanished without a trace, even his spilled blood dissipating into nothingness. Chapter 14, I Have Returned. As Hannibal and Abigail burst from the FBI building, they found themselves surrounded by the police, who were aiming their firearms at the entrance. Suddenly, Blade crashed through the glass of the building, landing heavily on the ground in a superhero-esque pose, leaving the encircling officers momentarily stunned, forgetting to shout or shoot. Blade proclaimed, "I'm off to retrieve my knife." Meanwhile, Little Black sped over in a car, urging, "Don't just stand there. Get in the car." Hannibal commanded, "Let's move. Drive." Without further questioning, Little Black floored the accelerator, bursting through the flower bed. The police, unable to pursue in time, could only watch as they receded into the distance. Yet, one determined figure was unwilling to let them escape. The brawny vampire pursued them, running with fervor. As the tension mounted, Xiahou abruptly exclaimed, "Someone is pursuing us." Deep within, Daophone pondered, "Who am I? Where am I? Why are they attacking me?" Abigail pointed an accusatory finger, declaring, "This is all your fault. Why did you leave us? You have already caused my father's demise. We came to rescue you." And now you have led to Xiahou's death as well. Daofeng, bewildered, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt wash over him. Hannibal interjected. Her name is Abigail Whistler, the daughter of Whistler. Xiahou bravely stayed behind to cover our retreat, sustaining numerous gunshot wounds. Yet he continued to fire in our defense. A heavy silence enveloped the group, and Daofeng could only murmur, I am deeply sorry. However, Abigail was unwilling to accept his apology, responding in agitation, I do not need your pity. Before she stormed off, Hannibal suggested, let her have a moment of solitude. She has lost both a father and a friend in a single day. Haiji's turned to Daofeng, asking, would you like me to arrange a place for you to stay? They are merely experiencing a tumultuous emotional state. Daofeng, feeling equally distressed, inquired, is there somewhere quieter? I believe I too require a moment of peace. Haiji's replied, you may go to the rooftop platform. It is usually devoid of visitors. After expressing his gratitude, Daofeng ascended the staircase. As time flowed quietly, the night gradually revealed its secrets, and at last, dawn broke with a soft glow, illuminating the sky. The group reconvened in the hall, introducing themselves and clarifying the current situation as they prepared to confront the vampire progenitor. Due to the recent tragedies befalling Xiahou and Whistler, Daofeng refrained from further harsh words. Just as they began discussing their subsequent plans, a constellation of luminous points coalesced at the center of the hall, eventually forming a human shape. With a final blinding flash, Xiahou materialized before them. The assembly stood in astonished silence. Upon recognizing Xiahou, Abigail rushed forward and enveloped him in an embrace. As Xiahou opened his eyes, he was greeted by Abigail's fervent hug and jovially remarked, hey there, beautiful. Why are you holding on to me? Could it be you've developed feelings? But that's impossible. I don't date NPCs. Besides, I prefer the gentle type. You're far too aggressive for me. Hannibal chimed in, Xiahou, how did you accomplish this? It's astounding. If I possessed such abilities, I could single-handedly eliminate every vampire. That would be absolutely magnificent. Only Sam Field appeared perplexed. Although she heard Xiahou's voice, she could not discern what had transpired and asked, what just happened? Has Xiahou been resurrected? How did he come back to life? This revelation left Sam Field deep in contemplation. The realization of her impending demise and the fact that she was merely a character in a film paled in comparison to this new revelation. Although Xiahou had mentioned his capacity for resurrection, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different sensation. Xiahou then inquired, what are you all doing here? Why is everyone gathered? Abigail responded, we are strategizing on how to confront the vampires and their progenitor. By the way, aren't you familiar with the plot? Do you have any insightful suggestions? Xiahou, I possess no particularly splendid suggestions. Simply eliminate them all. Aside from the progenitor vampire, I believe his name was Drake, correct? Hannibal confirmed, indeed, that is he. Xiahou, I recall that he is impervious to sunlight and can resurrect as long as a single drop of blood remains. Ultimately, it was through the elixir crafted from his blood, known as Morningstar, that you managed to bring him down. By the way, it was during your attempt to procure his blood that your presence was revealed, leading to your home being invaded. Hannibal, how do we manage to locate him then? Xiahou, it seems you tortured one of his subordinates to uncover his whereabouts. In any case, this narrative is rather absurd, just like your failure to utilize walkie-talkies for communication. The group fell silent once more, particularly Abigail and Heggies. One is a leader, and the other a weapon expert. It is astonishing they did not consider this issue. Abigail spoke up. All right, understood. Since we succeeded using this method before, we shall employ it once more, albeit with greater caution to ensure our base remains undiscovered. Also, let us refrain from mentioning walkie-talkies again. Xiahou, all right. Not mentioning it anymore. Is that acceptable? Furthermore, I personally suggest relocating non-combat personnel to a different location. This way, even if we are exposed, they will not be in danger. Abigail, I shall contemplate it. Meanwhile, Blade remained in a state of shock, first witnessing the deceased resurrect before his eyes, followed by the myriad of revelations. Is this the work of a prophet? How else could one possess such knowledge? Moreover, the ability to resurrect is even more outrageous than his own half-vampiric nature. As the others ceased their inquiries into him and began to ponder their own matters, Xiahou discreetly opened his panel. A notification indicating the completion of a task was flashing. Chapter 15, Reinforcement. Upon claiming the rewards for rescuing the warrior blade, his energy value surged to 1058, along with new designated lottery chances. Xiahou suddenly felt that dying once more was not an unbearable prospect, for there were no penalties upon death. Meanwhile, time flowed normally for the others. Thus he must remain vigilant to avoid sudden demise, lest he fail his task without recompense. Moreover, The disparity in rewards was quite significant, fluctuating between high and low. Particularly disconcerting was the initial reward of merely 50 energy points, though that task appeared to be the simplest. Yet the subsequent 2 rewards were not particularly challenging either. Merely speaking would suffice. Could it be that the alterations or revelations of the narrative influenced this? It seemed rather troublesome. Regardless, why overthink a game? One merely needs to charge ahead. Lottery, lottery. A new day, a new life. I feel invigorated. Once more, he accessed the designated lottery page, opting for skills and bloodlines. He could not fathom the possibility of drawing anything less than something splendid. The slot machine's visuals spun wildly, ultimately revealing an image of a telephone, accompanied by the shadowy outline of a ghost. Xiahou glanced at the description below. Spirit phone. You may converse with the deceased, but each individual is permitted only 1 call, lasting a maximum of 2 hours, and others shall not overhear. No call charges apply. Cooldown time, 10 days. Xiahou has once again been petrified. What purpose does this serve? Is it merely for delivering messages to the deceased? Can we not receive something of genuine utility? After claiming his reward, Xiahou gazed at his energy value of 1058, hesitating on whether to draw again. Having already drawn 2 useless skills, one might wonder if the next would finally yield a valuable ability. To linger in hesitation is to concede defeat. A true man never falters. Draw. It is imperative that I draw. Once more, he clicked on the skill and bloodline lottery. The slot machine whirled wildly, and this time, a vial of crimson elixir appeared. Xiahou was elated, recognizing the image. It could only be a strengthening potion or serum. Indeed, I am favored by fortune. However, upon reading the description, his spirits plummeted. Primary strengthening potion. It can marginally enhance various attributes to 2, 3 times that of an average person. Is this not the very strengthening potion I refrained from purchasing earlier? So, after 2 futile attempts, I have merely earned a mere 250? Developer, come forth. I assure you, I shall not lay a finger upon you. Who do you dare insult? Meanwhile, the others present observed Xiahou's animated expressions, engaging in hushed conversation. Hi Jeezy, what has befallen him? Hannibal, it's nothing. He was like this yesterday. He will be fine shortly. Xiahou, could he truly be unwell? Abigail, Field, what are you all discussing? Blade's inner thoughts. Are these individuals unwell? Will collaboration with them lead to misfortune? Zoe, observing discreetly. After venting internally, Xiahou recalibrated his mindset and claimed his reward. After all, the previous 2 draws were complimentary. There was no reason to be vexed. In terms of my own expenditure, I have profited by 250. Cursing this plant, the sight of that number incited my ire. Subsequently, he selected to use the potion, and a small test tube appeared in his hand, capped with a wooden stopper. Clearly, it was intended for him to consume directly. Without hesitation, Xiahou uncorked the stopper and poured the contents into his mouth, offering a brief review. It has a delightful watermelon flavor, quite commendable. The others, noticing the sudden appearance of the test tube in his hand, were not particularly curious, merely puzzled about what he had ingested. Blade, I am curious. Do not disregard me. Hannibal directly inquired. Xiahou, what are you drinking? Allow me one as well. Xiahou shook the empty test tube in his hand. It is a strengthening potion. This was the sole vial, now consumed by me. Hannibal immediately rushed to Xiahou's side, seizing him and demanding, a strengthening potion? Is it akin to that of Captain America? The crowd. Field spoke up. Might I study it? There is but 1 bottle remaining. Is that permissible? Xiahou approached Field, extending the test tube into her hands. Upon receiving it, Field remarked, certainly, I shall analyze its components to determine if it can be replicated. With that, she was assisted by Zoe, making her way towards her laboratory. Xiahou also sensed a surge of warmth radiating throughout his body, as if he were ablaze. Others began to notice the heat radiating from him, his skin flushing a deep crimson, akin to that of a boiled lobster. Abigail, observing the peculiar state of Xiahou, inquired with genuine concern, Xiahou, are you all right? You appear somewhat unwell. Xiahou, feeling exceptionally uncomfortable and parched, seized a bottle of water from the table and began to drink. However, once he finished, the thirst persisted, prompting him to ask, is there any more water? I feel incredibly thirsty. Abigail promptly offered her own bottle, saying, here, drink this. I shall fetch you a few more. With that, she dashed out to retrieve more water. Xiahou continued to drink, and after consuming 3 additional bottles, he finally felt a semblance of relief as the heat within him began to dissipate. I feel significantly better now. My entire being is brimming with vitality, he exclaimed, glancing at his arms only to find them unchanged, slender, and still at 178 centimeters tall. He could not help but jest. It appears I do not possess the same luck as Captain America. Why is it that he transforms into a muscular behemoth while I remain the same? The onlookers could only sigh. It was evident that worrying about this fool was unnecessary. Xiahou then opened his personal panel to examine his information. Name, Xiahou D. Strength, 18. Average person 5. Agility, 12. Average person 5. Intelligence, 15. Average person 5. Assets, 58. Energy points abilities. Basic combat skills equipped. Scarlet Queen. Azure Rose items. None skills. Underwater breathing, after casting a spell, allows free breathing underwater for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of half an hour. Spirit Phone enables communication with the deceased, but each individual can only be contacted once, for a maximum of 2 hours, and others cannot overhear. No cost incurred. With a cooldown of 10 days, Bloodline. Basic Enhancement Serum. Note: each tier can only be used once. Current main quest. None current side quest. None gazing at his newly revealed panel. Xiahou's confidence in this being a game grew. However, he pondered the significance of these attributes. Was he truly relegated to the lowest tier? Watch me rise like a phoenix. Chapter 16. The initial clash with Blade Edge. As Xiahou reveled in his newfound strength, he sought someone to test his abilities against. Spotting Blade Edge striking a pose, he boldly asked, "Blade Edge, would you care to spar with me? It would be an excellent opportunity to gauge my progress." Blade Edge, noticing Xiahou's eager expression, was equally curious about his capabilities and readily agreed. "Certainly. Where shall we duel? You may use the basketball court. It is spacious enough." "Follow me," Abigail suggested, leading the way toward the court. Both Blade Edge and Xiahou nodded in agreement and followed her, while the others, sensing the impending excitement, rose to join them. Hygees quietly queried Little Black Dykes, "Who do you think will win?" Hannibal chimed in, "Shall we place a wager?" "I bet on Blade Edge 100. Little Black and Little Fat did not even spare him a glance, continuing to follow the others ahead. Hannibal, feeling discontented, exclaimed, "Hey, are you quite sure you don't wish to place a bet? What if Xiahou emerges victorious?" However, his entreaties were met only with 2 rude gestures. Yet he remained unfazed and approached the 2 individuals, continuing, "Please, don't be like that. My brothers, you must understand, Xiahou possesses extraordinary abilities. Even Daofeng may not best him." In unison, the 2 retorted, "Then why do you not wager on Xiahou yourself? Why leave it to us? We are not fools." As Xiahou spoke, he nudged Hannibal with his elbow. Realizing he could not sway them, Hannibal reluctantly withdrew. Upon arriving at the basketball court, Daofeng and Xiahou positioned themselves on opposite sides. Locking eyes, "How shall we engage? Shall we employ weapons?" Daofeng inquired, drawing forth his sword and demonstrating a flourish. Xiahou, incensed by Daofeng's bravado, responded with a thought, summoning the Crimson Queen from his backpack. As he grasped the blade, it sank slightly under its weight, yet he managed to stabilize it, acknowledging that his 18 points of strength were insufficient to wield it one-handed. He then employed his other hand for support. The onlookers had grown accustomed to Xiahou's sudden manifestations, having witnessed similar feats before, such as with the revolver. Hannibal, unable to contain his excitement, approached and began to caress the blade, asking, "Xiahou, this sword is magnificent. May I have a turn?" Reflecting on his initial encounter with the Crimson Queen, Xiahou replied, "Of course. You are my dearest brother." He then handed the sword to Hannibal. Hannibal nearly fumbled the weapon, but managed to maintain his grip, inspecting it with keen interest. "It is truly beautiful, yet it feels somewhat heavy. Does it possess a name akin to your Azure Rose?" Xiahou, sensing Hannibal's ability to hold the sword, felt a twinge of discontent, but was nonetheless pleased by the compliment. After all, who does not relish showcasing their prized possessions, especially in the company of good friends? Indeed, it has a name, the Crimson Queen. It is celebrated as the finest armament a warrior could possess. Both it and the Azure Rose are exclusive weapons of Nero, wielded against numerous formidable demons. But now, it belongs to me, Xiahou declared, producing the Azure Rose and demonstrating various poses with it. Daofeng, witnessing their display, grew increasingly displeased, particularly coveting the 2 weapons. He interjected, "Are we going to fight or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing this, Xiahou quickly stowed his gun and brandished his sword toward Daofeng, stating, "Of course we shall fight. Though I may not necessarily triumph over you, I still wish to give it a try." Seeing both ready for combat, Hannibal retreated to the side of the others, his expression brimming with anticipation. As Daofeng prepared himself, he charged forward with a sweeping strike. Xiahou promptly raised his sword to block, yet the immense force behind Daofeng's blow pushed him back several steps before he regained his balance. A sharp pain coursed through his palm, prompting an internal lament. Must it be so exaggerated? I possess 3 times the strength of a normal person, yet I'm still forced back so far. The blade felt a sense of bewilderment, questioning his own capabilities. Was he truly that inept? He had merely swung his weapon casually, exerting no more than a third of his strength. Yet, he did not dwell on this thought for long. He suppressed a portion of his power and advanced to strike once more. Xiahou found himself increasingly challenged to withstand the onslaught, despite having enhanced his attributes and being able to apply his knowledge more swiftly. Were it not for the conspicuous augmentation of his strength and reflexes, he might not have endured for so long. However, with a faint sound, the Crimson Empress was ultimately sent flying. The blade was now poised at Xiahou's neck, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Upon hearing the assessment, Xiahou recognized the truth in the blade's words. As an ordinary individual, without the enhancements and upgrades to his physical abilities, along with the combat techniques he had acquired, he would have been utterly defenseless. Yet, while he possessed skills, he lacked experience. Without the ability to internalize those skills, he would be unable to grow stronger. Could you teach me? He earnestly inquired. I was just an ordinary person, but I wish to become stronger. Is that so? I shall practice diligently. Thank you. Xiahou expressed his gratitude immediately. The blade merely nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Abigail approached Xiahou, observing his still trembling hands. Do you need to rest for a while? She asked. Xiahou did not object and replied, Could you arrange a place for me to stay? Abigail gently placed her hand on his shoulder and said, Allow me to guide you. Suddenly, Xiahou interjected, By the way, why are you so concerned about me? Could it be that you've developed feelings for me? Abigail's face flushed with color as she retorted, Impossible. I'm simply looking out for a comrade. Hannibal, standing nearby, began a cheer, and the others shared amused smiles. Xiahou responded earnestly, You had better mean that, for we are not destined to be together. You know I'm a player, while you're an NPC. There could be no outcome. Abigail's expression shifted abruptly, her mood darkening, yet she stubbornly declared, I understand. And I do not like you. We have only just met. Xiahou's demeanor suddenly changed, a playful glint in his eyes as he remarked, Do you know what our greatest obstacle is? Abigail instinctively asked, What? I possess a protective function. My pants cannot be removed, Xiahou declared, proceeding to remove his long trousers, leaving only his t-shirt and white boxers. Standing with his hands on his hips, he laughed boastfully. I am the man you cannot have. Ha! Ha ha ha! Chapter 17. Daily Life and Training. As Abigail observed Xiahou laughing heartily, any lingering fondness she had evaporated without a trace. Surely, she had been blind to develop any affection for this fool. Hannibal approached Xiahou, scrutinizing his shorts, and inquired, You claim your pants cannot be taken off? Is that true? Xiahou replied with pride, Of course. They are more robust than hulks. They won't tear. Upon hearing this, Hannibal swiftly moved forward to tug at them. After much effort, the trousers remained steadfastly in place, as if fused to the skin. Hannibal, intrigued, inquired, How do you manage to relieve yourself? Do you not require such a necessity? To which the reply came, Of course, I do need to use the restroom, and it's quite fascinating. Would you like me to demonstrate? I certainly possess the necessary equipment. It's merely that the game has protective mechanisms in place. As Xiahou spoke, he wrapped an arm around Hannibal, eager to showcase his restroom techniques. Thus, the two departed the basketball court, engaged in conversation, while the others silently observed their exit. Blade looked at Abigail, hesitating, You all. Abigail swiftly covered her face with her hands, exclaiming, It's just the two of them. Yet, as the words left her mouth, Xiahou and Xiao Peng had already rushed to catch up, calling out, Wait for us, we want to see too. Slow down. Only three remained on the scene, and the atmosphere between Blade and Abigail grew even more somber. Field remarked, I can't see anything. I want to see too. Zoe, the fourth individual present alongside her mother, chimed in, So I have no part in this, I suppose. Oh, your ability to urinate from a distance is simply astounding. By the way, have you ever been with a woman? The inquiry was met with a puzzled response. Why should I divulge such details? You must tell me. I want to be able to sleep otherwise. Come on. I'll share my experiences with vampires in exchange. How about that? I have no interest in knowing. Came the retort. Why not ask Xiao Peng and the others? But truly, have you been with a vampire? They are not the same as you. I'm far more curious about you. Please share. As the sounds of their banter echoed into the hall, Hannibal and Xiahou re-entered with the four of them. The three seated in the hall wore expressions of disbelief, and Blade scrutinized Abigail with a piercing gaze. Frustrated by Blade's relentless stare, Abigail shouted, Please, let's not discuss this topic any further. And Xiahou, weren't you supposed to take me to the room? She winked at Hannibal, suggesting they could revisit the conversation later. After leading Xiahou to the room, Abigail could not suppress her curiosity any longer, asking, Are you really unable to fully remove your trousers? Very well. Take a moment to rest. I shall check on Blade and the others. With a heavy heart, Abigail exited, closing the door behind her. Xiahou, meanwhile, reclined on the bed, lost in thought. Perhaps her affections stemmed from the recent death of her father and the companionship she found in him during this time. To sever her budding feelings now would be the wisest course of action. He finally understood why soldiers and athletes train diligently every day. True strength is indeed cultivated through practice. Otherwise, even the finest physique cannot secure victory. Why must one train in a game when one could simply reap rewards like in a light novel, effortlessly conquering everything in sight? The desire to have the power to swat away even the most insignificant ant was a longing he shared. Alas, he resolved to view this as an opportunity to learn a new skill. If he could master it within the game, perhaps it would serve him well in reality. After a brief slumber, he would soon engage in his sword training. As his eyes gently closed, Xiahou gradually slipped into the realm of dreams. In his reverie, he piloted a strike freedom, soaring above New York, effortlessly dispatching the Chitauri, leaving them in tears. He charged boldly into a spatial portal, unleashing a barrage of missiles at the enemy warships. Just as he prepared to obliterate their flagship, he was abruptly awakened. Rubbing his dizzy head, Xiahou surveyed his surroundings. He opened the door to the hall, only to find it deserted. After a brief exploration, he spotted his companions, Xiahou and Xiaopeng, engaged in a spirited game of basketball. Approaching them, Xiahou inquired, "Where are the others? Why are only you two here?" Xiaopeng replied, "Dao Feng, Abigail, and Hannibal went out together to gather intelligence on those serving the vampires. Field is busy researching the virus and your serum." Xiahou added, "Have you rested enough? Care to join us for a game?" Xiahou smiled appreciatively. "No, I think I shall skip the game. I want to focus on training. Are there any other facilities available?" "Thanks, Xiaopeng. You all carry on. I will head off to train." With a wave, he made his way to the stairs, adding, "I don't need anything for now. I aim to refine the techniques in my mind first. I will seek your assistance another day." "All right then. Just be careful not to injure yourself." Xiaopeng blushed slightly, exclaiming, "I like women, definitely not men." Xiahou awkwardly rubbed his nose, trying to shift the topic. "No matter. Let us continue our game." "No, I'm not interested anymore. You can play by yourself. I'm off to continue my research on new weapons. Goodbye." With that, Xiaopeng huffed and stormed off. Xiahou chose not to ascend to the rooftop, primarily due to the overwhelming power of his weapons. Should he cause damage to the building, it would be undesirable. Instead, he ventured outside to a seaside dock, where he retrieved 2 weapons, contemplating his training. What should he practice first? After a moment of reflection, he decided to stow away the Scarlet Queen, realizing that it was still beyond his current capabilities. For now, he would concentrate on firearms. He gathered numerous bottles and assorted scrap materials, arranging them on the dock's pilings. Raising his revolver, he took aim casually and emptied the magazine. Upon inspecting his targets, he noted with embarrassment, not a single shot hit. This isn't how it's supposed to go, is it? Aren't they always hitting the mark in the movies? Why am I so off target? He thought to himself, at least at one. Taking a moment to steady his aim, he fired. With a resounding bang, the bottle shattered into fragments. He fired again, and another bottle met the same fate. With each shot, the arranged targets were obliterated. Xiahou stroked his chin. It seems I'm not too shabby after all. Though, I do need to reduce the time spent aiming. More practice is essential. As time quietly flowed by, nightfall descended unexpectedly. Chapter 18, A New Side Quest. After an afternoon of practice, Xiahou had achieved the remarkable feat of hitting every stationary target without fail. The remarkable enhancement of agility and intellect is indeed commendable. He felt that when fixating on a singular target, his concentration intensified significantly, thereby directly augmenting his accuracy. Just as Xiahou was about to acquiesce, a notification emerged on the interface, triggering side quest, capture Dr. Vance. Task details, accompany Hannibal and others to apprehend Dr. Vance, ensuring no casualties. Task reward, 300 energy points, 1 chance for a random draw. Upon hearing the possibility of encountering Drake, the trio's expressions instantly shifted. Blade particularly inquired directly, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, especially since Hannibal seemed to have sustained injuries from him. My memory serves me well, recalling that Drake's indomitable resilience is utterly insufferable. As a vampire, his strength is merely comparable to that of Captain America. Aside from a slightly enhanced healing ability, he possesses no unique powers. You are rather feeble," as Xiahou confirmed. He could not help but disdainfully glance at Blade, entirely oblivious to how he had been bested that morning. Blade, disregarding Xiahou's subsequent jibe, began contemplating strategies to confront Drake. Abigail and Hannibal also commenced planning whether to bring additional equipment the following day. Particularly, Hannibal, upon hearing of potential injuries, pondered whether he should don extra bulletproof vests and various protective gear. Observing their demeanor, Xiahou attempted to offer reassurance. There's no need for excessive concern. From what I've seen in narrative, Blade should be able to hold his own against him. Although it seems somewhat implausible, I believe it will be manageable. At worst, I can simply provide backup. After the group finished their meal, they began discussing tactical approaches for the impending encounter with Drake. Abigail spoke first. Field, how is your Morning Star project progressing? Abigail nodded in response. Then let us refrain from using it tomorrow. We'll wait for the final product to be ready, lest we provoke Drake's defenses. She then turned to Xiahou, inquiring, do you know of any of his weaknesses? It appears he has none. As long as his undead form remains intact, no matter how one engages him, he simply cannot be vanquished. However, he does seem to exhibit a peculiar interest in Blade. Ultimately, when he could have retaliated, he chose to hold back. As Xiahou spoke, he cast an unusual glance at Blade. The others also directed their gazes toward him, with Hannibal particularly raising his eyebrows and making clicking sounds. Blade, observing Xiahou reveling in his mischief, felt an intense urge to silence him with his blade. Despite having gleaned Xiahou's peculiarities from the others, his personality was entirely incompatible with Blade's. He relished in posturing and striking poses, while Xiahou continuously undermined his stature. Noticing Blade's silence, Abigail interjected to defuse the tension. All right, then Xiahou will join us tomorrow, and everyone should exercise caution. Let us ensure our gear is in order. Otherwise, we can each attend to our own matters. After the group acknowledged her, they dispersed, while Xiahou ascended to the rooftop. He intended to practice his hand-to-hand combat techniques, refining the various moves ingrained in his memory. After all, with his heightened intellect, he felt that even a few days without sleep would pose no significant issue. Devote a little more time to practice, striving to become stronger. Originally intending to enjoy the breeze on the rooftop, Blade noticed Xiahou training and opted not to disturb him, turning away to seek another location. Time flowed gently, traversing from the serene dusk of nightfall to the first blush of dawn in a new day. After the four of them meticulously checked their gear in the hall, they prepared to depart for Dr. Vance's office building, which they had located the previous night. Xiahou, I didn't check, I merely observed their inspection. As the four settled into the vehicle, Hannibal, while driving, initiated a conversation with Xiahou. By the way, what was your original world like? At this moment, Abigail chimed in. You must find it quite unfamiliar here, right? Have you ever considered that perhaps our world is not merely a game? Abigail's question hung in the air. How could that possibly be? This is a game, plain and simple. How could it not be a game? Xiahou exclaimed with fervor. Abigail, realizing she may have overstepped, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. I just thought that maybe this place could also be a real world. I meant no offense. At this juncture, Xiahou recognized his own excessive excitement. Moreover, who would traverse to another realm only to be forbidden from removing their trousers? Wasn't he that tantamount to being rendered impotent? Unable to engage in even the simplest of trades, let alone pursue a romantic relationship. It would be better to end it all. Was he to rely solely on his charm for a platonic relationship with a girl? Yet, recalling that others were aware they were characters from films and games without showing any agitation, he felt somewhat foolish for his own reaction. Blade silently munched on snacks nearby, indicating he was merely an observer. Chapter 19. The Acquisition of Ancestral Blood. As the two began to calm down, Hannibal shifted the topic. Xiahou, is that foul-smelling delicacy from last time truly gone? Once I tasted it, I couldn't forget that flavor. That last one was from a lottery draw, so I'm not entirely sure. But let me check, Xiahou replied, recalling that the marketplace offered food items, hoping to find something. He promptly opened the marketplace and searched for spicy strips, his eyes widening at the plethora of images that appeared. Xiahou swallowed hard, noting the multitude of varieties. He had only sampled a few. Prices ranged from 2 energy points per pack for the stinky spicy strips he had won before, to 30 energy points for packs that could purchase a full nanobiotic suit or other powerful equipment. Just as he contemplated voicing a complaint, he noticed the description. Crafted from grains and herbs rich in spiritual energy, consumption would enhance cultivation or game levels, instantly quelling any desire to criticize. He glanced at his balance and proceeded to purchase 4 packs at 2 energy points each, distributing 1 pack to each companion. He remarked, there really are some, but they require energy for purchase. 1 for each person. That is all there is. The others expressed their gratitude upon receiving their packs. However, Hannibal simply tucked his into his pocket and said to Xiahou, could you spare me a bit of your points? It's inconvenient for me to manage while driving. Upon observing the contemptuous expression on his face, Xiahou instantly discerned his intentions. Not a chance. I shall not feed a man. That is utterly repugnant. Here, take mine. I have no desire for such fare. As Daofeng spoke, he handed his own pack to Hannibal. Overjoyed, Hannibal accepted it with one hand, expressing his gratitude while also flashing a triumphant grin at Xiahou. However, he did not overindulge. After taking a couple of pieces, he returned the remainder to Daofeng, reminding him to sample it as well, for it was quite delightful. Daofeng did not object. He accepted the offering and took a piece to savor, then turned to Hannibal, lamenting, I regret having given this to you. It is indeed quite delectable. The atmosphere within the vehicle improved, accompanied by a cacophony of voices as they arrived outside a grand edifice. The group readied themselves, with Daofeng leading the way into the building. Hey, you cannot enter. Just as they passed through security, a guard approached to intercept them. Hannibal swiftly unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, incapacitating the guard. Xiahou watched with interest, interjecting with a quip. Wouldn't it be more effective to simply knock him out? Don't you think that would be quite impressive? As Hannibal posed dramatically, Abigail called out from the front, urging them to cease their antics and hasten. Simultaneously, she and Daofeng subdued several other guards, making their way up the stairs. Xiahou and the others had no choice but to follow, with Xiahou continuing his jibes. Look at them, while you were posing. They took down 4 or 5 without breaking a sweat. I didn't lift a finger. The group pressed on, ultimately reaching the door of Vance's office, where Daofeng forcefully kicked it open. Inside stood a middle-aged Caucasian man with brown hair, adorned with a necklace made of what appeared to be animal bones. Upon their entrance, he greeted them with a smile. Hello, how may I assist you? Grabbing Hannibal, who was about to step forward, Xiahou interjected. He is not Vance. He is Drake. Simultaneously, he drew a revolver and fired 6 shots, only for Drake to deftly evade them, even kicking a table towards the group. They scattered to avoid it. But Drake seized the opportunity to grab Xiahou by the neck, disarming him of his revolver and dragging him to the window, taking cover behind him. Drake then inquired of Xiahou, how did you recognize me? Despite being held captive, Xiahou remained unfazed, retorting, you've already revealed yourself, and the man on the floor has given you away. Surely, you cannot think us blind. Puzzled, Drake pondered what revealing oneself meant, ultimately concluding that it was the fallen Vance who had exposed him, and he dismissed Xiahou as comment. Continuing to grip his neck while hiding behind him, he addressed Daofeng. You must be the infamous hunter who instills fear in them, correct? I find you quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, the other 3 members, aside from Daofeng himself, fixed their gazes upon him, with Xiahou exclaiming, see, I told you he was interested in you. Drake pondered, is this truly my intention? Blade directly contemplated whether to eliminate both individuals to prove his innocence. Unbeknownst to the assembly, the revolver that had fallen to the ground beside Xiahou had vanished without a trace. Xiahou directed one hand toward Drake's waist, simultaneously signaling the trio opposite him, accompanied by the resounding crack of a gunshot. The azure rose reappeared in Xiahou's grasp, and Drake was struck, crashing through the window and plummeting outside. Observing Drake's ejection, Blade did not hesitate and followed suit, leaping out as well. Abigail and Hannibal raised their thumbs in unison. Xiahou then approached the prostrate Vance on the ground, giving him a kick as he said, he's still breathing, but it feels like it's fading fast. The 2 hastened over to Vance, with Hannibal lifting his head and gently patting his face, inquiring, where is their headquarters? Tell us, and we shall avenge you. In his dying breath, Vance drew Hannibal close, whispering an address before succumbing to the void. Xiahou received a notification indicating the completion of his task, and, upon reviewing the status, he mused, does this truly count as a success? I had thought it a failure. After witnessing Vance's demise, Abigail moved to the ground by the window, retrieving a container to collect the blood that lay pooled before her. Chapter 20. The Heart of the Dragon Slayer. Abigail and Hannibal paid little heed to the peculiarities of Xiahou's actions, as they had grown accustomed to his oddities. With the blood in hand, they sought out Field, who was in the lab accompanying his daughter in her artistic endeavors. Hearing their approach, Field comforted Zoe before walking over with her cane. Abigail quickly stepped forward to support her and handed over the container filled with blood. Upon receiving it and opening it to take a whiff, Field remarked, this should suffice. Please summon Hages. I require his assistance in this research. I shall fetch him. Wait here for a moment, Hannibal said, already stepping out of the room. After taking a shower, Xiahou felt rejuvenated and promptly opened the lottery interface, noticing the solitary number indicating his random draw attempts. He clasped his hands in prayer and confirmed his entry. The slot machine displayed a frenzied array of images, and as it came to a halt, an image of a hand clutching a heart appeared prominently in the center, radiating a blue luminescence. Part of the Dragon Slayer, special bloodline upon use. It grants magical attributes and gradually enhances physical attributes. I cannot compensate. Rather, perhaps I have burdened him with an inexorable fate. Even so, I possess a life that ought to be dedicated to him. Xiahou gazed at the item description, contemplating its familiarity. However, considering the lottery had already yielded 2 remarkable items, perhaps it would be prudent to focus solely on this in the future. After claiming the item, he scrutinized the heart within his inventory, pondering its application. Surely it could not entail replacing his own heart. However, upon observing the introduction of attributes that grant magical power and gradually enhance physical capabilities, he steeled his resolve and chose to proceed with the change, for it was merely a game avatar. What was the significance of exchanging a heart? The pain in his chest intensified. Simultaneously, a persistent ache radiated from the right side of his torso. The 30 points of pain feedback did little to alleviate the sensation, which only grew more severe, spreading throughout his body until darkness enveloped him, causing him to collapse and lose consciousness. Inside the room, when others saw Xiahou lying face down in shorts, a wave of concern surged within them. They hurriedly approached to check for signs of life, and upon confirming his breathing, one of them went to summon Field. Others soon gathered in Xiahou's room. After a thorough examination, Field addressed the group, stating, "There appears to be no serious issue. He is merely unconscious and should awaken shortly." However, Abigail interjected eagerly. "However, what? Please do tell." "It seems I heard the sound of 2 heartbeats." Field hesitated. This indicates that Xiahou possesses 2 hearts. Upon hearing this, the others collectively exhaled in relief. Having feared something far more dire, it was merely a matter of 2 hearts. With that, they dispersed. Haggis continued to engage Field in research on Morningstar, while Little Black dragged Hannibal off to play basketball. Abigail, however, chose to remain behind. After exiting, Hannibal whispered to Little Black, "I believe the boss has a definite interest in Xiahou. Look, he is still inside." Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, do you have a girlfriend?" Little Black. Once everyone had departed, Abigail stared blankly at Xiahou, who lay on the bed, his face occasionally betraying a hint of pain. "How is it that I find myself drawn to someone who is not even handsome?" She pondered, unconsciously brushing away the sweat beading on his forehead. Meanwhile, Xiahou was immersed in a peculiar dream, wherein various individuals beseeched a singular person's assistance. Regardless of the requests made, that individual endeavored to fulfill them. Gradually, the demands escalated to an outrageous extent, culminating in a plea for that person to sacrifice their life. True to form, the individual acquiesced, consenting to die in order to satisfy their wishes, ultimately perishing alone in a desolate mountain. As the dream's imagery began to fade, a spectral figure materialized before him. The apparition spoke slowly, as if for oneself that one ought to live. Its tone carried a hint of uncertainty. "Then what is the purpose of living? My existence only brings tragedy to others." Xiahou retorted. "Then change that. Do not let the opinions of others confine you. They merely use lofty ideals to exploit you for their own gain. Live on my behalf, then. My skills have been fully merged with you. Carry my heart and live for me. Remember my name, Siegfried," the figure implored before dissipating from Xiahou's sight. With a powerful shout, "Siegfried!" Xiahou jolted upright from his bed. Guarding his Abigail, he was startled. However, upon seeing the tears streaming down Xiahou's face, he quickly stepped forward to embrace him. "What troubles you? Who is Siegfried?" He gently wiped away the tears from Xiahou's cheeks. As Xiahou gazed at Abigail, who held him close, he felt a heart that beat more vigorously on his right side than on the left. A person who lived solely for others, possessing a kindness that was almost unfathomable. "He has entrusted me with his heart and strength." As Xiahou spoke, he caressed the area over his right chest, feeling the heartbeat intensify. Abigail, observing Xiahou's hand resting on his right chest, recalled what Field had just said about 2 hearts and inquired, "Did you faint because of this?" "Indeed, and I even glimpsed part of his life in my dreams." "A knight of noble character," Xiahou replied, a wave of melancholy washing over him. "Thus, heroes are revered. Yet I am not cut out to be one. Perhaps I shall live once more alongside Siegfried, albeit within a game." Reflecting on his existence within a game, he looked at Abigail, who held him. "My dear, while I am grateful for your comfort, how long do you intend to hold me? And I did mention that we are not suited for one another." Xiahou jested. Upon hearing his words, Abigail felt a pang in her heart. This was the second time he had explicitly rejected her. Contemplating this, she retorted, "I merely felt pity for you, seeing you weep so sorrowfully. What are you thinking?" With that, she turned and fled the room. Chapter 21. The Surging Attributes and Magic Power. Watching Abigail depart, Xiahou sat on the bed and let out a slow sigh. He then began to examine his attribute panel. Strength, 48 agility, 42 intelligence, 35 magic power, 1250, 10 times the cumulative value. Wealth, 350 energy points existing bloodline. Primary enhancement serum. Note, can be used only once per level. Heart of the Dragon Slayer, special bloodline. Gazing at the surge in his attributes, he noted the gradual enhancement of his physical values. Such a significant increase upon arrival. He wondered how much more he could ultimately enhance. Moreover, a new magic power attribute had emerged, prompting Xiahou to ponder the identity of Zigfei. He was a character from Fate Grand Order, known in China as Fate Apocrypha, who also appeared in the Fate Apocrypha anime, an absolute paragon of virtue. He could also be referred to as a humanoid wishing machine. For those interested, though filled with tragedy, it is worth a watch. With the acquisition of magic power, could he now utilize the charging attribute of the Azure Rose? He would test this shortly. With such an increase in strength, he should be able to wield the Crimson Queen with ease. Xiahou thought as he grasped the Crimson Queen, swinging it effortlessly with one hand. It was clear that he had indeed grown stronger. Rest assured, Zigfei, I shall live well in this world of gaming. I will not allow myself to be held hostage by others under various pretenses. I shall pursue only that which I desire, even if tasks are assigned. They shall not sway me unless monetary incentives are presented. However, recalling my previous encounters with the Crimson Queen and the Azure Rose fills me with trepidation. No, I must not dwell on that. I was cursed. Yet, Xiahou chose to follow his heart, not out of fear. Yet, having money lying idle is unsightly. I must procure something, anything, even if it serves no purpose. As I pondered, I noticed the novice gear I currently adorned. I thought of others clad in professional combat attire or various uniforms. Though I am reluctant to wear tight-fitting clothing, I must at least acquire a stylish trench coat. Utility aside, it must look good. With this thought, I immediately began to search the marketplace. However, the special effects items started at several thousand energy points. I could only afford those without any notable effects. Considering I already possessed 2 exclusive items belonging to Nero, I felt compelled to complete the set. Hence, Xiahou purchased the Devil May Cry outfit of Dante. Do not inquire as to why. The reason is simply that Dante looks significantly more dashing. After donning my newly acquired garments, I felt transformed, exuding an undeniable charisma. The attire featured a sword sheath at the back, allowing me to sheath my weapons seamlessly, while a holster graced my waist for my firearm. Once I adorned the Crimson Queen and the Azure Rose, Xiahou rushed to the restroom mirror to admire my new visage. Gazing into the mirror, I beheld my reflection, black hair, dark eyes, and though my features were not particularly striking, my gaze radiated confidence and vitality. The long red leather trench coat revealed a formidable sword hilt behind me. The black inner lining accentuated my toned muscles, while I wore black leather pants, with a massive revolver holstered at my waist, paired with leather combat boots. The overall effect conveyed a sense of rebellion and defiance. However, upon glancing at my balance, which had dwindled to 30, I could not help but gasp internally. Such an expensive outfit. Acquiring the complete ensemble had cost me 320 energy points. Yet I could always earn more later. After admiring my new look for a moment longer, Xiahou prepared to step out and flaunt my appearance, eager to test the extent of my newfound strength. After all, in this Marvel universe, superhuman powers abound, ranging from several tons to hundreds of tons of strength. A proper test was necessary to establish a concrete benchmark. Upon witnessing Xiahou's new appearance, Hannibal gasped in awe, pondering if a transformation had occurred. How could a mere change of attire alter one's demeanor so profoundly, enhancing one's allure? It seemed as though a unique charisma emerged from within. Blade, the master of style, contemplated acquiring a red outfit of his own next. Wow, Xiahou, where did you procure that attire? It looks incredible. Wasn't he the Crimson Queen a struggle for you before? How are you wielding it so effortlessly now? This is simply too stylish. I must get a set for myself. It will undoubtedly attract the ladies. As Hannibal spoke, he circled around Xiahou, scrutinizing him, contemplating the customization of a similar ensemble for himself. Upon hearing the flattering remarks and witnessing the envious glances exchanged between the two, Xiahou felt that the expenditure of over 300 energy points was indeed worthwhile. It was true. A moment of ostentation brought immediate gratification, and the joy of maintaining such an image was everlasting. He proudly interjected, right? Isn't it handsome? I think so too. Moreover, I have recently acquired enhancements. I was also intending to inquire if you possess any devices for testing strength. I wish to assess my current power level. Hannibal, astonished yet intrigued by Xiahou's assertion of newfound strength, exclaimed, "You've grown stronger again? We've only known each other for just over 2 days, and you've already powered up twice. Truly, you are a remarkable being. Or is it that all players exhibit such absurdity? Beside them, Blade gazed at Xiahou with a look of admiration but refrained from uttering a word. Yes, we do have such devices. I shall take you there. However, about the heart of the Dragon Slayer. Could that be the reason you had 2 heartbeats during your health check? So, you possess 2 hearts now? That's incredibly cool. While escorting Xiahou to the testing facility, Hannibal sought to glean more information. Upon arriving at the equipment room, where the portly figure of Xiaopeng resided, Xiahou recounted the tale of the heart and Siegfried. Upon entering, they found Abigail in discussion with Xiaopeng regarding enhancements to her gear. Noticing the trio, particularly Xiahou's noticeably refreshed appearance, both Abigail and Xiaopeng inquired about their backgrounds, prompting Xiahou to retell his story. After hearing the account, Xiaopeng, with a look of astonishment, led them into the testing booth, which housed various measurement devices. Approaching an apparatus resembling a sandbag, Xiaopeng instructed Xiahou, "This device can measure your punch speed and force. Give it a try." Xiahou stepped forward, took a deep breath, and unleashed a punch, resulting in a thunderous sound. Xiaopeng hurried to the adjacent instrument to check the readings, which displayed 1,200 kilograms of force and a punch speed of 35 meters per second. You've achieved the equivalent of a small caliber weapon, an explosive force of 1,200 kilograms, 5 times that of a professional boxer. I can scarcely believe that a human can exert such power. Xiaopeng exclaimed in awe. Observing this, Blade approached the apparatus, eager to participate. As he struck, a sound emerged that was twice as thunderous as Xiahou's. After examining the readings, Xiaopeng announced, "Blade, you surpassed Xiahou. Your explosive force has reached 2,800 kilograms, 12 times that of a boxer." Nodding in satisfaction, Blade acknowledged that he had only utilized 80% of his strength. Xiaopeng then guided them to a treadmill, stating, "This machine can determine your running speed. Who will go first?" Xiahou promptly stepped forward, thinking to himself that he must take the lead. Otherwise, Blade's performance might overshadow his own ambitions. As Xiahou continued to sprint on the treadmill, the speed indicator accelerated, ultimately reaching a remarkable 55 meters per second. After glancing at the display, Xiahou exhaled in relief. This was indeed impressive, surpassing his previous speed by more than tenfold. Daofeng approached to conduct his own test, and the final reading showed an astonishing speed of 130 meters per second, leaving the onlookers astounded, silently marveling at their extraordinary capabilities. After assessing various attributes, such as reflexes and weightlifting, Xiaopeng concluded that Daofeng's physical metrics were an astounding 530 times that of an average person, while Xiahou registered at 910 times. With this newfound clarity regarding his personal capabilities, Xiahou expressed a desire to test the potency of his weapons, the Azure Rose and the Scarlet Empress, inquiring if suitable instruments were available. Xiaopeng, concerned about the potential destruction of his valuable equipment during the testing, hesitated. In response, Xiahou gathered a selection of special steel plates, each weighing several hundred pounds, and carried them effortlessly, akin to lifting a mere bottle of mineral water. Once outside in the open space, he positioned each type of steel in designated spots and retreated 10 meters. Drawing the Azure Rose, he aimed at the first 10-centimeter thick steel plate and fired a shot. Upon inspection, he discovered a significant dent in the steel, though it remained unpierced, exhibiting a power comparable to that of a high-caliber sniper rifle. Although the sound of the shot remained unchanged, the bullet glimmered with a blue luminescence, tracing a brilliant azure arc through the air. With a thunderous crack, the steel plate was perforated, leaving a gaping hole over 10 centimeters wide at its center. And even the ground behind it was marred by a profound crater. The spectators stared in astonishment at the firearm in Xiahou's hands, internally exclaiming disbelief. Was this truly a handgun? What kind of handgun possessed such formidable power? It rivaled that of an artillery piece. Daofeng, unable to contain his intrigue, had already set his sights on the weapon from their first encounter. Now his desire intensified, prompting him to suppress the urge to seize it and instead inquire, "How is this possible? Is it your ability or the guns?" Xiahou, equally astonished, acknowledged that while he knew the weapon could be empowered with magic, he had not anticipated such a significant enhancement. It is a combination of both. This gun was specifically designed to combat demons. Thus, it can harness magical energy to amplify its power, offering 3 levels of enhancement along with varying effects. What you witnessed was merely the lowest tier, though it consumes a considerable amount of magical energy. "I can only fire 6 shots before my magic is depleted," Xiahou explained, glancing at his remaining 50 magic points. The others nodded in understanding. A magical weapon intended for demon slaying? Such overwhelming power was indeed justifiable. Xiahou once again lifted the azure rose, aiming it at the 30-centimeter thick steel plate, eager to test whether his magical prowess could unleash the power of level 2. As the magic gradually flowed in, the gun emitted a radiant blue glow once more. Xiahou did not halt. Instead, he continued to channel his magic, causing the weapon to tremble uncontrollably. The luminescence adorning it deepened, transforming into a misty purple hue. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiahou took aim and fired. The bullet traced a violet arc through the air, and upon striking the steel plate, it erupted into a conflagration of purple flames. The flames did not dissipate swiftly. They consumed the steel plate entirely before fading into shimmering embers. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were still somewhat astonished, though their reactions were far less exaggerated than before. After all, they were not members of the UC Shock Department. Nonetheless, they marveled at the formidable power displayed, and Dao Feng's desire for the weapon intensified. With sincerity etched upon his face, he gazed at Xiahou and inquired, "Is this gun for sale? Or under what conditions? Name your price, and I shall oblige." Xiahou, upon hearing this, chuckled inwardly, reveling in their envy and desire. Yet he reminded himself that the weapon was already bound to him. Dao Feng, accepting Xiahou's unspoken claim, pondered, "Is he truly not jesting? Perhaps next time I could sell him and loot the equipment?" However, recalling that Xiahou could resurrect, he swiftly suppressed such thoughts, knowing he could never betray a teammate. Observing his magic points dwindling to 50, Xiahou sheathed the azure rose and drew forth the Crimson Queen, initiating a mechanism on the hilt that caused the blade to quiver and emit a faint red glow. The others approached, inquiring if Xiahou was all right. Upon his nod of reassurance, they fell silent. Dao Feng, however, moved forward, intent on picking up the Crimson Queen. The moment he grasped the hilt, a searing heat surged into his palm, compelling him to release his grip. He glanced at his hand, now burned and slowly healing. "Why is it so hot?" Dao Feng questioned. Xiahou stepped closer, seizing the hilt himself, yet only felt a gentle warmth. With a puzzled expression, he looked at Dao Feng and replied, "It's not hot at all, just a little warm." Hannibal, who had been silent for quite some time, finally approached, extending his hand toward the Crimson Queen, eager to experience it for himself. He recalled touching it previously without any discomfort. Chapter 23. Once again enveloped in dreams, the Morning Star completes. Hannibal's hand made contact with the hilt of the Crimson Queen, and he too felt no burning sensation. He turned to Dao Feng with a teasing grin. "I touched it and felt nothing. It seems it does not favor you. Perhaps it prefers someone more handsome." He then patted himself and Xiahou. Little Fat and Abigail, unable to contain their curiosity, stepped forward to touch the Crimson Queen, only to experience nothing amiss. They exchanged glances with Dao Feng, their expressions seemingly asking, "Brother, are you pulling our leg?" Dao Feng, perplexed, wondered, what does this mean? He paid no heed to his injured hand, consumed by frustration over why he alone could not touch it. Xiahou regarded Dao Feng's hand and pondered before uncertainly suggesting, "Could it be because Dao Feng is a half-vampire? This weapon is designed to combat demons, and, as vampires are also creatures of the darkness, it is no wonder that it refrains from touching the blade." Upon hearing this, the onlookers found it quite reasonable and cast sympathetic glances at the blade. Within, the blade's thoughts were, "What are you all staring at? So what if I'm half-vampire? Are you envious? A bunch of novices. And this shabby knife? I wouldn't even care to touch it." The trio followed closely behind, absorbing Hannibal's narration as they made their way toward the building. They could only conserve their ammunition now. Otherwise, the magic would vanish with just a few shots. Speaking of which, there was nothing pressing at the moment. What should they do? Xiahou pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. The year was 2004, and it seemed that touchscreen smartphones did not yet exist. Even Hannibal and the others were using Nokias. He wished to scroll through videos of lovely ladies, but found it impossible. "Never mind, I shall simply sleep," Xiahou muttered to himself before lying down on the bed. However, the moment he reclined, he sprang back up. "Damn, I forgot I was carrying a sword." After stowing away both weapons in his backpack, he lay back down. Ah, how delightful. Indeed, lounging like a salted fish is the most comfortable. The renowned philosopher Descartes once proclaimed that reclining is the best way to live. Truly, there is no fault in that. With that, he closed his eyes, and within mere seconds, the gentle sound of breathing filled the air, indicating that he had slipped into slumber. Once asleep, Xiahou entered a dream once more. Siegfried stood serenely on a patch of grass, gazing at him as if he had been waiting there for quite some time. "You have arrived?" "I have." "Then let us begin." "Wait, begin what? Aren't you supposed to say that I shouldn't be here?" "To commence training. I promise to impart all my skills to you, Upon hearing this, Xiahou replied, I thought you had already bestowed your abilities upon me. Apparently, there is more. He then inquired, am I dreaming right now? If so, it won't help me at all. Who remembers things from dreams? And even if I did, I wouldn't be able to utilize them in reality, would I? Xiahou was at a loss. Is it really that idealistic? Well then, let us begin. Siegfried said nothing further and conjured 2 great swords with his magical energy, handing one to Xiahou. After accepting it, Xiahou assumed a combat stance. Thus, the duel commenced, with Siegfried correcting Xiahou's various mistakes, such as his grip on the sword and techniques for exerting force. The first rays of dawn gently lifted the curtains of night. As the morning glow spread a pale pink hue across the horizon, with dewdrops trembling on the tips of leaves, welcoming this tender, awakening world. The Crimson Queen appeared in his grasp, and Xiahou began to experiment with the techniques he had learned in the dream. After some trials, he confirmed Siegfried's assertions. He truly had grasped them. Although he had not learned much, with a few more sessions, he could undoubtedly transform into a master swordsman like Siegfried. After all, he was a heroic spirit of the saber class. With a knock at the door, a voice from outside called out, Xiahou, are you awake? Field has already prepared the Morning Star, and everyone is in the hall waiting for you. Rising to open the door, Xiahou saw the waiting figure of the chubby boy and said, all right, let's go. Little Fatty glanced at the corner of his eye, noticing some crust, and inquired, aren't you going to freshen up first? You have some eye crust there. After hearing this, Little Fatty chose to refrain from further comments, mentally tagging him as untidy. He pondered how Abigail could possibly be attracted to someone like him. Did such a demeanor genuinely capture a woman's attention? Perhaps he should give it a try. Upon arriving in the hall, the members of the Night Stalker team and Blade were already seated at their respective places. On the central table lay 2 objects resembling bullets. Xiahou observed the items and remarked, you all are here so early? Is this the Morning Star? It seems rather ordinary. He then turned his gaze to Blade, continuing to question Field. Is it useful for Blade? Field hesitated for a moment before responding. I am uncertain. Time is insufficient, and I have not tested Blade's blood and genes. Blade interjected suddenly, it doesn't matter. Even if it's useful, it's no great deal. If I can eliminate Drake and his ilk, I will be the last vampire. I too should be eradicated, thus ensuring the world is devoid of vampires. The others turned to Blade, regarding his thoughts with a sense of admiration. Chapter 24, Dispute. Although Xiahou was reluctant to disrupt the atmosphere, he could not suppress his inclination to critique. So, have you never considered fleeing immediately after using it? Or is it that you so-called heroes merely think of sacrificing yourselves to move the living? It's akin to Tony Stark. Despite having numerous individuals who could have snapped their fingers instead, he chose to do it himself, ultimately leaving Pepper and his daughter, as well as Spider-Man, behind. While it moved many and saved the world, it also meant the end of Iron Man. Hannibal interjected, wait, the Tony Stark you mentioned, is he not a playboy? How did he transform into Iron Man? Xiahou, exasperated, retorted, does it really matter? That is a future event. It is still 2004. He only becomes Iron Man after being kidnapped in 2008. Moreover, he has nearly 2 decades before he snaps his fingers. We are discussing Blade here, right? Hannibal chuckled awkwardly, but defended Blade. I believe Blade is correct, though it may seem unjust to him. If I were in his position, I would make the same choice. Someone has to take action, right? Upon hearing this, Blade's impression of Hannibal improved instantly. Despite his sharp tongue, he unexpectedly aligned with Blade's preferences, and his gaze softened considerably. Xiahou, increasingly frustrated, countered directly, this isn't about whether to act or not. It's about the necessity of such actions, when there are better alternatives. One need not indulge in personal heroism. Isn't it true that your Night Stalker team was formed to eradicate vampires? I have also joined you. When it comes to using the Morning Star, I can occupy Drake, can't I? Blade could simply retreat from the influence of the Morning Star and return to clean up the battlefield. Why must there always be a notion of self-sacrifice? As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Field hastily interjected, Xiahou, wait a moment. I merely expressed uncertainty regarding whether Morning Star would affect Blade. I did not assert that it would undoubtedly harm him. Xiahou took a deep breath, then turned to Blade, addressing the assembly. My remarks were solely directed at Blade. His words conveyed disdain and pity towards you all, suggesting that without him, you would be utterly incapable of accomplishing this task. He seeks to elevate himself to a pedestal of nobility while dismissing the valiant efforts of ordinary individuals like you, who risk their lives for the greater good. The self-sacrifice of an individual is only truly noble when it is the last resort. Yet, when viable solutions exist, choosing this path reveals a lack of trust in us. This is an embodiment of arrogance and self-righteousness. In my realm, those warriors who protect us common folk along with the government, prioritize unity and collaboration in times of crisis. And when lives are at stake, they will never waver. Therefore, I implore you to contemplate this deeply, Blade. You are not irreplaceable. At least in the Marvel universe that I am familiar with, you belong to the weakest echelon of heroes. Perhaps many of them have yet to emerge. But in a few years, superheroes will proliferate like a tidal wave. After Xiahou finished speaking, he disregarded the crowd, casting a lingering glance at Blade before departing the room. Following Xiahou's exit, the remaining individuals pondered the weight of his words. Hannibal then addressed Blade, stating, Xiahou is correct. Perhaps we are mere ordinary individuals, but our objectives are aligned. Moreover, I believe you should place greater trust in us, should you not? Regardless of your acknowledgement, we are teammates now. Upon hearing Hannibal's sentiments, Blade began to reflect on whether he had indeed erred. Yet, he had always fought alone and had faced numerous betrayals, particularly the treachery of his own mother, which had fostered a deep mistrust in others. Perhaps he truly was mistaken. Observing Blade lost in contemplation, the others chose to remain silent and left, granting him the space to gather his thoughts. After Xiahou departed, he ascended to the rooftop terrace, gazing at the tumultuous sea in the distance, his mood fluctuating with the waves. He mused that life mirrored reality, as both films and societal teachings often instill a sense of individual heroism in the majority of ordinary people, while the affluent and powerful engage in various and scrupulous dealings. Before entering this game, he had encountered numerous reports and videos concerning the United States' imposition of tariff wars, where internal problems were offloaded onto other nations. They continued to parade their righteousness, which was indeed laughable. Furthermore, he felt particularly irked by Blade's recent demeanor, even as a mere gamer. He had yet to stir any trouble, yet Blade presented himself as an embodiment of tragic empathy before him. After handing Xiahou a bottle, she opened one for herself, took a sip, and inquired, "What troubles you? Why such sudden anger?" Xiahou similarly took a sip and grimaced. It was far from the delightful and rich flavor of domestic baijiu. Upon hearing this, Abigail chuckled, "There is no need to be upset, is there? Your reaction seems rather excessive." Xiahou pondered for a moment, then placed his hand over his right chest. "Perhaps I am influenced by the dream I had earlier," he mused. Abigail gazed intently into Xiahou's eyes and inquired, "Is it the Master of the Heart? I recall you mentioned his name was Siegfried, correct? Could you share his story with me?" Xiahou looked at Abigail, silently turning his head aside, yet began to recount Siegfried's past from fate. "No, I simply cannot comprehend him, nor will I ever become him. Even in this game, I can at most refrain from actively harming others." Xiahou hastily clarified his thoughts. He then added, "Even if I were to become a hero, I refuse to be a hero bound by the will of others. Instead, I aspire to be a hero driven by my own interests." After both gazed at the sea for a while longer, Abigail gave Xiahou a gentle nudge. "We should set off. Perhaps after eliminating the vampires, we could invite everyone to experience sea fishing together." Upon hearing this, Xiahou agreed it was a splendid idea. Simultaneously, a side quest notification appeared on his task panel. Chapter 25, Individual Dreams. Side quest triggered. Eliminate the vampire clan of New Orleans. Quest content. Annihilate all vampires and the vampire progenitor, Drake, in New Orleans. Quest rewards. 2,000 energy points, 3 random lottery draws, 1 specified lottery draw. After accepting the newly generated side quest, Xiahou turned to Abigail and declared, "Let us go. This time, we will eradicate them all. Then I shall demonstrate to you what it truly means to be a master fisherman." Following this, the two called upon everyone else in the base to gather in the hall. Once all had arrived, Blade was the first to speak. "I apologize for my earlier words. I did not intend to look down upon you. I merely felt it was my responsibility. If you cannot accept this, I can handle them myself." However, before he could finish, Abigail lunged forward and struck him fiercely, interrupting his unfinished thought. "What did you say? Stop being so self-righteous, Blade. Aren't we all here for the purpose of confronting the vampires? Even without you, we would still act. Do you think you can justify this to my father?" Abigail exclaimed, her emotions surging as she confronted Blade. Others also glared at Blade in anger, yet he remained silent, standing there without further comment. In contrast, Xiahou did not mirror the others' reactions. Instead, he spoke up. "Perhaps you simply wish to protect these individuals, but please respect their choices. This is not your burden to bear. You need not play the tragic lone hero." As Xiahou had just shared Siegfried's story with Abigail, he once again grasped a deeper significance that differed from his own homeland. Perhaps, although he did not endorse their beliefs, such perspectives held their own profound meaning. Did they not? At the very least, people hope that in the face of tragedy, a hero will emerge to illuminate their path. Xiahou extended his right hand, forming a fist, positioning it slightly in front of the solitary blade. Gazing at the fist before him, Blade felt a long-lost flutter of emotion, and gradually raised his right hand, gently covering Xiahou's. Abigail, witnessing this moment, slowly placed her hand atop theirs. Hannibal followed suit along with Little Black, Little Fat, Zoe, and Field, whom she supported. As the leader of the Nightwalkers, Abigail boldly declared, "Nightwalkers, let us embark. Annihilate them." She raised their joined hands high. In unison, the others echoed, "Annihilate them." Together, they brought their hands down with force, their hearts now united for a single purpose. Upon arriving at Little Fat's equipment room to prepare their necessary gear, Field spoke up, "By the way, I almost forgot to mention, I have located the vampire's lair." Upon investigation, it appears to be a pharmaceutical company. However, it is not the same address we received earlier. Upon hearing this, Xiahou replied, "That must merely be a decoy. I recall it was a blood bank. I believe the address we obtained previously is the actual lair. We can deal with this pharmaceutical company later. Additionally, I suggest that while we launch our attack, Field and Little Fat should relocate to a different location to prevent them from raiding our base." The others voiced no dissent, clearly in agreement with Xiahou's assertion. After equipping themselves with ample specialized silver bullets and various targeted gear, Abigail handed a morning star to Xiahou, stating, "You possess the strongest physical prowess among us, second only to Blade. Should I miss my shot, it will be your responsibility to deliver the final blow." Xiahou accepted it, replying, "Rest assured, I will give it my all to hold Drake at bay. Blade, once you see us employ the Morning Star, you should retreat a bit." Xiahou, Abigail, Hannibal, and Blade boarded one vehicle, while the others took another, both cars departing from their base simultaneously. Upon reaching an intersection, Little Black, who was driving, called out to Xiahou and the others, "Good luck. Stay safe." The two vehicles then veered off in different directions, gradually fading into the distance. The setting sun began to withdraw its brilliance, softening into a gentle glow, resembling a large crimson lantern suspended at the horizon between the city and the sky. Inside the vehicle, Hannibal inquired of Blade, "Have you ever contemplated what you will do once all the vampires are vanquished?" He then jested, "No way. A priest? Are you planning to teach the children who come to pray at your church how to slay vampires?" From the back seat, Xiahou raised his thumb to the front row, acknowledging Hannibal's sharp wit with a gesture of approval. Seeing Xiahou's affirmation, Hannibal swiftly shifted focus. "And you, Xiahou? What are your plans for the future?" Xiahou, prompted by Hannibal's question, began to reflect on his own aspirations ahead. To be frank, he has not thoroughly contemplated this matter. Firstly, this is a game, yet it lacks a central storyline. It is merely a sandbox game, and it seems there is nothing of significance to engage in. By the way, it has been several days, and there has been no response at all. Has no one noticed his unusual predicament? After pondering for a while, Xiahou uncertainly remarked, "Perhaps I will travel around a bit while waiting for various superheroes to appear and then get to know them. Maybe in the future, I could embark on a cosmic journey." Xiahou promptly dismissed the idea, exclaiming, "Absolutely not. I cannot do that. What purpose would it serve? It is better to wander freely. No one is keeping tabs on me." Abigail's expression darkened once more. It seemed she truly had no prospects. Xiahou then turned to Hannibal and inquired, "What about you, Hannibal? Have you contemplated your future? As for me, I aspire to be an actor. What do you think of Green Lantern? I feel my demeanor is particularly suited for that role." Hannibal casually responded. Suddenly, the vehicle jolted, and a tense Hannibal asked, "Why? I have never wronged him." He was still mulling over Xiahou's earlier words. That Deadpool is the audacious figure who can roam freely across the multiverse. Xiahou chuckled. Whom can we blame? He personally detests the actor who portrayed Green Lantern and has been incessantly talking about crossing the fourth wall to eliminate him. Hannibal replied, "Is it of any use for me to change my mind now? It's futile. Prepare for your demise." Abigail, what about you? Have you thought about your future? After teasing Hannibal, Xiahou turned to Abigail. Blade and Hannibal also glanced at her, eager to know her thoughts on her future. The trio expressed their agreement, and soon they continued to share laughter and conversation. Hannibal then announced, "Folks, we are nearing our destination. Prepare for battle." At that moment, their vehicle had arrived at the vicinity of the vampire headquarters. Chapter 26, The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Part 1. The vampire headquarters consists of 13 stories, designed with elements reminiscent of a medieval castle. The vehicle halted by the roadside outside the building, and Xiahou observed the individuals traversing within. If it were not for the glaring blood bars above their heads, one might mistake it for an ordinary office building. Through these past few days of observation, Xiahou has discerned the mechanism by which he perceives others' blood bars. They only manifest when individuals harbor malevolent intentions towards him or have clearly established an adversarial relationship. Thus, vampires, who bear animosity towards all humans, allow him to see their blood bars, even if they are not specifically targeting him. As Xiahou lamented his newfound role as a vampire detector, he said to the trio, "It seems that everyone inside this building is a vampire, at least. All the individuals I have observed thus far are." Blade, upon hearing this, checked his handgun and throwing knives, stating, "Then let us hold nothing back. We shall eliminate them all." Hannibal and Abigail, after re-examining their equipment, echoed in unison, "Let us proceed." For individuals stood shoulder to shoulder, their strides steady as they advanced toward the building. Sunlight bathed them, casting elongated shadows upon the ground. Upon entering the grand lobby, their presence caught the attention of two vigilant vampires stationed as guards. The vampires exchanged alert glances before stepping forward, ready to inquire about the intentions of these unexpected visitors. However, just as they initiated their movement, a flash of cold light surged through the air, followed swiftly by two muffled gunshots. Bang! Bang! The shots echoed almost in unison, as if triggered by a single hand. The vampires scarcely had time to utter a cry before the sudden bullet struck them, instantly reducing them to ashes that dispersed into the atmosphere. Witnessing this swift execution, the trio behind the blade showed no signs of hesitation. In perfect synchrony, they unleashed their weapons, which glimmered ominously, striking like lightning towards the other unresponsive vampires. In an instant, the lobby erupted into chaos, a cacophony of flames and gunfire intertwining in a dazzling display. Bullets whizzed through the air, tracing lethal arcs. Flames surged like enraged dragons, consuming the vampires whole. This abrupt confrontation plunged the entire lobby into a maelstrom of disorder and slaughter. Yet, it was not long before all the vampires in the lobby were vanquished. Leaving the four unscathed, they proceeded directly to the elevator, poised to ascend to the top floor. Meanwhile, vampires on the upper levels, alerted by the gunfire from the first floor, hastily relayed the news as they observed the ascending elevator. Upon receiving the report from his subordinates, Danica turned to Drake, who stood gazing out the window at the street below, and declared, "We are under attack. It must be the Blade. They are currently riding the elevator up." In response, Drake moved towards a nearby cabinet, retrieving his weapon, a single-handed sword reminiscent of katana. He also donned a single-arm gauntlet on his left arm. "Let's go greet our intruders," Drake proclaimed, leading the way toward the elevator. Danica, brimming with confidence, followed closely behind with his subordinates, reveling in the thought that the Blade had foolishly delivered themselves into their grasp. Meanwhile, within the elevator, Xiahou expressed his disbelief to the others. "Is it truly wise for us to ride this elevator so brazenly? What if we emerge only to find ourselves staring down the barrels of dozens of guns?" Blade remained silent, yet his expression conveyed indifference. Hannibal and Abigail pointed to Blade's back, suggesting they should direct their inquiries toward him. "All right then, you all are so brave. I, on the other hand, am indifferent, for I possess the ability to resurrect." As Xiahou spoke, he stepped forward, positioning himself alongside Blade to shield the others. With a soft chime, the elevator reached the 13th floor, its doors slowly sliding open. However, contrary to Xiahou's expectations, there were not dozens of guns aimed at them. Although many eyes were upon them, none drew their weapons immediately. The leading Drake, upon seeing the Blade, immediately declared, "Blade, I previously stated that when we meet again, my blade shall confront yours. Let us see who is the true deity. Are you ready to meet your demise?" The Blade merely raised a middle finger, uttering the words, "Born ready. Damn it." Meanwhile, Xiahou silently criticized, "I really should not have expected any intelligence from these individuals. Are they all imbeciles? Or is it merely a narrative device to exchange threats before engaging in straightforward combat?" Hannibal stealthily placed his hand on his lower back, feeling the ultraviolet grenade hanging there. As the Blade and Drake rushed towards each other, he activated the safety and hurled it away. Danica, witnessing Hannibal's unprincipled action, shouted, "Hannibal, you scoundrel," and swiftly took cover behind a nearby cabinet. With a flash of violet light, all but a few vampires who managed to find shelter were engulfed in flames, reduced to heaps of ash. The Blade and Drake paid no heed to the chaos surrounding them, both fearless vampires unfazed by the sunlight, as they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. However, the Blade intentionally maneuvered Drake to a different location. Observing the distance growing between the two, Xiahou remarked to Hannibal, "Well done. Let's first deal with these ordinary vampires before assisting the Blade." An arrow suddenly flew past Xiahou, striking a vampire attempting to ambush him. accompanied by Abigail's voice, "Stay focused, Xiahou." Xiahou and Hannibal ceased their conversation, each targeting the exposed vampires. Yet, as they commenced their assault, more vampires from other floors began to converge on the 13th level. After dispatching another vampire, Xiahou informed his companions, "I will block the stairway. You two handle things here." He took position at the stairway, systematically emptying his magazine into the throng of advancing vampires. Faced with these ordinary foes, he found no need to utilize the charging mode of his Azure Rose. A single shot to a vital point was sufficient. However, the vampires, though occasionally appearing foolish, were not devoid of wit. Armed with handguns and various submachine guns, they unleashed a torrent of fire toward Xiahou. The intensity of the gunfire compelled him to refrain from exposing himself. Internally grumbling, "This is nothing like the movies. Aren't they supposed to be mindlessly engaging in close combat? When they do shoot, it's merely for show. How can their firepower be so ferocious?" As Xiahou hesitated to reveal himself, the vampires surged forward en masse. Chapter 27. The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Part 2. Once the vampires ceased their gunfire, Xiahou's Azure Rose emerged once more from the corner. And with a series of 6 gunshots, 6 more vampires were reduced to ash. The vampires, witnessing his retaliation, exclaimed in disbelief, and once again unleashed a fierce barrage, leaving the walls riddled with bullet marks and debris. With a gunshot and a swift escape, the thrill was palpable. As the gunfire waned, he contemplated seizing another opportunity. It became apparent that the vampires had become adept, leaving a portion of their ranks to aim their weapons at the corner of the staircase while the rest surged upward. Silently resolving that if long-range attacks were off the table, he would engage in close combat instead, he prepared to test the sword techniques he had learned from Siegfried. Armed with a massive sword, he positioned himself at the corner of the hallway, patiently awaiting the vampire's approach. In a moment of intense focus, the first vampire suddenly dashed around the corner with astonishing speed, like a bolt of lightning. Yet, Xiahou was ready. His reflexes were equally swift, and in an instant, a colossal sword was poised at the vampire's throat. The blade, razor-sharp, effortlessly severed the head of the first vampire, sparks flying in the aftermath. Without losing momentum, the sword continued its path, akin to the scythe of death, mercilessly claiming the lives of the 2 vampires that followed. In the blink of an eye, 3 vampires had been reduced to ash, and Xiahou surged forward, his sword momentarily spent. However, with a deft twist, he executed a surprise upward thrust. This unexpected maneuver caught the pursuing vampires off guard, and they fell victim to the sudden assault. The sword once more coldly cleaved through their bodies, rendering them into ash that scattered into the air. Xiahou mused over the merits of vampires. When slain by their counteracting weapons, they combusted into ash, thus sparing the scene from a gruesome, blood-soaked chaos. At that moment, the firearms wielded by the vampires became futile, as their shooting angles were entirely obstructed by their comrades. Even if a stray bullet managed to escape, Xiahou skillfully utilized the nearby vampires as shields, effortlessly deflecting the shots. As the number of slain vampires mounted, Xiahou began to comprehend why characters in Marvel so favored hand-to-hand combat. Sometimes, firearms were not as effective. During close-quarters encounters, each punch landed with palpable impact, and the efficacy of various melee weapons was markedly enhanced. In less than a minute, he had dispatched over 100 vampires. Utilizing the Azure Rose would not have allowed such efficiency, as its rate of fire was considerably limiting. The vampires continued to flood in, and although Xiahou's physical enhancements did not grant him the endurance of Captain America, he could certainly sustain his fighting for several more hours without issue. Meanwhile, Hannibal and Abigail found themselves scattered amidst the onslaught of vampires. Though Xiahou had managed to block the vampires on the staircase, the elevator continued to deliver more adversaries. At that moment, Hannibal lamented not having brought grenades to obliterate the elevator. All he had were weapons specifically designed for combating vampires, devoid of any high-powered explosives. Abigail, wielding a sword in one hand and a UV blade in the other, found herself embroiled in close combat with the vampires, the pressure mounting as she sensed her defenses nearing their breaking point. In the distance, Danica observed the unfolding battle, urging her subordinates to continue their relentless assault while taunting Hannibal. "Hannibal, O mighty one, are you not formidable? Here I stand. Come forth and slay me." Upon uttering these words, she shattered a glass orb upon the ground. The surrounding vampires were immediately seized by a fit of coughing, expelling wisps of flame from their mouths, their lips cracking as a result. The orb that Hannibal had cast to the ground contained a fine powder of silver. While it could not directly exterminate the vampires who inhaled it, it significantly restricted their capabilities. Danica then produced 2 more glass orbs, hurling them towards the gathering of vampires near Abigail, alleviating some of her burden. She began to advance towards Xiahou, intent on liberating him as well. There were too many vampires, and it was prudent to capture the leader. Meanwhile, Blade and Drake found themselves engaged in a fierce duel before an expansive floor-to-ceiling window, exchanging blows and banter. Unlike the fierce skirmishes surrounding them, their encounter resembled a reunion of long-lost friends, sparring while philosophizing. As Drake swung his blade, he inquired, "Why do you fight against us to protect humanity? You are a vampire too. They are merely sustenance." Blade, parrying deftly, retorted, "I am also human. It is humanity that raised me, and they are not mere food. You, in your self-righteousness, are the true tormentor." Following his rebuttal, Blade intensified his assault, wielding a special alloy sword imbued with silver, inflicting numerous wounds upon Drake. Yet, in an instant, they healed as if untouched. "You cannot kill me. I am immortal. You may still join me." Drake persisted in his attempts to sway Blade. However, Blade dismissed him disdainfully, continuing his fervent attack, though internally he fretted over Xiahou and their allies' delay in bringing the Morning Star. Drake's immortality was insufferably obstinate. He could not be vanquished. Chapter 28. The Battle at the Vampire Headquarters, Finale. After aiding Abigail in alleviating her pressure, Hannibal made his way to the staircase. Listening to the cacophony of battle and anguished cries emanating from within, allowing himself a sigh of relief. Though Xiahou could be revived after death, his presence as a combatant was indispensable at this moment. Upon peering into the staircase, he beheld Xiahou wielding the Crimson Queen, dispatching foes with reckless abandon. His movements were no longer the awkward motions of his earlier duel with Blade. Instead, they possessed an indescribable grace. Each strike seemed effortlessly executed, and the transitions between slashes, thrusts, and jabs flowed with remarkable fluidity. The vampires opposing him appeared as mere mortals caught in a battlefield reminiscent of a grand epic, swiftly dispatched by Xiahou's prowess. Their ashes, scattered upon the ground, lent a haunting beauty to the scene. "Xiahou, did you miss me? I have come to aid you." Hannibal produced an ultraviolet grenade, hurling it into the central void of the staircase as he spoke. The grenade emitted a blinding light mid-air, incinerating any vampire that came into contact with it, reducing them to ashes. Xiahou heard Hannibal's voice, followed by a flash of light that engulfed the vampire before him in flames. Turning to gaze upwards at Hannibal, he inquired, "What brings you here? Have you dealt with the vampires above? Wait for me. I will surely eradicate them all." Hannibal observed Xiahou, who was preparing to charge into the swarm of vampires that had just surged forth, and quickly interjected, "Hey, hold on, this is not the time to battle these minions. Abigail and I can hardly hold our ground. There are too many of them to vanquish. You must assist Blade in eliminating Drake first, then return to handle these vampire lackeys. And do not forget about Morningstar." Upon hearing this, Xiahou pondered briefly, realizing that once Drake was defeated, the remaining foes would be easily dispatched. He then turned and raced upwards, reaching Hannibal's side and questioning, "But if I do not obstruct them, they will be a considerable nuisance when they charge up. Can you manage?" Hannibal retrieved 2 glass spheres and flashed a confident smile. "That is precisely why I have prepared ample supplies of this." As he tossed the glass spheres, they arced through the air before shattering at 2 different corners of the staircase. A cloud of dust enveloped the area instantly, causing the vampires to writhe in agony and breathe fire, deterred from entering the dust-shrouded domain. "This is quite effective, is it not? At the very least, it will buy us some time." Hannibal turned to Xiahou, showcasing a proud grin as if inviting praise. Xiahou reciprocated with an approving thumbs up, remarking, "Very impressive. But why did you not use it earlier?" "Primarily because I did not bring many. They must be reserved for critical moments. Now let us not waste time," Hannibal explained, urging Xiahou toward the site of their recent battle. Upon arriving at the elevator lobby, they found Abigail besieged by a throng of vampires once more. The duo drew their firearms to assist her in fending off the attackers. Reunited, Hannibal gestured toward a direction and stated, "Blade and the others have headed that way. Abigail and I will continue to hold off these minions. You go help Blade and swiftly deal with Drake." Xiahou nodded at the two. "All right, leave it to me. You can count on me here. I will be quick." With that, he charged toward Blade's direction, dispatching the vampires that obstructed his path with gunfire from afar and swiftly slashing those nearby, transforming them into ashes without encountering any resistance. Hannibal watched with a sense of awe and remarked to Abigail, "I can hardly believe that just a few days ago he was a mere weakling, albeit with some peculiar qualities." Abigail nodded in agreement, adding with a touch of humor, "When I first encountered him, He fired 2 shots and was left in pain from the recoil for quite some time. Though he never mentioned it, I could tell. We ordinary humans stand no chance against these non-human entities. After the two spoke, their expressions darkened. Perhaps it would not be long before they became mere burdens. Not long after, as Xiahou advanced, he encountered the robust vampire he had previously faced, accompanied by his 3 vampire hounds, who blocked the path. With a mischievous grin, the vampire addressed Xiahou, saying, "You cannot pass here. Let them tear him apart." The 3 hounds' jaws grotesquely split open, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, as they charged at Xiahou, the bulky vampire joining the fray. However, Xiahou swiftly unleashed 3 arcs of sword light, reducing both the vampire and his hounds to ash. "Is that all they've got?" "I expected a formidable challenge," Xiahou remarked, proceeding deeper in search of Daofeng and Drake. At last, in a grand hall adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows, he beheld the two engaged in a fervent battle. "It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. With such fervor, I must be interrupting something," Xiahou declared as he stepped into the hall. After a simultaneous clash, both fighters momentarily retreated, turning their attention to the newcomer. Upon recognizing Xiahou, Daofeng inquired, "Have you dealt with the situation outside?" Xiahou, mirroring the motion of attack, activated the EX mode of the Crimson Empress. Visibly perturbed, he turned to Daofeng and asked, "Why did you kick him? Just keep hacking away at him, chop him to bits. Is that too much to ask?" Daofeng awkwardly scratched the back of his head and muttered, "I couldn't help myself. It was just a reflex." Meanwhile, Drake had risen from the debris, his severed right hand miraculously restored, the flames from his waist wound dwindling as it began to heal gradually. Fixing his gaze upon the Crimson Empress in Xiahou's hand, he questioned, "Why can your sword harm me? I'm supposed to be immortal." As he spoke, his wounds fully healed. He then mocked, "Are you foolish? Why would I share that with you? But since you asked, I shall show mercy. This sword is meant to slay demons. And you, a feeble vampire, are no exception." Furious at Xiahou's taunt, Drake seethed. "Do you even hear what you're saying? I feeble?" In a fit of rage, his form began to swell. Bat-like wings sprouting from his back, his visage transforming away from humanity. Discarding his sword, his hands morphed into lethal claws, ultimately evolving into a towering, nearly 3-meter-tall bat-like monstrosity. Observing Drake's transformation, Daofeng turned to Xiahou with an expression of disdain, as if to say, "What foolish words have you uttered? This is clearly not a foe to be trifled with." Xiahou, equally speechless, pondered the fragility of Drake as composure. He then addressed Daofeng, "You go first and provide cover. I will unleash my ultimate move." Drawing forth the azure rose, he began channeling magical energy into the firearm. Without hesitation, Daofeng charged at the monstrous Drake, wielding his blade. Yet, Drake's newfound strength proved overwhelming, as he dominated Daofeng in combat. While assaulting Daofeng, he bellowed at Xiahou, "Insect, why don't you join the fray?" At this moment, the azure rose emitted a faint purple glow, and as its color stabilized, it shouted towards the blade, "Step aside." The purple bullet from the azure rose struck directly at Drake's chest. Instantly, purple flames engulfed his entire being, causing him to burn violently while emitting anguished cries. The blade, witnessing Drake's fierce combustion, brandished his weapon intending to deliver a finishing blow, but was promptly restrained by Xiahou. Xiahou explained, "This flame is contagious. Do not approach." However, observing the flames on Drake gradually diminishing, both Xiahou and the blade's expressions turned grim. Xiahou retrieved the Morning Star and turned to the blade, saying, "You should leave for a moment. I am about to use the Morning Star." The blade cast a deep glance at Xiahou and nodded silently before crashing through the window and leaping outside. Once the blade had departed, Xiahou hesitated no longer. He charged forward and plunged the Morning Star into Drake's body, simultaneously activating the detonation button. The venom swiftly spread within Drake, causing his form to swell like a balloon. As he expanded to nearly 5 meters, he erupted with a thunderous bang, transforming into a rain of blood, while fine dust began to permeate the entire building. Rather than cascading down, the blood coalesced, eventually reshaping into a humanoid form lying on the ground, devoid of the strength to rise again. Drake turned his gaze toward Xiahou and spoke slowly, "You have one. Human, tell me your name and grant me a swift end." Upon hearing Drake's inquiry, Xiahou drew forth the Crimson Queen, pacing closer to him. "Though it feels strange, remember this. My name is Xiahou." With that, he swiftly severed Drake's neck. This time, Drake did not heal. Instead, his body ignited, uttering one final phrase before disintegrating into ashes. "Rest assured, I shall remember you." Meanwhile, Hannibal and Abigail were riddled with numerous wounds, blood flowing incessantly from their bodies. Surrounding them were dozens of vampires, who had ceased their assault. Danica stood behind the vampires, addressing Hannibal and his companions. Hannibal, you have already failed. I will relish in tormenting you. You shall not die easily. However, Hannibal noticed the vampires in the distance, clutching their necks, their bodies beginning to burn. Realizing that Xiahou had deployed the Morning Star, he retorted to Danica, Danica, you rejoice prematurely. You should have killed us just now. At least then I could accompany you in death, instead of standing there proclaiming your victory. Now we have triumphed. As his words fell, the surrounding vampires were enveloped by the dust from the Morning Star. Danica clutched her neck, letting out a final shriek as her body was gradually consumed by flames. With the dust continuing to spread, the vampires throughout the building began to dissipate in droves. Standing atop the distant skyscraper, the blade-like structure gazed intently at the building until the last vampire, poised to flee, was reduced to ashes upon dashing into the street. A profound sense of relief surged within, as if the burdens it had borne could finally be relinquished in that moment. The prolonged struggle against the vampires had left it utterly fatigued, yet simultaneously filled with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. Upon hearing the distant wail of sirens, it dialed Hannibal's number to inform him that the police were approaching, and it was time to depart. Chapter 29, Reinforcement and the Lottery. The chubby one, brimming with excitement, inquired, how did it go? Were you successful? Did you eradicate them? The others, hearing his boastful proclamations, exchanged knowing smiles. At that moment, their greatest desire, to eliminate the vampires, had nearly been fulfilled, and listening to the accounts of their battle only deepened their satisfaction. After escorting Hannibal and Abigail for treatment, they each retired to rest, preparing to address the aftermath the following day. Name, Xiahou D. Level, 26. Available free attribute points, 120. Strength, 48. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 35. Magic power, 1250. Assets, 2030 energy points. Random lottery chances, 3. Designated lottery chances, 1. Gazing at the glaring level of 26 and the additional 120 free attribute points. Xiahou realized that, once allocated, he could at least triple his strength. Not to mention, he had 2,000 energy points and 4 lottery opportunities, which would undoubtedly yield great rewards. The Morning Star had vanquished at least 1 or 2,000 vampires. Otherwise, it could not have risen 14 levels. It was noteworthy that while blocking the staircase, he had slain over 300 vampires and only gained 10 levels, with the difficulty of leveling increasing as one progressed. He began to devise a plan for utilizing these rewards, contemplating for a moment before deciding to allocate 50 points each to agility and intelligence. The remaining 97 points were then invested entirely into strength, elevating it to 145 points. With his sudden surge in power, he felt capable of effortlessly delivering a fatal blow to a bull. It was indeed within his grasp. Now his strength was nearing 8 tons, though it still paled in comparison to the 25 tons of the little spider. However, most other superheroes could scarcely match him. As he contemplated the 4 lottery opportunities, Xiahou hesitated, pondering whether to draw now. He eventually retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. Once prepared, he offered a prayer to various deities and opened the random lottery interface. As the slot machine screen froze, an image of a red scarf appeared, accompanied by the description, an ordinary scarf. Perhaps it will enhance your charm? Xiahou exclaimed in frustration. What is this nonsense? Don't toy with me. After cursing the useless scarf, he continued to click for another draw. The slot machine spun wildly before finally settling on an image of a dried fish, its hollow eyes seemingly narrating the unfairness of fate. Introduction. The skin equipment allows one to transform the appearance of sword-type weapons into that of a salted fish. Gazing at this seemingly useful new gear, Xiahou felt an ambiguous mix of happiness and discontent. However, at the very least, it proved to be beneficial. As the final random draw concluded, a colossal steamer emerged on the screen, within which a gigantic Xiaomai filled the entire space, emanating steam as if proclaiming its freshly cooked state. Introduction. The cosmic Xiaomai, filled with various parts of a whole pig, leg meat, tenderloin, pig's stomach, etc., is encased in a thin skin and steamed, delivering a rich texture. The animation accentuates the fusion of flavors, symbolizing the pinnacle of Chinese dim sum. Xiahou, observing the introduction, murmured, "Is this Chinese culinary master? Gruing cuisine? This seems rather delightful. It could be perfect for a celebratory feast." After completing the random draw, Xiahou proceeded to open the designated lottery. Lacking in skills and equipment, he was eager to see what vehicles and special items he might obtain. Once again, the screen froze, revealing a metallic bamboo dragonfly, accompanied by a suction-like device underneath. Upon seeing it, memories of a childhood animation flooded his mind. He recalled how he had dreamt of owning a bamboo dragonfly to soar freely in the skies. It appeared that this dream was on the verge of realization. He then turned to the item description, eager to confirm if it was indeed what he imagined. Bamboo dragonfly. Simply wear on your head and control its flight through thought. The maximum flying speed is 80 kilometers per hour, with a continuous flight duration of 8 hours and a maximum flight distance of 640 kilometers, supporting a maximum load of 50 kilograms. After reading the description, he was met with both good news and bad news. The good news was that it was indeed the bamboo dragonfly of his dreams. The bad news was that the maximum load was a mere 50 kilograms. What use is this, then? The weight of any adult exceeds 50 kilograms. Have they presented me with a diminished version? Xiahou's blood pressure surged instantaneously. Standing at 180 centimeters tall and weighing 70 kilograms, he found this item utterly unusable. Gazing at his remaining 2,000 energy points, Xiahou hesitated, contemplating whether to continue drawing. Perhaps it was best to save it for another time. Today, as fortune seemed lacking. This wretched lottery system. After such a long day, he decided to indulge in a good night's sleep. With that, he collapsed on his bed, gradually drifting into slumber, where Siegfried made yet another appearance. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that everyone began to gather in the hall of the new base. A groggy Xiahou stumbled in, tousled hair in tow. Within the hall, discussions were underway regarding how to handle the previously discovered blood bank, with Hannibal and Abigail, both swathed in bandages, actively participating. Upon Xiahou's entrance, the crowd greeted him warmly. Hannibal, pointing to the empty seat beside him, said, "Xiahou, you've finally awakened. Come, sit with us. We are deliberating on how to deal with that vampire's blood bank." As Xiahou made his way forward, Abigail interjected. "Now that most of the vampires and their leaders have been eradicated, once we clear out their blood reserves, the city of New Orleans will be free of vampires. As for the ordinary people who worship them, without the vampires, they will pose no significant threat." Chapter 30. The Annihilation of Blood Reserves. Upon hearing Abigail's explanation and observing the bandaged forms of both her and Hannibal, Xiahou settled down and remarked, "Since there's only one blood reserve remaining, allow me and Blade to handle it. You all should rest well, right, style guy?" Blade, seemingly addressed by that last moniker, looked at Xiahou with a puzzled expression and asked, "Are you talking to me?" Xiahou nodded affirmatively and continued in a teasing tone, "Don't you think that title suits you perfectly? Every time, whether in battle or making an entrance, you always strike a pose. Isn't that so? Besides, it makes us seem particularly close, doesn't it?" Blade instantly revealed his fangs, resembling an agitated dog, as if to say, "Do you want me to come over and bite you?" Hannibal, upon hearing Xiahou's description, wore an expression of agreement and inquired, "Xiahou, if that makes us seem close, what do you think I should be called? How about Bond? I believe it truly reflects my aura." Xiahou shook his head. No. What about the king of flirtation? I was going to call you little rascal, but that clearly doesn't suit you. At least you maintain a semblance of decorum." Hannibal, expressing his dissatisfaction, replied, "I don't think that's a good title. Moreover, I'm trying to lighten the mood. Besides, you're not much better than I am, are you? That name should belong to you." Xiahou wagged his finger. "I have titles more befitting me. Furry or handsome guy. I quite like both. Feel free to use them." Upon hearing Xiahou pronounce those terms in Chinese, the others wore expressions of confusion, as if to say, "What are you saying? What does that mean? Please explain." Little Black displayed a genuine version of the black question mark face beside them. Noticing the bewilderment on their faces, Xiahou lost the desire to joke. Indeed, conversing with a group of foreigners, particularly those unfamiliar with such internet vernacular, was far less engaging than chatting with online friends or gaming companions. Blade then stood up, nodding to the group, and said, "Xiahou is correct. Thank you for what you've done so far. The conclusion will be handled by me and Xiahou." The others acknowledged this, expressing their anticipation for good news. Abigail, however, revealed a hint of concern for the two departing figures. Hannibal patted her shoulder and advised, "All right, stop watching. They've gone far. There's no point in lingering, and Xiahou may not be the right fit for you. He will likely maintain his distance. Don't overthink it." Abigail simply nodded in response, saying nothing further. Upon reaching the parking area, Xiahou turned to Blade and said, "You drive." Blade immediately retorted, "Why not you? I cannot drive a car with the steering wheel on the right side. Moreover, I am unfamiliar with the roads." Xiahou explained, picking his nose. Dao Feng then opened the driver's seat and settled in, while Xiahou hurriedly clambered into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt. As Dao Feng drove, a sense of gloom enveloped him. He had never been one to drive for others, as he typically preferred to be a passenger. Unconsciously, his foot pressed down hard on the accelerator. Beside him, Xiahou began to chant. There are countless roads, but safety is paramount. Neglecting traffic norms brings tears to loved ones. Dao Feng's face darkened further, and the car's speed escalated, eliciting shouts of anger from other drivers along the way. Upon arriving at the blood bank's location, they found a multitude of ordinary people busily transporting various large boxes. It resembled an industrial park composed of numerous sizable warehouses. Xiahou stood at the entrance, scanning the crowd for any sign of individuals with bloodied headbands. Not spotting any, he turned to Dao Feng and said, "These must be ordinary folks. Let us venture inside and investigate." Together, they proceeded inward, and the security guards, perceiving their formidable demeanor, did not dare to intervene, allowing them passage. At each warehouse they approached, Xiahou scrutinized the interior. After failing to find any vampires or unusual occurrences, he led Dao Feng to the next location. They searched through 7 or 8 warehouses without uncovering any clues. Finally, they arrived at the last warehouse, where a police car was parked outside, though it appeared unoccupied. Likely, the officers had entered. The sight heightened their vigilance as they approached the tightly shut warehouse door. Unlike the others, this door required a fingerprint scan for access. Exchanging a knowing glance, they sensed something was amiss. They had likely arrived at the right place. Xiahou approached the door and pushed with all his might, but it remained immovable. Undeterred, he pushed again with the same result. How could he, with nearly 8 tons of strength, be unable to budge it? Drawing the Crimson Queen, he activated EX mode and effortlessly transitioned to second gear. With a swift upward motion, he severed the door's hinges, revealing the interior filled with various racks. Inside, rows of metal shelves were laden with large sealed bags, each containing human beings, connected by a few tubes through which a steady flow of blood coursed. Both men were filled with indignation at the scene before them. Although Xiahou had seen such horrors in films, witnessing it in reality evoked a profound sense of sorrow, akin to the death of a rabbit bringing grief to a fox. Observing the staff inside, who were organizing various documents and materials, he noted that only a small fraction were vampires, the majority were humans. Yet, their cruelty towards their own kind surpassed that of the vampires. Drawing parallels in his mind to the scam factories he had seen in videos from northern Myanmar, where the plight of the people was strikingly similar. As the blade observed the fervent expression on Xiahou's face, he spoke up, suggesting, "Shall I take care of this? You appear to have never truly taken a life before." Xiahou, however, shook his head. Aside from the blood bags on the shelf, the heads of the others were adorned with health bars, leaving him without any hesitation. Yet, when he fired and struck his first target, the splattering blood and shattered flesh induced a wave of nausea within him. He pondered, indeed, this was a far cry from slaying vampires. Why create such a realistic game? Is it truly permissible to go this far in our country? I wonder if the infamous poison milk powder has been restricted, transforming them into oil warriors? As he momentarily lost his focus, the blade drew his pistol and commenced the massacre against the now alert individuals and vampires. Indeed, it was a slaughter. These beings possessed no capacity for resistance. After a frenzied quarter of an hour, the entire warehouse lay devoid of both humans and vampires, leaving only a ground strewn with corpses. Standing at the entrance, Xiahou took a deep breath and once more raised the azure rose. This time, however, a radiant light began to coalesce around the barrel, deepening in hue until a stream of violet luminescence cascaded down the rows of shelves, penetrating to the far wall before erupting in an explosion that ignited the surface. The shelves it traversed also ignited in violet flames, which rapidly spread across the entire structure. The warehouse became enveloped in a conflagration of purple fire, ultimately reducing it to ashes. Only then did the two turn to leave. The blade, observing Xiahou's silence, offered words of consolation. They are no longer human. What you have done is right, and it has granted them release. Xiahou merely nodded, yet within, he felt no joy whatsoever. He couldn't help but wonder why. Despite having completed a game and a quest, he felt no sense of happiness or pride. Chapter 31. Feast and Farewell with Gu-E. Upon returning to the safe house, Xiahou had completely adjusted his mindset and greeted the awaiting group with a joyful smile. The blood bank and everyone inside have been thoroughly eradicated. Let us celebrate with a feast. I have some luminous dishes to share. The crowd erupted in cheers at his words. After tidying the hall and adorning it with the collected colorful ribbons and balloons, the 8 gathered around a central table, which stood bare. Yet their faces glimmered with anticipation as they gazed at Xiahou. Hannibal could hardly contain his excitement, urging, "Xiahou, hurry and present your glowing dish. I can hardly wait." Xiahou, with no intention of prolonging their suspense, gestured, and a massive steamer, occupying the entire tabletop and spilling over, materialized. This steamer measured an impressive 4 by 4 meters, complete with a lid. As Xiahou lifted the cover, a dazzling radiance burst forth from within, accompanied by an enticing aroma that began to waft through the hall, causing all present to involuntarily swallow in anticipation. As the radiance faded, within the steamer lay a colossal crystal dumpling resembling a delicate treasure, its surface shimmering with a translucent brilliance that revealed an array of soft pink patterns within. The onlookers, mesmerized by this culinary masterpiece, found themselves momentarily at a loss, torn between the urge to indulge and the fear of marring its perfection. Xiahou observed their expressions with a sense of satisfaction. Although he was not in much better shape, he at least had mentally prepared himself. What are you all looking so bewildered for? This is the legendary creation of the master chef, Xiahou, unique to this world. To eat it, simply cut a piece of the outer crystal skin, wrap it around the filling, and enjoy. As he spoke, Xiahou produced a small knife, slicing off a square of the crystal exterior. He then wrapped a morsel of the filling in it and placed it in his mouth, releasing a sound of sheer delight. Seeing this, the others eagerly followed suit, hastily cutting pieces and popping them into their mouths, filling the hall with a chorus of ecstatic moans. If anyone were to pass outside, they might well assume a feast was underway. Observing his companions ravenously devouring the delicacy, Xiahou could not help but interject, "Don't just stick to one spot. This contains an entire pig. Each different section offers a unique flavor." Upon hearing this, the guests sprang to their feet, abandoning their seats to sample various parts, their exclamations of wonder echoing throughout the room. "Oh, truly, each bite offers a distinct sensation, and I feel as if I've seen a pig dancing in my mind. Yes, I saw it too, and it was winking at me. Oh my goodness, how incredible. Though I am blind, visions have formed in my mind. This is astonishing. Mom, you must try this piece. It's even more delicious. Thank you, my darling. Is this what Chinese cuisine is like? It's exquisite. What have I been eating before? I can no longer settle for burgers and pizza. I adore Chinese cuisine. I must immigrate to China. I cannot bear the thought of living the rest of my life without it." Amidst the chorus of awe and praise for his homeland, Xiahou felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Though this was not reality, it did not diminish the fact that it originated from his country. It could be said that even while playing a game, he was promoting his homeland. As the group continued to feast, the massive dumpling was eventually devoured by the 8 of them. Watching as they all reclined in their chairs, bellies full, Xiahou felt a genuine happiness swell within him. After a brief respite, Xiahou and Xiaopeng brought over several crates of beer, and as they began sipping, discussions of future plans emerged. Once most had shared their thoughts, Xiahou spoke up, "I plan to leave tomorrow." The group turned to him in unison, with Abigail eagerly asking, "Why the rush? Can't you stay with us a few more days? We had even promised to go sea fishing together." Hearing Xiahou's announcement, the others could only offer their blessings, vowing to gather again for an extended celebration in the future. Blade and Hannibal were engaged in an incessant contest of drinking prowess. It was evident that Hannibal was nearing his limits. Abigail settled beside Xiahou, murmuring softly, "Are you leaving so soon to avoid me?" Xiahou nearly spewed his drink in response, quickly retorting, "Not at all. Sister, why would I leave just to evade you? I genuinely wish to explore. Although superheroes have yet to emerge in this era, I have never been to America. Surely, I must witness the local customs and culture. Furthermore, I've spent the past few days battling vampires alongside you, so I simply wish to take in the scenery. There is no telling how long I'll be gone. Moreover, I lack a specific destination and plan to wander aimlessly. Your companionship is ill-suited for this journey, and aren't you aspiring to be an archery coach? I believe you should pursue your dreams rather than accompany me aimlessly." Xiahou waved his hand, dismissing her offer of companionship. Time slipped away quietly, and soon it was midday the following day. Xiahou had prepared for his departure, standing at the door of the safe house next to a Kawasaki ZX-10R, a gift from Hannibal. At that moment, Abigail approached, handing him a Nokia phone. "It seems you don't have a mobile device yet. This is for you. It contains all of our contact numbers, so you can reach us anytime." Little Fatty also presented him with a wallet, saying, "Xiahou, I prepared some cash and a bank card with 100,000 for you. If you run out, remember to call me, and I will transfer more." Blade silently stepped forward, giving him a hug before saying, "If you encounter any trouble, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." Xiahou nodded, "Rest assured. As long as I don't trouble anyone else, that is good enough." After a flurry of farewells, Xiahou mounted his motorcycle and rode off into the distance. However, not long into his journey, a portal emitting sparks suddenly appeared before him, whisking him away to a training ground before he could react. A mysterious energy surged, abruptly halting his motorcycle. Not far off stood a bald figure clad in a monk's robe, smiling at him. Xiahou blurted out, "Damn, it's the Ancient One." Chapter 32. A traditional tea meeting. A vein bulged on the Ancient One's temple. It had been years since she had encountered someone who greeted her with such a casual exclamation. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, waving her hand, and they were instantaneously transported to a tea room, taking their seats. Xiahou, upon hearing her, turned to the Ancient One, preparing to inquire about her purpose in seeking him. But before he could utter a word, she began, "Greetings, Xiahou. I am the Ancient One, as you are aware." Xiahou nodded, ready to respond, but was once again interrupted by her. "You're curious about the duration, aren't you? Let us provisionally say 2.5 years." Xiahou exclaimed, "You need tea elaborate. I understand why it must be so long, correct? This period is primarily to allow you to acclimate to this world while honing your abilities." No. This is not a form of house arrest. It is merely a means of training you. Do you wish to learn magic? That is certainly possible, but it hinges upon your innate talent. Although you possess magical power, it does not necessarily mean you are suited for the magic of our world. No, I cannot read minds. I merely have an inkling of what you wish to inquire. Xiahou pondered internally, still asserting that he could not read minds. Yet this journey through the narrative had not led him astray. I truly cannot read minds, nor do I know anyone from such realms. You are but an exception. Xiahou again contemplated internally. So, does this mean I can speak? Gu Yi, with a benevolent expression, replied, "Yes, if you have something to say, do so." After clearing his mind, Xiahou spoke. "Goodness, you still claim you cannot read minds. Truth be told, your aura is far more impressive than what is portrayed in films. Given your prowess, might you allow me to exit this game?" Gu Yi thought to herself, "MMP," yet maintained a facade of smile. "That is not permissible. As you can see, I am merely an NPC." Xiahou, rendered speechless, continued, "Is this truly just for my training? It cannot be a veiled form of confinement, can it? And is it true that I cannot learn your magic? Indeed, it is not possible. I do not know. At least in the future I foresee. You have not mastered it. However, everything is possible, is it not?" After finishing her tea, Gu Yi mused internally, "How I long to eliminate him. Were it not for the fear of him becoming corrupted, I would have done so without hesitation. I yearn to clock out." Gu Yi spoke calmly. As is well known, the sorcerers of Kamartaj are primarily melee mages. So you understand. After speaking, she playfully winked at Xiahou. Unable to contain himself, Xiahou internally scoffed. "You are an ancient woman of several centuries, yet you still attempt to charm me?" Just as this thought crossed his mind, he realized he had forgotten this old woman could read minds. Gu Yi, maintaining her composure, took another sip of tea and inquired, "Do you have any other questions?" Xiahou instinctively asked, "Do you know of Caecilius?" Gu Yi could barely suppress her amusement, and with a wave of her hand, Xiahou reappeared in the training arena, where her voice echoed in his ears. "The remaining Caecilius will inform you, and he shall be responsible for your training during your time here." Caecilius, who had been waiting in the training arena, approached Xiahou and introduced himself. "I am Caecilius, the chief disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer. Let me take you to your quarters." At this moment, Caecilius had not yet succumbed to the temptations of Dormammu, and his eyes were free from the heavy smoky makeup that would later characterize him. He appeared to be around 30 years old and lacked the gravitas he would later exhibit in Doctor Strange. Xiahou regarded him and could not help but exclaim, "Are you aware that your name is quite renowned? 800 million warriors know of you. Moreover, let me tell you, aligning with Dormammu offers no future. I know that Caecilius, wielding twin blades, is acclaimed as the fourth apostle. Perhaps you should abandon magic and pursue dual wielding instead, something fierce." Caecilius gazed at Xiahou in bewilderment and replied, "I am unaware of that, and how could I possibly align myself with Dormammu? However, the dual blades you mentioned are certainly worthy of consideration. Are they truly formidable?" Xiahou displayed a thumbs up. "Indeed, utterly fierce. Just be wary of the allure of the lowly. Otherwise, you might find yourself descending into the sewers." Xiahou inquired again, "By the way, do you consume human flesh?" "Iarbor no ulterior motives, merely a pure curiosity." Caecilius's expression darkened, and his voice rose a notch. "I do not consume human flesh." This proclamation drew the attention of other passing mages, who were intrigued by what this newcomer was discussing with the senior brother. Xiahou recognized that his question was inappropriate, yet gazing at the visage before him, reminiscent of Hannibal Lecter, he found it impossible to resist. This was not the previous Hannibal Gold. After escorting Xiahou to his quarters, Caecilius instructed him to gather the training grounds the following morning and then departed. Watching Caecilius's retreating figure, Xiahou called out loudly, "What about my little note? Why isn't the procedure being followed?" Caecilius paid him no mind. He had no idea what the little note was. Should he conjure one? Chapter 33. The Duel with Modu. Following Caecilius's departure, Xiahou began to search the approximately 67 square meter room. But aside from a bed, a desk, and a chair, there was only an empty bookshelf devoid of any tomes. Xiahou began to grumble. This is unfair. Why did Strange have Wi-Fi when he arrived? Yet I do not. Ancient One, are you treating us differently? Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ear. I'm not treating you differently. It is simply that at this time, Wi-Fi is not operational. Even if I provided it, you would be unable to utilize it. Xiahou was taken aback and retorted, Are you spying on me? Is this eavesdropping? The Ancient One's voice responded once more. It is not that I wish to eavesdrop, but rather a natural response when you uttered my name. Thus, when you scold me next time, do not invoke my name, not even in thought. Xiahou sighed, realizing that life was becoming increasingly intolerable. After the Ancient One's voice ceased, he reached for the phone Abigail had given him, intending to call them and express his grievances. However, upon discovering there was no signal, he fell silent once more. He could endure the absence of Wi-Fi, given the lack of hardware to use. But to be told that there was no signal at all was simply excessive. Xiahou cursed again. Ancient One, come out. What is this nonsense about no signal? If you do not provide me with a reason today, I shall contend with you. This time, Xiahou's voice resonated throughout a significant portion of Camartage, and the mages who heard it were taken aback by this audacious lunatic daring to call out the name of the supreme mage so brazenly. If he survived, they would certainly wish to become acquainted with him. The Ancient One's voice returned. This is the Himalayas. If you have the ability, set up your own signal station. Furthermore, I am entering seclusion now. Do not disturb me unless it is absolutely necessary. After saying this, regardless of Xiahou's shouts, the Ancient One did not reappear. In the mystical realm of Camartage, a formidable figure named Xiahou has emerged, sparking rumors of a clandestine connection with the Ancient One, be it as a son or a lover. However, those who dare to spread such whispers have mysteriously vanished within Camartage, leaving others too fearful to continue the discourse. As a resounding bell tolled, Xiahou was abruptly roused from his slumber, gazing at the dimly lit sky outside. He pulled the covers tighter around him, pondering who might rise so early. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he recalled Uncle Ba's directive to practice at the training grounds and reluctantly extricated himself from the warmth of his bed. Upon emerging, he sensed a newfound strength coursing through his body, though he had not engaged in any particular exertions. Curiosity compelled him to check his status panel, where he was astonished to discover his strength had surged to 160, agility to 63, and intelligence to 60. It dawned on him that he had inexplicably gained over 30 attribute points. Upon reading the description of the Dragon Slayer's heart, which indicated a gradual enhancement of physical attributes, he pondered whether such an increase could truly be considered slow. What, then, would rapid enhancement entail? Without delving further into contemplation, he proceeded along the path he had taken the previous day, arriving at the training grounds. The training arena was already populated with over 40 mages, with Caecilius positioned at the forefront. Upon noticing Xiahou's arrival, he gestured for him to approach. Addressing the assembly of mages, he introduced Xiahou as a new student who would be training at Camartage for 2.5 years, personally brought in by the Supreme Mage. The gathered mages acknowledged Xiahou with nods, commencing a hushed discussion among themselves. After a sharp clap to regain their attention, Caecilius instructed Xiahou to stand beside his fellow mage, Mordo, and announced the commencement of morning sparring. As Xiahou settled beside Mordo, he was promptly ushered to the outskirts of the arena, clearing the central space. Two mages stepped forward, exchanged formal bows, and conjured their magical weapons, initiating their duel. The clash of their weapons ignited sparks, captivating Xiahou as he observed. Marveling at the spectacle, he mused that, indeed, aside from the Ancient One and Strange, most mages in the Marvel Universe seemed to favor close combat. Moreover, Strange appeared to be largely disengaged, employing minimal area spells. The Ancient One, having displayed her prowess briefly, succumbed to the overwhelming effects of her spells, an outcome that, in hindsight, seemed predictable. Meanwhile, in a tranquil chamber, the Ancient One suddenly sneezed, closing her eyes to assess the situation, and sighed deeply, contemplating the notion of expelling him from Earth. Perhaps she should summon Strange ahead of schedule? Standing beside Xiahou, Mordo exuded a sense of solemnity that stifled any desire for conversation. Initially inclined to engage, Xiahou found his interest waning upon witnessing Mordo's demeanor. Given his personal biases and Mordo's unappealing traits, he resolved against pursuing camaraderie with him. As the remaining mages took their turns, only Caecilius, Mordo, and Xiahou were left in the arena. After casting a glance at Xiahou, Modu proceeded to the center of the training grounds and issued a challenge to Caecilius. Xiahou, observing this, thought to himself, I haven't even expressed my disdain for you yet, and you are already dismissing me? Without hesitation, he declared, allow me to engage with Mage Modu. I am curious to experience the combat style of a mage. With that, he stepped directly opposite Modu, mimicking the earlier Mage's gestures, performed a respectful bow, and drew forth the Crimson Empress. As the Crimson Empress made its appearance, the gathered mages could sense the demonic aura emanating from it. Modu, visibly displeased, exclaimed, why do you wield a weapon of demons? Upon hearing Modu's accusatory inquiry, Xiahou's demeanor soured instantly. What I choose to wield is none of your concern. Even Ancient One has not interfered. What right do you have? Modu's expression darkened further, nearly absorbing the surrounding light, yet recognizing the validity of Xiahou's argument. He returned the bow and produced his own magic staff. Unyielding, Xiahou activated the EX mode of the Crimson Empress, flames igniting along its blade. Upon reaching the first stage, he initiated the assault with a swift flying swallow slash aimed at Modu, who hastily raised his staff to defend. The clash of their weapons set off a flurry of flames and magical sparks. However, it was evident that Xiahou's strength greatly surpassed Modu's, and despite the enhancement of magical power, Modu could not withstand the onslaught for long. He was forcefully pushed back several meters, and a gash appeared on his staff. Observing this, Xiahou taunted, Mage Modu, it seems you are not as formidable as you present yourself to be. Modu, feeling a surge of frustration, silently infused more magical energy into his weapon and retaliated with a sweeping strike. The staff, augmented by his magic, extended suddenly by over 5 meters. Xiahou raised his blade in defense, yet was still caught off guard and knocked back over 3 meters. Modu remarked, you are not much better yourself. Xiahou, at a loss for words, pondered why Modu's staff could elongate so dramatically. Undeterred, he charged forward once more, gripping his blade with one hand while stealthily drawing the azure rose with the other, channeling magical energy into it. Upon seeing Xiahou's renewed advance, Modu, without overthinking, approached with his staff. After several exchanges of blows, Xiahou aimed the azure rose directly at Modu and shouted, look out! Startled by the sudden appearance of Xiahou's firearm, Modu quickly conjured a magical shield before him. However, the shot that had been meticulously planned was far beyond the capabilities of Modu's hastily formed magical barrier. The shield shattered almost immediately, and the bullet, propelled by its residual force, struck Modu in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. He flew out of the training grounds, rolling several times before rising, blood spattering from his lips. Although protected by magical energy, the bullet had not penetrated his body, yet the impact was entirely absorbed, leaving him acutely aware of the anguished cries of his own insides. Modu spoke up, you are lacking in martial ethics. How could you use a gun? Xiahou retorted, you never said I couldn't use a gun. Moreover, there are no regulations stating that only one weapon may be employed, right? Upon hearing Xiahou's words, Modu had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill, storming off to the other side of the venue, expressing his unwillingness to stand alongside someone who disregarded martial decorum. The uncorrupted Caecilius still cared for his junior, approaching Modu to assess his injuries. He then addressed Xiahou, saying, be mindful of your actions in the next battle. Do not maliciously harm other mages. Xiahou waved his hand dismissively, replying, all right, understood. Is there anything else? If not, I'm off to have tea with Gui. Caecilius was momentarily at a loss for words, simply responding, nothing else. Xiahou then called out loudly to the surroundings, Gui, didn't you hear me? I want tea. Open the portal. The numerous mages around were taken aback by Xiahou's audacity. Chapter 34, Gui, I wish to eliminate him. Though Gui was reluctant to engage with Xiahou, to prevent further outbursts, he begrudgingly opened a portal for him. Upon witnessing the portal materializing before Xiahou, the expressions of the attending mages distorted in disbelief. Their curiosity about Xiahou's identity intensified, primarily due to Gui's monumental reputation accumulated over centuries. No one had ever been so disrespectful, and it appeared that Gui was particularly lenient towards him. Xiahou, undeterred by the mage's astonishment, stepped through the portal and, upon finding the tea already prepared, sat down unceremoniously and drank it all in one go. Gui, observing Xiahou's behavior, helplessly remarked, since you are aware of my identity, why do you not fear me? Are you not afraid I might cast you into another dimension? Xiahou smacked his lips, thinking that the tea was not nearly as extraordinary as described in the fan fiction he had read. Internally, Gu-E reflected, what do I know? It's not because I foresee the future or understand your past behavior. You have always referred to yourself as a player and us as NPCs. How could I know? Besides, I only intended to intimidate you. Xiahou gazed silently at Gu-E, wholly oblivious to her rich inner thoughts. Seeing his cup refilled once more, he continued, you know very well that after you brought me here yesterday and did not harm me, showing me considerable leniency, I realize you either require my assistance or harbor ulterior motives towards me. Therefore, Master Gu-E, could you enlighten me as to your intentions? Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze intently on Gu-E's eyes, internally musing, am I not imposing? Look, even Gu-E seems taken aback. Gu-E felt somewhat flustered under Xiahou's stare and replied, I harbor no ulterior motives towards you, nor do I require your assistance. My leniency and indulgence are simply due to finding you agreeable, and you are quite unique. Yet, deep down there lingers a concern, primarily, the fear that you might engage in reckless behavior, especially in these tumultuous times, where the conflict between mutants and ordinary individuals escalates. Your extraordinary abilities render you susceptible to being captured as a mutant, subjected to relentless experimentation, and ultimately, succumbing to darkness. In the timelines she has witnessed, over 80% were obliterated by Xiahou. Those inexplicable powers and artifacts are insurmountable, even by the likes of eternity. Furthermore, you must understand that there is little amusement to be found in the world outside at present. It will be far more prudent for you to dedicate yourself to honing your skills, thereby enhancing your capacity for self-preservation, rather than facing death at every turn. Gu-E continued, addressing Xiahou. Upon hearing this, Xiahou, though he perceived a hint of validity in her words, sensed an underlying dissonance but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he inquired, are you suggesting that I should inherit the title of the Supreme Sorcerer? Gu-E, intrigued, asked, how did you connect this to becoming the Supreme Sorcerer? After taking a sip of tea to steady his nerves, he replied, I would very much like for you to inherit it, but to become a Supreme Sorcerer, one must first master the arcane arts. Xiahou, upon hearing this, was displeased. Who says it must be magic? Aren't you all melee sorcerers? Moreover, Gandalf similarly wielded a simple light spell and became a formidable warrior. Did he not ascend to the status of a white wizard, earning the title of dual-wielding berserker? Gu-E retorted, however, the sorcerers here are required to possess magical abilities. While they may engage in melee combat more frequently, they must also have the means to ensnare their foes, such as through the use of mirror dimensions, to facilitate more amicable sparring of martial prowess. A certain supreme sorcerer, attempting to salvage the reputation of Kamar-Taj, insisted. Listening to Gu-Ye's reasoning, Xiahou found it quite compelling, as it elucidated why the sorcerers in Marvel, despite their mastery of magic, favored close combat. It was not that they shunned ranged capabilities, but rather that they preferred to vie for the front line alongside warriors. He then continued to inquire, but why must it be 2.5 years? Do you harbor grievances against our chicken brother? Small Black, have you revealed your feathers? Gu-E, growing increasingly exasperated, reflected on why she was reluctant to delve into Xiahou's mind. He had been quite normal before arriving at Kamar-Taj. How the atmosphere shifted so drastically. The reason for Xiahou's transformation lay in the provocation from Gu-E. Since he could read minds, he decided to abandon his reservations and embrace his true self, having previously been overly cautious. Moreover, in the Marvel Universe, apart from the top-tier entities, Gu-E stands among the foremost, for aside from Dormammu, who would dare to engage with Earth discreetly, since Gu-E had no intention of harming him. And as a gamer, he felt liberated from fear. Thus he resolved to fully express his nature. Gu-E, however, yearned to distance herself from Xiahou. She feared that if she remained any longer, she might inadvertently harm him. This is not significant. You shall understand in due time. Then he posed a particularly intriguing question. By the way, Gu-E, among your many rebellious disciples, are you truly unaware? Or is it that you simply prefer to remain uninvolved, claiming it is all for the sake of training Strange? Are you merely seeking to take the easy way out? No, I am unaware, nor should I be, for that is a matter of concern solely for Strange. Gu-E, however, remained resolutely serious. Yet among the two present, neither truly believed this statement. Surely, you must also be aware of the mischief Strange has been involved in? Why not choose Tony instead? I feel he might be a tad more reliable than Strange, mused Xiahou, continuing to ponder his curiosities. Gu-E, beginning to exhibit signs of impatience, queried, have you considered the nature of the questions you persist in asking? Is this a matter I am inclined to discuss? Perceiving Gu Yi's growing restlessness and recognizing they had already conversed extensively, Xiahou decided to postpone further discussions for another day. After taking another sip of tea, he rose to bid farewell to Gu Yi, saying, "Gu Yi, might you procure some fine tea for my next visit? This brew is utterly unpalatable, devoid of any special qualities. By the way, may I visit the library to peruse some tomes on magic?" Observing Gu Yi's eagerness to see him depart, Xiahou briskly made his way to the exit. Gu Yi pondered, "This sanctum of Taj cannot hold me. Tonight, I shall indulge in the world beyond." Recently, it seems Mephisto has been stirring trouble. Perhaps it would be wise to confront him to alleviate my frustrations. Chapter 35, The Study of Portal Magic. Upon exiting Gu Yi's abode, Xiahou began to wander through Taj. When he arrived the previous day, he had been promptly summoned for tea by Gu Yi and had not yet explored the surroundings. The occasional passing sorcerers, many of whom bore Asian features, greeted him warmly, imparting upon him the sensation of having arrived at a culturally rich tourist destination. Taj resembled a quaint village. He completed his exploration in a short span of time, eventually returning to the training grounds. There, Caecilius was instructing a group of apprentice sorcerers on the art of drawing portals. Eagerly, Xiahou dashed to his side and exclaimed, "I wish to learn this." "Coach." Caecilius cast a silent glance his way and gestured towards a nearby table laden with more than a dozen mystical rings. "If you wish to learn, take one for yourself and stand among them. And kindly address me as master, not coach." Caecilius, with an expression of exasperation, retorted, "I do not go by Uncle Ba. Undesto, unsoba. How does one utilize this?" Standing among the throng of apprentices, Xiahou attempted to mimic their movements in drawing circles, yet elicited no response whatsoever. Caecilius, refraining from correcting Xiahou's address, began his instruction. To initiate a portal, one must rely on the enchanted ring and guide the energy through the circular motions. Clearly project the image of your intended destination in your mind, and visualize it as if it were within arm's reach. Therefore, until the portal is stabilized, do not step through carelessly. Otherwise, you may find yourself cleaved in twain by the very fabric of space. If merely a limb is severed, it is manageable. But should it be your torso, there will be no hope for rescue. Listening intently to Caecilius's explanation, Xiahou began to visualize the base of the Nightwalker team in his mind, channeling the magical energy within him to flow gently towards the ring upon his finger, and commenced to draw circles slowly. An hour slipped by as Xiahou continued to draw circles, yet before him lay an utter lack of response. The surrounding apprentices, particularly the swiftest among them, had already managed to sketch a diminutive passageway through which glimpses of the other side were visible. Sparks danced before the slower ones as well. In his heart, Xiahou could not help but scoff at the absurdity of it all. How could it be that his own innate magical prowess paled in comparison to those who merely relied on loans? Yet, every time he infused his magic into the mystic ring, it felt as though it were being expelled, as if the ring itself held a disdain for his magical essence. No matter how he envisioned or how diligently he drew, there was no reaction whatsoever. After yet another half hour, Xiahou's patience had been thoroughly exhausted. He dashed over to the table to select a new ring, convinced that the one he had previously chosen was defective. How else could it yield no response? With the new ring adorned, Xiahou resumed his efforts in drawing circles, but still, he felt incapable of infusing it with magic. After attempting with 3 additional rings, he surrendered, deeming the endeavor toxic. Approaching Caecilius, Xiahou, in a fit of frustration, inquired, "Uncle Ba, why does this wretched thing refuse to absorb my magic?" Caecilius stared at him, bewildered, as it was his first encounter with the notion that a mystic ring could fail to absorb and communicate magic. It should be noted that the ring was originally designed and crafted by the Ancient One to facilitate the ease of opening portals for sorcerers. After placing a reassuring hand on Xiahou's shoulder and sensing the magical fluctuations within him, Caecilius remained perplexed. Although the magic was somewhat diminished, it undeniably existed. Such an outcome was unexpected. After directing the apprentices to continue their practice, he led Xiahou to the Ancient One once more. Upon seeing the 2 visitors, the Ancient One expressed her curiosity, for she did not constantly wield the time stone to foresee the future. After preparing tea for them, she inquired, "Xiahou, were you not headed to the library? What brings you here with Caecilius?" Following a lengthy explanation from Xiahou, the Ancient One grasped their intentions. She elucidated, "It is not a matter of the mystic ring. Sorcerers cultivate their abilities by absorbing various energies. However, the human body is exceedingly fragile. Direct absorption of energy can lead to collapse. Since the time of the first supreme sorcerer, Agamotto, very few have achieved great heights in sorcery. The first supreme sorcerer united the sources of light magic, Okit, and order magic, Horgas, to form the triune Vishani, which allowed us to draw upon magical energy for our studies, enabling the sorcerers of Kamartaj to wield magic more effortlessly. You, on the other hand, possess the capacity to generate magic within yourself, yet lack the requisite status. Your magic cannot interface with the spatial fabric of this world. Thus, many spells from Kamartaj will only manifest for you once you have fully comprehended their underlying principles. However, I fear this may prove somewhat challenging for you. Upon hearing this, both Xiahou and Caecilius understood the underlying reason. In simpler terms, the sorcerers here were akin to fast food, easily prepared with minimal effort. They could heat things up without delving into deeper meanings, later supplementing their knowledge. Xiahou, however, had to purchase a ticket before boarding the train. Suddenly, Xiahou realized that Gu Yi's last remark seemed to carry a hint of disdain for him. However, before Xiahou could retaliate, Gu Yi anticipated his reaction and promptly dismissed them. You already understand the reasons, so you may take your leave. Xiahou, you have your own path to follow. Do not entangle yourself too much. At this moment, Caecilius still held great respect for Gu Yi. Upon hearing her command, he bowed respectfully and began to drag Xiahou out. As he was being pulled along, Xiahou exclaimed, "Wait, Uncle Ba, I need to have a proper discussion with this Baldy. What does she mean by saying it's a bit difficult for me?" Hastened by Xiahou's words, Caecilius quickened his pace, fearing that Gu Yi might become displeased and take drastic measures, potentially splattering him with blood in the process. Meanwhile, Xiahou continued to berate Gu Yi, completely oblivious to Caecilius's good intentions. Upon reaching a secluded spot, Caecilius turned to Xiahou with a serious expression and said, "I do not care about your relationship with the teacher, but you should at least show her the respect she deserves." Hearing Caecilius's words and observing his grave demeanor, Xiahou recognized that he had perhaps gone too far. However, the memory of Gu Yi reading his thoughts upon their first meeting still ignited his anger, leading him to want to retaliate merely for the sake of his own pride. Moreover, as a gamer, he found it difficult to respect an NPC. At best, he could treat her as an equal, but only on the condition that she wasn't displaying her health bar. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that Caecilius was quite a decent person. Should he reconsider his perception in Caecilius's eyes? With this thought in mind, he decided to disregard Gu Yi's arrangements and words. He wanted to test whether he could indeed alter the course of the game. If not, he would simply abandon this troublesome game altogether and choose to do nothing. Chapter 36. The Purpose of the Spirit Phone. Xiahou looked at Caecilius, who was still gazing sternly at him, and said, "Uncle Ba, you needn't be so serious. This is merely how I interact with Gu Yi. I hold her in high regard, all right? She is not like that hairy male version of Gu Yi." Seeing Xiahou ramble on with his nonsensical comments, Caecilius felt a sense of helplessness. He disliked engaging with such capricious individuals, but was determined to influence him because Gu Yi valued him highly. When Caecilius heard Xiahou reveal his greatest secret, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. Upon witnessing Caecilius's reaction, Xiahou felt reassured about his own thoughts, and the telephone skill he had previously acquired seemed to have found its purpose. "Uncle Ba, don't be so shocked. I know a lot about this world. The resurrection magic of Kamartaj is utterly unreliable. You shouldn't entertain such notions. Aligning with Dormammu is even less plausible. He is nothing but a deceiver. Moreover, I possess a unique ability to make a phone call to the deceased. While you want to hear the content, I can help convey messages. Would you like to give it a try?" Upon hearing that the resurrection magic of Kamartaj was unreliable, Caecilius initially dismissed the notion, especially with the subsequent allegiance to Dormammu, a thought he had never contemplated. However, the prospect of being able to converse with the deceased quickened his heartbeat. With a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "Is it truly possible to speak with the departed?" Xiahou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, but only I can hear the conversation. You will not. However, I can act as a medium for you." Upon receiving Xiahou's confident response, Caecilius felt his cheeks flush with excitement. He promptly grasped Xiahou's arm, exclaiming, "What must I do? Is there anything I need to prepare?" Xiahou, understanding his eagerness, acknowledged that this was far more credible than the fortune-tellers and shamans who merely read incense. He also received a side quest notification. Assist Caecilius in communicating with his wife. Reward: 3,000 energy points, 10 random lottery draws. After accepting the quest, he patted Caecilius on the shoulder and suggested, "No need for preparations. Let us proceed to my room. It is quieter there." Without hesitation, Caecilius opened a portal to his room, seizing Xiahou's arm as he stepped through. Xiahou did not linger, and after confirming the name, he retrieved his phone and activated the spirit communication feature. As the phone's green screen indicated the call was connecting, 3 brief beeps echoed, and a young woman's voice emerged on the other end. "Hello, who are you?" What do you want? Greetings. I'm a friend of Cassius. He wishes to speak with you. Please hold for a moment, Xiahou replied, glancing at Cassius and asking. The connection is established. What would you like to discuss? Noticing Xiahou's unassuming demeanor juxtaposed with the phone's indication of an ongoing call, Cassius pondered briefly before responding. Please ask her how she is faring on the other side. Xiahou observed his friend, bemused by his lack of conversational skill, yet dutifully conveyed, he inquires about your well-being on the other side. I cannot say whether it is good or not. I only know that my consciousness ceased at the moment of my death. It was only upon receiving your call that I regained awareness, she replied. Xiahou turned back to Cassius. Relaying, she states that she is unaware. Her consciousness was halted until I connected the call. Cassius's expression faltered at the implication of unawareness. What does that mean? Xiahou contemplated before articulating. It likely means she did not descend into the underworld after death. As you know, your world seems devoid of a heaven. So her soul was presumably claimed directly by the goddess of death, causing her state of stagnation. Upon hearing Xiahou's explanation, Cassius's demeanor softened. At least his wife had not been condemned to hell, tormented by demons. Xiahou continued. Do you have anything more to say or inquire about? The call is limited to 1 hour, and several minutes have already elapsed. In response, Cassius eagerly began to express to his wife the profound sorrow he felt following her passing and the journey he undertook to Taj to learn magic, among other sentiments. As time drew near to the final minutes of the call, Xiahou listened to the voice emanating from the other end of the line. You are Xiahou, correct? Thank you for relaying our conversation for so long. The time is almost up, isn't it? I can feel my consciousness beginning to fade once more. Please convey to Cassius that he need no longer worry about us, nor should he dwell on resurrecting us. He has done more than enough. Kindly encourage him to live well, and, if possible, to seek someone to accompany him in his remaining days. And is he still safeguarding the earth? Please tell him that I am proud of him, and urge him to continue his guardianship. Lastly, inform him that I love him and that he should take care of himself. Xiahou promptly relayed the message to Uncle Ba, who was already in tears, clutching his robe in a tight fist. The call ended after his wife spoke her final words. Xiahou gazed at the screen, indicating the call's conclusion, feeling a sense of accomplishment in completing his task. Turning to Uncle Ba, he said, The time has come. Do not be sorrowful. Would you like me to keep you company for a drink? Uncle Ba, looking at the now disconnected phone, wiped his tears and stood up, bowing deeply to Xiahou. Thank you, Xiahou. Thank you for allowing me to communicate with my wife once more. If you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Whatever it may be, I shall surely help you. Xiahou, unable to resist a playful jest, replied, Then let us rebel together. We shall oust Ancient One from her position as Sorcerer Supreme. And from now on, Taj will be under our command. Are you serious? Uncle Ba asked, astonished. Xiahou patted him on the back. Of course not. Only a fool would want to be Sorcerer Supreme. Come on, if you wish to thank me, treat me to a drink. I want the authentic Matai, the kind that leaves one inebriated. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ba opened a portal, revealing the bustling streets of Hong Kong in the Marvel Universe. He turned to Xiahou and declared, Let us go, for we shall not return sober. Xiahou, thrilled at the prospect of escaping Taj for a little adventure, followed him through the portal. They found a hotel, ordered a feast accompanied by several bottles of Matai, and began to engage in conversation. Xiahou looked at Uncle Ba and asked, Having spoken with your wife, do you feel any better? With a mischievous grin, he continued, Is it merely about guarding this world? Did she not urge you to find someone? Do you not desire that? Uncle Ba's face flushed as he replied, I shall not seek anyone. No one can compare to her. I only wish to safeguard this world. Nothing else matters. Xiahou's playful demeanor faded as he regarded Uncle Ba with earnestness. Promise me you will not be swayed by Dormammu. He thought to himself that if Cassius were still susceptible to temptation, he would choose to disconnect altogether. Hearing this, Xiahou's smile returned as he began to boast and chat with Uncle Ba. Once the food and drinks arrived, they engaged in a friendly contest of drinking prowess. Despite their banter, smiles adorned their faces. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the universe, a shadow observed a planet afflicted by a plague, and a woman's voice echoed. How intriguing it is that someone can connect with the spirits of our realm. Should I pay him a visit? Chapter 37, The Lottery and Conversation. As the morning light began to unfold, Taj resembled an amber gem emerging from the peaks of the Himalayas. In the basin surrounded by snow-capped mountains, the crimson edifices were cloaked in a delicate frost, while copper bells hanging from the eaves trembled in the soft glow, producing a sound reminiscent of the wind whispering through a bone flute. Awakened by the chime of the bells, Xiahou lay in bed, pressing his aching head, and surveyed his surroundings. Memories gradually resurfaced. He recalled indulging in libations with Uncle Ba until the depths of night, with vague recollections of Modu and Wong also joining them. Having consumed nearly 10 bottles of Moutai, he still craved more and continued with numerous beers, only to find himself blanking out. After lying there for a while longer, he hurried to the communal bathroom for a refreshing cleanse, emerging feeling remarkably rejuvenated. He then accessed his personal information, remembering that he had yet to utilize the reward from his task yesterday. Observing his balance had risen to 5,030 energy points, and that he had also acquired 10 opportunities for a random draw, he silently marveled at the bounty of his task reward. Eager to explore the lottery interface, he decided to use all his draws at once. This time, however, the random draw interface presented a slight alteration, introducing an option for a 10-draw sequence. Although it lacked the guarantees or perks offered by other games, it was certainly preferable to tapping one by one. He decisively selected the 10-draw option, curious to see what treasures awaited him. The slot machine's display transformed from 1 to 10, with various symbols spinning wildly above. As the images settled, 10 distinct pictures appeared. Yet, 8 of them were mundane items, offering no real value, while only 2 were unique: a cardboard box and a pixelated golden totem. Cardboard box, from the Metal Gear series. This box allows for disguise and concealment, and can even lure enemies at times, making it one of the most humorous and practical items in the series. Totem of Undying, from Minecraft. When a player holds the totem and suffers a fatal blow, it consumes itself to save the player's life. Gazing at the 2 newly acquired items, Xiahou acknowledged their lack of utility, but consoled himself with the notion of their potential. He decided to save the remaining energy points for a future need. After completing the draws, he shook his head and exited the room. Having overindulged in drink the previous night, he felt no desire for food and aimed to find Gu-E for a cup of tea, which had surprisingly become quite addictive. As he passed the training grounds, he noticed Modu had taken over the role of assistant instructor. Modu merely glanced at Xiahou without uttering a word, continuing to observe the trainees. Xiahou chose not to engage and walked past him directly to Gu-Yi's courtyard. Upon entering the tea room, Gu-Yi sat, as usual, sipping tea, and across from her was a steaming cup of green tea, evidently prepared in anticipation of Xiahou's arrival. Without hesitation, Xiahou took his seat and lifted the cup to drink deeply. Simultaneously, he felt a dull ache in his head, which had significantly subsided. Gu-Yi observed the unfazed Xiahou, shaking his head with a smile, and remarked, "Your prejudice against Modu is excessive. He is merely somewhat extreme." Xiahou appeared bewildered, internally exclaiming, "Who am I? Where am I? What is happening?" Upon witnessing Xiahou's expression, Gu-Yi discerned without the need for telepathy that he had evidently forgotten the events of the previous night. She proceeded to explain, "Yesterday, after you disrupted Caecilius's subsequent life trajectory, you went out for drinks. Midway, he summoned Modu and Wong. As your drinking progressed, Modu expressed his dissatisfaction, asserting that you ought to show me more respect. In response, you labeled Modu a thankless wretch, claiming he would eventually betray Kamartaj. He had no grounds to reproach you." While speaking, Gu-Yi produced her folding fan and waved it gently. Xiahou, taken aback, replied, "Did I say that? I seem to have forgotten." Gu-Yi, with her fan tapping the table, continued, "I understand you have always harbored a sense of superiority and cynicism, believing you possess knowledge of most matters in our world, using this to elevate yourself. However, sometimes, knowing too much about the future is not advantageous. It may even exacerbate the future." Observing Xiahou poised to retort, Gu-Yi added, "Do not rush to counter my words. You are aware that I can foresee the future, correct? What I have seen reveals that because you continuously divulge the plot, the world has descended into chaos. With countless timelines at stake, destruction ensues. Even if you are unique, you must also sense that this world is not merely a game. Every individual here is real, and you should not derive enjoyment from that. After all, your heart is inherently kind, is it not?" Listening to Gu-Yi's words, Xiahou lowered his head in contemplation, reflecting on whether he truly fit this description. He realized that due to Abigail's circumstances, he had previously developed a mindset of refraining from intentionally harming others. What had he changed? Perhaps it was after gaining powers beyond that of ordinary humans that his heart began to shift. Gu-Yi, observing Xiahou in deep reflection, lifted the teacup from the table and savored its contents, her fan fluttering joyously. She had experienced this dialogue through the time stone thousands of times, and apart from a few instances, each had yielded satisfactory answers. After thorough contemplation, Xiahou addressed Gu-Yi, saying, "Thank you, Supreme Sorcerer. I admit I have become somewhat arrogant, but there are certain truths I may still share with special individuals, solely to avoid regrets. However, I will respect the lives in this world moving forward. As long as they do not provoke me first, I shall no longer initiate harm against them. After all, I was taught a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. If one offends me, I shall certainly retaliate. Xiahou's expression was resolute as he uttered the last sentence, as if to convey to the person before him that this was indeed his bottom line. Ancient One merely smiled and nodded, stating, "You are correct. I do not require you to alter your essence. I merely hope you can inflict less destruction upon this world. Furthermore, I wish to convey that as long as you do not harm ordinary individuals, even if you later find yourself at odds with certain politicians or nations, I shall not intervene in your decisions." He patted his chest, assuring Ancient One, "Rest assured, and should I witness ordinary people in peril, I will lend my assistance if possible. As for other matters, it will ultimately depend on who proves to be the stronger." He then resumed his previous demeanor, addressing Ancient One. "By the way, Master Ancient One, it feels rather awkward to call you that. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Gabriel from now on." Ancient One promptly struck him on the head with her fan and replied, "In this world, there are neither angels nor deities. If we recount, the true deity would be the great Okid, for he once created angels. Yet, he has since taken them all away." Xiahou rubbed the spot where he had been struck and remarked, "Then I shall call you Old Deng. Speaking of which, where did you send my ghostly flames?" Upon mentioning this, Ancient One's expression darkened, realizing she had neglected to seek vengeance on that individual. "You are aware of what Mordo has done subsequently. While Uncle Ben can be said to have been misled by Dormammu, well, Mordo, he belongs entirely to the category of ungrateful wretches. However, since you have spoken, as long as he does not provoke me, I shall not concern myself with him. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing Xiahou's response, Ancient One smiled. "This is the most favorable outcome. If you have no other matters to attend to, feel free to explore, as long as you do not blow up Kamartaj. You may wander as you please." Xiahou retorted, "Then why would I wish to destroy this place? Moreover, do you truly have no ulterior motives regarding me? I can't shake the feeling that you are plotting against me." Chapter 38. A Visit to the Library. Ancient One, you are once again disregarding martial ethics. How infuriating. Accompanied by Xiahou's loud outburst, he landed in front of Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben, taken aback, looked at Xiahou, who had suddenly appeared before him. Hearing his previous words, Uncle Ben realized that he had once again angered the Supreme Sorcerer. "Xiahou, how have you incurred the teacher's ire this time? You ought to show her respect." Xiahou, visibly displeased, responded, "Can you blame me? We were just enjoying tea. I merely inquired whether she harbored any schemes against me, and she cast me out." He added, "When she passes in a few years, I shall host a grand banquet here for 3 days and nights to celebrate." At that moment, Ancient One's voice resonated. "Did I not tell you? I can hear you speaking ill of me. Do not speak behind my back every day." Lying on the ground, Xiahou raised 2 middle fingers in her direction to express his discontent. Uncle Ben, watching in alarm, noted that such remarks only resulted in a light reprimand, indicating how much the teacher truly valued him. Once he confirmed that Ancient One had shifted her focus away, Uncle Ben hurriedly helped Xiahou to his feet, whispering, "I told you to show some respect for the teacher, and look what happened." Xiahou, rubbing the bump on his head, scoffed disdainfully, "Respect my foot. Respect. Were it not for the inability to prevail, I would certainly engage in rigorous practice with her, allowing her to comprehend the terror of the fourth calamity." Bashu, observing Xiahou's unwavering conviction in his own correctness, refrained from further commentary, and simply inquired, "The teacher merely instructed me to keep an eye on you. But what are your intentions here? You cannot possibly learn magic." Upon hearing this, Xiahou's displeasure was palpable. "What do you mean I cannot learn magic? Who asserts that I am incapable? Take me to the library. I shall seek knowledge for myself. If I truly cannot learn, then I shall not emerge." With that, he grasped Bashu's arm and began to stride forward. Bashu, being pulled along, muttered under his breath, "You're headed the wrong way. It's on the other side." Xiahou retorted, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I'm unfamiliar with the route." Upon reaching the library, they were greeted not by a regal figure, but rather by an elderly Asian gentleman with a white beard and hair. After a brief negotiation with him, Bashu turned to Xiahou and said, "This is Mage Lu Wei, who has overseen the library for over 30 years. You must show him some respect." Xiahou nodded and, performing a respectful gesture, addressed the mage, "Greetings, Mage Lu Wei. I am Xiahou, here to peruse some tomes on magic. I apologize for the intrusion." Upon hearing this, Xiahou added, "It's no matter. I am well aware of my limitations and cannot delve into such profound texts." Bashu was left astounded, pondering whether this was truly the same Xiahou who had boldly confronted a supreme mage upon his arrival. Surely, he hadn't been possessed? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Mage Luwei, Xiahou was ready to explore the shelf for something comprehensible when he noticed Ba Shu still watching him. Ba Shu, are you not leaving? Why do you stare at me? I'm off to read. I have no time for idle chatter. Ba Shu replied, fine. I shall take my leave, and without further acknowledgement of Xiahou, he turned and exited. The library was divided into 2 levels, and deep within the first floor stood a closed stone door, inscribed with various magical patterns and emanating a faint glow. Xiahou, stroking his chin as he gazed at the door, mused that it must lead to the chamber of the Eye of Adamok. Though Ancient One seemed to be wearing it these days, so it was likely empty. After casually selecting a book from a nearby shelf, he discovered a title that caught his eye, The Manual of Astral Projection. However, upon opening it, he found it filled with intricate descriptions of astral projection experiences, categorizing human existence into the physical, ethereal, astral, translated as starlight, mental, and spiritual bodies. Astral projection refers to the phenomenon of the spirit departing the physical body during sleep or through rigorous training for travel, astral travel. Having perused the entire volume, Xiahou lamented, what on earth is this? As a self-proclaimed underachiever, I cannot comprehend this at all. He began to critique the text. What is all this about spatial awareness and multidimensional insights? It even delves into the construction of multidimensional imagery. Surely, only scientists or scholars could grasp this. I am merely a vocational underachiever. Such profound concepts elude my understanding. Observing Xiahou's animated complaints, Mage Luwei approached and inquired, what troubles you, Xiahou? Is there something you find perplexing? Do share, and perhaps I can assist in clarifying it for you. With a feeble voice, he murmured, I cannot comprehend anything. Is there any hope for me? Lev thought to himself, how did he manage to infiltrate this place? Yet, he mustered the courage to inquire. Is it the text of these books that eludes your understanding? Xiahou's voice dwindled even further. I can decipher the text, but the content remains incomprehensible. Lev pondered, I should not have meddled by asking. Yet how is it possible to recognize the letters while failing to grasp their meaning? These tomes employ at least a dozen different scripts. After glancing through the various books once more, he stubbornly perused over 10 volumes again. He came to an undeniable conclusion. His intellect simply did not suffice to become a mage, and he resigned himself to that fate. As he exited the library, Xiahou continued to gaze at Lev the mage, hoping he might utter, I possess a spellbook suited for you to rescue your plight. However, until he reached the threshold, the venerable mage dared not lift his gaze to meet his own, instead bowing his head even lower, as if the spellbooks before him contained something that required meticulous scrutiny. To alleviate the awkwardness for both parties, Xiahou silently departed the library, and upon beholding the starry night sky, he realized he had spent the entire day within its confines. He then made his way toward the dining hall, his stomach growling with hunger. Chapter 39. The Swift Passage of 2.5 Years and the Lottery. After a thorough cleansing, he sat upon his bed, lost in thought. After a spell of daydreaming, he began to lament, this place is so dull. I longed to scroll through short videos, play games, and read novels. His gaze then fell upon the prompt that had appeared since his arrival, inquiring whether to bind a new respawn point. After contemplating for a moment, he ultimately confirmed the binding. This locale was arguably the safest on Earth. Who would dare cause trouble here before the demise of Ancient One? Thus, even if he were to perish outside, he would not be subjected to the indignity of having someone guard his respawn point. However, he would soon come to deeply regret this decision. In the ensuing days, Xiahou became well acquainted with most of the mages present, engaging in daily sparring as well as jovial banter. Yet, Ancient One forbade him from straying beyond the confines of Kamartaj. A month later, he found himself alone upon a rock, gazing vacantly at the distant Himalayas, his eyes gradually losing their luster. Uncle Ba suddenly appeared at his side, offering him a bottle of beer before sitting down beside him. Why do you come here to brood again? Xiahou replied, exasperated, but I simply cannot learn. Is this not akin to imprisonment? Uncle Ba had a point. Unable to console him, he merely patted Xiahou on the shoulder, leaving behind another bottle of beer as he departed. Watching Uncle Ba leave, Xiahou once more turned his gaze to the distant mountains, descending into contemplation. He needed to find something to occupy his mind. Otherwise, he would surely lose his sanity, especially since the game shop offered no entertainment items for sale. Can you believe it? Is it not absurd that one cannot even play games within a game? After a moment of deep contemplation, he suddenly conceived an idea. Previously, he had passively accepted side quests, never considering the possibility of actively triggering them. He felt compelled to give it a try. Over the course of the following month, He began to seek out various mages in Kamar-Taj to initiate tasks. Yet his success rate was dismally low. The game's task system would only acknowledge genuine requests, and the mages of Kamar-Taj had little in the way of demands beyond those related to magic, an area in which he was utterly uninformed. Ultimately, it was only through offering to impart the martial skills he had learned from Siegfried that he managed to attract a handful of mages to study with him, thus triggering a few quests. After a month, he amassed 2,000 energy points and 7 random draws. However, as another month passed, the basic material had been thoroughly mastered by those mages, making it increasingly difficult to trigger further tasks. He was compelled to contemplate alternative methods. Though he had sought out the Ancient One, he was consistently dismissed. Eventually, the Ancient One, thoroughly exasperated by his persistence, relocated to New York for an extended stay, leaving Xiahou in a state of despondency. In his frustration, he began wreaking havoc and playing pranks in Kamar-Taj, much to the dismay of the numerous mages, who ultimately implored him to cease his antics. Remarkably, his mischief even triggered a side quest reward, which seemed utterly absurd. Thus, a year slipped by, leaving him with a year and a half before his departure from this place. After 6 months of guidance from Siegfried in his dreams, he ceased to appear, declaring that Xiahou had mastered all of his techniques and had evolved into a seasoned warrior. The heart of the dragon slayer within him, having enhanced him for a year, also ceased its fortification, likely having reached its limit. His current statistics stood at a strength of 560, agility of 310, intelligence of 245, and magical power of 150. In terms of levels, it would take nearly 200 levels for him to accumulate such a wealth of free attribute points. As long as the mages of Kamar-Taj played fair and did not resort to trickery, nobody could defeat him in the mirror space. Particularly, he had learned Siegfried's skill, Falling Demon, although he could only wield it through sheer magical force, resulting in diminished power. Nevertheless, he could now also imbue his weapons with magic to unleash Sword Chi, freeing him from reliance on the Azure Rose for ranged attacks. During one confrontation with Uncle Ba, who found himself outmatched, he confined Xiahou within the mirror space. After half an hour of boredom, Xiahou opted for self-termination. Uncle Ba, observing in shock from the shadows, contemplated taking his own life as an apology, but was stopped by the Ancient One. He will not die. He shall awaken the following day. There is no need for such alarm. The Ancient One proclaimed to the assembled mages, who witnessed Xiahou's body disintegrate into a cascade of light. However, when Xiahou reappeared the next day, perfectly intact, the mages of Kamar-Taj were instantly filled with both awe and disdain. Their awe stemmed from the sheer incredibility of his ability, while their disdain arose from the myriad of mischief he had enacted over the past year. Xiahou has also discovered a method to swiftly pass through these tedious periods. After completing the daily side quests assigned by the mages, he chose to end his own life. Observing his daily demise, the mages ceased to issue him any further task requests. Yet, Xiahou was not one to simply accept this lack of engagement. He opted to torment the mages anew, either by causing disruptions during their studies or by wreaking havoc upon their surroundings. The mages, left with no other recourse, could only beseech him for mercy once again. Thus, time slowly slipped by over the course of 2.5 years, and Xiahou finally awaited the day of his departure. At this moment, he was in his room, reviewing the fruits of his 2.5 years' labor. His level and attributes had remained unchanged. However, his energy had accumulated to 300,000, with 45 chances for random draws and 10 designated draws. The limited number of draws was due to the fact that, as he progressed, the same tasks yielded only energy rewards. He had diligently saved for a full 2.5 years. Before his departure the following day, he planned to utilize all of it. He first spent 500 energy to amass 50 chances for random draws, conducting 5 sets of 10 consecutive draws, resulting in the following items. First draw, Remedy of Remy, restores 30 HP and MP, with a cooldown of 10 seconds, capable of dispelling all abnormal states. Quantity, 1. Heavenly Healing Potion, restores 100 HP and MP quantity. 1. Second draw, Portal Gun, capable of firing 2 distinct colored portals, blue and orange. Players entering either portal will instantaneously emerge from the other, disregarding spatial distance. The colors of the portals must differ, and only one portal of each color may exist at a time. Resurrection Coin. When used, it can revive a character who has been dead for less than 30 minutes. Quantity 1. Third draw, Fragment of the Round Table Knights Meeting Table. A fragment of the table used by the Round Table Knights for their meetings, perhaps possessing other uses. Holy Blessing Potion. Upon consumption, allows for resurrection at the same spot within 30 minutes of death. Quantity 1. Fourth draw. Heavenly Healing Potion. Restores 100 HP and MP quantity. 3. Fifth draw. Arcane Quantum Bomb. Capable of conjuring a highly destructive magical nuclear bomb through the concentration of arcane energy, with the explosion's power and range determined by the amount of magic used, starting from a minimum of 300 magic points, with no upper limit. Extended Yellow Floral Shirt. Wearing this increases luck by 1 point. As he gazed upon the assortment of newly acquired items, Xiahou felt no stirrings of excitement within. Save for the arcane quantum bomb, he intended to test it out at Taj upon his departure, as an expression of his inner dissatisfaction. Having been confined in a game for 2.5 years, particularly after he began to utilize death as a means to expedite time, he had not lost his sanity. One could only say that his mindset had remained remarkably stable. After completing the random draws, he decided to hold off on the designated draws for now, as he felt that with so many items already obtained, further attempts might lead to disappointment. Chapter 40. Farewell and Departure. Having stored all the acquired items in his backpack, Xiahou lay down on his bed, preparing to enter slumber. This marked the first time in over a year that he would actually sleep. Prior to this, he had merely survived each day through self-inflicted demise. By noon the following day, the glaring sunlight streamed onto his face, prompting Xiahou to slowly open his eyes, his mind gradually clearing. He suddenly realized that substituting death for sleep would inevitably affect his psyche. The longer this persisted, the more his emotions would fade, ultimately leading to a complete desensitization. However, his numerous encounters with death had stripped away his dread of it. No longer did he fear death, and his tolerance for pain had significantly heightened. At a pain level of 30, he could now disregard most discomfort. After cleansing himself, Xiahou once again found himself in Gu Yi's tea house. This time, Gu Yi did not evade him. Reminiscent of their first meeting, he had prepared 2 cups of tea and awaited his arrival in tranquil silence. Gu Yi gestured for Xiahou to take a seat and indicated that he should first enjoy the tea. Seeing this, Xiahou complied, settling down and sipping from the cup. Instantly, a refreshing sensation coursed through him, soothing the taut nerves in his mind. Upon finishing the tea, he felt his mental state restored to that of when he first entered the game. The past 2.5 years seemed like a distant film, no longer exerting a significant influence over him. Glancing at the empty cup, he remarked, "Old dang, it turns out you truly possess such fine tea. Why didn't you offer it to me before? Do you hold me in contempt?" Gu Yi, previously composed, suddenly stiffened. Indeed, this was a rather unfortunate child. Xiahou continued, "I hadn't thought of it before, but why don't you learn from Strange and extract my soul, allowing me to experience your multiverse and enhance my magical aptitude? Because you lack a soul, or rather, your soul and body are one. They cannot be separated. When you die and are resurrected, it merely reunites your soul. Or, in your terms, it's the reconsolidation of your data. Isn't it? Player Xiahou, is that correct? Regardless, I refuse to accept it. What kind of good person plays a game and ends up imprisoned? I demand compensation." Taken aback initially, Xiahou then began to act petulantly. Gu interjected, "How about this? In the future, Taj can serve as your resurrection point, and should you require assistance, you may contact me or other sorcerers." This response, though still somewhat unsatisfactory to Xiahou, was reluctantly acceptable. It meant he had some backing. If anyone dared to offend him, they would be met with Gu Yi's intervention. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. After coming to terms with this, he queried, "So how do I contact you? I can't very well shout at the sky like that fool Thor, can I?" Gu Yi, bemused, considered Thor's antics rather foolish. Yet the individual before him did not seem particularly astute either. He pulled out a jade pendant and handed it to Xiahou. "This pendant, once infused with magic, will allow direct communication with me. However, you are not permitted to disturb me without cause." Xiahou accepted it, a joyful expression illuminating his face. He had secured a powerful ally. Subsequently, he produced a vial of the heavenly elixir drawn yesterday and handed it to Ancient One, stating, "I shall not take advantage of you. This will completely restore your state and magic. You can engage in more conversations with Dormammu when you are well." Ancient One did not refuse, having foreseen its utility while glimpsing into the future. Xiahou also expressed his intention to take his leave, eagerly anticipating his adventures outside. Yet he felt it necessary to bid farewell to Uncle Ba and Wong, for they had cultivated the closest relationship with him over the past 2 years. Upon locating the two engaged in training at the martial arts arena, Xiahou approached them directly and announced, "Uncle Ba, Wong, I am departing and would like to present you with a farewell gift." As he spoke, he handed each of them a vial of the heavenly elixir and reiterated its purpose. After some contemplation, he decided to bestow upon Uncle Ba the sole vial of the holy resurrection potion, explaining, "This is a revival potion. While it is ineffective for the deceased, should you encounter perilous danger, consuming it will allow you to resurrect within 30 minutes of death. Coupled with the heavenly elixir, you now possess 3 lives." How delightful is that? Wong, initially elated, felt a tinge of disappointment upon witnessing that Casillas had acquired yet another miraculous potion, realizing that familiarity often breeds closeness. Nevertheless, Uncle Ba was indeed deserving of Xiahou's generosity. Since resolving his inner conflicts, he had transformed remarkably, answering every inquiry posed by the mages and consistently taking on the role of instructor. Now, in past, apart from Ancient One, his reputation stood the highest. Xiahou politely declined further accolades, stating, "No worries. There will be more opportunities in the future, and I am not of great significance. You know well that I can resurrect after death. Hence, my presence holds little value." Upon hearing this, Uncle Ba ceased his refusals and expressed heartfelt gratitude, with Wong promptly echoing his thanks. The other mages training nearby displayed expressions of envy, particularly Modu, who exhibited a hint of jealousy. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiahou prepared to depart. But he intended to leave a grand gift for Ancient One. He channeled over 10,000 units of magic energy to activate the newly acquired skill, Quantum Bomb. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal bomb descended from the heavens, landing at the center of the martial arts arena. The surrounding mages gasped in astonishment, pondering whether he intended to obliterate Kamartaj. In an instant, the surrounding space fractured, and everyone was drawn into an alternate dimension, while the bomb was relocated to a considerable distance. As a mushroom cloud ascended, a shockwave surged towards the crowd, yet as it approached, it transformed into a gentle breeze. Thus, Xiahou appeared to be orchestrating a celebratory display of fireworks. Slowly, Ancient One materialized at the center, observing the tremendous power unleashed. The mages discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from their brows, gazing at the supreme sorcerer with gratitude, while inwardly cursing Xiahou for his recklessness. Xiahou whistled appreciatively and remarked, "What power! This is more than sufficient to flatten New York." Ancient One sighed, deciding to regard it as an outlet for his exuberance. Subsequently, a portal was opened, alongside which was placed the Kawasaki motorcycle previously belonging to Xiahou. He exclaimed, "Let us proceed. Do not stir up any more trouble. And remember, refrain from revealing too much about the future to others. The repercussions could be immense." Xiahou dashed to his beloved motorcycle, joyfully admiring it from every angle, finding it just as he had left it, uncertain of where Ancient One had stored it. With that, he boldly leapt into the portal, leaving behind the ineffectual mages and a visibly exasperated Ancient One, while Mordo's countenance darkened further. Chapter 41. Reconnecting with Old Friends. What a spectacle! Emerging from the portal, Xiahou found himself at a crossroads that felt both familiar and strange. After careful observation, he confirmed that this was indeed the place where Ancient One had previously taken him. He quickly retrieved his phone to check for signal. Full bars. Eagerly, he dialed Hannibal's number. After several rings, the call was answered, and Hannibal's familiar voice came through. "Hello, is this Xiahou?" Xiahou began to explain. "Well, don't mention it. Just after parting from you, I was captured by that supreme mage and imprisoned in Kamartaj until now. It's been nothing but tears. I've been living the life of a hermit, devoid of any entertainment. The joy of gaming has completely vanished." "The supreme mage? A sorceress, you say? Why did she imprison you? Did you offend her?" "Not at all. She merely stated that it was in my best interest to remain inside, without offering any reasons. These cryptic individuals are the most vexing." Is she a woman? "Where are you now?" "I'm near the old base, dealing with a woman who has lived for centuries." Just as Xiahou finished speaking, a fan suddenly struck him on the head. Infuriated, he shouted, "Ancient One, you eavesdropping old hack. We're so far from Kamartaj. What business do you have here?" "Of course, I oversee the entire Earth. And Haven T, I told you not to call my name. I have a sense for these things." Xiahou raised his middle finger toward the air and replied to the phone, "Ah, she just hit me again. I think her menopause is delayed." On the other end, Hannibal wore a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Are you foolish? You just called her a centuries-old woman. Of course, she would discipline you. But that Ancient One seems quite formidable." Hannibal quickly cleared his mind and inquired, "No, it's just that I was startled by the commotion on your end. Is that Ancient One truly as powerful as you say?" Meanwhile, Ancient One, who had been eavesdropping, smiled at the exchange. "The strongest on Earth? And Odin? Is it the God King from Norse mythology that I know?" "Indeed. Why do you ask?" "Why do I ask? That is a God King. Do you know him?" Xiahou replied with a hint of exasperation. I suppose I know him. He likely does not know me. By the way, are you with the others? Well, yes. Would you like to speak with them? Never mind. We can chat when we meet. By the way, do you truly not need any assistance? I have become exceedingly strong. Xiahou expressed his concerns as he inquired. Is it necessary? We can handle it. What are your plans, then? Will you continue your journey? Indeed, he replied. Since there is nothing amiss on your end, I shall resume my travels. Let us leave it at that for now, and we shall converse again another time. Farewell. Very well. Stay safe. Goodbye. After concluding the call with Xiahou, Hannibal addressed the other members of the Nocturnal Squad who had gathered around him, saying, You all heard that. Xiahou remains in this world. He has merely been taken by the Supreme Mage and has now resumed his journey. There is no need for concern. Let us swiftly conclude our affairs here, and then we shall seek him out for a reunion. Motivated by his words, everyone returned to their tasks, except for Abigail, whose face betrayed a hint of melancholy. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Xiahou rode his motorcycle towards the city. As he beheld the transformed landscape, he was filled with awe, noticing that some pedestrians were already using touchscreen smartphones. Although still somewhat antiquated, primarily relying on buttons, the advancement was quite remarkable. After exploring the area for a while, he failed to encounter that individual he sought revenge against. Perhaps it was best to let it go. He yearned for freedom and wished to wander without lingering in one place for too long. Exiting the city, he sped eastward, pushing the Kawasaki ZX-10 R to its limits. Reaching nearly 300 kilometers per hour, overtaking countless vehicles along the way. Observing the increasingly desolate scenery, Xiahou silently lamented that beyond the major cities in America, most regions remained largely undeveloped, merely a facade of superficiality. The television played a series of tedious sitcoms until he stumbled upon a news channel that captivated his attention. The screen showcased a massive bridge soaring through the sky, with a report indicating that this was footage from San Francisco, mentioning terms like mutants. Was this the X-Men? A scene from a cinematic universe? Thus, was this a fusion of Marvel and the X-Men? How absurd. The Purple Yam Spirit would surely weep. All the characters in X-Men were exceptionally powerful. After some lighthearted banter regarding this new reality, Xiahou reluctantly accepted the premise, recognizing from the bridge's depiction that it was a diluted version of the film universe. Otherwise, the characters would have already halted the Earth's rotation. He began to ponder whether he should seek them out for a playful encounter. There were many individuals he wished to see firsthand, such as Wolverine, Deadpool, Blink, and Polaris, especially Mystique. Such a dream. However, according to the storyline, she seemed to have been transformed into an ordinary person, so perhaps that would be for the best. After a moment of hesitation, Xiahou ultimately decided to leave things to fate. Who knew what troubles might ensnare him if he ventured there now? He had only just escaped from the clutches of Ancient One and was not eager to invite further complications. Moreover, after the recent upheaval, it appeared that a temporary truce had been established with the American government, so perhaps he would have an opportunity to visit later. After switching through several channels and finding little of interest, Xiahou opted for the comfort of his bed, planning to continue his aimless wanderings the following day. Chapter 42. Does he wish to end my life? The parched grass lining the roadside resembled forgotten piano strings, playing a desolate melody in the wind, while the cracked earth lay like the scars of the land, stretching towards the horizon. Clad in a long yellow floral shirt and a pair of beach shorts, Xiahou mounted his bicycle once more. Today, he chose not to rush but to savor the scenery along the way. The vivid yellow of his shirt and the flip-flops adorning his feet starkly contrasted with his bicycle, drawing curious glances from passing drivers. Although peculiar, this attention brought him an inexplicable sense of relaxation, and he found himself contemplating donning such attire again in the future. Ah, the liberating air. Even aimless wandering felt delightful. As he gazed at the vast expanse of the sky, he involuntarily began to sing. He initially believed today could be spent leisurely, but upon discovering a rural path, he felt an irresistible urge to venture forth, unencumbered by any destination. As he left the main road, the surrounding landscape improved dramatically, adorned with an abundance of trees. Yet the frequency of passing vehicles dwindled. Unfazed, Xiahou continued his journey. With the passage of time, the midday sun blazed fiercely, raising the temperature significantly. This intense heat was a stark contrast to the perpetual chill of Karmataiji. It was utterly invigorating. I loathe snow-capped mountains, Xiahou exclaimed, glancing at his fuel gauge, which indicated only half a tank remained. He mused that he should seek a gas station soon. Running out of fuel unexpectedly would be quite inconvenient. How had he forgotten to pack extra fuel in his backpack yesterday? He had previously discovered that his backpack could accommodate real-world items, with each type occupying a single slot. And yet it boasted 99 pages, each containing 100 slots, ample space for all his needs. He did not dwell on the matter for long. If he ran out of gas, he could always walk or jog. Given his current stamina, he wouldn't be slowed down much and could enjoy the scenery even more. After traveling another 100 kilometers, his motorcycle came to a halt due to the lack of fuel. Observing his surroundings, he saw no signs of habitation or buildings. So he secured his bike and began to walk forward, humming a cheerful tune. As the sky darkened and the sun withdrew its last rays, Xiahou had covered over 100 kilometers without encountering any structures, nor had a single vehicle pass by. He could not help but mutter complaints to himself. Next time, I must bring enough fuel. How could I have overlooked this? And what a desolate place this is. It's been ages since I've seen another soul. After several hours of fruitless wandering, just as he was about to rest on the roadside for the night, headlights suddenly appeared behind him. A large truck was speeding towards him. Yet, amidst the noise of the approaching vehicle, he heard a woman's cry for help. It was simply too far away, and the reflection of the lights made it difficult to see clearly. However, as the vehicle drew nearer, he finally discerned that a blonde woman was bound within the truck's cargo area. The cries for help were emanating from her. Moreover, she had noticed Xiahou by the roadside, and her pleas grew even more desperate. "Oh God, help me. Please, I beg you, save me." The driver, evidently spotting Xiahou, veered directly towards him, clearly intent on silencing him for good. A crimson streak of blood was visible on his forehead. Xiahou gazed at the oncoming truck and the blood on the driver's head, inwardly muttering, "Indeed, this is a land of freedom. Such reckless play. Am I to be silenced now?" Just as the truck was about to collide with him, he swiftly sidestepped and grasped the railing of the truck's front, flipping himself onto the passenger side door. He then greeted the driver cheerfully. "Hi there. Mind giving me a lift? My car has run out of fuel." The driver, startled by Xiahou's sudden appearance at the window, hastily drew a shotgun and fired directly at him. Xiahou merely swayed slightly, evading the hail of pellets, and complained, "If you don't want to, then just don't. Why get so worked up? I had no intention of harming you. I had promised that old dang not to harm ordinary folks. But since you struck first, don't blame me." The driver had contemplated firing again, but upon hearing Xiahou's words, he was suddenly confronted by a uniquely designed revolver aimed at him, causing a chill to wash over him as he thought, "This is it." With the sound of a gunshot, he was left with only half a body. The vehicle began to sway uncontrollably. Xiahou cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I forgot he was driving. Now it's a bloody mess. How am I supposed to stop the vehicle? I certainly don't want to soil my clothes." Hesitating for less than a second, he leaped to the connection point of the truck, tugging fiercely to pull the bound woman into his embrace, and then he sprang off, landing securely by the roadside. At that moment, the woman finally reacted, emitting an ear-piercing scream. Xiahou's expression darkened as he controlled his strength, delivering a firm slap while saying, "Stop screaming. Haven't I saved you already? Why the fuss?" The out-of-control truck toppled onto its side, gradually coming to a halt, with only one tire still spinning. As if awakened by Xiahou's slap, the woman quickly ceased her screaming and began to profusely thank him. "Oh God, thank you. Thank you for saving me," Xiahou replied, somewhat exasperated. "My rescuing you has nothing to do with God. Besides, what did you do to offend him?" The blonde woman promptly recounted the events that led to her predicament and implored Xiahou to accompany her in search of her companions. Xiahou also received a side quest prompt, offering to assist Eliza in locating her companions, with a reward of 100 energy points and one chance for a random draw. He looked at the meager reward, feeling somewhat reluctant to accept it. At the moment, he merely wished to wander aimlessly and avoid any entanglements, contemplating a refusal. Alicia discerned his reluctance and hastily exclaimed, "Please, I can offer you money. Would $10,000 suffice? All I require is your assistance in locating my companions." Upon hearing this, Xiahou hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Though the reward for the task was somewhat diminished, she had indicated a willingness to pay. Thus, even if the funds provided by the chubby fellow had been exhausted, he would still have a source of income. He replied, "Very well. However, should you breach our agreement, I assure you, I am far more formidable than that driver." As he handed over the bank card previously given to him by the chubby man, Xiahou inquired, "By the way, where are we supposed to search for your companions? Do you recall their phone numbers? Can't we simply call them to come and fetch you?" After writing the number on her clothing with her own blood, Alicia responded, "I remember, but I lack a phone. Do you have one?" Xiahou produced his mobile device and handed it to her, urging, "Hurry up and call. I still wish to find a place to sleep." Alicia promptly dialed her boyfriend's number, and after a brief exchange, she returned the phone to Xiahou. The two stood by the roadside for over an hour before a yellow vehicle gradually approached and halted before them. Alicia's boyfriend emerged and embraced her, accompanied by another woman. After a brief exchange of hugs and conversation, the man approached Xiahou to express his gratitude. Upon the reunion of the three, Xiahou received a notification indicating the completion of his task. However, he glanced at the vehicle they had arrived in and remarked, "There's no need for thanks. Just ensure the money is transferred. Could you spare a bit of fuel for me? Also, how do we reach the nearest town? Do you have a map?" The man readily agreed, retrieving a map to present to Xiahou while asking, "We can share some fuel. Where's your vehicle?" Xiahou simply retrieved his motorcycle from his backpack and placed it by the roadside. The three stared at him in astonishment, yet refrained from asking further questions, instead opening their vehicle's fuel tanks to siphon some gasoline into his. Xiahou mounted his motorcycle and said to them, "Well, I shall take my leave now. You all can manage the rest. Goodbye." He then set off towards the nearest city indicated on the map, his figure gradually fading from their view. As they watched Xiahou depart, the trio began discussing the particulars of the recent events. As dawn approached, several police cars slowly arrived, conducting an investigation of the scene before taking statements from the three. Chapter 43. The initial encounter with the malevolent knight. After traveling over 100 kilometers, Xiahou finally spotted the outline of a small town in the distance and hastened towards it. This quaint settlement was modest in size, with a permanent population of just over 1,000. It boasted only one inn, and upon entering, Xiahou found the proprietor fast asleep on the sofa. He resorted to frantically ringing the service bell at the counter, which startled the owner awake. Upon noticing Xiahou at the desk, he quickly approached, saying, "Good day, sir. Are you here to check in?" The owner, with an apologetic expression, added, "Allow me to assist you with your accommodation. Each night, for $20. The only sustenance available to him was from the vending machine. Apologies were in order, as the locale was somewhat remote, devoid of 24-hour convenience stores or fast food establishments. Upon hearing this, Xiahou reluctantly acquiesced, purchasing an assortment of snacks from the vending machine before following the proprietor to his room. The chamber was modest in size, yet reasonably clean. It was acceptable enough for a night's rest. After indulging in his snacks and attending to his personal hygiene, he reclined on the bed and succumbed to slumber. It was not until nearly noon the following day that Xiahou emerged from his room. After settling accounts with the owner, he mounted his bicycle and began to explore the quaint town. The town was truly diminutive, resembling little more than a large village in Huagua, with a scarcity of shops. Upon discovering a steakhouse that appeared promising, Xiahou parked his bicycle and ventured inside, eager to peruse the menu for delectable offerings. However, after reviewing the selections, he found only a few choices, such as steak, pasta, and hearty soups. Thus, he ordered a few items at random while contemplating his future. He needed to devise a means of earning money. Resorting to theft was out of the question. Engaging with gangsters and ne'er-do-wells was one thing, but he could not bring himself to exploit ordinary people. Moreover, in this world rife with powerful entities, what if he encountered one capable of obliterating him without the possibility of resurrection? For instance, the 5 great deities or the life court. Currently, it seemed he was ensconced within a cinematic universe, yet the emergence of mutants posed additional uncertainties. Moreover, with mutants frequently reversing the course of time, the inherent dangers multiplied. Hence, embracing the role of a villain appeared perilous. Perhaps a morally ambiguous anti-hero was more suitable. Yet the conundrum persisted. Yesterday he had earned $10,000. Might he consider becoming a mercenary or bounty hunter? Such a venture seemed promising. In due course, he could acquire a residence, using the ground floor as an office and the second as his home. As he pondered these thoughts, he could not restrain an exclamation. Yes, that's the plan. I shall establish an office and simultaneously undertake side quests. I will earn money. I am a genius. Let us call it the #1 player. At that moment, his meal arrived, and he eagerly began to eat. Accustomed to Chinese cuisine, he found Western fare somewhat unsatisfying, compelling him to consume a bit more. After finishing his meal, with little else to explore, he made his way to the town's gas station. There he filled his tank and purchased 10 large barrels for reserves, placing them directly into his backpack under the astonished gaze of the staff, who watched him depart in disbelief. Thus, he continued his solitary journey for 2 more days, starting to feel the weight of monotony. Traveling alone is manageable for a short duration, but prolonged solitude can be quite isolating. Gazing at the distant silhouette of a sprawling city, Xiahou arrived at the epicenter of Marvel, New York, a city marked by countless significant events and calamities. The dazzling lights stood in stark contrast to the towns he had encountered over the previous days. Only here could one truly consider a city. The other towns felt as though they belonged to a bygone era. As he marveled at the scene, he suddenly noticed a fiery streak racing towards him. leaving a narrow trail of flames in its wake. Xiahou gazed at the encroaching flames and murmured, "Could it be the Ghost Rider?" As both parties drew closer, Xiahou became certain. It was indeed the Ghost Rider, the iconic skeletal frame and the infernal motorcycle, engulfed in roaring flames, sent scorching waves of heat igniting all-minute creatures and debris in its path, with hellfire searing the ground beneath. As it passed Xiahou, the rider turned to scrutinize him, as if to ascertain whether this individual bore the taint of sin. Yet, all Xiahou felt was an overwhelming void. Without further regard, the Ghost Rider surged forward. Xiahou, however, swiftly turned around to follow. It was hardly his fault. Who would have anticipated encountering the Ghost Rider here? When he first beheld the film, he was utterly captivated by the motorcycle. Although the plot left much to be desired, the visual appeal was undeniably striking. Xiahou excitedly mused. It seems this might be his first transformation. How regrettable it would be not to obtain an autograph, and perhaps gain a bit of experience. Yet, the Ghost Rider raced with astonishing speed, unburdened by fuel considerations. Xiahou had already refueled twice. Were it not for the trail of flames, he would have surely lost track. From the church within the graveyard emerged a white-haired elder who approached Johnny, assisting him to his feet. After securing his motorcycle, Xiahou hurried over to the two, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed Ghost Riders. My name is Xiahou. May I take a photograph with you?" As he spoke, he spent 1,000 energy points in the game shop to acquire a camera with infinite storage, which he now held in hand. Initially, the elderly Ghost Rider perceived Xiahou as merely an ordinary individual drawn by curiosity upon seeing Johnny. However, upon hearing Xiahou declare his identity, he immediately grew wary. With a guarded expression, he inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose in seeking us? I do not believe we are acquainted." Noticing the sincerity in his demeanor, coupled with an air of knowledge, Carter Slade reluctantly eased his vigilance slightly. Nodding toward Johnny, he suggested, "Let us resolve his inquiries first, then we can discuss other matters." He assisted Johnny into the church, with Xiahou following closely behind. Chapter 44, Ancient One. Let's deal with old mechs together. Upon entering the church, Xiahou began to survey his surroundings, feeling a profound curiosity as it was his first experience within such a sacred space. Seeing Xiahou enter the church without adverse reactions, Slade felt a measure of relief as he helped Johnny to a bed in a secluded area, pouring an abundance of water beside it. After ensuring Johnny was settled, he approached Xiahou and stated, "Now we can converse earnestly. Reveal your true intentions." Donot jest with mischios from Europa. Slade, however, expressed skepticism, continuing to question. "Your ability to enter here indicates you are neither a demon nor easily deceived. What is your true origin? If you do not articulate your thoughts clearly, I fear I may not be able to fulfill your request." Upon witnessing Lei's demeanor, Xiahou pondered briefly before declaring, "I am a gamer. Are you acquainted with the Supreme Mage? I have modeled my approach after her. I now aspire to become a bounty hunter, and I believe Johnny would be inclined to hire me." "What? You actually know the Supreme Mage? How is that possible? A person of such stature should not be known by someone of your insignificant standing." Lai, initially astonished, soon retorted with disdain. Upon hearing this, Xiahou expressed his discontent. "What do you mean by someone of my insignificant standing? Old man, do you dare challenge me? I could dispatch you in an instant. If you have the courage, reveal your health bar. Even if the Ancient One were to arrive, she would be unable to save you." As he spoke, he brandished the azure rose, pressing it against Lei's forehead. Lai, observing the sudden appearance of the revolver in Xiahou's hand, recalled the moment he had just concealed his vehicle, which indeed had connections to the spatial magic of Camartage. Instantly, a smile spread across his face, and he said apologetically, "My apologies. It is my fault. Since you are aware of my identity, you should also recognize my past actions. Thus, I may have been a bit sensitive. I beg your pardon. You wished to take a photograph, did you not? How would you like me to pose?" Witnessing the old man's swift change in demeanor, Xiahou lost all desire to engage him in combat. "No need for that. I am not inclined to take a picture with you at this moment. Perhaps we shall discuss it when you transform again. Is it not true that you can only transform once?" Upon hearing Xiahou remark that he could only transform once, Lai became even more convinced of his identity. An adept in both spatial and temporal magic, he could indeed be a disciple of the Ancient One. That is a being so formidable that even Mephisto dares only to use a doppelganger, stealthily causing mischief on Earth. Subsequently, he ingratiated himself by saying, "Would you care for something to eat? I assume you have yet to have breakfast?" Xiahou regarded the suddenly affable old man with a look of bewilderment. Has he been possessed? It did not seem likely. Nevertheless, he replied, "Just a little something to eat will suffice." "Thank you, old man." Shirley hastily responded, Of course. Of course. Please wait a moment. He thought to himself. As long as he could latch onto the Supreme Mage's coattails, what need would he have to fear Mephisto? Would he dare to trouble me? Xiahou observed Shirley departing to prepare food and took out the jade pendant given to him by the Ancient One, beginning to infuse it with magical energy. After a few moments, he heard the Ancient One's voice. Have you not only just left a few days ago? What do you seek from me? The tone of the Ancient One was filled with impatience. Upon hearing this, Xiahou felt an immediate surge of irritation. What is this tone, old one? I have clearly discovered that Mephisto is plotting something nefarious and reached out to you. Do you not believe I could directly assist old Mephisto in his schemes against you? Enough with the trivialities. This matter pertains to Johnny, and I should not interfere. Xiahou, growing anxious, implored. No, let us conspire against old Mephisto together. I recall that it is quite an arduous task for demons to create a doppelganger. At the crucial moment, I shall summon you, and you can swiftly eliminate his doppelganger. Would that not result in him losing one of his manifestations? Thus, he would cause less trouble in the future. How splendid that would be. On the other end, Gui pondered for a moment, finding some merit in the idea. Indeed, she yearned for an outlet to vent her frustrations. Thus she acquiesced, stating, Very well. When the time comes, you shall infuse the jade pendant with your magic, and I will come forth. Otherwise, if I remain vigilant, he shall not dare to show himself. Hearing Gui's agreement, Xiahou beamed with delight. Although he bore no grudge against Lao Mo, the prospect of witnessing Gui deliver a thrashing was irresistibly tempting. A free spectacle indeed. How could he possibly miss it? All right, Lao Dang, you must come, he exclaimed, still acting aloof. But soon, a grand performance shall unfold. Hey, hey, hey. Xiahou's laughter echoed with the charm of a quintessential villain. Meanwhile, Shirley, who had already procured some provisions, lurked outside, having overheard their conversation. Though he could only grasp Xiahou's words, it did not hinder his understanding of the unfolding events. Clutching some bread and similar sustenance, he approached Xiahou, saying, There is but this fare available. Feel free to indulge. Xiahou accepted the offering without hesitation, consuming it while engaging in casual banter. As midday approached, Johnny finally awakened within the confines of the room. Upon regaining consciousness, he felt as though the moisture within his body had evaporated, leaving him parched. Spotting a glass of water beside the bed, he immediately drank cup after cup to quench his thirst. Feeling somewhat rejuvenated, he began to survey his surroundings. The room was adorned with various ecclesiastical illustrations and tomes, and upon exiting, he found himself in the main hall of the church, filled with rows of prayer benches, yet devoid of any congregation. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Shirley, who approached him wielding a pickaxe, and he realized it was Shirley who had sheltered him, prompting him to express his gratitude. Shirley recounted the events that had transpired, and initially, Johnny was skeptical, considering departing from this peculiar old man. However, when the mention of a contract arose, he found himself compelled to believe. Summering beneath a grand tree, Xiahou observed their conversation draw to a close and approached Johnny. Greeting him, salutations, Xiahou. Might you join me in Zhongying? Your transformed visage is exceedingly striking. May I borrow your motorcycle for a ride? Johnny, gazing at the unfamiliar face before him, was enveloped in confusion. Do I know you? Xiahou feigned sorrow. Have you truly forgotten? We met just last night. I was quite envious of your dazzling skeletal appearance and your skeletal motorcycle, which is why I pursued you all night long. Internally, Johnny mused. Are you some sort of weirdo? Who chases a flaming skeleton in the dead of night? Xiahou continued to entice him. Moreover, I'm a bounty hunter. Provided you offer me sufficient remuneration, I can assist you in confronting the witch-heart demon and Mephisto. His tone brimmed with allure, prompting Johnny to contemplate the feasibility of this proposition, albeit with a lingering doubt regarding Xiahou's reliability, given his beach vacation attire. At that moment, Xiahou unveiled an irresistible offer. Additionally, I can help protect your ex-girlfriend. It seems the witch-heart demon intends to trouble her in the coming days. Chapter 45, From Million for Hire. Initially indifferent, Johnny's concern for his beloved woman, who might be in peril, prompted him to act without hesitation. His current state was precarious, posing a threat to those around him. The individual before him seemed to possess significant knowledge and confidently promoted himself, suggesting he had something of value to offer. Johnny inquired, How much do you require? Seeing that Johnny had taken a bait, Xiahou revealed a sly smile, responding, That depends on how much you are prepared to invest. After all, I must assist you in confronting 2 demons and caring for your ex-girlfriend. After contemplating for a moment, Johnny declared, I can only offer you 4 million. That is all my wealth, but you must ensure Roxanne's safety. Upon his utterance, Xiahou received a simultaneous task notification. Triggered side quest. Assist Johnny Blaze. Quest details. Safeguard Roxanne Simpson and aid Johnny Blaze in defeating or eliminating the avatars of the Witch King and Mephisto. Quest rewards. 10,000 energy points. 20 random lottery draws. The generous rewards rivaled Johnny's previous earnings over the last couple of months. Not to mention the cash that could be garnered. Wasn't this enough for a house? After accepting the task, Xiahou assured Johnny, "All right, I shall undertake this mission. You can rest easy. I guarantee its successful completion. This time, a 1T require deposit. I trust your integrity. Just remember to transfer the reward to me upon completion." Johnny nodded and then asked, "What is your plan?" Xiahou had no intention of altering the narrative. He was merely waiting for the Witch King and Mephisto to come to him. He patted Johnny on the shoulder, continuing, "He will seek you out. After all, you are his father's top enforcer. If he wishes to stir trouble, he must eliminate you first." Moreover, Xiahou paused, glancing at the bystander, Xiahou, and said, "Old man, hand over your sanctified Gancat contract. You have no use for it anyway. You might as well use it for fishing." Xiahou hesitated for a moment before shattering the shovel, revealing the concealed contract within, which he handed to Xiahou, stating, "You can keep it. Do you need my assistance?" Xiahou accepted the contract and placed it directly into his game backpack. As long as he did not retrieve it, no one could access it. Hearing Xiahou's words, Xiahou felt no offense. He indeed lacked the capacity to continue fighting, and having eavesdropped on Xiahou's conversation with Gu-Yi, he was eager to witness the unfolding events. "I'll go. I've been here for decades. I ought to see the outside world. I may not have another chance." Johnny appeared somewhat bewildered, questioning what kind of covert dealings they were engaging in and what the contract was all about. Xiahou, noticing his dazed expression, roused him, "Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming. Let us set off to find your ex-girlfriend." However, as the trio prepared to depart, they faced a dilemma. Xiahou had only one horse, and during the day, when he could not transform, he would be unable to keep pace with the two. Xiahou gazed intently at Xiahou, who clearly sought his assistance in resolving a dilemma. He remarked directly, "Why are you staring at me? Do not entertain the notion that I will escort you. I refuse to allow a man, especially an elderly one, to sit behind me. Let Johnny take you instead." Xiahou, despite his reluctance, ultimately capitulated and accepted Johnny's offer of transportation, albeit with a myriad of internal objections. Thus, the trio sped towards the city. During the journey, Xiahou, seated in the back of Johnny's vehicle, took the opportunity to impart a wealth of knowledge and cautionary advice regarding transformation, fully embracing the notion that he had nothing better to do. Meanwhile, Xiahou contemplated whether to eliminate the demon which heart directly or adhere to the original narrative, allowing it to absorb souls before striking it down. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his mind regarding his current prowess in combat, as the film provided scant insight into the relative strengths of the characters involved. Xiahou yearned for a superior vehicle or mount, contemplating acquiring one that very night. Simultaneously, numerous onlookers congregated in the city, captivated by the remnants of the destruction wrought by Johnny the previous day. Many had traveled from afar upon hearing rumors of the incident. Even though the local authorities endeavored to maintain order and deter the curious crowd, their efforts proved largely ineffective. At that moment, Johnny's ex-girlfriend, Roxanne, was busy recording a news segment in front of the camera. Upon their arrival nearby, Johnny instantly spotted Roxanne and rushed over to greet her. However, still irked from being stood up the day before, Roxanne displayed no warmth, dismissing his attempts at conversation. Growing increasingly impatient with his persistence, she declared, "I do not wish to hear your explanations any longer. I am leaving this place tomorrow. Please do not pursue me again." Johnny, visibly distressed by her words, turned to Xiahou, seeking his assistance in clarifying the situation. Responding to Johnny's unspoken plea, Xiahou approached Roxanne and said, "Hello, beautiful. You are absolutely right. He is indeed a scoundrel. I wholeheartedly support your decision. Let him fend for himself." Johnny wore a look of disbelief, as if to question whether Xiahou was mocking him. Just as he contemplated further resistance, Roxanne stepped into a nearby news vehicle, instructing the driver to depart. Xiahou patted Johnny on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Enough of that. She's already gone, and her distance from you is, in fact, a blessing. Besides, Xiahou has followed her. There is no need for concern." Johnny scanned his surroundings, realizing Xiahou had indeed vanished, leaving him with an urge to voice his grievances regarding Xiahou's earlier remarks. Inside Roxanne's news vehicle, she regarded Xiahou, who sat beside her, and inquired, "Who are you? What did you get in?" Unbeknownst to her, Xiahou had stealthily stowed away his own vehicle and slipped into the car from the opposite side while she boarded. With a cheerful smile, he introduced himself, Greetings, Roxanne. I am Xiahou, and Johnny has hired me to protect you. He spent $4 million on this, you know? TSK. Despite being a scoundrel, he does seem to care for you. Moreover, he is not engaged in any indiscretions with other women. Roxanne, upon hearing this, gasped and exclaimed, "What? $4 million? Why would he spend such a staggering amount to ensure my protection? Has he stirred up trouble? Or is there someone who intends to harm me?" Xiahou gestured discreetly towards the eavesdropping cameraman and remarked, "It would be best to discuss this in private. I am certain you do not wish to involve our inquisitive friend in this matter, do you? There are serious risks at play." The cameraman, visibly anxious, inquired, "Are you certain you do not require my company? We have yet to verify his identity." Roxanne, after casting a glance at Xiahou, who appeared harmless, found it difficult to comprehend why his assistance warranted $4 million. Nonetheless, she queried, "Mr. Xiahou, how can you substantiate the truth of your claims?" Xiahou produced his phone and directly contacted Johnny, explaining the situation before handing the device to Roxanne. Upon answering, she heard Johnny's voice. "Roxanne, I know you wish to avoid me right now, but Xiahou is indeed the individual I hired to protect you, and yesterday was truly unintentional." Realizing that this man was genuinely sent by Johnny, Roxanne chose not to hear any further explanations and abruptly ended the call. Chapter 46. Has the wind demon vanished with a single shot? Unable to restrain herself, she implored, "Can you now disclose the reasons behind his hiring you for my protection?" Xiahou, however, picked up the nearby landline and proceeded to order dinner from the front desk. Roxanne, agitated, stood up and questioned, "Is what you said true? How can this be? Do demons truly exist? Wouldn't that place Johnny in peril? No, I must go find him." As she prepared to leave, Xiahou restrained her and explained with exasperation, "Calm down. What could you possibly achieve by seeking him out? Moreover, what is so peculiar about the existence of demons? He is quite safe, I assure you. Soon enough, we shall enjoy the performance here. You may visit him tomorrow." Reluctantly, Roxanne sat back down, just as a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she discovered that her previously ordered dinner had arrived. Xiahou wheeled the dining cart into the living room, arranged the dishes, and said to Roxanne, "Do not dwell on it. Let us dine first. Shortly, you will witness Johnny in action." Yet, Roxanne's appetite had fled, and she retorted, "In action? What do you mean?" Internally, she mused that this tantalizing half-spoken dialogue was indeed addictive. It was no wonder so many reveled in being enigmatic. Dinner concluded amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Xiahou, holding a cup of coffee, approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the nocturnal cityscape, pondering why the events had not yet commenced. Roxanne, joining him, peered out at the street below, still somewhat anxious as she asked, "Was everything you mentioned earlier true? Will Johnny truly be safe?" Roxanne, puzzled, queried, "What skeleton frame? What does that mean?" Xiahou pointed downwards, where a sudden flash of fire erupted on a street, saying, "Is that not it? The Johnny you are concerned about is currently cosplaying as a skeleton being pursued by a demon." Roxanne gazed in the direction indicated by Xiahou, witnessing a fiery orb blazing through the sky like a meteor, leaving behind a lengthy, incandescent trail upon the ground, reminiscent of a furious fire dragon roaring across the earth. This fireball hurtled toward a nearby skyscraper with astonishing velocity, as if its sole target was the towering edifice. As the fireball approached the building, it showed no signs of slowing down, instead ascending alongside the glass exterior with the grace of a burning rocket. The glass melted instantly in the wake of the fireball, which continued its effortless ascent, ultimately piercing through to the rooftop like a flaming meteor. With a look of astonishment, she pointed at the fireball and inquired, "Do you think that is Johnny?" Xiahou, too engrossed to capture the moment on camera, hurriedly asked, "Where are you going? Surely you aren't intending to go over there? Isn't it more entertaining to watch from here?" With a resigned sigh, Xiahou muttered under his breath, "Women are truly troublesome." Nevertheless, he followed her, quickly closing the distance and saying, "Fine, I'll accompany you. If it weren't for my mission, I wouldn't even bother." Upon reaching the ground floor, Roxanne was about to hail a taxi when Xiahou's voice called out from beside her, "Get in. Hurry." She glanced at Xiahou, who was perched upon a motorcycle. Her curiosity piqued regarding its source, yet she climbed aboard. Once she settled on the back, Xiahou cautioned, "Hold on tight, and no clinging to me. I have no desire to be pursued by a skeleton." As he noted her secure position, he accelerated, nearly throwing Roxanne off, prompting her to grip him even tighter. Internally, she cursed Xiahou, thinking, "This man is infuriating." Fortunately, the distance was short, and before long, they arrived beneath the skyscraper, where Johnny was currently engaged in combat with Wind Demon. Wind Demon, like a specter, melded seamlessly into the surrounding air currents, rendering his form translucent and ethereal, as though he had become one with the wind, making it nearly impossible to discern his presence. Johnny's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Wind Demon gradually vanish before him. The chains in his hands whipped through the air in an attempt to ensnare Wind Demon. But each strike was in vain. Johnny's chains lashed out like whips against Wind Demon, yet they passed through him as if he were mere air, eliciting no response. Wind Demon mocked Johnny. "Is this the extent of your power, Ghost Rider? You cannot harm me like this. Prepare to meet your end." Witnessing this scene, Roxanne quickly grasped Xiahou's arm, pleading, "Surely you have a way to help him? Please, I beg you." Xiahou mused to himself, "Is my assistance truly required? While Wind Demon is indeed quite formidable, Ghost Rider is a veritable bug in the Marvel Universe." Yet, he drew forth his azure rose, beginning to channel energy, eager to test whether he could confront such a demon. Xiahou took a deep breath, continuously infusing the azure rose with his magical essence. The 3,000 units of magical energy surged like a torrential flood, roaring through the barrel of the gun, causing the azure rose to gradually emit a dazzling crimson glow. As the magical energy continued to accumulate, a faint red halo began to form around the gun's barrel, flickering and spreading like flames, enveloping the entire weapon. This crimson radiance resembled a burning meteor streaking through the void, carrying boundless power, hurtling directly towards the Wind Demon in the sky. Upon witnessing this, the Wind Demon's expression changed drastically. He sensed the terrifying force contained within the red light, a power capable of utterly annihilating him. Yet, it was too late for him to evade. The red light struck his body in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the Wind Demon's form began to twist and contort as if gripped by an invisible hand, distorting from within. His bones cracked ominously, and his muscles were brutally torn apart, blood splattering everywhere. A terrified scream escaped his lips, filled with despair and fear, as though it were the final wail of his life. Simultaneously, the space around him began to warp violently, as if being pulled by an immense force. The distortion intensified, ultimately forming a colossal vortex that ensnared the Wind Demon within its grasp. As the space continued to contract, his body was compressed smaller and smaller, until it coalesced into a singular point, and then, amidst a blinding flash of light, he vanished completely. Johnny had just completed imbuing the chains with magic when a sudden attack obliterated the Wind Demon, leaving him with an unsettling feeling of incompleteness. The onlookers surrounding Xiahou, along with the approaching Cods, turned their gazes toward him. The Cods silently drew their handguns, aiming at him, while the leading sheriff spoke. "Though I am unaware of your actions, please lower your weapon, sir." Roxanne, equally astonished, pondered how this seemingly harmless individual could possess such formidable power. It seemed Johnny's extravagant expenditure was indeed justified. Upon hearing the commands from the Cods, Xiahou merely twirled his gun, bringing the barrel to his lips to blow a breath. Before inquiring, "Are you referring to me?" the sheriff confirmed, "Indeed, sir. Please lower your firearm. Do not make any dangerous moves." Xiahou, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue, recalling how they remained silent when he had just vanquished the demon. However, before the sheriff could continue, a heavy thud resonated, accompanied by a shockwave that jolted the surrounding crowd. It was Johnny, riding his motorcycle, crashing down from above, the ground around him shattered into fragments. Seeing the fallen skeleton, the Cods quickly redirected their weapons towards him, issuing various warnings. Xiahou, observing the scene, felt a mix of disbelief and irony. Were they truly brave? Or were there simply too few superpowered beings around to threaten the Hell Knight with such a trivial pistol? However, upon reflecting on the tumult caused by the mutants, it seems that their actions predominantly revolve around military forces and their kind, scarcely affecting ordinary citizens. This realization brought a sense of relief, knowing that only after the emergence of Tony Stark's Iron Man would the ordinary populace be more significantly impacted by the antagonists. Johnny, upon seeing his ex-girlfriend, completely disregarded their warnings and approached Roxanne. In Chapter 47, The Challenge in Vehicle Extraction, the Cods paid him no mind, witnessing Johnny's blatant disregard for them. They unleashed their specialized skills, unleashing a torrential barrage of bullets upon him. Roxanne gasped in terror, exclaiming, "No, don't shoot." Johnny, inexplicably transformed into a sieve, felt a surge of displeasure as he prepared to retaliate. Observing that Johnny had remained unharmed and was ready to strike back at the Cods, Roxanne quickly shook her head and shouted, "Don't." Johnny did indeed retract the chains he was about to hurl, yet the Cods continued their relentless gunfire. This provoked Johnny's ire once more. With a wave of his hand, a wall of fire erupted, sending a wave of heat that drove the Cods back. Aware that now was not the time for conversation, Johnny mounted his motorcycle, barreling through several police cars that obstructed his path, leaving behind a trail of flames on the ground as he sped away. Xiahou patted Roxanne and advised, "We should leave as well. Otherwise, we'll attract trouble. I have no desire to entangle myself with the law here." Roxanne hurriedly climbed into the vehicle, and Xiahou revved the engine, following the path Johnny had created. By the time the CODs attempted to intercept them, they had already distanced themselves. Several CODs, preparing to pursue, were halted by their sergeant, who declared, "Enough. Do not pursue. Let us secure the scene first. I will report to headquarters." He then produced his phone and engaged in a lengthy conversation. Xiahou, carrying Roxanne, followed the trail to Johnny's workspace. The two unexpectedly shared a passionate kiss, much to the chagrin of Xiahou and Shirley, who found themselves inundated with romantic excess. Xiahou clapped his hands to interrupt them, saying, "All right, enough of that. We have other pressing matters at hand." Embarrassed, the couple parted, and Johnny, with a hint of irritation, inquired what other pressing matters. He thought to himself that if he didn't receive a satisfactory explanation, he would make them experience the power of the Judgment Eye. Xiahou glanced toward an empty direction and remarked, "For instance, what about our uninvited guest, Mr. Wuxinmo? Are you not going to reveal yourself?" The figure of Wuxinmo materialized slowly, looking at Xiahou with curiosity. "How did you detect me?" Even these two malevolent knights failed to sense my presence. Wuxinmo conceded, "I admit you possess some skill, but they cannot harm me. Conversely, I can withstand your assaults and eliminate that woman. Thus, I propose a trade. Hand over the Sanctus Gonsack contract, and I shall cease my interference with you. Otherwise, I shall eliminate everyone in your vicinity. You cannot possibly protect them for eternity." Upon hearing these words, Johnny was instantly incensed, ready to charge forth and confront him, only to be restrained by Xiahou. Xiahou explained to him, "Calm down. He speaks the truth. You cannot harm him. He possesses no soul, rendering your judgment ineffective. Moreover, he is the son of old Mo, and your hellfire will be of no consequence to him." The witch's heart demon interjected, "Indeed. So what is your response? However, I propose a pact. Tomorrow night at the ruins of St. Fangyansa village, we shall engage in a direct confrontation. If you prevail, victory shall be yours. But you must not harm anyone on our side. Do you agree?" After pondering briefly, the witch's heart demon nodded. "Very well. Shall we formalize this with a contract?" Xiahou promptly declined. "No need for a contract. I have no desire to bind myself to a demon. Besides, there are already two fools who have signed contracts, serving as a cautionary example. If you dare to breach the agreement, you shall assuredly walk away empty-handed. You are not foolish enough to risk that." As the witch's heart demon began to fade, a voice echoed in the air, "Tomorrow night, I shall await you at St. Fangyansa village." Once it was confirmed that the witch's heart demon had departed, Johnny turned to Xiahou with his inquiries. "Why would you make such an agreement with him? Can't we join forces to eliminate him instead?" He gestured towards the worried Roxanne, who was watching them with concern. Shire shook his head at Johnny's retreating figure, internally lamenting the inadequacies of this generation of phantom knights, and then turned to Xiahou, stating, "I have no objections. Just tell me what needs to be done." Observing Shire, who seemed on the verge of stepping into the grave, Xiahou had little he desired him to do, yet he remarked, "This is not your affair, but you may choose between accompanying us to observe or protecting Roxanne." Shire promptly declared, "I choose to observe. That means I'll be spectating, right?" Xiahou nodded and reclined on a nearby sofa, intending to engage in a designated lottery, hoping to procure a more useful vehicle. The motorcycle was fine for casual rides, but in times of urgency, it proved utterly inadequate. He opened the designated lottery panel, contemplating the 10 available chances that had lingered for quite some time, deciding to utilize them all this time. Surely, within the vehicle options, he might draw a Gundam. If he were to obtain one, he could take off on the spot. The designated lottery machine transformed to resemble the random lottery, now featuring a 10-spin option, suggesting that it could be activated upon meeting certain conditions. Xiahou did not hesitate and initiated the 10 spins, the screen freezing momentarily. The first 6 images rendered him momentarily dismayed. A common bicycle, a scooter, an electric vehicle of a certain brand, a werewolf's fangs, skis, and a COVID-19 pathogen. Xiaohu's inner thoughts erupted in frustration. What on earth are these items? Can it be any more disappointing? And I am wearing a shirt that supposedly enhances luck. He then continued to gaze at the subsequent offerings. The 10-handed alto, a second-hand alto that has changed hands 10 times, and a lucky amulet, a pink heart-shaped necklace that bestows an additional 10 points of luck. The modified Pero T20, derived from GTA, boasts a magical power system with a maximum speed of 500 km/h and infinite energy. Upon encountering these items, Xiahou's heart finally began to ease. Not to mention the modified Pero T20, which temporarily satisfied his needs. Even the necklace that enhances luck by 10 points was already a remarkable bargain. Is this item classified as special? Why isn't it categorized as equipment? However, upon gazing at the final image, Xiahou's excitement surged. It turns out the grand prize awaited at the end. Chapter 48. The Ultra-Miniature Flawless Holy Grail. The image depicted a golden chalice, filled with an unknown liquid that radiated a sparkling brilliance. Special item, Ultra-Miniature Flawless Holy Grail. Functions. 1. It can merge with the body, amplifying the owner's magical power tenfold. 2. It grants a single opportunity to summon the true form of a heroic spirit, requiring the provision of a holy relic. Note, due to its minuscule capacity, it cannot serve as a vessel for the Holy Grail War, nor can it fulfill wishes or connect with the root. After reading the introduction of the final item, Xiahou leapt from the sofa to the ground. This is the Golden Legend. Although it is a 3.0 product, it possesses 2 exquisite abilities, not to mention the tenfold amplification of magical power, which only grows stronger as one progresses. More importantly, the second point, to have one's own heroic spirit. When he first encountered fate, Xiahou was utterly captivated, especially by the adorable king with the distinctive hairstyle. Who wouldn't want to be a king's chef? Although subsequent games and anime introduced more heroic spirits, my king remains an eternal deity. He also recalled previously drawing fragments of a conference table. Despite a 1 in 13 chance, it was evidently far superior to the odd from certain factories. Moreover, he had just drawn a necklace that increased luck by 10. With these thoughts, Xiahou hurriedly claimed all the items in his backpack, immediately donning the necklace around his neck and giving it a pat. He then retrieved the Holy Grail, yet remained uncertain of how to utilize it. Hesitating, he pressed it against his chest, careful not to spill the liquid within. Upon contact with his body, the Holy Grail seamlessly merged as if it were an ethereal entity. Shire, who had been quietly observing Xiahou, was puzzled by his actions until he saw him produce a golden chalice. Thinking to himself, what wealth? Then he watched as Xiahou integrated the chalice into his body. As the Holy Grail fully melded with him, Xiahou felt his internal magical power begin to surge, rapidly expanding until it reached 10 times its original capacity before stabilizing. Glancing at his status panel, he noted his magical power had exceeded 11,000. Though his physical prowess remained unchanged, his skills were now readily available, except for the limitless quantum bomb. However, merely increasing magical power does not provide a means to summon a heroic spirit. Is there no manual to provide an introduction? After thoroughly inspecting everything in the personal panel, he still found no information related to summoning a spirit. Xiahou began to grumble internally, wondering if this might be another bug. How could it be this frustrating? Then he suddenly recalled that in the anime and games he had previously watched, summoning spirits always required the inscription of a magic circle and the recitation of an incantation. Although the game had simplified this process, it was a staple in the anime. Squatting on the ground, he prepared to inscribe the magic circle, but then he hesitated. What was the incantation again? All he could remember was something about overflowing. Xiahou's mind screamed in frustration. This can't be happening. Wasn't it promised that with increased intelligence, memory would also improve? How come, with over 200 in intelligence, I feel no enhancement in memory? And as time passes, many things seem to fade even more. However, he soon thought of a solution. He still had the game store. Surely, there must be items for sale related to this. He quickly opened the game store and began searching for everything concerning Fata. To his surprise, there were indeed items available. Not only were there various relics and outfits for spirits, but even legendary weapons, especially the small and large Holy Grails. Purchasing them would allow him to initiate the Holy Grail War in the Marvel Universe. But upon seeing the exorbitant prices attached to those items, his enthusiasm waned. A small Holy Grail was priced at a staggering 100 million. He could easily buy a large super template instead. Even ordinary outfits were in the hundreds of thousands, far beyond his means. He needed to earn energy points. However, remembering that it had taken him over 2 years to accumulate 300,000, he immediately lost motivation. After searching for a while, he finally found what he needed, a detailed explanation of the spirit summoning incantation and magic circle for a mere 15,000 energy points. Xiahou could hardly contain his expletives. The prices in this store were outrageous. He regretted not having studied these items more thoroughly beforehand. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and made the purchase, following the instructions for the magic circle in his mind. Xiahou moved all the items in Johnny's workspace aside. Although Shirley did not understand his intentions, he assisted in the rearrangement. However, He could not suppress his curiosity and asked Xiahou while moving the items, "What are you planning to do?" After clearing enough space, Xiahou took out the Scarlet Queen, sliced open his palm, and began to draw the magic circle on the ground with his blood. After completing the drawing, he meticulously verified it multiple times, fearful of making a mistake. Once he confirmed there were no errors, he placed a fragment of the round table at the center of the magic circle and then stepped back to the edge. He began to recite the summoning incantation. "You who dwell beneath me, I entrust my life to your sword. May you manifest all that is good in this world. Guardian of the balance." As he uttered the incantation, a radiant light began to surge from the magic circle, accompanied by faint currents of electricity, until he pronounced the final line. The center of the magic circle produced a sound akin to a heavy object dropping, kicking up a dense cloud of dust as the light gradually receded. As the dust gradually settled, a figure clad in silver armor adorned with crimson runes emerged, crowned with a helmet embellished with horn-like decorations. She appeared momentarily dazed, pondering whether she had been summoned once more. Had she not relinquished her dreams, only to be called upon again? Upon closer inspection, Xiahou felt a twinge of disappointment. This was not his king. He remained oblivious to the command seal that had manifested on the back of his right hand. Yet his spirits lifted again, although this was not his king. Little Mordred was still a fine companion. At least she bore the same visage, albeit still lacking in understanding human emotions. At that moment, Mordred had removed her helmet and addressed Xiahou. "I am Mordred, the sole legitimate heir of Knight Arthur Pendragon. Pray tell, are you my master?" Hearing this familiar introduction, Xiahou couldn't help but retort, "Mordred, can't you change your opening line?" In an instant, a massive sword appeared at his throat, accompanied by Mordred's voice. "What? Do you have an issue with me?" Xiahou quickly raised his hands in surrender. "Of course not. I'm merely jesting. It's not a complaint against you." With a furrowed brow, Xiahou contemplated. It seemed she was indeed the Mordred who had participated in the Third Holy Grail War, though he was uncertain if she had engaged in the subsequent singularities. Mordred expressed her dissatisfaction, swinging her sword to carve a deep gash into the ground and wall. Then earnestly declared, "I seek a companion. I summoned you with the small holy grail I possess, and you surely have no pressing matters to attend to, correct? Would you care to join me in revelry within this world? It is rife with formidable beings, demons, deities, and various villains endowed with extraordinary powers. There are no time constraints. You can pursue whatever endeavors you desire. Moreover, I am impervious to death. Even if you were slaying me, I would merely resurrect the following day." Raising an eyebrow, Mordred inquired, "Will you really not die? We shall have to test that theory. But are you suggesting I accompany you in conquering this world?" Xiahou vigorously shook his head. "No, only a fool would seek to conquer the world. My aim is to engage with the unique powers of this realm, occasionally assist ordinary people, and savor the diverse experiences of life." As he spoke, Xiahou mused to himself, "This is certainly not a ruse to deceive a child. I am but an ordinary person, while she has relentlessly pursued others. Here, we can truly experience different lives." Chapter 49, Mordred and the Official Departure. After listening to Xiahou's explanation, Mordred contemplated the notion of diverse lives and the presence of gods and other powerful beings. It seemed she would not be lonely in the future. Xiahou then extended his right hand, assuring her, "Rest assured, you need not call me master. Simply use my name. Xiahou, this realm is no longer that of Type Moon. Do not dwell on trivialities." Mordred gazed at the hand offered before her, discarding her armor and extending her own hand to clasp his. Xiahou gazed at the two individuals with a look of utter disbelief, mentally lamenting. "So, the son of King Arthur has transformed into a daughter and possesses formidable strength. Is there truly nothing amiss in this world?" Xiahou began to survey her surroundings, and upon discovering that the relic summoning her was merely a fragment of a round table, she approached it, gently caressing the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. She mused to herself, "It appears that the same method endures. The same object has summoned me once more, and I remain the forsaken knight." Upon witnessing Xiahou retrieve the shard, a wave of melancholy washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, Xiahou understood the underlying cause, although not the ideal ruler. Xiahou was still commendable, far superior to those brutish men. He approached her side and said, "You have merely been deceived. Those past events are behind you. Consider this a new life, one in which you can live for yourself." Xiahou tucked the fragment away and turned to him, saying, "I do not require your consolation. Moreover, you ought to inform me of what I must do next." Xiahou scratched his head and replied, "Tomorrow, I have a rendezvous with a demon for a duel. I also plan to collaborate with the mages of this world to eliminate a manifestation of a hellish lord. What say you? Shall you accompany me to observe? Xiahou Montak, with a hint of disdain, retorted, You dare collaborate with those treacherous mages? But I have no desire to merely watch. Leave tomorrow's demon to me. As she spoke, she clenched her fist, for combat was her greatest passion. Xiahou did not object, readily acquiescing. Very well, I shall entrust that to you. I will take it upon myself to spectate and capture photographs. Let us rest for the night. At that moment, Xiahou approached and offered, Allow me to guide you to your quarters. Johnny has acquainted me with this place, and I am aware of which rooms are unoccupied. Does Lady Mordred prefer solitude? To which Xiahou abruptly seized his collar, lifting him without a shred of respect for age. Who do you address as lady, old man? Do you require an escort? Xiahou quickly intervened, grasping her hand, and said, Enough, Xiahou, do not bicker with a man nearing his end. Let's retire for the night. I have not had proper rest in 2 days. Upon releasing Xiahou could not resist adding, Old man, consider yourself spared this time, but do remember not to call me lady again. Xiahou nodded fervently, internally reflecting on the rudeness of these individuals. Were it not for my inability to fight, I would surely exchange blows with them. After assigning rooms to the two, Xiahou took his leave. Xiahou had initially intended to share a room with Xiahou, but after his vehement objections, they were separated into different quarters. As Xiahou lay upon his bed, he began to organize his newfound acquisitions, and soon discovered an additional attribute panel on his interface. Name, Mordred. Class, Saber. Gender, female. Height, 154 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Strength, 1280. Agility, 700. Intelligence, 650. Magic, 26300. Noble Phantasm. The hidden, unchased helm, which upon complete liberation becomes the rebellion against my resplendent father. Life has become intertwined with the player. Upon the player's demise, the same fate befalls their spirit. To resurrect, the player must invoke a command spell anew, possessing 3 such spells that can forcibly command a heroic spirit. Once expended, these spells reset at dawn each day. As the first light of day broke, Xiahou's door was violently kicked open by Xiahou. She seized the still drowsy Xiahou and vigorously shook him, exclaiming, Awaken, Xiahou. It is already the 2nd day. Let us seek out demons to engage in combat. Xiahou, bewildered, questioned, Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Observing his groggy state, Xiaomo's dissatisfaction grew. As my master, how can you still be so lethargic? With that, she hurled him against the wall, leaving a dent in its surface. Fully roused, Xiahou turned to Xiahou and retorted, Hey, is this truly how one awakens another? Moreover, it is still quite early. What do you intend to do? Xiahou disregarded his inquiries, instead mocking, This is a consequence of your late rising. Time is too precious to squander. If it were the past, at this point, she abruptly halted, her thoughts acknowledging that this was no longer the world they once knew. Understanding her struggle to adapt, Xiahou swiftly shifted the topic. Well then, since we are both awake, shall we first have something to eat? I recall your fondness for carbonated beverages. You seem quite knowledgeable about me, Xiahou remarked, puzzled, as she had been curious about this yesterday, but had forgotten. As Xiahou adjusted his attire, he replied, Indeed, and since we are now comrades, I shall share everything about myself with you. But let us dine first and converse as we eat. Xiahou nodded in agreement, and the two departed to find a fast food establishment, ordering an array of hamburgers, fries, and cola, all while engaging in lively conversation. Johnny and his companions, upon seeing the two enter, rose to greet them, and Xiahou introduced Xiahou, saying, This is Mordred, now my companion. Are you all prepared? Let us embark. The trio nodded eagerly, but as Roxanne prepared to follow, Xiahou quickly interjected, Roxanne, it is safer for you to remain here. Johnny concurred, yet Roxanne protested, particularly upon noticing that Mordred was joining them. She pointed at Xiahou and questioned, Why is she allowed to accompany you? Xiahou, glancing disdainfully at Roxanne, retorted, She is merely an ordinary woman. Do not concern yourself with her. Roxanne's ire flared at this dismissal. What did this seemingly delinquent girl mean by that? The stark contrast of their heights only heightened her indignation. At a mere 154 centimeters, Xiahou appeared dwarfed beside the others. Noting Roxanne's determination to press the issue, Xiahou turned to Xiahou and inquired, Xiahou, may I eliminate her? As she spoke, her formidable sword materialized, accompanied by an ominous aura directed at Roxanne. Roxanne's gaze suddenly became clear. I apologize, I was rude just now. Both Xiahou and Johnny quickly intervened. Johnny stepped in front of Roxanne, displaying a hint of regret, while Xiahou tugged at Xiaomo, saying, "All right, Xiaomo, she is our mission target. We must assist in protecting her. Let us not dwell on this. Come with me. I have something splendid to show you." Hearing her master speak, Xiaomo suppressed her displeasure and inquired, "What is it?" Xiahou led her outside, simultaneously stating, "You will see once we get there. I assure you, you will adore it." By the time Xiahou and Shirley emerged, Xiahou and Xiaomo were already seated in a striking red sports car, waiting for them. As they approached Johnny's motorcycle, Xiahou's voice called out, "Johnny, how about a race? Let us see who can reach St. Vargas village first." Johnny smirked confidently, especially upon seeing Xiaomo in the driver's seat. "What are the stakes? The loser will unconditionally assist the winner with a favor. How does that sound?" "Agreed. I accept." With Xiahou's signal, the motorcycle and sports car surged forward like arrows released from a bow, racing swiftly beyond the city limits. Unbeknownst to them, someone was already monitoring their movements via surveillance equipment. Chapter 50, Xiaomo's First Battle. Once they left the city, the speed of both vehicles escalated dramatically, swiftly surpassing 300, and continuing to accelerate. Xiaomo's expression transformed. She relished the exhilarating rush of speed, and the competitive nature of the race fueled her enthusiasm further. As they hit 400, Johnny's acceleration began to decelerate. His motorcycle had previously been modified with Hellfire, and since it was daylight, he could not enchant it. Xiaomo, still gaining speed, called out, "Is it all you've got? Push it a little harder." Watching the joyful Xiaomo, Xiahou couldn't help but reflect, she is just a child at heart, finding joy in the simplest of things. He also took a moment to praise her. "That's it. Xiaomo, you are incredible. Keep distancing yourself from them." Upon hearing Xiahou's commendation, Xiaomo proudly declared, "Don't worry. They will never catch us." Xiahou continued to praise her. "Indeed, Xiaomo's skills are top-notch, and this car is fantastic. I assent it. I absolutely love it, especially its color. From now on, driving will be my responsibility." Xiaomo expressed her satisfaction with the car, casually running her fingers over the dashboard. Behind them, Johnny desperately pursued, the two vehicles darting down the highway like twin bolts of lightning. Not far behind in the high skies, a stealth fighter jet followed their trajectory. A fiery-haired woman with a captivating figure addressed a balding Caucasian man beside her. "Coulson, are we merely going to follow them? Should we make contact?" "No, Natasha, let us observe from a distance first. Assess their threat level before proceeding. Moreover, there are now two unfamiliar individuals. Let us wait for headquarters to verify their identities." "Understood, Commander, as you wish." Xiahou and his companions arrived at the site of Shengfengansa village only after the sky had darkened. This was a land entirely forgotten by time, encircled by withered trees. One side shrouded in a marsh. After a circuitous search, they finally discovered a narrow path barely passable, made possible only by the modifications to Xiahou's Pero T20. Otherwise, entry would have been impossible. "You have triumphed. How may I assist you?" Xiahou pondered for a moment, realizing he had no immediate needs, and replied, "At present, I require no assistance. Should the need arise, I shall reach out to you." Johnny readily concurred. "Certainly, just let me know when you require help." After observing their surroundings, Xiaomo asked, "Where's the demon you spoke of? I can scarcely contain my eagerness to battle him." Xiahou found it somewhat peculiar. The witch-heart demon should have arrived by now. Yet, he dismissed the thought and instead took out several portions of food he had purchased earlier, offering them to the group. "Since they have yet to arrive, let us resolve our dinner first. Here, es your cola, Xiahou. Xiahou accepted the drink, taking a generous sip before diving into her hamburger. Johnny and Shirley silently lamented, "You certainly prepared well. But why do we not have cola? Is there a distinction in treatment?" Xiahou responded, "Of course. Who could resist indulging Xiahou, who bears a resemblance to our king? It is a pity she did not inherit his appetite. Perhaps that is why the king does not acknowledge her." After their meal, Xiahou grew restless, kicking small stones nearby and complaining to Xiahou. "So, are we being stood up? Is that demon ever going to show up? It seems you arrived quite early. I thought I would be the first." Two figures slowly emerged from the edge of the marsh, the witch-heart demon and the water demon. Upon seeing them, Xiahou remarked, "You are late. We have been waiting for quite some time. I thought you lacked the courage to come." The witch-heart demon displayed a wicked grin. "How could I? You have brought the contract I require." Xiahou, unable to contain her anticipation, exclaimed, "Why all this talk? Let us commence battle. I shall go first. Await my victory." Xiahou. With that, she donned her armor and brandished her great sword, charging toward the witch-heart demon and her companion. Xiahou chuckled helplessly. Indeed, Xiahou was better suited for the frenzy of battle. Yet he called out, "Witch-heart demon, if you can defeat Xiahou, the contract shall be yours." Upon hearing this, the witch-heart demon signaled the water demon, urging him to take the lead. The water demon swiftly conjured a sphere of water and, without hesitation, hurled it toward the approaching Xiahou. As the water sphere neared, Xiahou showed no intention of evading. Instead, she boldly charged toward it, resembling a fierce beast unafraid of her foe's assault. In the blink of an eye, Xiahou collided with the water sphere. The moment of impact caused it to burst, sending droplets flying and enveloping the area in a mist of water. However, to everyone's astonishment, Xiahou traversed the mist unscathed, her speed unwavering, resembling a shooting star hurtling towards the water demon. The water demon clearly did not anticipate such a swift counterattack from Xiahou. Upon noticing her sudden appearance before him, he was taken aback. He hastily attempted to transform into water to evade her assault, but it was already too late. In her grasp was a colossal sword imbued with formidable magical power, which she brandished with tremendous force, striking down upon the water demon with a thunderous might. The sword carved a brilliant arc through the air, its fierce momentum accurately severing the water demon in two. In an instant, the demon's form was brutally cleaved apart, as the intense magical energy surged forth like a torrent, utterly disintegrating its body. The water demon's fleeting thought of reconstituting itself evaporated under the onslaught of such overwhelming power. Ultimately, the water demon met its disgraceful demise, its form gradually dissipating into a puddle, as if it had never existed at all. The expressions of the four onlookers varied. Xiahou remained composed, while Johnny and Shirley exhibited mild surprise. Only Waxinmo wore a grim countenance, having brought along 3 subordinates who proved utterly ineffectual, meeting their end without accomplishing anything. Xiahou regarded the water demon's puddle with disdain. Was this truly a demon? It was far too weak, even less formidable than the puppets summoned by the mages during her participation in the Third War. She then directed her assault towards Waxinmo, who was considerably stronger than the water demon, his attributes comparable to those of a third-rate heroic spirit. He could fend off her attacks through various means, and when escape was impossible, he would vanish only to reappear elsewhere. Is this all you can do? Run away? Show me your demonic prowess. Let me witness your true strength. Waxinmo, however, lamented internally, distressed by the emergence of this monstrous opponent. The magical power affixed to her great sword was no trifling matter. It could genuinely inflict harm upon him, unlike the hellfire and judgment eye antics of the ghostly knight that merely exploited glitches. Chapter 51. Rebellion against my majestic father. Xiahou observed Waxinmo's continued evasive maneuvers, clearly unwilling to engage her in direct combat. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, the appearance of her radiant king's sword began to transform, its blade unfurling like a lotus blossom. Xiahou, realizing she was poised to unleash her ultimate move, felt a surge of urgency. If she were to eliminate Waxinmo like this, how would they draw out Mephisto? He promptly shouted, Xiahou, wait. Hold on a moment. Xiahou turned to him, her face a mask of fury, yet her movements came to a halt. Xiahou conveyed a calming gesture, producing the holy contract of Gansachi and tossing it to Waxinmo. Upon receiving the contract, Waxinmo wore an expression of confusion, pondering why it had been suddenly bestowed upon him. Could there be a catch? Rest assured, there are no issues whatsoever. However, after you utilize the contract, you must engage in a proper duel with Xiahou. Otherwise, she may become quite displeased. Upon hearing Xiahou's words, Waxinmo was filled with disdain and contempt for these mortals. He regarded them as utterly ignorant and arrogantly foolish. They could not fathom the immense power he would acquire after absorbing the vengeful spirits here. Without a moment's hesitation, Waxinmo decisively initiated the contract. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits surged towards him like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf him. These spirits frantically penetrated his body, merging with his soul. As the spirits continued to flow in, a dense black mist began to emanate from Waxinmo, enveloping him like ink. The mist thickened until it completely obscured his form. After he devoured the last vengeful spirit, his body trembled violently. Gradually, the black mist dissipated, revealing his true visage. At that moment, Waxinmo had undergone a complete transformation. His face bore grotesque fangs, sharp teeth glimmering with a chilling light, instilling fear in all who beheld him. His eyes had turned blood red, exuding boundless murderous intent and ferocity. Clearly, Waxinmo considered the vengeful spirits that had fused with him as part of himself, significantly enhancing his power and inflating his confidence. Xiahou then addressed Xiahou, it's time. Now he can truly engage you in battle. Xiahou gazed at the intensely inflated aura of Wu Xmo and burst into joyous laughter. Ha! Finally resembling a true demon. Allow me, Madra Pendragon, son of King Arthur, to engage you in a proper duel. Meanwhile, Johnny, who had been enjoying the spectacle with Shirley, was utterly shocked upon hearing Xiahou's full name, especially the title of King Arthur's son, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Thankfully, he had not transformed. Otherwise, it would have fallen. Observing Shirley and Xiahou's calm demeanor, it was evident they had known all along. Discontented, he nudged Shirley and asked, "You knew all this time? Why didn't you tell me?" Shirley turned to him. "I thought you would have figured it out when you heard her name this morning." Johnny exclaimed, "What do I know?" Xiahou and the myriad of demons clashed fiercely in the air, resembling two shooting stars, sparks flying and radiance illuminating the surroundings. The body of the myriad of demons underwent a remarkable transformation, its hands morphing into claws of a demon, sharp and gleaming, capable of rending anything asunder. Witnessing this, Xiahou felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear, her fighting spirit ignited. The blade in her hand clashed against the demon's claws, producing a crisp metallic sound, sparks erupting as the claws astonishingly withstood her blade. Xiahou gazed intently at the myriad of demons, noting its ever-increasing power, the claws slicing through the air, creating gusts of wind that seemed to tear the atmosphere apart. A faint smile graced Xiaomo's lips, faced with such a formidable opponent. She felt not a shred of trepidation, but rather an overwhelming excitement. The blade in her hand carved a graceful arc through the air, imbued with a fierce sword energy, aimed directly at the demon of all sorrows. Upon witnessing this, the demon hastily swung its claws in an attempt to block the impending strike. However, Xiaomo's sword surged forth with the force of a relentless tide, effortlessly breaching the demon's defenses and plunging straight toward its chest. The demon recoiled sharply, narrowly evading the fatal blow. Yet, the sword's energy still grazed its chest, leaving behind a deep gash. Seizing the opportunity, Xiahou pressed her advantage, her blade raining down upon the demon like a tempest. Although the demon's strength had significantly increased, it began to falter under Xiaomo's relentless assault. Yet, the vengeful spirits not only enhanced the demon's power, but also its recovery abilities. No matter how severe the injuries Xiahou inflicted, it managed to heal almost instantaneously. Xiahou once again unleashed her artifact, a surge of crimson energy coursing along the blade, soaring into the heavens, her voice echoing in tandem. "If your recovery is so formidable, then brace yourself for this strike." Clarent blood, Arthur. With a downward sweep of her arms, the red energy obliterated everything in its path, extending for thousands of meters. As the beam dissipated, it left behind a gradually widening colossal crater, measuring a staggering 56 kilometers in length. While the demon of all sorrows had completely vanished, Xiahou observed this spectacle, reflecting that the scene was indeed far more captivating than in the animation. The visual impact differed entirely from what was portrayed in the animated series. Johnny and Shirley remarked that if Arthur's offspring possessed such strength, what could be said of Arthur himself? And what of the legendary heroes? Were they equally formidable? In the distance, Black Widow and Filson, using binoculars, wore expressions of disbelief. Could someone please tell them this was still Earth? The combat prowess exhibited by Xiahou surpassed anyone they had encountered previously. Even among mutants, only the elite few could achieve such feats. The directive from the director to keep them under control now seemed utterly unattainable. The demon of all sorrows resurfaced from the pit, though its aura had weakened considerably, and half of its body was missing. Unlike before, it did not recover instantaneously. A faint flow of red magic lingered at the wound, impeding its healing. Upon realizing the demon was still alive, Xiahou raised her sword, preparing to strike again. But Xiahou intervened. "Stand down, Xiahou. Let Johnny handle this." He conveyed a look that signified adherence to their plan. Xiahou sheathed her weapon, her disinterest in defeated foes aligning perfectly with this course of action. Chapter 52. Old Mo. You deceived me. Transforming into a skeleton, Johnny seized the fleeing demon of all sorrows. The demon mocked. "You intend to let Johnny execute me? His abilities are of no use against me." How foolish. Johnny paused, realizing, indeed, hadn't it been said before that his powers were ineffective against the demon of all sorrows? Xiahou mockingly remarked, "That was in the past. Yet have you not created a vulnerability for yourself? The witch heart demon, or shall we say, the myriad demons? You now possess a soul." Upon hearing this, Johnny grasped what must be done. He turned to the witch heart demon and commanded, "Look into my eyes." The Eye of Judgment was instantly activated, and the grievances of the spirits within the witch heart demon, along with the malevolence from their fall, were all imposed upon him. He emitted a reluctant roar. No. The soul of the witch heart demon was incinerated by the flames of judgment, leaving only an empty shell behind. With the demise of the witch heart demon, Mephisto, sensing that Johnny had fulfilled his task, appeared on the scene in an instant. However, Xiahou interrupted, saying, "Old Mephisto, spare us your little tricks. I know you intend to toy with Johnny." Upon hearing Xiahou's words, Mephisto turned to face him. "Who are you? I do not recall having seen you before. Are you perhaps here to sign a pact with me? You could attain everything you desire." Xiahou had already infused his jade pendant with magical energy upon Mephisto's arrival, merely aiming to capture his attention. Mephisto, upon hearing this, glanced over to see a bald woman clad in a yellow monk's robe, smiling as she observed him from behind. A shock ran through Mephisto. How did this bald figure arrive? I have been so discreet. Ah, it must be that Asian over there. Ancient One, you have deceived me. Noticing Mephisto's unfriendly gaze directed at him, Xiahou continued to taunt. Are you still interested in signing a pact with me? It seems you might be in a bit of trouble. Little Emo stood beside Xiahou, eyeing the newly arrived duo, and brandished her large sword once again, inquiring, "May I engage them in battle? They appear quite formidable." Xiahou raised a hand to halt her. "Hold on, Little Emo. Let's first observe the spectacle. Besides, these two may be challenging foes. We should wait until we are stronger." Seeing that Little Emo was still somewhat reluctant, Xiahou produced a bottle of happy water and handed it to her. Sometimes we need not take the stage ourselves. Occasionally, it is quite delightful to merely watch the performance from the sidelines. Little Emo sheathed her weapon, accepted the happy water, opened it, and drank half the bottle before saying, "Fine, I will heed your advice this time. However, when we encounter enemies next, I expect to handle them myself." Xiahou quickly painted a rosy picture for Little Emo. "Fear not. Soon enough, a green chubby fellow and a yellow chubby one will present themselves for you to battle. Those are the kind you can truly unleash your strength upon." Little Emo nodded and turned her focus back to the two adversaries locked in confrontation. At this moment, Mephisto felt quite vulnerable. He was uncertain if he could even best the Ancient One in his true form, let alone in this avatar. The Ancient One toyed with a folding fan and spoke. "What do you think? Since you are here, you might as well stay." Mephisto, feeling dejected, replied, "Is there truly no room for negotiation? I can assure you that I will refrain from causing disturbances on Earth for the next 10 years. Yet, the surrounding space began to fracture and distort. Xiahou promptly led everyone to take refuge behind the Ancient One. Little Emo observed the warped space and asked Xiahou, "Is this an inherent barrier?" Xiahou pondered for a moment before speaking. "It should be about right. However, it differs somewhat from the inherent barriers of your world. This should be classified as an alternate space, or perhaps a mirrored realm. The sorcerers of Kamartaj typically utilize this place to engage their adversaries, effectively ensnaring them without inflicting damage upon reality." Little Emo nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously contemplating how to breach this domain. Ancient One's hands danced gracefully through the air, each movement inducing subtle changes in the surrounding space, as though it were under her command. As her gestures quickened, the distortions of the space intensified, culminating in an overwhelming force that surged forth like a tempest towards Mephisto. In the face of such formidable power, Mephisto did not remain passive. Incanting a series of infernal words, he summoned forth flames and molten lava that enveloped him, creating an indomitable barrier. Yet, Ancient One's onslaught did not waver. Her magical prowess surged forth, colliding and compressing against Mephisto's fiery defenses. Amidst this fierce confrontation, the earth and structures around them were drawn into the fray, contorted and shattered under the pressure. As Mephisto struggled to withstand this barrage, a subtle smile graced Ancient One's lips, revealing that she had long prepared a more potent spell, and the moment to unleash it had arrived. With a decisive flourish of her hands, a brilliant beam of light erupted from her fingertips, slicing through the air like lightning. This radiant force raced towards Mephisto with astonishing velocity, shattering the space around it like fragile glass, producing a crisp sound. Mephisto had no time to react before the light struck him, causing his form to shatter as if it were glass, exploding into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Once she confirmed the complete annihilation of Mephisto's avatar, Ancient One waved her hand, and the distorted environment instantly reverted to its original state, as if the preceding chaos had been but a fleeting dream. Xiahou marveled indeed. In the movies, Old D, your brief appearance is not without reason. The budget is burning. Little Mo silently acknowledged the true strength of this sorceress, recognizing her power as distinctly superior to that of the disdainful Merlin. Meanwhile, Johnny and Xiahou were left in awe. Xiahou was still grappling with the reality of having been protected by this supreme sorceress for centuries. Johnny inquired, "Who is this newcomer? Why was I not informed? If I were to seek her as a mentor, would she accept me?" "Well, Mephisto should not pose a threat for the next few years. I have utterly obliterated the soul of this avatar, and his true form will be affected as well. Besides, there are other lords in hell seeking to expand their territories. For now, I shall take my leave. Furthermore, refrain from speaking ill of me. Do you understand?" After He finished speaking, he opened a portal and departed from this place. "Old dang, stop pretending you can't hear me. Damn, you bald fool." Xiahou, seeing that he was still shouting, gave him a light slap. "Enough already. What shall we do next?" Xiahou turned to Xiahou and suggested, "How about we explore a bit? It might help you familiarize yourself with this world." Xiahou nodded in agreement, as she truly enjoyed wandering about. Johnny and Shirley approached, with Johnny saying, "Since you wish to travel, we shall not intrude. I will transfer the funds to your account. Thank you for your assistance." Xiahou smiled and replied, "No problem. You've already paid, and you can recommend us to friends. As long as the reward is sufficient, we could even blow up the White House." Yone. Xiahou also collected the reward for completing the task, intending to use it later. He then took a few group photos with the two, planning to display them when he opens the bounty office. The two parties parted ways, each embarking on their own journey. Shirley was preparing for official retirement. Johnny aimed to reconcile with his ex-girlfriend, while Xiahou and Xiaoma continued their travels. Chapter 53, Undermining the Shield Agency, Part 1. "Commander, what shall we do now? The director instructed you to find an opportunity to contact the two. I will handle the approach with Johnny." "Understood, Commander." The winding coastal road resembled a black satin ribbon coiling around the cliffs, with emerald waves frothing on the left and scattered red-roof cottages on the right. In the distance, a city silhouette emerged on the horizon. Xiahou and Xiaoma were driving along the coastal road, having spent a week apart from Johnny. "Xiahou, why must we go to New York? It is the epicenter of chaos in this world. Living there will be lively. Plus, it's by the sea. If we earn a bit more money, we could buy a stretch of beach, and you could frolic in the water every day." "All right then. As long as there are formidable opponents to challenge me, I'm content," Mordred exclaimed, extending his hand out the window to embrace the sea breeze. Xiahou, seated in the passenger seat, reflected on this scene, realizing that Xiaoma, having let go of her inner burdens, was gradually revealing her childlike nature. Over the past few days, it felt as though he was touring with a headstrong younger sister, significantly alleviating his feelings of solitude, especially at night when a magical connection allowed him glimpses into Xiaoma's past. He had come to regard her as his sister, wishing for her to lead a life of her own. Should I consider enrolling her in school? Her mental age and appearance suggest she could easily attend high school. It's worth considering. Xiahou quickly dismissed the thought. No, that is merely your illusion. Upon arriving at a service area, they entered a restaurant together to address their lunch needs. Observing Xiaoma joyfully indulging in fast food, Xiahou could not help but remark, "Xiaoma, don't you find this food excessively greasy? Just looking at hamburgers and fries makes me feel nauseous." As he spoke, he absently stirred a French fry in the ketchup. "Not at all. I find it quite delectable. Besides, high-calorie foods are precisely what one needs to replenish the energy expended in intense combat." While saying this, Xiaomo seized a portion of fried chicken that sat before Xiahou. "It's worth mentioning that you are rather unpicky when it comes to food. Of course, one must not take any meal for granted. This is a principle instilled by my father. Then you ought to indulge a bit more. Perhaps your father dismissed you initially because you lacked the appetite of a king," Xiahou remarked, nudging a hamburger toward him. However, Xiao paused, his gaze fixed intently on Xiahou. "How do you know? Is that truly the case?" Xiahou suddenly felt he had misspoken and hurriedly sought to amend his words. "No, please do not take that to heart. It was merely my personal conjecture, entirely unfounded. I was only attempting to make a jest. In that case, please refrain from such jokes in the future. Otherwise, I assure you, I shall take your life." Xiahou quickly nodded in agreement. "Understood, I shall not do so again." Yet, he mused internally. "You have inherited all of Artoria's attributes, yet you have neglected her appetite and her characteristic hair tuft." Xiao resumed, devouring the food before him, while Xiahou occasionally offered him napkins or drinks. At a nearby table, Natasha, clad in casual attire and donning oversized sunglasses, scrutinized the peculiar duo, finding them an odd, yet familial pairing. Once the two had finished their meal, Natasha approached, eager to engage. Hello, I am Natalie. May I intrude for a moment? After a quarrel with my boyfriend, he departed alone, and I was wondering if you were also heading to New York. Could I perhaps catch a ride with you? As she spoke, she feigned a sorrowful expression, casting a pleading glance at the pair. Xiahou, confronted with the familiar visage and name, suddenly recalled someone, Natasha Romanoff, or more famously, the Black Widow. Without hesitation, he interjected, "Enough of the pretense. I know who you are, Natasha, or should I say Black Widow? Did that egg-headed fool send you?" Xiahou scoffed. "Quit the act, Natasha Romanoff. You're the Black Widow, nurtured by the Red Room. And I assume you've been recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D. now?" Upon realizing that Xiahou truly recognized her, Natasha began to contemplate how he had come to know her, wondering if there was a traitor within S.H.I.L.D. Yet, there were so few who truly knew her. She then attempted to extract more information. "Well then, Mr. Xiahou, you seem rather well informed about my affairs. Could you elaborate? Also, the two of you suddenly appeared without identification or any known background. Might you formally introduce yourselves?" And Natasha's remark. Xiahou was struck by the realization that he and Xiahou lacked identities in this world. Previously, they had been wandering, residing in inns, which was manageable. However, if he intended to purchase property and establish a bounty office, it appeared that operating without an identity would be insurmountable. He then regarded the female agent before him, sensing a potential opportunity to leverage her, perhaps even recruit her as an ally, much like Tony's Pepper Potts. It appears to be quite intriguing indeed. This individual possesses a remarkable range of skills and holds numerous doctoral titles. If only I could recruit her to assist in filtering tasks and managing the office, allowing me to focus solely on my work. The pressing matter now is how to entice her away. And of course, there's the Red Room and her sister. Natasha, do you happen to have any recording devices on you? Or are you currently in conversation with someone else? If you do, kindly switch them off. The information I wish to share is meant solely for your ears. Natasha feigned ignorance, saying, "What are you talking about? I don't have anything like that. Speak freely." Without needing to guess, Xiahou was aware that perhaps every eavesdropper was listening in. However, he wished to keep the matter concealed from them. Really? Even concerning Yelena and other sensitive matters, you would want others to be privy to this? Upon hearing this, Natasha began to search herself and produced 3 or 4 listening devices. After turning them all off, she stated, "Now, speak. What do you know? What is it you require?" Little Mo sat obediently to the side. Xiahou cleared his throat and began, "I need your assistance in obtaining 2 identification documents, and subsequently, you will work for me. I will divulge secrets regarding S.H.I.E.L.D. Assist in rescuing Yelena and dismantle the Red Room. What do you think?" Natasha replied, "Not particularly appealing. I could accomplish that on my own." Xiahou continued, "Is that so? I beg to differ. And do you truly believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. is, as they claim, to protect world peace? Have you heard of Hydra?" Natasha's expression shifted dramatically as she incredulously asked, "Are you implying that there are issues within S.H.I.E.L.D., that Hydra infiltrates it? Indeed, you thought that joining S.H.I.E.L.D. could absolve your sins. But the majority of its members are Hydra operatives. The few remaining are solely focused on the interests of America, not the welfare of the entire world. This organization, which proclaims to safeguard the world, feasts on the blood of nations to empower Hydra in America. Do you not find it laughable?" Natasha, gazing intently at Xiahou, queried, "How can I ascertain the veracity of your words? We have only just met. You may verify this for yourself, though I do not recommend you do so at this moment. To be frank, I have little fondness for your director. He continually champions justice, claiming to protect the world, while engaging in manipulation and moral coercion. Yet, he is solely focused on profiting America. Moreover, you may be unaware that he harbors a group of extraterrestrials on Earth. Those infamous beings capable of shape-shifting. They are one of the 2 most notorious races in the universe. Having been nearly exterminated by others, they masquerade as the weak, thus garnering sympathy from Nick and that square-jawed captain, ultimately integrating a threatening species into Earth. Upon hearing this, Natasha found herself questioning her worldview. The previously encountered mutants, skeletons, and demons had already been enough of a stretch. How could it be that aliens and Hydra operatives were now also part of the equation? Xiahou paid her no heed. Although he had promised Gu-E, he was now intent on taking on a little brother, someone from his own ranks. What harm is there in having someone close who knows more? Do you know why the boiled egg ascended to the position of director so swiftly? The Strucker family played a significant role in that. While I harbor disdain for American politicians, I harbor even greater disdain for those green-skinned aliens. Within the entire S-H-I-E-L-D organization, you are the only one I hold in high regard. Your desire for redemption is genuine. Hawkeye seems acceptable as well. At least as a friend, he is quite commendable. Lastly, there's Coulson. He is, at the very least, a kind-hearted soul. The rest of them, however, do not impress me. Particularly the boiled egg, a quintessential hypocrite and politician, always touting the mantra of protecting the world, yet most of the threats are of his own making. He has safeguarded the Earth for centuries without resorting to such tactics. As for the Hydra branch, remaining there is of little use. Rather, why not seek refuge with me? Though Natasha remained skeptical, a flicker of doubt began to creep in, primarily due to Xiahou's assertions. If they were indeed true, she had no desire to linger any longer in that place. Observing the shifting expressions on Natasha's face, Xiahou resolved to stoke the flames further. And your sister, Yelena, she is still being tormented in the Red Room. I can assist you in rescuing her and reuniting you two. She has long yearned for you. And do you not wish to obliterate the Red Room? It continues to produce individuals like yourself. Suddenly, little Mo interjected. Xiahou, you sound like a demon, akin to those two we encountered earlier, though you possess a greater eloquence. Xiahou replied, children should not be angry. Upon hearing that her sister longed for her, Natasha's internal scales tipped decidedly in Xiahou's favor. If you can help me rescue my sister and destroy the Red Room, I am willing to follow you. But I absolutely refuse to partake in any wrongdoing, not even in death. A side quest was triggered, save and destroy. Quest details: rescue Natasha's sister Yelena and obliterate the headquarters of the Red Room. Quest rewards: 30,000 energy points and 10 designated lottery draws. After accepting the quest, Xiahou reassured Natasha, do not worry, I'm not a villain. I sought you out because you came to me willingly. Natasha retorted, so it's my fault? Xiahou continued, addressing Natasha, since you have confirmed your allegiance to us, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Xiahou, a gamer, and your future boss. Little Mo stepped forward, proclaiming, I am Mordred Pendragon, the rightful heir of King Arthur Pendragon. Now, I serve as the guardian knight of Master Xiahou. Seeing Natasha look at him with a peculiar expression, Xiahou quickly clarified, do not misunderstand. Little Mo is indeed the son of the King of Knights, the legendary figure. She has merely been summoned by me. As he moved closer to Natasha, whispering in her ear, he added, it's just that little Mo has a somewhat peculiar temperament. She dislikes being called a woman and does not appreciate being regarded as a man. You will come to understand this in due time. Little Mo's voice resonated. Xiahou, what are you saying? Do you think I cannot hear you? With that, she landed a punch squarely on his chest, sending Xiahou flying. Accompanied by a resounding crash, he broke through the wall and plummeted to the ground outside, creating a large crater upon impact. Natasha gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her, while silently recalling Xiahou's recent words. This girl certainly had a fierce spirit. As little Mo observed the scrutinizing gazes around her, she huffed and stepped outside. Natasha hurriedly followed, ensuring to take the eavesdropping device from the table, as she needed to inform Clint. After all, he had been the one to rescue her. Approaching the edge of the crater, little Mo addressed the still feigning unconscious Xiahou. Stop playing dead and get up. Upon hearing her voice, Xiahou squinted, initially reluctant to rise. But the intensifying hostility in her gaze compelled him to stand. He dusted off his chest and back, looking at the two before him. Let South leave this place for now. The trio then stared at the vehicle that could only accommodate two, a silence enveloping them. How about you ride the bike? Xiahou suggested, producing the previously used Kawasaki. Natasha, with a resigned nod, replied, all right, but we need to separate for a while. I'll assist you with the identity issues, and I have matters to discuss with Clint as well. Very well. I trust you'll find us. However, there are certain things I hope you want to disclose to your director. It is imperative to note that Hydra has infiltrated most of S.H.I.E.L.D. Aside from Hawkeye and Coulson, it's best you trust no one else. If Nick refuses to release you, let me know. I will erase S.H.I.E.L.D. from the map. Having spoken, Xiahou and little Mo drove towards New York. Natasha reactivated the eavesdropping and communication devices, and, just as she connected, the voice of Egg appeared in her ear. Agent Romanoff, why did you just cut off communication? What exactly were you discussing? Director, I believe we need to have a serious discussion with Clint present. Just the three of us in a discreet location. I understand. I will send you the address. In a narrow basement, the three sat facing one another. Now, can we discuss the events that transpired? Wait a moment. Natasha produced a device and scanned the entire basement again to confirm the absence of any eavesdropping or recording equipment. Once assured, she began, "I have already made contact with the target. He revealed their identities to me. I believe the information regarding their identities is credible. He also divulged some internal matters concerning S.H.I.E.L.D. I can only tell you that he claimed most of S.H.I.E.L.D. comprises Hydra agents." Halfway through, she suddenly inquired, "Do you know about the Strucker people?" Nick's pupils constricted instantly, yet he remained silent, fixated on Natasha, who had already discerned his thoughts. "I wish to withdraw from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 55, Withdrawal. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Romanoff?" Nick Fury wore an expression of disbelief, while Clint cast a puzzled glance in her direction. "I am quite certain, yet I still hope you can assist us in preparing the identification documents, as a form of compensation for my year-long service. Moreover, I can impart an additional piece of information." After a moment of contemplation, Nick replied, "Very well, I acquiesce. What is it you wish to disclose?" Natasha's demeanor turned serious as she warned, "Beware of the Strucker individuals. They initially instructed me not to mention it, but I believe it is imperative you are forewarned. When they transform into others, they acquire the memories of their counterparts for a brief period, correct? Please do not tell me you have allowed them to turn into agents within our ranks. Given that the majority within our organization are Hydra, they would undoubtedly have noticed. Thus, the only possibility is that they are deliberately concealing this from you. I trust you still align yourself with humanity, Director." "Damn it," Nick exclaimed, a curse escaping his lips as doubt began to creep into his mind. If this were true, their current situation would indeed be perilous. Clint, too, wore a grave expression. Although this information was newly acquired, he had faith in Natasha, knowing she would not deceive either him or Nick regarding such matters. Nick turned to Natasha and inquired, "Are you truly not considering staying? You understand that if your claims hold water, we will require your assistance." "No, the only aid I can provide is to relay the information I possess. I must go rescue my sister. Clint, we did not destroy the Red Room. I need to complete what remains unfinished." Natasha's expression was resolute, though a hint of anguish flickered in her eyes. Nick hesitated to press her further. He had not yet become the hardened director he would be years later, having only recently taken on the role. "I will ensure your identification is arranged, and I hope you achieve your objective. Should you acquire further intelligence, I would appreciate you passing along to me." With that, Natasha departed the basement. "What shall we do, Director?" Clint inquired, gazing at Nick. After a moment's reflection, Nick responded, "Let us feign ignorance and conduct a discreet investigation. We must ascertain the specific individuals involved without alarming them." Clint nodded in agreement, though concern for Natasha's impending actions weighed heavily on his mind. Natasha arrived at the location where Summer and the others were gathered. At that moment, Summer and his companion were engrossed in a gaming arcade, wielding toy guns as they shot at various monsters appearing on the screen. The two were exchanging playful jibes about each other's ineptitude. Observing the two in their revelry, Natasha pondered whether if Yelena had always been by her side, she would have engaged in similar antics. Due to a misstep by Summer, the screen before them flashed a message declaring, "You have died," followed by a countdown for revival reading 8, 7, 6. "Summer, this is all your fault, you pathetic master." Little M.O. expressed her frustration towards Summer, who repeatedly apologized. Natasha timely interjected between the two, stating that the matter had been resolved, and the documents should be obtained by tomorrow. She then inquired about any concrete plans regarding the rescue of her sister and the destruction of the Red House. Xiahou turned to her and replied, "Understood, but does rescuing your sister require a specific plan? We simply need to locate them and charge in." He paused, realizing no. They are under control. We need an antidote as well. Let me think. In the original story, the antidote was developed by your adoptive mother. However, it seems unnecessary to complicate matters so much. Natasha felt a wave of doubt. Perhaps placing her trust in this individual was a mistake. After contemplating for a while, Xiahou found himself at a loss, having not drawn any items akin to the DNF world artifact that could eliminate negative states. Should he try his luck? He only had 20 random draws left. Forget it, I'll just spend some energy to draw. I still have nearly 160,000 saved up. Without choosing a specific location, he initiated the draw right there. He specified a functional consumable for a 10 draw. Small recovery potions, restores 10 health and mana. Quantity, 5. Resurrection coins, can revive a person who has been dead for less than 30 minutes. Quantity, 2. Great world artifact, shattering it will eliminate all abnormal states within a 1 kilometer radius. Quantity, 2. Disposable heroic spirit summoning card, can summon a heroic spirit to fight for you for 30 minutes. after which it will vanish. Quantity 1. Having drawn everything he desired in a single 10 draw, Xiahou's perception of his luck became clearer. If it reached 100, wouldn't he obtain anything he wished? It seems he should draw more special items in the future. He then produced a world artifact. Its exterior resembled an ordinary globe, but inside, it emitted a gentle white light, akin to a bulb, and its material was glass-like. Natasha and Xiahou looked at him, puzzled by his sudden production of a globe. Weren't we just discussing plans? Why are you bringing out a globe? Seeing their expressions, Xiahou quickly clarified, this is an item from a game. Shattering, it will eliminate all abnormal states within a kilometer, effectively resolving their mental or drug control. Natasha hurriedly approached, caressing the glowing globe as if it were her most cherished possession. Yet, Xiahou put it away, casting a displeased glance at Natasha, and explaining, I've stored it in my backpack. It's south the safest place. I only have 2, and if I break one, I lose one. Natasha chose not to press further. All right, let us prepare to set off once we obtain the identification. For now, let us enjoy ourselves. Xiahou, Gulme, I want to challenge you to a duel and see who is superior. Xiahou concluded with an invitation. Xiahou, hearing this, followed him to the arcade machine, taunting, There's no way you can defeat me. Prepare yourself, Xiahou. Natasha now only hoped to embark on their journey, soon to rescue her sister. Merely observing the playful antics of the two individuals, her heart gradually found solace. She contemplated that once she rescued her sister, she would take her out for enjoyment. However, a thought struck her. No, she could not bring her to such a place. She must instead take her to an amusement park, adorning her as a little princess. Splendid and charming. The thought of the joyful life that awaited after saving Yelena caused her lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Little Mo quietly inquired of Xiahou. Has she caught your enthusiasm? Xiahou, with a frown, replied, Why is it my fault? Shouldn't it be her own issue? Yet, isn't it true that you delight in her innocent joy? Little Mo mimicked Xiahou's expression of dazed bliss as she spoke. Xiahou pondered, could it truly be my fault? And how has little Mo transformed so swiftly? Nevertheless, this version of little Mo was rather endearing. Thus, time flowed quietly into the next day. Natasha was awakened by the persistent ringing of the doorbell. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a familiar face. Chapter 56. Ancient One, if you disturb me again, I shall cast you into the realm of despair. Clint stood at the threshold, holding a manila envelope, gazing at Natasha. Little Na, have you truly thought this through? There is still an opportunity. I believe I have made my decision, Natasha replied, as she took the envelope, inspecting its contents. As Xiahou and I discussed, most of my actions post-joining are solely for the benefit of this country, not as you claim, to protect the world. I'm immensely grateful for your prior assistance in my rescue, yet I cannot forget the girl who suffered because of me. I have often deluded myself into believing it was a necessary sacrifice. Yet, she frequently occupies my thoughts. Perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. is not my rightful place. I also advise you to remain vigilant. Nick has concealed far too much, and do take care of yourself. Are you not preparing for marriage? As she spoke, she confirmed the details within the envelope, which outlined arrangements for immigration and various life experiences. It seemed Nick had indeed put in considerable effort. Clint, feeling a sense of confusion, resolved to continue supporting Nick. Natasha's departure meant he would likely be needed even more. I understand, Lil Na. I shall proceed with caution. And the director does not intend to conduct a widespread investigation, but rather to handle matters discreetly and gradually. Natasha waved her hand dismissively. Enough, I have resigned. So it is best not to discuss these matters with me. However, I hope you will remember me when you require assistance. Clint felt a swell of emotion at her words. Understood. Are you planning to destroy the Red Room? Do you require my support? You know I can provide remote assistance. No need. We already have a plan, she replied, though inwardly she scoffed. If recklessness counts as a plan. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care, and feel free to contact me should you need anything, Clint said, turning to exit the hotel. Only after watching Clint disappear from view did Natasha make her way to the room where Xiahou and the others resided, beginning to knock on the door. With a knock, Xiaomo's door swung open. At that moment, she was adorned in her signature red attire, wielding a large sword, with beads of perspiration gracing her forehead. Natasha, taken aback, exclaimed, Xiahou, have you already risen? I thought you were still asleep. Upon hearing this, Xiahou, slightly displeased, retorted, as a knight of my father's round table. Rising early for training is a necessity. I am not like Xiahou, who lingers in bed each day. My apologies, I was unaware. However, our credentials have been processed. Would you care to take a look? That's unnecessary. You or Xiahou can keep those. She replied, is there anything else? Shouldn't we be departing to rescue my sister? I long to see her. Xiahou observed the urgency etched on Natasha's face and silently wished her own father displayed such concern for her. Ultimately, she had yet to receive her father's affirmation. Approaching the bedside, she seized the still dazed Xiahou, exclaiming, Xiahou, wake up. It's time to set out and save someone. Finally roused by Xiaomo's fervent call, Xiahou gazed out at the newly risen sun with a resigned expression. It's not like I'm going to work. Why rise so early? Xiaomo, unfazed by his complaints, hoisted him up and strode towards Natasha. Let's go. Where to first? Lead the way. Natasha, bewildered by Xiaomo's inquiry, thought, is she asking me? But I have no idea. I don't know the location of the Red Room's base. Every time I entered or exited, I was sedated. I thought you all knew. Upon hearing this, Xiahou turned to Xiahou. Internally, Xiahou lamented, so none of you know, yet you excitedly drag me out? Do you not realize how embarrassing it is to be carried by someone shorter than me? However, he dared not express his thoughts aloud. Rising to his feet, he gestured for Xiahou to release him. To be honest, I have no idea where it is, he admitted, adjusting his attire. Xiahou and Natasha's gazes began to take on a perilous edge. Seeing their expressions, Xiahou hastily clarified, but I know someone who does. Let me just inquire. He then activated the jade pendant to contact Gu-Yi. At that moment, Gu-Yi was relishing a few days of tranquility when he suddenly felt the pendant resonate with urgency. Why is this fool contacting me again? Is he planning something troublesome? Nevertheless, he opened a portal and approached them. Upon seeing the three fixated on him, Gu-Yi immediately inquired, speak. What do you require of me this time? Xiahou, surprised by Gu-Yi's personal arrival, curiously asked, Old Wong, why did you come directly? Is Kamartaj all right? Gu-Yi, irritated, retorted, enough of the trivialities. Get to the point. Without hesitation, Xiahou pressed on, Old Wong, you must know the location of the Red Room. Please tell me, or perhaps you could open a portal and send us there. Gu-Yi frowned, glancing at Natasha, and replied, did I not advise you against excessively disrupting the timeline? This matter belongs to her, and is not meant to transpire for another 9 years. Xiahou nodded resolutely, affirming, I am certain that if trouble arises, I shall resolve it. Moreover, the Temporal Management Bureau should have been taken over by Loki, correct? Gu-Yi gazed deeply at him for a moment before finally opening a portal. I hope you are truly prepared to bear the consequences. What lies beyond the door is the reality. And should you contact me regarding such matters again, I shall cast you into the depths of hell to converse with Mephisto. With that, Gu-Yi vanished, leaving only a portal behind. Xiahou turned to Xiahou and Natasha with a sense of triumph, declaring, all set. Beyond this door lies the Red Room base. Xiahou donned her armor, while Natasha, somewhat perplexed, inquired, who was that just now? And what did she mean by the timeline? What is this Temporal Management Bureau you mentioned? That was Gu-Yi, the supreme sorceress who has safeguarded the earth for centuries. As for the rest, we shall discuss it once we rescue your sister. As Xiahou spoke, he equipped the Scarlet Queen and the Azure Rose, replacing his yellow shirt with the previous red coat. By the way, Xiahou, when we encounter women, try to incapacitate them and gather them together. They're all under control. As for the others, eliminate them all. Natasha, your role is simply to rescue and observe. You need not concern yourself with anything else. The three stepped through the portal, which transformed into sparks and dissipated once they had crossed. Chapter 57, The Red Room, Part 1. The Red Room, an aerial base, floated amidst the clouds high above Russia, designed with Soviet industrial aesthetics, supported by turbine engines, concealed within the cloud cover, and constructed in multi-layered circular formations. In a secluded corner, three individuals were observing the entire base. Natasha surveyed the familiar surroundings and remarked, the base is immense. Brute force may not suffice to rescue everyone. Xiahou pondered briefly before suggesting, then Xiahou and I will draw the fire, attempting to gather all the widows in one place. You can take the opportunity to slip in and capture that one named him, resolving the issue in one fell swoop. After considering Xiahou's plan, Natasha agreed, feeling it to be feasible. Xiahou then spent 2,000 energy points from the marketplace to purchase a breathing mask, which he handed to Natasha. I recall that they seem to control you through pheromones. This mask will filter the air, ensuring your safety. Natasha took the mask and placed it over her face, confirming, no problem. Xiahou turned to Xiahou, saying, let us commence, Xiahou. Just be careful not to harm those women. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Xiahou charged towards the building's entrance, shattering the metal door designed to withstand high-altitude pressure into fragments, triggering a piercing alarm throughout the base. In an office, Dreykov received reports as the screen before him displayed the unfolding scene. In the scene, a figure clad in full armor wields a magnificent greatsword, relentlessly dispatching the guards that dare approach. The bullets fired at him ricochet harmlessly off his armor, inflicting not a scratch upon him. With each swing of his colossal sword, he releases arcs of sword energy, severing foes before they even come within striking distance. Accompanying him is another individual, armed with both a greatsword and a handgun, who works in concert with the armored warrior to systematically eliminate the guards within the base. While this second person does not charge recklessly like the armored figure, they skillfully fire powerful shots from various unconventional angles, rendering the guards' bulletproof vests utterly ineffective. Additionally, their melee prowess is astonishing. Each strike leaves deep gashes in the walls after dispatching their targets. Dreykov watches in horror, bewildered by the presence of these formidable combatants, whom he cannot recall provoking. Deploy all Black Widows immediately, he commands. Equip them with heavy weaponry. No prisoners. Annihilate them. His secretary swiftly relays the orders, and the Black Widows in training, upon receiving the command, rush to the armory to arm themselves with grenade launchers, heavy machine guns, and other formidable weapons before heading to the battlefield. Natasha carefully navigates through the swiftly moving guards and Black Widows within the base, seeking the command center. Xiahou finds the skirmish with these ordinary foes rather dull and remarks to Xiahou, "These individuals are so weak. They hardly warrant my effort. Their weapons lack any real potency." After eliminating another charging guard, Xiahou replies, "This is not your era. They will naturally be less formidable. However, they possess many weapons that could still inflict harm upon you. So exercise caution." With a dismissive huff, Xiahou continues to vanquish the oncoming guards. Yet, as she swings her sword once more, a sudden sound of air being sliced apart reaches her ears. Xiahou's voice calls out, "Xiahou, watch out behind you." Turning, she spots a grenade, trailing a long plume of fire, hurtling toward her. With a swift upward strike, she cleaves the grenade in two. However, the remnants still detonate. Flames and smoke envelop her in an instant, prompting Xiahou to dash towards her position. The smoke is abruptly dispersed by a surge of magical energy, revealing Xiahou unharmed. Exclaiming, "Now this has started to get interesting." She then charges toward the source of the recent attack. The widow who had launched the grenade initially believed she had dispatched a target, only to discover that the armored warrior remained unscathed after the direct hit. Preparing to fire a second attack, she is suddenly confronted by Xiahou, who appears before her with blinding speed. Recognizing her as a woman, Xiahou delivers a swift punch, rendering her unconscious, still mindful of Xiahou's instruction not to kill. No sooner had she dealt with this opponent than several grenades come hurtling toward her. This time, she unleashes a wave of sword energy, shattering the incoming projectiles before they can reach her. However, amidst the cacophony of gunfire, a few armor-piercing rounds strike her armor, forcing her to stagger back several paces from the impact. In the distance, several widows were aiming their sniper rifles at her. Initially, Xiahou contemplated dispatching them with a single stroke of sword energy, but recalling Xiahou's instructions, she instead opted to parry with her sword while swiftly maneuvering towards them. Previously, she had engaged in combat with a playful demeanor. However, as the widows began employing formidable weaponry, she resolved to adopt a more serious approach. Her body traced several afterimages through the corridor, rendering the widows' attacks ineffective. Once she closed the distance, she incapacitated them all. Seeing that Xiahou remained unharmed while incapacitating multiple widows, Xiahou commenced eliminating the other approaching guards. Yet, the corridor was rapidly succumbing to destruction. Meanwhile, Natasha had finally located Dreykov, who, perceiving the precarious situation, was preparing to flee. However, he was abruptly cornered upon exiting. After swiftly dispatching several of his guards, Natasha aimed her gun at his head and declared, "Dreykov, I have come to exact my vengeance. Return my sister to me, and I shall grant you a swift end." Dreykov, with a mocking smile, replied, "You cannot harm me. You have all been implanted with my pheromones, rendering you incapable of attacking me." Natasha, undeterred, shifted her aim to his thigh and fired, shattering one of his legs. Simultaneously, she taunted, "Are you blind? Did you not notice what I am carrying?" Only then did Dreykov observe that Natasha's face was obscured by a transparent mask. "Then go ahead and kill me. I shall never divulge anything. Moreover, my heart is linked to the self-destruct program of this base. The moment my heartbeat ceases, you shall all perish with me." He gestured his heart as he spoke. Natasha felt momentarily at a loss, but then the voice of Xiahou echoed in her earpiece. "First, incapacitate him, then check his computer for information." Do not let your concern cloud your judgment. Following his advice, Natasha struck Dreykov unconscious with the butt of her gun. She then approached the computer to begin her operations, only to find it locked, requiring both a fingerprint and retinal scan for access. After securing the unconscious Dreykov once more, she executed the necessary procedures to unlock the computer. At last, Natasha began sifting through valuable information. Eureka! She uncovered the locations of the young girls who had yet to officially become widows, and among them was Yelena. Without hesitation, she dragged Dreykov towards that location. Chapter 58, The Red Room, Part 2. Natasha brought Dreykov to the holding area, which resembled a series of prison cells. Each door composed of a single pane of tempered glass. Each room contained a girl, ranging from as young as 6 or 7 to as old as 18, with a total numbering around 70 to 80. Natasha swiftly manipulated the control panel on the wall, unlocking all the cell doors and liberating the girls within. As the doors swung open, the girls hesitated to step out, each movement cautious, akin to a group of startled kittens. Yelena, where are you? I have come to take you home, Natasha called out loudly, scanning the dense crowd for her sister's face. A young girl with golden short hair, clad in tactical armor and standing approximately 165 centimeters tall, emerged from the crowd and approached Natasha. Her eyes brimmed with tears, yet she fought valiantly to suppress them. Suddenly, the girl delivered a punch to Natasha's abdomen, causing her to collapse onto the ground. However, Natasha did not blame her. Instead, she said, "I'm so sorry, Yelena, for coming to rescue you so late. I'm truly sorry." Tears streamed down her face. Upon hearing her sister's apology, Yelena could no longer contain herself and leaped toward the fallen Natasha. Embracing her, she lightly pounded her small fists against Natasha's chest, sobbing softly. "I thought you all had abandoned me, especially after you defected. I received no word from you." Meanwhile, Xiahou and Xiahou had eliminated all the operable individuals within the base, and the widows were gathered in a central hall. After removing his armor, Xiahou clapped his hands and addressed Xiahou. "What is our next course of action? Should we directly release their control?" Xiahou shook his head in disapproval. "Let us wait a moment. I need to check on Natasha's situation." He then pressed the communication button on his earpiece and inquired, "Natasha, what is the situation on your end? Have you located your sister? We've dealt with everything here, but we haven't found your sister." "I found her, but there are quite a few people here. I'll bring them over first," Natasha replied, instructing the older children to care for the younger ones as they moved toward Xiahou's position. As the two groups converged, Xiahou retrieved the world device and hurled it to the ground. A gentle white light enveloped everyone present, and the more than 100 widows who had been unconscious began to awaken as the light passed over them. Their eyes, once void of emotion, now sparkled with life as they recognized the 3 individuals at the center who had rescued them. Dreykov, who had been dragged along by Natasha, also regained consciousness. However, upon gazing at the crowd surrounding him, he realized his fate was sealed. "You've won. Grant me a quick end," he implored. Natasha looked at him and then at the widows around her, declaring, "You may handle him as you see fit." She then turned to Yelena and approached Xiahou, asking, "How should we accommodate them? Surely we cannot leave them to fend for themselves?" Xiahou regarded her with a bemused expression. "I only agreed to help you save people and destroy the Red Room. How to accommodate them is beyond me." Natasha thought to herself, "I knew this person was unreliable. Why did I even think to ask him?" She then glanced toward Xiahou, who was fiddling with various firearms, appearing even less dependable. How, she wondered, had he managed to dismantle the reign of King Arthur? The widows, having dealt with Dreykov, now turned their attention toward Natasha. She felt compelled to ask directly, "Have you considered what you wish to do next? If you have aspirations or dreams for your future, we are here to support you." Upon hearing Natasha's words, the widows began to chatter animatedly, transforming the hall into a lively marketplace. Eventually, they divided into 3 factions. One group sought to pursue their passions. Another aimed to find a place for a mundane existence while caring for the younger widows. And the last was determined to rescue more widows who had been dispatched. After listening, Natasha turned to Xiahou, intending for him to make a decision. Under their gaze, Xiahou, feeling cornered, stepped forward and said, "First, let us organize the assets of the Red House, and then you can allocate them as you see fit. Decide for yourselves what you wish to do. For those wanting to rescue other widows, seek out Natasha's adoptive mother. She could develop an antidote. If any issues arise, contact Natasha directly. If she cannot resolve it, I will intervene. That is how it will be." Yet, Xiahou pondered the incomplete side mission in his mind, questioning whether the destruction of this base was the only way to fulfill the task. He shared his suspicions with Xiahou, who confidently declared, "Leave it to me. Demolition is my specialty." Xiahou replied, "I can show you a grand treasure." Xiaomao eagerly agreed, her expression brimming with anticipation. Upon learning of their plan to demolish the base, Natasha expressed her confusion. "Why do you suddenly want to tear this place down? I intended to leave it as a logistics base for them." Xiahou, attempting to persuade her, said, "This location is unsuitable. In the future, I'll take you to seize a better one. Besides, where would they acquire the funds to maintain such a vast aerial base?" After some contemplation, Natasha found merit in his argument and concurred with him. Once all the supplies were transferred to the helicopter stationed at the base, everyone boarded the aircraft to depart. Standing at the open cabin, Xiahou snapped his fingers. A quantum bomb, costing him 5,000 mana, was deployed into the base. Accompanied by a colossal mushroom cloud, the aerial base of the Red House was utterly reduced to dust. Observing this spectacle from the aircraft, everyone, especially the widows, felt a sense of closure regarding their animosity towards this place. Simultaneously, Xiahou received a notification indicating the completion of his mission. After bidding farewell to those widows seeking ordinary lives and personal goals, Natasha, along with the remaining individuals, sought out her adoptive mother. Xiahou and Xiaomao set up a nearby campsite and organized an open-air party for the widows. As Xiahou grilled, he watched Xiaomao, surrounded by the widows, receiving their compliments and inquiries about martial skills, her face illuminated by a genuine smile. Xiahou felt a surge of joy. It seemed Xiaomao had truly embraced them and moved past her past. Observing that the food was nearly ready, he called out, "Xiaomao, and ladies, it's time to eat." Hearing his voice, Xiaomao hurried over, her enthusiasm for dining reminiscent of that of Artoria. The next day, Natasha arrived with her adoptive mother and sister to find them. "I have spoken with my mother, and she will continue to assist them in rescuing other widows," she announced. After accomplishing this objective, she would also arrange their lives according to the circumstances. While Natasha spoke, she held her sister Yelena's hand. "I shall fulfill my promise now, boss. What do you plan to do next? You should tell me now, shouldn't you? Also, what will my responsibilities entail?" Chapter 59, Returning to New York and Daily Life. Xiahou scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Didn't I inform you?" Natasha replied, "No, you did not." Xiahou then began to elucidate his thoughts. "I intend to establish a bounty agency to undertake various assignments, yet I have no desire to engage with politicians or the like. As for you, you will assist me with various chores, such as tax matters and the operation of the agency. What do you think? It should be quite manageable, right? You can bring your sister along, and she can keep company with Xiahou." Upon hearing this, Natasha understood Xiahou's intention. It was akin to enlisting her as a housekeeper, and she was quite pleased with the added condition of bringing her sister along. "All right, I accept, but do you have a suitable location? Additionally, what is our budget?" Xiahou handed Natasha the card given to him by the chubby fellow. "There should be over 4 million, I'm not entirely sure. It's from the 2 commissions I completed earlier, and I'll entrust you with its management. As for the location, let us settle on New York. There are more opportunities there, and we might even encounter some extraterrestrials. Anyway, you can find a venue." Natasha quipped, "I feel as though I've fallen into the trap of a heartless boss. Is it too late to run away now?" The two continued their discussion for a while before bidding farewell to the widows. Yelena, feeling reluctant, lingered in her foster mother's embrace for a moment before she, Natasha, and Xiahou made their way to the airport, boarding the flight to New York. On the plane, Xiahou and Yelena sat together while Xiahou and Natasha shared a seat. Observing the cheerful exchange between the two girls, Xiahou and Natasha exchanged knowing smiles. They seemed to be getting along splendidly. Both possessed a rebellious and untamed spirit, which made their conversations quite harmonious. Considering that Xiahou, outside of her time at the Heroic Spirit Hall, was approximately the same age as Yelena, perhaps even slightly younger, it was unsurprising they connected well. Suddenly, Xiahou turned to Natasha and said, "What do you think about sending them to school together?" After contemplating, Natasha replied, "I think that could work, but it's best to consult their opinions first. Otherwise, I fear they might bully others." Xiahou, recalling Xiaomo's combat prowess, felt a twinge of concern. "All right, we definitely need to ask for their input, but let us enjoy a few days in New York first." Natasha nodded in agreement. "Sure, I also want to take Yelena around to explore, and perhaps visit an amusement park for some fun." Xiahou, observing the two girls engrossed in their conversation, concurred with Natasha's idea. The amusement park was bustling with life, with vibrant lights and cheerful music mingling to create a joyful atmosphere. Upon entering, Xiaohou's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pointed towards a distant roller coaster. "Xiahou, look at that roller coaster. Let us go try it out." Xiahou curled her lips in feigned disdain, saying, Humph, such childish amusements do not interest me. Nevertheless, her gaze still revealed a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Although she had acquired a wealth of knowledge during the 3 battles, she had never truly experienced it. Natasha and Yelena exchanged smiles, and Natasha gently remarked, "All right, little Mo, it's perfectly fine to relax occasionally. Let's give it a try. You might find it enjoyable." Yelena chimed in enthusiastically, "Yes, little Mo, let's go together. The more, the merrier." Persuaded by their encouragement, little Mo finally relented, and the 4 of them made their way toward the roller coaster. While waiting in line, Xiahou regaled everyone with jokes, eliciting hearty laughter. Although little Mo feigned indifference, the corners of her mouth betrayed a slight upward curve. At last, their turn arrived, and the 4 of them settled into their seats, fastening their safety belts. As the roller coaster began its slow ascent, Xiahou excitedly shouted, "We're taking off." Little Mo scoffed in response, muttering, "How childish. What is there to be afraid of in something like this?" The roller coaster swiftly accelerated, surging up a steep incline before plunging downwards. The wind whistled past their ears, and a sensation of weightlessness quickened their heartbeats. Xiahou and Yelena couldn't help but scream, their voices infused with joy and exhilaration, while Natasha and little Mo remained relatively composed, their faces alight with happiness. As the roller coaster finally came to a halt, the 4 disembarked, feeling a sense of lingering excitement. Xiahou patted little Mo's shoulder and grinned. "So, little Mo, was it thrilling?" She replied dismissively, "It was all right, though better than I had anticipated." Next, they indulged in the carousel and bumper cars, each activity brimming with laughter and joy. On the carousel, Xiahou and Yelena pretended to race horses, drawing curious glances from those around them. When lunchtime arrived, the quartet ventured into the amusement park's restaurant, ordering a lavish spread of delicacies. As Xiahou devoured his meal, he playfully teased little Mo, "You seem to be having a splendid time today. Have you fallen in love with this place?" Little Mo shot him a glare, yet a smile betrayed her amusement. After their meal, they embarked on an adventure through the haunted house. Xiahou feigned terror, occasionally letting out exaggerated shrieks, yet none of the 4 were fazed by his antics. He lamented, "Come on, we're here to have fun. Let's not be so serious." They continued their escapades with attractions like the free fall and bumper cars. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the 4 reluctantly departed the amusement park. Xiahou mused, "Although many attractions feel less exhilarating now that our physical attributes have strengthened, this has certainly allowed us to experience the essence of an amusement park within the game." Yelena, however, expressed a differing sentiment. "Today was truly delightful. I hope we have more opportunities like this in the future." She genuinely cherished the experience, especially with her sister and little Mo by her side. Natasha smiled and assured her, "Indeed, as long as we are together, every day will be filled with joy." Little Mo nodded in agreement, while her feelings mirrored Xiahou's. She relished the ambience, an experience she had never encountered in her previous life. Upon returning to the hotel, Natasha began her search for suitable locations on her computer, preparing to fulfill the task assigned by Xiahou. She managed to find a few properties, but decided to consult Xiahou the following day to determine the final destination. Chapter 60. Purchasing a House. The next day, at noon, Natasha arrived at a 3-story building in downtown Manhattan with Xiahou and 2 others for an on-site inspection. As she surveyed the 3-story structure, encompassing over 100 square meters, Xiahou felt quite satisfied. However, when the real estate agent quoted a full price of $8 million and an annual rental of $500,000, his interest in the property waned instantly. "Natasha, I believe this place may not be suitable for us. After all, we primarily operate as bounty hunters. You must understand that we might need to venture into more chaotic areas." Xiahou conveyed his disinterest as tactfully as he could. It was not entirely his fault. Who could have anticipated Natasha would choose a location so exorbitant? If they were to reside here, he would have no choice but to seek benevolent souls in Hell's Kitchen for sponsorship. The thought of Hell's Kitchen sparked an idea in Xiahou, prompting him to inquire of the agent, "Excuse me, do you have any properties available in Hell's Kitchen or its vicinity? I believe that would suit me far better." The agent, initially displaying a hint of disdain, instantly transformed his expression into one of eagerness. "Indeed, sir, I happen to know someone who is looking to sell a storefront. The building consists of 4 floors, each measuring 200 square meters. The ground floor is a street-facing shop, while the upper 3 floors can be utilized for living or office purposes. Furthermore, the price is quite reasonable at just $3.5 million. However, the owner is not interested in renting, only selling." Upon hearing this, Xiahou responded eagerly, "Excellent, please take us to see it. If it meets our needs, we shall proceed with that." The 5 of them climbed into the agent's vehicle, and set off towards Hell's Kitchen. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at the small building, situated on a commercial street. A short walk to the left would lead them to Hell's Kitchen, and the pinnacle of the Empire State Building was faintly visible ahead. The surrounding amenities were also quite comprehensive, and after a brief inspection, Xiahou felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon entering the building, they found the first and second floors outfitted by the owner for selling clothing, while the third and fourth floors served as their residence. The owner, a kind-hearted middle-aged woman, greeted them warmly as they entered, clearly familiar with the agent. As the agent acknowledged her, exclaiming, "Aunt, I've brought clients to view the property. If it suits them, they're inclined to purchase it." The woman's enthusiasm grew. She promptly ushered everyone to the seating area and offered each a cup of coffee. "I believe my nephew has provided you with some information," she began. "However, I must clarify the situation. Due to the proximity to Hell's Kitchen, this area can sometimes be affected by disturbances. If this concerns you, it may be prudent to explore other options. My nephew will guide you further, as this place is rather unsafe." After saying this, she looked earnestly at Xiahou and the others. However, the intermediary appeared somewhat anxious and quickly interjected, "Aunt, haven't you always wanted to sell this place and move elsewhere?" The middle-aged woman replied, "But I do not wish for just anyone to take over here without understanding." She shot a glare at the intermediary after speaking. Xiahou, already fond of the place, felt an increase in admiration for the woman upon hearing her words. It seemed there were indeed many good souls in the world. After surveying the interior, he spoke up, "No need for hesitation. I quite like it here. It's 3.5 million, correct? I'll buy it." Both the middle-aged woman and the intermediary beamed with joy, but in the next moment, the woman added, "Sir, are you certain? It can get quite chaotic here. There are too many gangs in Hell's Kitchen." Xiahou waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. I actually prefer a bit of chaos. Moreover, if you're considering relocating, I suggest New Orleans. Don't linger in New York. In a few years, it will descend into a hub of turmoil." The woman found this rather peculiar and asked, "Is that true? How do you know?" Xiahou nonchalantly explained, "Do not concern yourself with the details. This is merely a suggestion stemming from your kindness." With that, the middle-aged woman decided against further inquiries, while contemplating whether she should indeed move to New Orleans. "Should you ever need assistance with gang retaliation, hiring bodyguards, encountering supernatural events, or even facing alien attacks, feel free to reach out. Just give me a call." After saying this, he stepped outside to catch up with Natasha and the others. The middle-aged woman and her nephew were left in a state of confusion, pondering the broad scope of his services. The first two were understandable, but what did the latter two entail? "Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd de-promote my business. After all, aren't we opening a bounty office? I might as well reveal some hidden services in case they are needed." Upon hearing this, Natasha did not pursue further questions and instead said, "I'm taking Yelena to buy some clothes. Would you like to join us?" Xiahou immediately shook his head in refusal and turned to Xiao-Mo, "Would you like to accompany them? You could use some new clothes." Xiao-Mo disdainfully replied, "I'm not going. I don't need to buy clothes. I can manifest them directly. I want to go for a drive. Bring out my car." Xiahou then retrieved the Piero T20 from his backpack and placed it on the roadside, unabashed by the astonished gazes of passers-by. After getting into the car, Xiao-Mo asked Xiahou, "Are you coming along?" Xiahou declined, saying, "I wish to explore Hell's Kitchen and find a place to print some business cards. Otherwise, promoting my services will be quite difficult." Yelena, brimming with excitement, attempted to climb into the passenger seat, but was thwarted by Natasha, who firmly stated, "No. We agreed yesterday that after viewing the house today, I would take you shopping for clothes. I want to make you look beautiful." Little Mo looked on, bursting into a fit of laughter as she mockingly exclaimed, "Ha, go accompany your sister to buy some clothes, little girl. Remember to pick out a princess dress." Xiahou observed this scene, lamenting for the unfortunate child who seemed destined for considerable turmoil. It appeared that it was indeed too early to rescue her. Otherwise, given the circumstances depicted in the film, it would have been implausible for her to be subdued so effortlessly. After a brief chuckle, Little Mo hopped in her car and sped away, while Xiahou made his way toward Hell's Kitchen. Chapter 61. Mark and Tony. As Xiahou strolled through the streets of Hell's Kitchen, he was surprised to find it was not as he had imagined. The streets were relatively clean, populated with a variety of pedestrians, though there were indeed more individuals of African descent than in other areas. It didn't seem particularly chaotic. Perhaps the protagonists had yet to make their appearance, leaving only a few petty criminals behind. As he muttered to himself, he continued deeper into the neighborhood. However, after an extensive search, he failed to locate a copy shop or anything of the sort. Just when he was about to lose hope, he spotted a familiar sign, Nelson and Murdoch Law Firm. The name behind the sign rang a bell, connecting it to Marvel and Hell's Kitchen. and considering it was a law firm, he realized this must be the office of Daredevil. Pondering whether he should venture inside to inquire, he felt it might be an opportune place to seek out mission. He stepped into the law office's corridor and followed the signs to a small office on the second floor, where a modest sign hung outside. Upon entering, he found two individuals seated at the desk. One was a young man with short blonde hair clad in a sharp suit, standing approximately 1.7 meters tall. The other wore sunglasses and had meticulously styled black hair, dressed in a black suit and towering around 1.8 meters. The young blonde lawyer, noticing Xiahou's arrival, assumed it was a business inquiry and greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello, sir. I am Foggy Nelson. How may I assist you with your legal needs?" His voice exuded a sense of friendliness. Upon realizing it was not a business matter, Foggy remained unfazed and continued. "All right, Mr. Xiahou, feel free to ask me anything. I will share what I know." Xiahou replied, "I recently purchased a property nearby, intending to open a bounty office. However, I have scoured the area and found no establishment capable of printing business cards. I happened to notice your law firm and thought I would inquire." While speaking, he cast a glance at Daredevil, who sat beside them. Foggy noticed Xiahou's gaze linger on Mark and introduced him. "This is Matt Murdoch, my partner and also a lawyer." Mark nodded at Xiahou with a friendly smile. Foggy continued, "Mr. Xiahou, you must have recently arrived in America, am I correct? Please don't take offense. I only assumed so because you appear to be of Chinese descent." Xiahou gave a thumbs up. "Indeed, you possess keen insight. Recognizing my heritage rather than merely assuming I lead a comfortable life in a place like Korea." Fuguwei chuckled, saying, "I mean no offense. It's simply that you are quite different from those individuals from the other two nations. One appears rather lecherous, while the other seems exceedingly reserved upon encountering us, making it quite easy to distinguish between them." Upon hearing this, Xiahou gave him a thumbs up once again. Fuguwei continued, "Here, to print business cards, one must visit a specialized company. Or you might inquire at an office supply store. Alternatively, I have acquaintances who could assist you with the booking." Xiahou pondered for a moment and replied, "Then I would appreciate it if you could assist me with the booking. How much will it be? I can pay you right now." Fuguwei quickly responded, "No need for that. They will deliver it to your door, and you can settle the payment with them directly. I just purchased a house today, and the previous owner needs a few days to move out. I will also need to renovate it. Could you have it delivered to your place first?" "I will cover any additional expenses," Xiahou said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fuguwei smiled and replied, "There's no need for extra fees. How many cards are you planning to order? Also, what name are you considering for your agency? Have you registered it yet?" Xiahou was taken aback, realizing that registration was necessary. Seeing his lack of preparation, Fuguwei inquired, "It seems you haven't registered yet. Do you need assistance?" Xiahou contemplated, thinking that Natasha might handle it. Perhaps she could take care of it. If not, they could discuss it later. After all, being a former SHIELD agent, she should be quite capable. Having made up his mind, he declined Fuguwei's offer, saying that won't be necessary for now. My friend should know how to manage it. I was just bored and thought I'd deprint my cards while wandering about. But thank you nonetheless. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. I can offer you a 20% discount. I handle all sorts of business, just not involving ordinary people like eradicating gangs or ninjas. Those I can accept. Xiahou continued to promote his services. Meanwhile, Mark suddenly looked alarmed, fixating his gaze on Xiahou while beginning to feel his heartbeat and movements. After exchanging contact information with Fuguwei, Xiahou left the office to continue his leisurely stroll. Inside the office, Mark expressed to Fuguwei, "That individual seems suspicious. How does he know about ninjas? I feel as though he is testing us." Fuguwei appeared uncertain, replying, "I sense he harbors no ill intent. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Mark." Yet Mark remained skeptical, insisting, "Regardless of the situation, let's investigate further before making any conclusions." As Xiahou walked down the street, he remained blissfully unaware that his previous remarks had led to misunderstandings. Even if he were aware, he would be concerned. After such a long time without any encounters of robbery or fighting, this place hardly resembled Hell's Kitchen. Gazing at the mundane street, Xiahou began to question whether he had arrived in the wrong location. After wandering a bit more, he started to feel bored. Meanwhile, Xiahou was driving swiftly down the street, gradually reaching the coastal highway. Breathing in the briny sea breeze, her spirits soared. She relished the sensation of cruising around, especially in coastal areas. It was merely an Audi R8 that suddenly overtook her vehicle, speeding away. She could tolerate it, so she accelerated in pursuit. Inside the R8, Tony Stark was engaged in lively conversation with a model, incessantly boasting about himself. However, the unknown car that had just passed him began to chase from behind. As the car matched his speed, the young woman behind the wheel glanced back at him before surging ahead. Tony mused, Is this little girl preparing to race against the illustrious Tony Stark? The model beside him egged him on. Tony, catch up. If you win, I'll introduce you to my best friend. Upon hearing this, Tony immediately pressed the accelerator, chasing after the petite driver. The young girl, glancing at the rearview mirror to see Tony trailing behind, let out a dismissive laugh and pressed down harder on the gas pedal. The modified engine of her P1 roared like a tiger, propelling her speed even higher, despite Tony pushing his R8 to its limits. The red sports car effortlessly distanced itself from him. Watching the vehicle vanish from his sight, he angrily slapped the steering wheel and exclaimed, "Damn it, how could you be so fast?" Jarvis, investigate that car and the girl. Seeing Tony falter, the model quickly reassured him, "It's all right, Tony. I can still introduce you to my friend." Chapter 62, Establishment of the Player's Contract. Natasha brought Yelena to Times Square, eagerly exploring every clothing store. Whenever they encountered attractive garments, she urged Yelena to try them on, purchasing every appealing item, resulting in hundreds of outfits tried on in just one afternoon. She even remembered to buy a few red pieces for little Mo, having observed her fondness for that color over the past few days. Additionally, she picked up several t-shirts. For otherwise, little Mo would run around daily in nothing but a strapless top and a jacket, constantly providing eye candy for onlookers. When the group reconvened at the hotel, Natasha unveiled the outfit she had prepared for little Mo. Upon seeing the array of red clothing, little Mo's face lit up with joy, though she remarked, "Humph, these clothes are hardly practical. There was no need to buy them." Her hands, however, were already reaching for the garments. The three onlookers smiled, finding her slender in nature endearing at times. Yelena then pulled little Mo aside, incessantly lamenting about their sister's perceived oppression, prompting little Mo to mock her relentlessly, which led to playful banter between them. At this moment, Xiahou turned to Natasha, recounting his conversation with Fergie from earlier that day. After elaborating, Natasha inquired, "Have you decided on a name for your bounty agency?" Xiahou pondered for a moment before declaring, "Let us call it the Player's Oath. It symbolizes the spirit of the player's contract, embodying the binding relationship between the commission and execution of bounty tasks. As a player, once a task is assigned to me, regardless of its nature, if I accept it, I shall endeavor to fulfill it with utmost dedication, unafraid even of death." As he spoke, a resolute light sparkled in his eyes. This also marked his final concession. After more than 2 years, he had come to terms with reality. Xiahou, having heard Xiahou's remarks, solemnly replied, "Rest assured, master, I shall fulfill my duties as a servant. Every command issued by you shall be executed to the best of my abilities." Upon hearing this, Xiahou teasingly suggested, "How about you and Yelena go to school together?" In a swift motion, he was sent crashing against the wall, gradually sliding down as he clutched the surface. Xiahou Mo stood in the spot he had just vacated, clearly having been the one to send him flying. After speaking, she paid no further attention to Xiahou and resumed her conversation with Yelena. Natasha, wearing a troubled expression, sensed that sending Xiahou Mo to school was out of the question, and she worried that her Yelena might not go either. Observing the two girls animatedly discussing their plans for the next day, her foreboding feelings intensified. Glancing at Xiahou, who lay on the ground feigning unconsciousness, she resolved to address that matter later, focusing instead on how to establish the bounty office. Tony, perplexed, remarked, "Wait, that name sounds oddly familiar." "Sir, that name is associated with British legend, referring to the son of King Arthur, noted for being a rebellious knight who ultimately ended Arthur's tale." "Indeed, that's it. But what connection does it have?" As Tony spoke, his fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the scene of Xiahou suddenly producing a vehicle flashing in his mind. Tony exclaimed, "Oh, is this magic, or some form of spatial technology? Jarvis, who is he?" "Sir, his name is Xiahou. Like Mordred, appeared abruptly, though somewhat earlier. Mordred has been in his company, along with 2 women who later appeared, both of whom have documented lives." Subsequently, Jarvis relayed all the collected information to Tony. "Very well, let us proceed with that for now. Just keep a close watch on them and report anything significant directly to me." "Understood, sir." After giving his instructions, Tony hurried to the parking lot to modify his R8, intending to redeem himself. The next morning, Natasha set out early to handle various paperwork and register the office. Meanwhile, Xiahou took Xiahou Mo and Yelena on a tour of New York's landmarks, as they had come all this way with no other obligations. 2 days passed, and the landlord finally contacted Xiahou, informing him that he could either move in or commence renovations. The 4 of them once again visited the 4-story building. After some deliberation, they designated the first floor as the office space, simply requiring some renovations and a few display areas. As for what would adorn the display stands, naturally, figurines and models. with perhaps some photographs of completed missions. The remaining space would serve as a relaxation area, featuring a bar and a wine rack. The second floor would be transformed into a training room, the third into 56 guest rooms, and the fourth would be divided into 4 rooms, one for each of them, perfectly accommodating their needs. Subsequently, arrangements were made to engage a renovation company to undertake the refurbishment. A full month elapsed, and at last the office was officially completed, presenting a revitalized appearance. A grand, multicolored illuminated sign now adorned the entrance, with the name crafted from LED tubes elegantly displayed in 2 lines, one larger, proclaiming player's oath, and a smaller one stating bounty office. The entrance's walls and doors were transformed into expansive floor-to-ceiling glass, affording a clear view of the interior. One of the glass panels featured a substantial poster detailing the services offered, indicating a willingness to accept all commissions with prices negotiable, but humorously concluding with a note that neither Nick nor his dog were permitted inside. Natasha, upon seeing this, expressed her bewilderment, unsure of how Nick had managed to offend anyone. The first floor was designed with a distinct cyberpunk aesthetic, with the reception wall prominently displaying the words Player's Oath. The specifics of the upper 3 floors need not be elaborated upon. Once everything was in place, they awaited the official opening the following day. Xiahou had arranged a lavish banquet from Chinatown, intending to celebrate grandly in the hall. He also invited the recently acquainted Virgil and Mark, who assured the group they would attend the opening. Chapter 63. The Grand Opening. The next day arrived, and Xiahou rose early, hanging a large banner at the entrance proclaiming a grand opening celebration, with all commissions at a 20% discount. He had also procured a balloon arch and set up a self-service dessert table in the hall. However, despite a throng of onlookers, not a single person dared to step inside, merely glancing at the informational poster. This left Xiahou feeling quite embarrassed, as he had anticipated a bustling crowd. By midday, Virgil and Mark arrived, bearing 2 bottles of wine adorned with well-wishing inscriptions. Upon seeing them, Xiahou rushed to greet them. "Virgil, Mark, did you know you're the only 2 to enter my establishment today?" Just as they were about to respond, a voice interrupted from behind. "Is that so? Then I must be the 3rd. You should feel proud. The illustrious American billionaire, Tony Stark, has come to support you." With that, he placed a bottle of wine on a nearby table, adding, "A gift for the grand opening. Although, I'm not here seeking you out." Xiahou gazed at Tony with a perplexed expression, contemplating how this celebrity had arrived, bearing a gift, which seemed utterly unrealistic for the man who had yet to become Iron Man. Was he still dreaming? Yet Tony paid him no mind and approached a young lad engrossed in a PS2 game alongside Yelena. "Hello, you must be Mordor Pendragon, right? I'm Tony Stark. Do you recall the time you bested me in a race?" As he spoke, he nonchalantly elevated his chin. The youthful Mordred, lost in his game, initially ignored him, only turning to acknowledge Tony once Yelena paused the game. "Yes, what do you want? Speak quickly. Do not disturb me while I play," she declared, her gaze fixed on Tony with an unfriendly intensity, pondering who this fool might be. Tony, startled by her fierce demeanor, mused to himself. This girl may be diminutive in stature, yet her presence is undeniably formidable. He hastily replied, "I made some modifications to my vehicle and am eager to challenge you to a race." Standing there awkwardly, Tony thought, this little girl is not charming at all. In fact, he had even interrupted his slumber with the cover girl for this encounter. To be rejected so outrightly was astonishing. Xiahou, having overheard the exchange, realized that it must have been Xiahou who, at some point, had triumphed over Tony, prompting this visit. He approached Tony and said, "Tony, enough of your infatuation with Xiahou. We're not interested in getting to know you right now. When you come to understand the meaning of life, feel free to seek us out. At that time, I would gladly consider you a friend. However, as of now, we have no desire for your acquaintance. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. It is Pepper who is your true love. Now, kindly take your leave." With that, Xiahou gestured towards the exit. Tony, momentarily taken aback by Xiaohao's words, pondered the meaning behind understanding the meaning of life before seeking friendship and the declaration that Pepper is his true love. What could that possibly signify? Nevertheless, he departed, his mind swirling with confusion. Upon returning home, he summoned J.A.R.V.I.S.J.A.R.V.I.S. Conduct a thorough investigation into those individuals. Employ any means necessary, even hacking into the FBI's database if required, but ensure you uncover their information. Understood? Fiji and Mark had quietly observed the entire encounter. Mark found himself increasingly curious about Xiaohao's identity. After Tony's departure, Xiahou began to entertain the two. "Thank you for coming to support me. Didn't I mention that you would receive an 80 discount for your commission? I shall amend it to 50. As long as you seek me out, anything can be accomplished, even blowing up the White House. As he spoke, he continued to offer them sweets. Fiji accepted, saying, "Thank you. But we have no desire to blow up the White House. Wouldn't that make us terrorists?" He presumed Xiahou was merely jesting. However, with utmost seriousness, Xiahou responded, "I speak the truth. Do you not find the White House rather unsightly? With a mere word, I could have it demolished." Natasha quickly intervened. "Enough of your jokes." She was acutely aware that Xiahou was capable of such feats, reminiscent of the time he had bombed the Red House. An unsettling display of his inexplicable ability to conjure explosives. "I'm not joking. I merely await someone to issue a commission," Xiahou insisted, casting meaningful glances at Fiji, as if urging him to proceed with the request. Fiji laughed awkwardly. "I think it's best if we refrain from that. I do not harbor any dislike for the place." Mark sensed the gravity of Xiahou's words, especially as his heartbeat quickened with excitement. Observing their refusal, Xiahou felt a tinge of disappointment and proceeded to formally show them around the office's grand hall. At this moment, the exhibition stand in the hall displayed only a few scattered items, all remnants of his previous draws that had gone unused, such as minor healing potions, undead totems, Remy's assistants, and the world instrument. He thoughtfully provided descriptions of their uses and origins. As Fuji perused the introductions, he directly inquired, "Are these genuine, or merely trinkets?" Mark, unable to see, could only vaguely sense their shapes. Thus, he remained quietly attentive. Xiahou, dismissive of the skepticism, replied, "Of course they are real, but they hold no value for me, so I simply placed them here for exhibition. It's no great matter." He then proceeded to show them some photographs he had taken. "This one was captured when I fought alongside the Ghost Rider against the Witch Heart Demon, and this is a snapshot of Little Mo during combat. Here is the canyon cleaved by Little Mo, and this was taken when I demolished the airborne base of the Red House." As Xiahou continued his enthusiastic recounting, Fuji's jaw dropped further, and he could hardly contain his disbelief. "That canyon? You're telling me it was cleaved by a young girl gaming there? That seems a bit exaggerated. And the nuclear bomb you used? Such a colossal mushroom cloud. And an airborne base? Are you certain you're not pulling my leg?" Mark felt a pang of hurt, for he was unable to witness any of it. "Could you perhaps consider the feelings of a blind man?" At that moment, a young man entered. He quietly asked, "Do you truly accept any task here, including dismantling gangs?" Upon finishing his question, he cast a nervous glance at everyone in the room, resembling a wounded creature, cautious yet imbued with sorrow, hatred, and a flicker of hope, almost forming a dramatic juxtaposition of a domineering figure. Chapter 64. Art is the star of PETA. Upon hearing this, Xiahou perked up immediately. He hastily set aside the photographs and approached the young man briskly, sizing him up. Once assured that the newcomer was not a disruptor, he smiled and said, "Certainly. We accept any task, including dismantling gangs. However, you must first inform me which gang it is and what they have done, allowing me to contemplate whether to accept your task." The young man, surprised by Xiahou's forthrightness, briefly glimmered with hope, only to dim again as he murmured, "My name is Kevin, but I don't have much money to pay you. Currently, I only have $30,000. If it's insufficient, may I compensate later?" Upon hearing this, Xiahou replied, "First, elucidate the situation, and I shall decide." Kevin promptly began, "It's the Blood Wolf Gang. They not only control the drug trade in our area, but also frequently engage in kidnapping, extortion, and even murder. My family was merely passing through when they inadvertently stumbled upon their drug dealings and were killed. I have long sought vengeance, yet I am aware of my own limitations. Today, I fortuitously came across your agency's introduction." His voice quivered with emotion as he struggled to suppress tears, lifting his gaze to Xiahou, his eyes brimming with expectation. At this moment, Xiahou's interface displayed a prompt for side quest. Triggering a side quest, assist Kevin in dismantling the Blood Wolf Gang. Quest details: annihilate the Blood Wolf Gang, ensuring the elimination of over 50% of its members, and it is imperative to slay both the leader and the high-ranking officials. Quest rewards: 1,000 energy points and 2 chances for a random draw. Xiahou gazed at the quest rewards and felt they were somewhat meager. However, he reasoned that every little bit counts. Moreover, this was the first job and must be accepted. He patted Kevin on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "Fear not. Since you have found us, I shall avenge you. As our inaugural client, let me charge you just 10,000. Consider it the beginning of a friendship, and in return, perhaps you could introduce us to future business." Kevin nodded eagerly, pulling a crumpled map from his pocket, which detailed the various strongholds of the Blood Wolf Gang and their potential hideouts. "I drew this myself. It may not be entirely accurate, But the general locations should be correct. They have at least 50 members, armed with firearms and some heavy weaponry. Xiahou took the map, scrutinizing it before turning to the engrossed Xiahou, stating, "It seems today, as grand opening celebration will transform into a practical drill. Xiahou, would you care to join?" Upon hearing this, Xiahou immediately set down his gaming controller, rising to respond. "Of course. I've nearly forgotten how to fight. It's the perfect opportunity to stretch my legs." Yelena also stood, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I want to go too. I wish to witness how those rascals are dealt with." However, Xiahou firmly declined. "No, you and Natasha will stay to guard the shop. Xiahou and I will handle this ourselves." Natasha, upon hearing this, quelled Yelena, who was ready to protest, and inquired, "Are you certain you don't need us to accompany you?" Xiahou shook his head. "Not necessary. You two can tend to the shop. What if a customer arrives? You could record or entertain them. That is precisely why I brought you here." He then turned to Virgil and Mark. "As for you, Virgil and Mark, I won't be accommodating you just yet. Feel free to continue playing for a while. Xiahou and I will wrap this up swiftly." Virgil asked uncertainly, "Are you really going to undertake this mission? Isn't it a bit risky?" Xiahou laughed heartily, slapping his chest. "Worry not. This is merely a trifling matter." With that, he turned to Kevin. "You shall await our good news here." Kevin nodded gratefully, tears welling in his eyes. "Thank you. Truly thank you. I bow to you." Xiahou quickly supported him, smiling. "No need for that. You offered a commission, and I accepted it. It's mutually beneficial. Now, Xiahou, let us depart." The two stepped outside, entering a sleek red sports car. They proceeded to 3 strongholds of the Blood Wolf gang, each merely guarded by 2 or 3 individuals, who were swiftly dispatched, and the strongholds were set ablaze. Upon reaching the 4th stronghold, they finally encountered a semblance of success. Inside, a group of Blood Wolf gang members were reveling in drink and gambling, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Xiahou let out a cold laugh, swiftly dispatching several guards. Little Mo, wielding her sword, darted between the enemies like a specter, each swing claiming a life. After dealing with the insignificant foes, Xiahou turned to the small leader, whose legs had been shattered, lying helplessly on the ground, and began his interrogation. "Now, tell me, where are your boss and the others? Why are there only a handful of you here?" Xiahou aimed his gun at the leader's younger brother and pressed on. "Where is your headquarters? Speak, and I shall spare your brother." The small leader hastily responded, "I'll tell you, just let me go." His eyes were filled with a desperate yearning for life. Xiahou merely shifted the gun's muzzle to the leader's head. "I only promise to spare your brother, not you. Do you not understand that I have a mortal enmity with the drug trade?" With that, he pulled the trigger, sending the small leader on his way. After setting the place ablaze, the two hastily made their way to the Blood Wolf gang's headquarters. Upon arriving at the lair of the Blood Wolf gang, they found an old estate complete with a garden and lawn, sprawling across approximately 23 kilometers. Inside, several armed thugs patrolled incessantly. Xiahou sought a concealed spot to wait. Little Mo, having transformed into her ethereal form, silently infiltrated the premises. Xiahou instructed her to ascertain whether there were any ordinary civilians inside. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "Little Mo, since there are no ordinary folks left, why waste effort taking them down one by one?" Little Mo raised her radiant king's sword and asked, "Should I unleash my noble phantasm directly?" A hint of excitement flickered in her eyes. It had been quite some time since she had employed it. Xiahou quickly interjected, "No, Little Mo, your noble phantasm possesses too much power. It's not suitable. It would be disastrous if it harmed others. Let me handle this." He then expended 2,000 magic points to summon a quantum bomb and hurled it towards the heart of the estate. As the bomb struck the ground, the members of the Blood Wolf gang were left in utter shock, pondering why a gang that merely dealt in flour would require such explosive measures. The radiation symbol and the bomb's appearance evoked immediate thoughts of a nuclear device. With a resounding bang, a small mushroom cloud ascended, and the shockwave spread outward, only beginning to wane as it reached the estate's perimeter. Gazing at the mushroom cloud, Xiahou remarked to Little Mo, "See, the power was perfectly controlled. Art is indeed the star of the show." Meanwhile, at the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury received reports from his subordinates regarding the small-scale nuclear explosion in Hell's Kitchen. His already dark expression deepened further as he bellowed at the messenger, "Damn it, who did this? You have 30 minutes to deliver a complete report on the incident." Though Little Mo relished the fireworks display, she retorted, "The power was merely average. My noble phantasm is far more formidable. Let me handle it next time." In the vehicle, she also claimed her mission rewards. On the other side, Fury received another report from his agents. Sir, the explosion occurred at the Blood Wolf Gang's headquarters in Hell's Kitchen. The blast obliterated both the estate and its members, along with some of their strongholds, all of which have been completely destroyed. Nick massaged his temples and inquired, "Do you know who is responsible? What else was discovered at the scene?" After the agent handed him several photographs, he replied, "The primary suspects are these two individuals, Xiahou and Madrid. Their presence has been noted in multiple locations near the scene." Upon recognizing the familiar faces, Nick felt an increase in his headache and said, "All right, you may leave now." After the agent departed, Nick dialed Natasha's number. At that moment, Natasha was oblivious to the unfolding events, merely engaging in conversation with a few patrons in the shop when she suddenly received Nick's call. She quickly moved to a secluded area and answered, "This is Natasha. What can I do for you?" "Fury?" Nick's voice thundered through the line. "What do you mean? What can you do for me? Are you aware of what your new employer has just done? He detonated a small nuclear device in New York. Are you intending to instigate a world war?" Natasha responded, "Weren't they supposed to be eliminating a minor gang? How could they resort to using a nuclear bomb? I'm not here to discuss that with you. They indeed employed a weapon resembling a small nuclear device. I will manage this situation for you this time, but I do not wish for a repeat. Understand? And remember, you owe me one." With that, Nick abruptly ended the call, his gaze falling upon the array of reports concerning Xiahou and Madrid on the table. Xiahou had first emerged 2.5 years ago, disappearing after vanquishing the vampires in New Orleans alongside the Winter Soldier, only to resurface a month ago. Madrid, suspected to be the legendary renegade knight? Sighing, Nick pondered the state of the world. He was still reflecting on Natasha's previous assertions. Now confirmed, the majority of individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D. were indeed affiliated with Hydra, and the Strucker family presented their own set of issues. He contemplated the pager that Corolla had given him, torn between the decision to utilize it. Meanwhile, Tony received a report from J.A.R.V.S. But at that moment, he chose to dismiss it, considering it merely a typical gang dispute. His primary concern remained the enigmatic statement Xiahou had made to him, one that he had yet to decipher. Upon entering the office, Xiahou and Madrid were met with Natasha's immediate query. Did he use a nuclear bomb in New York? Madrid, upon hearing this, pointed at Xiahou and scurried to the side, eager to observe the unfolding drama. Xiahou, with a sense of pride, replied, "It wasn't a nuclear bomb, but something close. Do you remember the type of bomb I used last time? I even made sure to reduce its power a bit." His expression seemed to convey, "Look how thoughtful I am. Shouldn't I receive some praise?" Natasha, recalling the mushroom cloud from earlier, facepalmed inside. "Promise me, next time, do not use such dangerous devices in the city, all right? Nick has already contacted me." Upon hearing this, Xiahou grew displeased. "What? Did that egghead threaten you? Should I just blow up their headquarters?" Natasha's voice escalated in frustration. "Blow up what? He didn't threaten me. He merely stated that he would contain this, urging us to be more cautious in the future. You are also prohibited from using such perilous devices in the city. Otherwise, I will resign." They completely understood, and Kevin was particularly moved. To avenge him, they even resorted to using a small nuclear bomb. As Xiahou observed the furious Natasha, he decided to endure the moment, realizing that it was unwise to confront an enraged woman. It would only lead to unfavorable outcomes. He conceded, saying, "All right, I understand. I will be more cautious in the future." Xiahou, mimicking his previous tone, chimed in, "Art is pie to star." Xiaohu's expression darkened. It seemed Xiahou was picking up bad habits. As Kevin saw their conversation conclude, he hurriedly approached Xiahou and inquired, "Have you eradicated the Blood Wolf gang?" His eyes reflected a hint of disbelief. Xiahou patted his shoulder and replied, "Little brother, the mission is accomplished. They have all been reduced to ashes. How do you feel? Happy, right? Don't forget the promised reward of 10,000. Tears of joy streamed down Kevin's face as he grasped Xiahou's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you. Surely 10,000 is insufficient. I shall give you 30,000, and I will compensate you later." Xiahou shook off his hand, stating sternly, "Kevin, if you wish to express your gratitude, simply adhere to our agreed payment. It would also be beneficial if you could recommend some business my way." Kevin, with tears still flowing, acknowledged, "I understand, thank you." He then produced the cash he had withdrawn earlier and handed 10,000 to Natasha, bowing deeply to everyone as he departed. After Kevin left, Mark pulled Xiahou aside, questioning, "Why did you kill them instead of gathering evidence and reporting to the police?" Xiahou looked at Mark and retorted, "Why shouldn't I have killed them? Please, I am not a superhero. Daredevil, I do not constrain myself with your absurd principles of not killing." Mark frowned. "You truly know me. Who are you exactly?" "Xiahou, initially intending to give him a pointed look, reconsidered, realizing that showing a blind man a map of expressions would be futile. He straightforwardly stated, "I am a player. I complete any task I deem worthy, much like the player's oath I have established. Thus, Daredevil, do you require my assistance against Hand and their organization? I can offer you a special discount. No, I do not appreciate your methods. I hope you refrain from committing wrongful acts in the future. Otherwise, I will ensure you are apprehended. I will keep a watchful eye on you." With that, Mark called for Fudge and departed. Before leaving, Fudge remarked, "We are off now. I will come back to visit you all when time permits." Once outside, Fudge turned to the silent Mark and asked, "Brother, what is troubling you?" Why has your demeanor toward Xiahou changed so drastically? Although he had not overheard their conversation, he sensed Mark's shift in attitude. Mark, responding to Fudge's inquiry, explained, "I simply disapprove of his indiscriminate slaughter. Those criminals should face the justice of the law." Upon hearing this, Fudge understood the rationale and embraced Mark's shoulders, saying, "All right then, Mark, let us not dwell on trivialities. Although his approach may be somewhat flawed, the outcomes are commendable, are they not? It is merely a matter of differing methodologies. Moreover, those victims may indeed prefer individuals of his ilk." Upon hearing this, Mark chose to remain silent. Chapter 66, Is It Not the Year 2007? After Mark and Fudge departed, Xiahou and his companions resolved to indulge in a lavish feast to celebrate the auspicious start of their business, having secured their first contract. Yet in the days that followed, they received no worthwhile commissions, only trivial tasks such as locating lost cats and dogs. Xiahou exclaimed, "Who takes on such assignments? I am not some novice reliant on menial tasks to build my reputation." He scoffed at those paltry missions yielding only a few energy points, far beneath his dignity to pursue. However, days later, an opportunity arose to dismantle a notorious gang. Without hesitation, he and Xiahou accepted the assignment and set forth to confront the criminal organization. Thus 2 months drifted by, during which they nearly annihilated all prominent gangs within Hell's Kitchen. Xiahou and Xiahou earned themselves formidable titles within the underworld. Xiahou, known as the Vow Player with the English codename Top, would instill terror in the hearts of his adversaries, who would exclaim, "Beware, Top has returned." Meanwhile, Dread was dubbed the Crimson Judgment, and when her scarlet lightning illuminated the night sky, witnesses would tremble, whispering, "It's the Red Flash." Flee. Both were quite satisfied with their newfound monikers, with Xiahou amassing 12,000 energy points and 18 opportunities for random draws. As for the absence of entities like the FBI pursuing them, it was due to Nick's intervention, contemplating whether to engage in further draws. Xiahou ultimately decided to reserve them for a future time when they might be needed, for his current prowess sufficed. Yet today, an unexpected visitor graced their establishment. A tall woman with flowing golden locks, clad in a professional outfit, entered with an air of fatigue and concern etched upon her features. Upon her arrival, she approached Natasha at the front desk and inquired, "Do you accept commissions for locating and rescuing individuals?" Natasha hesitated, recognizing both the visitor and the nature of her inquiry. "Are you seeking Tony Stark? I must consult the boss regarding this matter." She then approached Xiahou, who was lounging on the sofa, embodying the essence of lethargy. "Xiahou, there's a task available. Would you be inclined to accept it? It concerns Tony Stark." Her tone bore uncertainty, as Xiahou had previously exhibited a marked disinterest in him. Upon hearing Natasha's question, Xiahou responded, "What of that insufferable oaf?" Natasha and the accompanying Pepper Potts exchanged awkward glances, one embarrassed by her employer's unreliability, the other unable to take the nickname seriously. After a slight cough to clear her throat, Natasha continued, "He has been missing in Afghanistan for a month. Ms. Potts wishes to enlist your help in locating him." Xiahou sat upright, his curiosity piqued, and asked, "What time is it now?" Although Natasha was perplexed, she revealed the time. "It is now May 2nd, 2007. What is the matter?" Xiahou exclaimed, "What is the matter? How can you ask me that? The time is utterly incorrect. He should have been captured in 2008. How has the timeline become so chaotic? I did not recall deliberately disrupting it." He then recalled the words of Gu Yi, who had warned him that altering even a single event could lead to severe repercussions. Was it possible that the consequences had resulted in the event occurring prematurely? Upon hearing his words, Pepper Potts quickly inquired, "Sir, do you know something? Please tell me. I will reward you handsomely." Xiahou, feeling somewhat troubled, replied, "I'm not certain yet, but your request is to locate and rescue Tony, correct?" Pepper nodded eagerly, "Yes. I hope you can help me find and rescue Tony. I can offer you 100 million as a fee. A side quest has been triggered. Rescue Soldier Tony. Task details. Find and rescue Tony Stark, ensuring his survival. Task reward: 10,000 energy points and a chance to draw a lottery 10 times. Observing the newly emerged quest, Xiahou chose to accept it and said, "All right, Pepper, I accept this task, but it may take some time." Pepper quickly agreed. "All right, is there anything you need me to assist you with?" After pondering for a moment, Xiahou replied, "Just arrange a plane to Afghanistan for me." "All right, I will arrange that right away," she said, moving aside to make a phone call. Seizing the opportunity, Natasha approached Xiahou and asked, "Do you know something?" Xiahou divulged to her what he knew about Tony's situation, while also cautioning her not to speak recklessly. Due to Gu Yi's agreement, he had refrained from sharing too much with Natasha, yet unforeseen complications had still arisen. At that moment, Pepper returned, stating, "The plane is ready, Mr. Xiahou. When will you be departing?" After finishing his call with Mo, Xiahou addressed Natasha. "This time, it will be just Mo and me. You should stay behind to watch the shop and take care of Yelena." Speaking of Yelena, she had been forcibly sent to school by Natasha, disregarding her wishes. As for why Mo was not accompanying them, it could be said that after Xiahou had been resurrected directly by her, he had never mentioned it again. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to communicate with Uncle Ben and Wong, introducing them to his current residence, inviting them to visit, and exchanging phone numbers. Indeed, after he left Kamar Taj, Gu Yi had granted him internet access. For that, he had blocked her door for 3 days, knocking incessantly in a manner reminiscent of Aunt May. Returning to the topic, upon hearing Xiahou's arrangements, Natasha asked, "Are you truly sure you do not need me to accompany you? You know I am quite proficient in intelligence gathering." Xiahou shook his head. "No, it will be sufficient for Mo and me to go together. We will be able to move more swiftly." What lingered in her heart was the thought that, during their previous movie outing, Natasha had simply yearned for family and sought to protect them. Now that he had arrived, all she desired was to cherish time with her sister. Natasha reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "Very well, but do reach out whenever necessary. You know I have my sources." Xiahou scoffed, retorting, "You don't mean that Egghead Nick, do you? Don't hold your breath. He is utterly unreliable. By the way, you aren't still in touch with him, are you?" Natasha, feeling somewhat awkward, chuckled lightly. "No, I merely chat with Clinton from time to time. As long as you're happy. Now, let us go, little Pepper. Mo has arrived." Xiahou remarked upon spotting the red sports car parked at the entrance. Chapter 67, The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Part 1. A private plane en route to Afghanistan housed only Xiahou and Mo in its cabin. Mo gazed out at the fleeting clouds and suddenly spoke. "Xiahou, you're not particularly fond of Tony, are you?" "It's not so much dislike. Rather, I find his unchanged self unappealing, yet I envy him," Xiahou replied. Sipping from his glass of red wine, which he still found unpalatable, he continued, "You've been in this world for several months. You must have grasped some insights by now. Tony is merely a wealthy playboy and arms dealer. However, after this ordeal, he shall transform into a revered hero. Until his final breath, though he may not possess the unwavering integrity of your father, he radiates a brilliance of humanity. Much like the words Pepper inscribed on his first reactor, Tony has a warm heart." After pausing momentarily, Xiahou continued, "Neither of us belongs to this world, as I have previously shared. Yet in my former realm, among Marvel's heroes, I held the utmost respect for him in his final moments. At least he feels more genuine than those who are merely virtuous." Mo, intrigued, suddenly inquired, "Are you aware of the events following my father?" Xiahou hesitated for a moment before responding. "There are numerous divergent endings, akin to the parallel universes of this world. Each universe presents a unique conclusion. The most renowned ending, perhaps, is when she perished fighting you, unwilling to accept her fate, and grasped the Holy Lance." He added, "By the way, I recently obtained a one-time summoning card for a heroic spirit, allowing me to summon any spirit for 30 minutes. Would you like me to call her forth for a proper conversation?" Mo, gripping her wine glass, shattered it in her hand, betraying the tumult within. After discarding the shards into the trash, she replied, "No need. I believe I'm not ready yet. Though I have moved on, I remain uncertain about how to confront her." Mo retrieved another glass, poured herself more red wine, and resumed her gaze out the window. Xiahou contemplated within himself. Perhaps it was time to abandon the idle existence he had been leading and seek out more meaningful endeavors. If he could summon the king to accompany Xiahou, it would surely bring her great joy. Moreover, although Gu Yi had advised against revealing the plot, he had not explicitly forbidden altering the conclusion. Should he not strive to reshape the tragic fate that originally befell this world? Furthermore, he mused that he was not merely trapped within a game. Rather, he had traversed into another realm. However, while others were endowed with magnificent systems and advantageous abilities upon their transitions, he was burdened with a half-baked game system that lacked any semblance of intelligence. To make matters worse, it had an absurd feature to prevent amorous advances. What sort of benevolent individual, upon crossing over, must still guard against romantic pursuits? This predicament rendered even the possibility of finding a girlfriend utterly unattainable. By the way, could this be the plot of some novel or film? If so, I must emulate that crafty protagonist and seek vengeance upon the author. What nonsensical premise is this? Not only must one contend with the likes of gambling and drugs, but now even the realm of romance is forbidden. Upon locating him, I shall ensure to deliver a resounding strike of retribution. Time passed in this manner for several hours until the airplane landed at Xiahou military base in Afghanistan. As Xiahou and Xiahou disembarked, they were intercepted by an African-American officer. The officer introduced himself, stating, "I am Colonel James Roddy, a friend of Tony's. Although I am not privy to your specific details, since Pepper has hired you at a premium, I sincerely hope you can locate Tony. However, within the bounds of my authority, I can only provide you with a vehicle and a limited supply of equipment. Beyond that, we have no further information." After delivering his message, Roddy prepared to guide them to procure their gear. Xiahou assessed the officer before him. His impression was neither wholly positive nor negative. At the very least, compared to Modu, Roddy's demeanor was somewhat more favorable, though not by much. Nevertheless, from Roddy's perspective, his actions were likely aligned with his role as a U.S. soldier, steadfastly safeguarding his nation. This did not, however, prevent Xiahou from adopting a somewhat frosty demeanor towards him. Xiahou interjected, halting Roddy as he attempted to lead them to their armaments. "Very well, Colonel James Roddy. We require no equipment. Please take us directly to the vehicle." "If you are certain," Roddy replied, turning away to lead them in another direction. They soon arrived before a row of military Humvees. After casually selecting one, Xiahou declared, "This one will suffice. Is there anything else?" Roddy discerned that Xiahou and his companion did not seem inclined to engage in further conversation, and he prepared to see them off before continuing the search, harboring a degree of skepticism towards them. "That will be all. I wish you success." "Indeed, we shall succeed." With that, the two of them drove away from the base. As Xiahou navigated the vehicle, she inquired, "Where shall we go to find that elusive target?" Nodding in agreement, she followed the map on the dashboard, steering towards a nearby town. Furthermore, due to the previous incident involving the Red House, He had become increasingly uncommunicative, refusing to answer any inquiries. Truly, he was an antiquated relic, obstinate in his ways. Little Mo gazed at the surrounding yellow sands and exposed rocks, scenes she had seldom encountered before. For someone who relished the thrill of exploration and adventure, her spirits were undeniably high. However, after 3 days of searching through 4 or 5 towns without a trace of the terrorists, the repetitive scenery began to wear on them. It was not until the 4th day that they finally discovered a small group of terrorists engaged in a robbery in a quaint town. Chapter 68, The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Part 2. After stowing away the vehicle, he and Little Mo swiftly approached the scene. Truth be told, their current pace exceeded that of driving. Though who would dawdle on a journey along the highway? They reached a concealed vantage point in the town, observing the terrorists as they looted and captured individuals. Xiahou restrained Little Mo, who was eager to launch an attack. He whispered, "Hold on. Let us follow them quietly and see if we can locate their headquarters." As for the decision not to rescue those below, it was evident that time had altered Xiahou's perspective to some degree. Perhaps he still felt compassion for ordinary people, but for the sake of the mission, he could sometimes discard what he deemed unnecessary empathy. Moreover, the captives were not of the kind that stirred his emotions, being of a different hue. Some might argue that this constitutes racial discrimination, and the truth is, it does. Just as he harbored an aversion to certain ethnicities, he maintained a neutral stance towards others, influenced by his experiences in New York over the past few months. It is rather ironic that a nation that champions freedom and political correctness is rife with discrimination against other races, is it not? Especially the exaggerated disdain for mutants portrayed in the media. He could not fathom why some ordinary people would look down upon those stronger than themselves. Was it jealousy or some other motive? Thus, apart from nations that treated its citizens well, he held little fondness for America. In contrast, if it were China, such situations would likely be managed more sensibly. Furthermore, in the Marvel Universe, portrayals of China often leaned towards caricature. It was evident in the distasteful makeup worn by many actors. Yet, the storytelling within Marvel was undeniably captivating, provided one could overlook the politically correct undertones. After the terrorists departed, Xiahou and Little Mo stealthily followed them. Upon arriving at a valley strewn with Stark Industries materials, Xiahou realized they had found the right place. He turned to Little Mo and instructed, "Little Mo, transform into your spirit form and investigate the current situation at Stark." Be discreet, and once you gather the necessary information, we shall make our decision. Upon hearing this, little Mo transformed into her ethereal form and vanished from sight, while Xiahou continued to survey the distribution of the terrorists below. After a wait of over 10 minutes, little Mo reappeared beside him. Xiahou quickly inquired, "What did you find? What's the situation?" Little Mo pointed to one of the many caves within, saying, "Inside that cave there's a locked door, and with it, a bald old man who seems to be crafting something." After pondering for a moment, Xiahou decided to venture inside to investigate, realizing that the cardboard box he had previously acquired was now poised to fulfill its purpose. The box, labeled as part of the Metal Gear series, offered the ability to camouflage and conceal oneself, and at times, even lure enemies, one of the most humorous yet practical items in the series. Stealthily, Xiahou approached the cave, ready to take refuge in the box should the need arise, knowing that patrolling guards would simply overlook it, a miraculous game item. He was reluctant to raise any alarms, so he chose a corner from which to observe the situation. After transforming into her spirit form, little Mo leaned against the wall, eyeing the rather sneaky Xiahou. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, "Why are you sneaking around like that? Just eliminate them all directly." Xiahou whispered in explanation, "I'm merely trying to ascertain where the plot stands. This is a crucial turning point for Tony. He needs Ian's son to convey the most important words to him." Much like with Spider-Man, the two guards at the entrance seemed to have caught wind of the conversation and approached their position to investigate. Guard A inquired, "Did someone just speak here?" Guard B dismissed it. "You must be imagining things. There's only this cardboard box, nothing else." Guard A conceded, "You're right. Perhaps I've been here too long and am hearing things." Xiahou breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was on the verge of being discovered. Before long, a bald brute accompanied by several henchmen stormed in, opened the door, and began interrogating Tony. Seizing the opportunity, Xiahou and little Mo slipped inside. In a bid to save Ian's son, Tony pleaded for his assistance, but the brute granted only a day's time before departing. Once the brute left, Ian's son turned to Tony, saying, "You acted too impulsively. A single day is hardly sufficient. We have only completed the framework. The armor is still not ready." Tony retorted, "I cannot stand by and watch you be killed. I cannot bear it. You saved my life, Ian's son." Ian's son, observing Tony's flushed face, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Tony. However, I believe we need to hasten our pace." Little Mo softly inquired in Xiahou's ear, "Are we not intervening?" Xiahou shook his head, indicating that it was not necessary at the moment, and proceeded to take several photographs with his camera. Upon seeing his refusal, little Mo refrained from pressing further and began to explore the surroundings. Notably, upon noticing the bright reactor embedded in Tony's chest, she approached to examine it closely, pondering whether it was merely a light bulb installed there. Since Xiahou had not elaborated on it in detail, she could not recognize its true nature. After completing his photographs, Xiahou mused that Tony's narrative had been accelerated had he not arrived. It was likely that the Iron Man of this world would have perished. He had not influenced Tony's fate, yet the abduction had been moved forward, and now even the escape plan seemed to be hastening as well. Tony and Ian's son were engrossed in the modification of the battle armor. Due to the urgency of time, they found themselves incapable of crafting any additional armor. The completed skeletal structure, however, could bestow upon him immense power. Tony resolved to forge a colossal shield, behind which they could slowly break free. Yet, as they had just completed the shield, the leader sensed something amiss and commanded the guard station to investigate the situation. This sudden crisis rendered the two men momentarily bereft of solutions. They were, after all, merely ordinary scientists, ill-equipped to navigate such unforeseen circumstances. It was Tony who reacted with greater alacrity. He seized a small missile from the workbench and launched it directly at the two guards. Upon seeing the incoming projectile, the guards instinctively raised their weapons and fired at Tony and Ianson. Chapter 69, The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Part 3. Ianson, witnessing the guards open fire, instinctively shoved Tony aside but was struck by multiple bullets, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the small missile Tony had fired soared between the two guards, exploding in the corridor beyond the door. As the guards exhaled in relief, they redirected their weapons toward the dazed Tony. However, an unexpectedly large sword appeared, severing the heads of both guards from their bodies, blood gushing forth from the necks like a fountain. Tony, momentarily disregarding the abrupt intervention that had saved him, rushed to Ianson's side, gazing at the man on the brink of death. He asked, "Why did you save me?" As Ianson uttered his final words, his eyes fluttered closed, and his fist struck the ground with a heavy thud. In that moment, Tony comprehended the meaning behind Xiahou's earlier words and recognized his own responsibility. His inventions were meant to protect others, not to inflict harm. A voice echoed from Xiahou. Tony Stark, I believe you should now have clarity within your heart, correct? Tony looked at the two guards at the entrance and the corpses of the fallen, declaring, yes, I understand. But who are you, and why are you here? Xiahou smiled. Producing an ancient coin, pinching it between his fingers, he said to Tony, we merely accepted a commission to rescue you, but that is of little consequence. What you need to contemplate now is whether you wish to revive the deceased Mr. Ensign. Tony sprang to his feet in excitement, inquiring, can you truly bring him back? What do you require? Anything I possess, I can offer you. Xiahou observed the newly triggered side quest, his smile broadening. Side quest, save Ensign. Task, revive the deceased Ensign. Reward, 50,000 energy points, 30 random draws. Xiahou promptly chose to accept, initially contemplating it as a mere trial, never expecting it to succeed. I only require that you provide me with a few sets of the Mark series armor as collectibles when you develop them in the future. How does that sound? Quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Xiahou concluded, tossing the coin playfully. Upon hearing the words, Tony did not hesitate and readily agreed. All right, I consent. As long as you can bring Ian's son back to life. Deep within his heart, a flicker of doubt lingered, yet as long as a glimmer of hope remained, he was unwilling to relinquish it, particularly for the sake of mere pieces of armor. Little did he anticipate the extent of his losses stemming from this pact. Very well. The contract is sealed. Arise, my beloved. With that, Xiahou hurled gold coins towards Ian's senator the coin's sword, tumbling towards Ensign's lifeless form, and upon contact, erupted into a blinding white light. As the radiance receded, Ian's son's body was restored to its former glory. His closed eyelids began to flutter, eventually opening. Upon gazing at Tony and Xiahou, he inquired with a hint of confusion, Tony, have you perished as well? And who is this gentleman? Is he here to guide our souls? Tony, overwhelmed with joy at witnessing Ensign's resurrection, embraced him fervently. At that moment, any notions of cleanliness were cast aside, replaced solely by the exhilaration of a friend's revival. Xiahou received a notification of task completion. Although he had squandered a revival coin, it bore little consequence. He then turned to Tony, stating, I shall fulfill my promise to you, and I thank you. As they spoke, their attention was drawn to the corridor outside, where chaotic footsteps and shouts echoed. Xiahou remarked, it seems our idle chatter must be postponed. Xiahou, take care of them. Both Tony and Ensign were left in astonishment. What was this? Nanotechnology? Or perhaps magic? Xiahou had already dashed out, and the air was filled with various cries and the sounds of gunfire. Tony approached the skeletal frame of Mark I, preparing to don it and assist. However, Xiahou intercepted him, asserting, enough. Leave your contraptions aside. Xiahou can manage alone. Tony, unconvinced, retorted, she is merely a girl. We should aid her, rather than letting her fight alone, even if she wears impressive armor. Xiahou quickly covered his mouth, whispering, shh, do not speak such words lightly. It could cost lives. Remember, do not refer to Xiahou as a girl or a woman, nor treat her as a man. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. I've been on the receiving end of her blows multiple times, and I've even met my end at her hands once. As Xiahou spoke, he kept glancing to ensure Xiahou was out of earshot. After freeing himself from Xiahou's grip, Tony snapped, do not hold me like that. I'm not accustomed to such contact with strangers, save for women. And is she truly that formidable? He had initially contemplated asking if it was true that Xiahou had killed him, but recalling that Ian's son had been revived, he refrained from voicing the question. Xiahou pointed outside, saying, you shall see for yourself. Xiahou should be nearing the end of her task. Upon stepping into the corridor, they were met with a gruesome sight. Severed limbs and various corpses littered the ground, and the gunfire had ceased. Only after emerging from the tunnel did they witness Xiahou cleaving a fleeing SUV in two with a single stroke of her sword. Tony and Ensign instinctively swallowed hard. Simultaneously, in the depths of his heart, Tony branded the woman with a label of do not provoke. He was engulfed by dread at the mere recollection of his audacity in approaching her to request yet another race. The fact that he had managed to leave that encounter unscathed was indeed a stroke of fortune. Xiahou, observing the expressions of the two, quipped, now you understand fear, don't you? However, little Mo is quite amicable, provided you do not provoke her. The two nodded vigorously, not out of fear, but rather a conscious decision to heed their instincts. Yet, Tony interjected, wait, I still need to destroy the weapons here. If they fall into the wrong hands, they could be used to inflict harm. Upon hearing this, Ensign's face illuminated with a smile of satisfaction. It seemed Tony had genuinely transformed. Xiahou was about to suggest that it needn't be so complicated, as a single explosive could suffice. However, little Mo interjected, are we to destroy everything here? Allow me to handle it. I haven't unleashed my full strength in ages. Reluctantly, Xiahou acquiesced to her request, as it appeared she had long been stifled and had faced only ordinary opponents, preventing her from showcasing her true prowess. Once the four reached the canyon's exterior, Tony inquired, "What are your plans?" Both he and Insun turned their gazes toward little Mo, who stood with her great sword raised. Chapter 70, The Rescue of Soldier Tony, Finale. Little Mo gazed into the valley, her inner magic surging and pouring into the resplendent Sword of Kings in her grasp. The sword began to unfurl, a crimson radiance soaring skyward, and a shockwave emanated from her feet, spreading in all directions. Tony and Insun stood in awe, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. Tony muttered, "This is impossible. How is she accomplishing this?" Meanwhile, Insun fervently prayed, this scene evoking images of the deity he revered. As the infusion of magic reached its zenith, little Mo swung down toward the valley, exclaiming, "In rebellion against my magnificent father." Before them, the landscape was enveloped in a shroud of red light, a forceful shockwave knocking them to the ground, while grains of sand stung their faces. As the brilliance faded, the valley was transformed, replaced by a far greater chasm. Now, not only were the weapons and equipment gone, but even the traces of prior activity had entirely vanished. After unleashing the strike, little Mo seemed to have expelled the pent-up frustration within her. Her spirits lifted considerably. Tony, initially quite pleased with his design of the armored suit, now felt a sudden urge to reassess and refine it upon witnessing the unfolding events. Little Mo promptly took the driver's seat. Xiahou settled into the passenger side, while Tony and Insun dutifully occupied the back seat. In the vehicle, having restrained himself for so long, Tony could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Are you mutants, sorcerers, or perhaps extraterrestrials?" Xiahou, unable to resist teasing him, thought it rare to encounter such an earnest Tony Stark. "We are mutants." "What? Do you wish to dissect and study us?" he said with a hint of mischief in his expression. Tony waved his hands in protest, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. I am not one of those deranged politicians or scientists. I harbor no malice toward you. I was merely curious." "So your abilities consist of emitting beam attacks and possessing a personal space, correct?" Evidently, he mistook the performance of Little Mo's battle armor and that of Xiahou when they exited the vehicle as representative of their capabilities. Xiahou's expression grew more unfriendly as he remarked, "So, are you eager to learn so much, or are you intent on studying us?" He began to twirl the azure rose in his hand, demonstrating his flair. At this moment, Tony felt genuinely perplexed. Was that what he meant? Observing Tony's expression, Xiahou ceased his teasing and stated, "All right, I won't jest any longer. We are not the three kinds of individuals you speak of. I am a game player who has traversed into this world, and little Mo is the heroic spirit I summoned." Transmigration? A game player? Is it akin to what I am familiar with? Tony's face reflected disbelief. Insun, however, was astonished by the revelation of little Mo as a heroic spirit. Being a man of faith, he was more attuned to such matters, and now he regarded little Mo with a hint of reverence. "Indeed, it is quite astonishing. However, you too may find yourself traversing to other parallel worlds in the future, so do not dwell on it too much. By the way, would you care for a cheeseburger? It's 1 million each," Xiahou said, producing 2 burgers in his hands. He promptly handed one to Insun, who stood nearby, before taking one for himself. Observing Tony's actions, Xiahou confirmed that he had indeed changed. Moreover, with Insun revived, he no longer bore the guilt typical of cinematic portrayals. He then retrieved 4 cups of soda, first offering one to little Mo, who was driving, before handing one each to Tony and Insun, saying, "This 1S on the house, a complimentary drink with your burger purchase." Tony rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, who sells a burger for 1 million? After taking a sip, he couldn't resist pressing further. "Since we're not discussing your identity as a player, is this Mordred Pendragon the one I am familiar with?" Xiahou regarded him once more. "You have investigated us?" Tony, unfazed, replied, "Of course, what you said last time left quite an impression." Listening to their exchange, Insun contemplated that perhaps he should transfer to study theology. Tony nodded, coming to understand little Mo's exaggerated prowess, though it still seemed rather unscientific. With a sense of pride, Tony declared, "Are you implying that you wish to be friends with me? You should consider yourself fortunate. You could tell others that you are good friends with Tony Stark." Xiahou countered, "No, I meant to say that Pepper is your true love." This statement momentarily startled Tony, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xiahou continued, "It appears you still do not grasp the entirety of the situation. Although I made a promise to Ancient One, I feel compelled to reveal your future to you." Tony interjected, "What are you saying? The future? How do you know?" Xiahou gestured for him to be quiet before continuing. As I mentioned earlier, I'm a game player who has been in this world for several years. Initially, I believed it to be a virtual realm, but over time, I discovered it to be a reality, which took a considerable duration to comprehend. Moreover, the events you have experienced thus far closely mirror the plot I previously observed in a film. Thus, I am aware of the future that was originally intended for you. I find myself somewhat dissatisfied with the fates of certain individuals among you, prompting my desire to alter these conclusions, despite the reluctance of the Ancient One. Tony, upon hearing this, could not refrain from interjecting. So, does that mean my future is bleak? Or has something happened to Pepper? After contemplating the general storyline, Xiahou replied, Pepper is relatively fine. It is merely that you have passed away, leaving her and your daughter behind. Furthermore, prior to my arrival, I witnessed some trailers indicating that the Stark Tower you later constructed has been seized by the government. I wish to reshape your destiny, starting with bringing you and Pepper together sooner. Tony, upon hearing this, hastily exclaimed, So you're saying I married Pepper and we had a daughter? Xiahou, do you not grasp the crux of the matter? It is not about marriage and children. It is your death we are discussing. Tony then realized the gravity of the situation and inquired, When did I die? What transpired? Xiahou asserted that he was not inclined to elaborate at the moment, expressing his frustration. Chapter 71, Return. Fortunately, Ian's son discerned his discomfort and interjected to alleviate the tension. May I inquire about my original fate? Xiahou, appreciating this character akin to Ben, responded, Did you not experience it once already? You have merely been resurrected by me this time. However, you have contributed to the world by adding a responsible Iron Man while eliminating an arrogant and selfish arms dealer. Ian's son, reflecting on this, mused, So, my fate was destined to conclude earlier? Yet, it is not without its merits. Tony, gazing at Ian's son, remarked, I am profoundly grateful, Ian Sr. You have enlightened me on the course I should pursue henceforth, and I was unaware of your family's demise. I extend my sincerest apologies. If you are willing, might I invite you to assist me? Together, we could transform this world. However, Ian's son declined, stating, I am sorry, Tony. I wish to pursue other endeavors. This nation requires my attention. Tony's expression fell, revealing his disappointment. Xiahou then suggested, Perhaps you could establish a charitable foundation, allowing Ian's son to manage it, providing you a means to atone for the past. Both men found this idea appealing and concurred. Xiahou further cautioned, You still need to deal with your uncle, the bald man who has been supplying arms to terrorists, and it was he who orchestrated your abduction. Tony, filled with excitement, questioned, Is that truly the case? How can this be? He has always looked after me. Xiahou scoffed, Do not be so naive. He merely views you as a golden goose. Furthermore, I do not recommend involving Pepper in gathering evidence. The timeline has already shifted, and this time she may not be as fortunate to survive. Upon reflecting on Xiahou's words, Tony found himself in deep contemplation, torn between a familial connection and the insights of one who claimed knowledge of his future, uncertain of whom to trust. Xiahou, observing his turmoil, recognized the lingering doubts Tony harbored and chose not to elaborate further. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew solemnly quiet. Xiahou Montak, Zo. Does that mean I won't have any opportunities to appear? Upon seeing Tony, he excitedly embraced him and exclaimed, Promise me, don't drive your joyful Hummer anymore. However, Tony pointed at the very Hummer they had just occupied and remarked, In fact, it's rather splendid. Rhodes. Tony then addressed Rhodes, saying, I hope you can arrange for someone to escort my lifesaver. Rhodes chuckled and replied, No problem. I will make the necessary arrangements. After bidding farewell to Ian's son, they boarded a military transport plane bound for New York. On the aircraft, Tony had intended to continue his conversation with Xiahou, but Xiahou remained silent, prompting him to abandon the effort. Upon their arrival in New York, Pepper had already been awaiting them at the airport. The moment she spotted Tony, she rushed forward and embraced him. They exchanged whispers, and influenced by Xiahou's previous remarks, Tony treated Pepper with even greater tenderness. Xiahou also received an enhancement for the completion of his task. After collecting his reward, he teased Xiahou, saying, So, why do people here enjoy hugging so much upon meeting? Xiahou, you've never hugged me. Come, give a brother a hug. Faced with the gazes of the crowd, Xiahou merely snorted dismissively and walked toward Xiahou, pulling him out of the airport. Xiahou's voice echoed back, Pepper, don't forget to settle the final payment. The atmosphere grew silent, and Rhodes couldn't help but comment, That girl is quite fierce, but she is also formidable. Did she inject herself with a super serum to kick someone that far? After reclining on the sofa, Xiahou remarked, Mission accomplished. And I even sold 2 hamburgers for $1 million each. Just be mindful not to shortchange me. After pouring each of them a glass of joyous drink, Natasha inquired, Did you encounter Any troubles during the mission? Xiahou interjected. Nothing troublesome, just took a bit longer to find them, and they were too weak. Natasha gazed at Xiahou with affection, stating that because Xiahou is exceptionally strong, hence the perception that they are weak. As they grew familiar with each other, Natasha began to treat Xiahou and Xiahou as her younger siblings, and their interactions resembled that of a family. Particularly, Xiahou and Xiahou were both quite deceptive in appearance, appearing to be under 20, and at times they exhibited childishness, often playing together with Yelena. The three of them frequently engaged in playful quarrels over the gaming console, while Natasha took on the role of caretaker, overseeing their lives. After taking a sip of his joyous drink, Xiahou asked, "Have any clients come to make requests in the past few days?" Natasha sighed, "None. Hell's Kitchen is nearly devoid of gangs now. Just think, the previous gangs have been mostly eliminated by you. If it weren't for Nick's assistance, the FBI would have long since come knocking on your door." Xiahou spread his hands. "I consider this a service to the community. Besides, don't you think the public safety has improved? Those ruffians are best dealt with in death. That is why I dislike America. In my homeland, we still have gangs. But even the petty thugs show some manners." Natasha, indeed. So, why do you not wish to visit the dragon kingdom of this world?" After a sigh, Xiahou replied, "This can only be regarded as a similar flower. I have been there before, and although there are many similarities, there's always a sense of contamination that makes me uncomfortable. Thus, it is better to stay here. At least it is lively." Natasha glanced at the time and said, "All right, as long as you are happy, I will go to pick up Yelena first." Little Mo followed behind her, saying, "I will join you as well, to give her a surprise." Natasha nodded, picked up the car keys, and together with little Mo, they stepped out. Xiahou watched the two depart, contemplating that Iron Man had already made his appearance. It seemed that the time ahead would soon arrive, and he should also partake in a wave of rewards. Otherwise, he might fall behind in this version. At present, without considering magical powers, he was comparable to Little Spider. Chapter 72. Another round of draws. Xiahou hurried to take a shower, donned his complete lucky ensemble, and, after praying to all the deities, he rubbed his hands together, initiating a new round of draws. In the first round of a random 10 draws, discarding the useless common items, he obtained 3 golden fried rice, 2 minor recovery potions, and 1 Conan's anesthetic watch. Observing the items from the first round, he thought, "It's all right, just a warm-up. The good stuff is yet to come." In the second round of random 10 draws, he received 1 golden grinning mouth, 1 spherical crispy rice, and 3 fairy beans. No worries, a guaranteed item has emerged. Fairy beans, a lifesaver in critical moments. Although not particularly useful for me, I can give 1 each to Natasha and Yelena, while keeping 1 for myself. In the third round of random 10 draws, he acquired 1 manipulation device, 1 panda mapo tofu, and 1 phoenix crystal. The manipulation device, once equipped, anything can fly in the air. Controlled by a joystick, its speed is influenced by the equipped items. Xiahou joyfully murmured to himself, "I struck gold. With this, I can wield a great sword. And wouldn't that allow me to cosplay as a sword immortal? Quite splendid. But why are there so many dishes from Lil Chef?" After his complaints, he continued with the fourth round of random 10 draws, which yielded 1 eternal spirit blade, 1 dragon turning pot, and 1 Little Chef's lifelong insights notebook. "Xiahou, I merely made a remark, and you directly replaced dishes with kitchenware and recipes, didn't you? What use is that? I have no intention of becoming a chef." Wait, a thought just struck me. Little Mo has always sought the acknowledgement of the king, and the swiftest way to gain it. He spoke with a sly smile. In the fifth round of random 10 draws, 1 ecological sphere and 1 AK-47 fire chillin. The ecological sphere, a cosmic ecosystem covering an area of 1,000 square kilometers, capable of accommodating over 1 million inhabitants. AK-47 fire chillin, a cool weapon with special effects. No extraordinary benefits, but it looks good, right? Xiahou, in this round, did I profit or suffer loss? It appears to be of little use. In the sixth round of random 10 draws, 1 anywhere door, 1 solar-powered skateboard, and 1 burning wind coat. The door of portals. As long as one envisions the desired destination, crossing the threshold allows for instant arrival, though it is restricted to planets within 10 light years. The solar-powered skateboard, a reference to Conan's skateboard. The burning wind cloak. Intelligence 12, slightly increases attack speed and movement speed, enhances jumping height. Xiahou was perusing the description of his newly drawn item when he suddenly received a notification indicating that it detected the player possessed equipment that enhances base attributes and transformative attire, thus unlocking the equipment and fashion tabs. Has the interface evolved once more? Speaking of which, aren't My Scarlet Queen and Azure Rose considered weaponry? He pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Ah well, I might as well give it a try. With that, Xiahou silently intoned to open the equipment tab. The equipment and fashion tabs resembled those of the toxic milk powder closely. Upon testing the available gear, he found that only the newly drawn Burning Wind cloak could be equipped. It appears that only items that augment attributes can be worn, although one may choose to display or hide the equipment without affecting its efficacy. The fashion tab allowed him to equip only the previously obtained salted fish, and as for its effects, the Scarlet Queen in his hands transformed into an enormous salted fish. While the azure rose shrank slightly, yet the tactile sensation remained unchanged, as if enveloped in a projection. Xiahou gazed contentedly at the two salted fish in his grasp. Excellent. This is the weapon a player ought to wield. However, it is unfortunate that Xiahou did not augment the equipment tab. That deserves criticism. And I have also acquired a door of portals. Now I can travel wherever I wish. What a splendid gain. Onward. For the final 10 consecutive draws. Tracking glasses quantity 1. Resurrection coin quantity 1. Basic rapid healing quantity 1. Tracking glasses can link to signal devices, providing real-time location tracking. Basic rapid healing. A lineage ability that allows non-fatal wounds to heal swiftly, though severed limbs cannot be restored. Upon viewing the last items drawn, Xiahou remarked with a smirk. Did they just bring all of Conan's gear here? Not quite. I still need the shoes and the little suit. But they are of no use to me. However, this rapid healing is quite commendable. I won TB dying at the slightest mishap, and minor injuries can be disregarded. Let us see if I can acquire something even stronger in the future. I intend to thoroughly vex my adversaries. With one random draw remaining, he decided to hold on to it, contemplating whether to draw for equipment or continue grinding for vehicles and special items. Xiahou found himself wavering. Perhaps I should first try my hand at equipment? I don't believe I've drawn any yet. Having made up his mind, he initiated a designated 10 consecutive draws for weaponry, and after discarding the useless items, he acquired Iron-plated boots quantity 1 and the Sword of Victory. Iron-plated boots, armor 25, movement speed 45, reduces incoming attack damage by 10. Sword of Victory, the King's chosen sword, the sword in the stone, can only be wielded by one of royal lineage. Confirming the draw details, Xiahou quickly retrieved the sword, eager to admire it. However, as soon as the sword in the stone appeared, a force propelled it from his grasp, embedding it firmly into the floor. Unyielding, he placed his hand upon the hilt once more, but regardless of how he strained, he could not budge it even an inch. Observing the immovable sword, Xiahou, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Is it really necessary for this dreadful game to be so realistic? The items I drew cannot even be utilized. This is excessive. I aspire to be the king of games. Who dares to claim I lack the qualifications of king?" After several more attempts, Xiahou resolved to abandon the endeavor. This game is worthless. I hardly care anymore. Yet, it seems the equipment system is rather toxic. The ordinary gear is nothing but bland swords and bulletproof vests, and drawing a golden legend yields no benefit. Perhaps I should try my luck with vehicles and special items instead. They seem more promising. With that, he allocated his last 10 attempts to the vehicle and special item categories, discarding the mundane items, and received 1 indoor fishing pool, 1 Superman glasses, and 1 monolith. The indoor fishing pool connects to any fishable water source, allowing for fishing indoors. The Superman glasses obscure one's true identity when worn. The monolith, a mysterious relic of an alien civilization, possesses dangerous characteristics that could induce human mutation and mental control. With a sigh, Xiahou remarked, "It appears my luck has run dry today. However, that monolith seems oddly familiar. Where have I seen it before?" Just then, Xiahou entered and fixated her gaze upon the sword embedded in the stone. Chapter 73. The excited Xiahou. Noticing the golden sword on the ground, Natasha inquired, "Boss, what does it mean for you to leave a sword stuck in the ground while we step out?" As soon as she spoke, she sensed something amiss. She had forgotten that Xiahou had always wished to pull this sword in place of Artoria. Observing Xiahou, still transfixed by the sword, it seemed she had yet to move on. Yet, perhaps this could be the moment that truly liberates her from her emotional shackles. Both Natasha and Yelena, having learned of Xiahou's situation, turned to her after hearing Xiahou's explanation, prepared to offer comfort if the need arose. Xiahou approached Xiahou and said, "Xiahou, haven't you always desired to take your father's place? Would you like to give it a try?" Xiahou looked at him, uncertainty clouding her expression. "Can I really?" Xiahou offered her an encouraging glance. "Regardless of whether you can or cannot, you should at least attempt it." Natasha and Yelena chimed in, "Yes, Xiahou. Go ahead and try, even if it's not in your original world." Nodding, Xiahou slowly approached the Sword of Kings. Reflecting on the tragic life it had brought upon her father, she gradually extended her hand toward the hilt, contemplating whether she could pull it free. She might assume her father's burdens and relieve him of his responsibilities. As she exerted her strength, the sword remained steadfast, refusing to budge. It felt as though the sword was rejecting her, unwilling to be claimed. Defiant, Xiahou instantly summoned her armor, and her magical energy surged forth. Her hands straining upwards to pull the sword. The torrent of her magic sent various items throughout the shop crashing to the ground. Xiahou promptly positioned himself in front of Natasha and Yelena, calling out loudly, "Stop, Xiahou, since it has already rejected you. No matter how hard you try, it is futile." However, Xiahou shouted back, "I refuse to believe it. I have inherited her bloodline. Why can't I draw it out? I will not accept this." The magic surging within Xiahou intensified, causing the nearby glass to shatter instantaneously. Observing Xiaomaw's agitation, Xiahou raised his right hand and invoked a command spell he had never used before. "Oh my saber, I, Xiahou, command you to awaken." One of the 3 command seals on his hand vanished. Xiaomaw's emotions began to stabilize. She released her grip and knelt before the sword in the stone, tears streaming down her cheeks. Natasha and Yelena moved to comfort her, but were halted by Xiahou's gesture, accompanied by a gentle shake of his head. Xiahou sat beside Xiaomaw and spoke softly. "If you cannot wield it, it signifies that you are unfit to be a king. Do not feel sorrow. Perhaps only that noble Night King can lift it. You should understand, I am well versed in the majority of the narrative from your world. Your father has never blamed you. Ultimately, you must realize that you are not at fault, nor is your father. The fault lies with that era, with that world, with the manifestations of consciousness. Alea and Gaia, those 2 little girls. What you must do is grow stronger in this world alongside me, strong enough to traverse realms, and then deliver a good beating to them, compensating your father by helping him establish the kingdom of his dreams." Xiaomao lifted her gaze to Xiahou and inquired, "Is that even possible?" Xiahou met her eyes. "Why would it be impossible? Your summoning here is the best answer. Although my abilities may not be as formidable as those in other tales, we can strengthen ourselves. This world is filled with treasures. Furthermore, my shop has many items as well. We need only accumulate them gradually." At this juncture, Xiahou produced the Eternal Spirit Blade, the dragon-turning pot, and the notes from the little chef addressing Xiaomao. "Do you know what these are?" Xiaomao hesitantly replied, "A kitchen knife?" Xiahou shook his head. "Incorrect. These are tools and knowledge to earn compensation and gain Ultri's recognition." Observing Xiaomao's confusion, Xiahou elaborated. "Do you know how to win our king's favor? Simply mastering the contents of this notebook will allow you to capture the king's heart. Once you win the king's affection, you shall naturally receive her acknowledgement. Would you like to learn?" At that moment, Xiahou resembled a preacher, tempting an innocent and naive girl. Xiaomao, having completely forgotten the sword and the stone, focused intently on the utensils and notes in Xiahou's hands, her desire unabated. Natasha and Yelena exchanged looks of disbelief, their expressions reflecting skepticism towards the 2. Noticing Xiaomao's silence as she merely stared, Xiahou pressed on. "Xiaomao, tell me, do you wish to learn?" Xiaomao exclaimed fervently. "I want to learn. I will capture Father King S' heart and earn her recognition. I want to become her exclusive chef." Xiahou clutched the kitchenware, nodding vigorously. Seeing that Xiahou had returned to normal, yet still fell for their tricks, Yelena chose to ignore them and approached the sword in the stone. Eager to try her luck, the Sword of Kings. If she could draw it, wouldn't that signify her potential to become a ruler? In that case, she could easily assign her sister to the role of a maid, attending to her every whim. Let us see if she would dare to control her then. However, upon grasping the hilt, she found herself unable to draw the sword. Her hopes dashed as she gazed forlornly at her hands. Natasha surveyed the devastated hall, with shattered glass nearby, and let out a silent sigh, preparing to clean up the mess and offer compensation to the neighbors. Thankfully, the funds from Xiahou for saving Tony had already arrived. Otherwise, she would have been uncertain if her previous earnings would suffice. Xiahou had accepted the commission to eradicate the gang, but had not received a substantial fee. Observing Natasha's constipated expression, Xiahou inquired, "What is wrong? Why the grimace?" Natasha replied angrily, "I'm pondering how to manage the aftermath. Just look at the chaos around us." Xiahou and Xiahou turned their heads to survey the scene, hastily lowering their gaze as if they hadn't seen anything. Natasha glanced at the 2, along with her unreliable sister, pulled out her phone, and began contacting a renovation company while heading outside to discuss matters with the neighbors. Chapter 74. Would you like to be Stark's mistress? In the headquarters of S.H. IELD. Within the director's office, a tall, curvaceous female agent with chestnut hair was briefing Nick on the recently detected unknown high-energy fluctuations. Nick examined the report on his desk and addressed the agent. All right, Sharon, I've got it. You can temporarily set this aside. How have you considered my previous proposal? Nick's demeanor softened slightly as he looked at Sharon, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Thank you for your willingness to assist me. You are Carter's niece and one of the few individuals I can trust. Currently, I need you to discreetly investigate the Hydra members within the agency. Be cautious about confidentiality. No one must know, except for me, even in my presence. Ensure you confirm your identity with a special gesture before reporting. Sharon appeared puzzled. Why do we need to confirm your identity? Are you suspecting someone might impersonate you? Nick shook his head, his expression turning serious. For now, it's best if you don't know too much to avoid any risk of leaks. Just execute the orders. Sharon nodded. Understood, sir. I'll head to the laboratory now. Nick waved her off. Go ahead. I hope you can adapt quickly and commence your work. But do remain vigilant about secrecy and safety. Certainly, sir. Sharon replied before exiting the office. Nick gazed at the report before him, contemplating how there truly was no moment of respite. With so many pressing matters at hand, from Hydra to the Strucker situation, he wondered if it might be feasible to recruit them into the Avengers initiative. Otherwise, he would have already sent someone to deal with them. However, they should have entered Hydra's line of sight by now, right? Upon learning that an inexplicable shockwave had emanated from the vicinity of Xiahou and his companions, Tony instructed Happy to take him and Pepper there once again. In the vehicle, Pepper expressed her dissatisfaction to Tony. You should rest now. Can't you wait until tomorrow to find them? As Tony gazed at Pepper, he suddenly perceived her beauty and contemplated that perhaps Xiahou was indeed correct. A woman who is solely focused on herself is truly one's destined companion. He abruptly spoke. Pepper, would you be willing to be the Lady of Stark? Pepper, initially poised to say more, was taken aback by Tony's declaration and incredulously asked, What did you just say? Did I hear you wrong? Tony reiterated, I asked, Would you be the Lady of Stark? Did you understand this time? Pepper covered her gaping mouth with her hand, her expression one of disbelief as she stared at Tony. She had never anticipated such a proclamation from him and found herself somewhat at a loss. Meanwhile, Happy, equally astonished, hastily chimed in, All right, boss. While thinking to himself, originally, we were just co-workers, and now you've directly ascended to this position? Observing the shards of glass scattered around, he jested. Hey, did a supersonic jet just pass by here? Xiahou, irritated, retorted, You the playboy, what are you doing here instead of dealing with your mess? I merely heard the butler's report regarding a high-energy wave detected in your area, so I came to investigate, Tony replied, gesturing around him. Xiahou sighed. There were some unforeseen incidents, but we will take responsibility for them. Do you have other matters to attend to? If not, we are about to seek accommodations. Tony continued to tease. It appears you are currently homeless. Would you care for a tour of my seaside villa? Xiahou grimaced. No, thank you. I prefer the presidential suite at a hotel. I just made $100 million. Tony's expression grew serious. Consider it an invitation from a friend. Furthermore, I need to discuss a few matters with you, or perhaps issue another commission. Seeing Tony's arrogance, Xiahou reluctantly acquiesced, but still inquired, Does your home have enough rooms? There are 4 of us. Of course, it can accommodate even double that, Tony replied, opening the car door and gesturing for everyone to enter. As Xiahou observed the scene before him, he reflected on how much Tony had truly changed compared to his portrayal in the films. Inside the vehicle, Tony refrained from directly questioning Xiahou, instead sharing some recent experiences he had encountered. Upon arriving at Tony's seaside villa, he arranged rooms for everyone before leading Xiahou to his study. He began, I just confessed my feelings to Pepper, but she has yet to respond. Xiahou was genuinely astonished this time. He had never expected Tony to be so bold. He inquired, What prompted you to make such a decision? After taking a sip of his drink, Xiahou continued, Yes, you have a daughter named Morgan. Morgan? That's a lovely name. I yearn to glimpse my future. For you have mentioned the desire to alter the final outcome. Surely, I am included in that wish, am I not? Could you elaborate further? After a moment of contemplation, Xiahou decided to share his thoughts, believing that as a person cursed by science, he ought to assist himself in some way. Upon finishing his words, Xiahou downed a glass of red wine in one swift motion. Observing the pensive Tony, he inquired, What insights have you gleaned after hearing your original story? Tony took a sip before responding, What a splendid life it has been. Yet, I feel particularly remorseful towards Pepper Morgan. However, this time, I shall endeavor to do better. Xiahou nodded in approval. Though you have yet to create your own suit of armor, it must be said that you truly are a pillar of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Do you have a plan? Tony gazed at Xiahou and replied, The plan is to first deal with my dear uncle. I require your assistance in obtaining evidence. This triggered a side quest, assist Tony. Quest details, help him find the criminal evidence against Obadiah's stain. Quest rewards, 5,000 energy points, 10 random lottery draws. After accepting the task, Xiahou mused to himself that indeed, the rewards for the protagonist's quests were more bountiful. Stealing some documents yielded such generous compensation. He addressed Tony, I accept the task. But what about the remuneration? Surely, you do not expect to receive this without payment? His inner thoughts were clear. Quest rewards are one thing, but the payment for the commission is entirely separate. No one should benefit without due compensation, unless I choose to allow it. Chapter 75, Dinner. Tony raised an eyebrow. Hey, I thought we were friends. Your stance saddens me. Xiahou retorted, no, this is a matter of principle. Do you truly wish for a bounty hunter to work for you without pay? That is out of the question. You are not Tony Stark. At most, I could offer you a discount. Tony, confused, asked, who is this Tony? Why does he get to have free services? Xiahou grinned mischievously. She is your parallel universe counterpart. Only her physique is more developed than yours, and she lacks your unique features. So what do you say? Shall we consider a little enhancement in Thailand? Then I could offer you my services for free. Tony made a face of discomfort. I think I would prefer to pay. So how much is it? Xiahou held up a finger. This time, I shall charge you 1 million. Would you like me to bring him over as well? Tony spoke to the heir, JARVIS. Transfer the funds. Understood, sir. Initiating transfer now. Upon witnessing Tony's prompt compliance, Xiahou inwardly cursed him as a wealthy man. He then said, very well, boss. I will retrieve him tomorrow, as my most esteemed client. Shall we celebrate with a fine meal? Tony inquired, what shall we eat? I doubt there's anything of high quality that I have yet to experience. Xiahou smiled mysteriously. You shall find out shortly. You may invite Pepper as well. This is indeed a rare treat. However, let us exclude Rhodey. I'm not particularly fond of him. Tony queried, so, it seems you have a grievance against Rhodey? What is the reason for that? Xiahou replied, consider it a matter of my current unwillingness to befriend him, unless he departs from the military and government sectors. With that, Xiahou prepared to call upon Mo and Natasha. In the villa's dining room, Tony, Pepper, and Xiahou were seated together. All right, everyone is here now. You may showcase the splendid items you mentioned, Tony said, whispering to Pepper about the reason for her return. With a wave of his hand, Xiahou revealed 8 plates of varying sizes upon the grand dining table. He first addressed Mo. Have you reviewed the recipe I provided? Mo nodded. I have, but after mastering it, will I truly earn my father's approval? Xiahou replied with confidence, of course. You possess a unique talent, and with your current focus on exploiting her weaknesses, success is assured. He gestured towards the plates on the table, announcing, these are luminous dishes, though they lack the extraordinary abilities of those in gourmet captivation. Mo. These are some of the recipes from that notebook. You may take a look. He lifted the lids from 3 smaller plates, and golden light radiated instantly. This is golden fried rice. Since there are 6 of us, let's portion it out to half servings. After preparing 6 plates, he distributed them among 5 individuals. Upon receiving their servings, they quickly regained their composure from the earlier spectacle. Luminous rice? What could be the secret behind it? Tony initially intended to investigate the phenomenon's mechanics. Yet upon tasting a bite, he completely forgot his inquiry. Xiaomo's eyes sparkled with each mouthful. Surely, if she could create such a dish, her father would be captivated. The others continued to relish their fried rice, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Xiahou had intended to introduce each dish individually. But seeing Tony reaching for the lids of other plates, he relinquished that plan. He enlisted everyone's help to unveil the remaining covers. This is a golden open-mouthed dumpling. The dragon is merely decorative, not edible. This is spherical rice crust, this is panda mapo tofu, and this is phoenix crystal. Please, do not devour them so quickly. Leave some for me. Yet, as he introduced the dishes, the 5 had already dived into the various offerings, and he hastily joined the fray. After they finished their meal, Mo clutched the notebook to her chest, her mind racing with visions of her father enjoying her creations, lavishing her with praises. Tony, having just taken plenty of food for Pepper, was now engrossed in an affectionate moment with her. Natasha and Yelena engaged in conversation, leaving Xiahou to recline in his chair, observing them. He mused, this is rather pleasant. I am beginning to integrate into this world and have formed many friendships. Hannibal and Abigail occasionally reach out, though it has been a while since I last saw them. Have they yet resolved matters with the vampires and werewolves? Should I offer my assistance? After all, with a portal, I can venture wherever I please. Speaking of which, the last item drawn today struck him as strangely familiar. What could it be? It hinted at human mutation and mental control, which sounded perilously intriguing. Yet, his curiosity piqued. Should he unveil it? As he pondered, A luminous portal suddenly materialized beneath his chair, causing him to plummet. Engrossed in conversation with Pepper, Tony witnessed this spectacle and rushed over, but the portal had already vanished. Observing the calm demeanor of Natasha and the others, he could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Where has Xiahou gone? He just vanished without a trace. And you're not at all concerned?" He gestured animatedly, reenacting Xiahou's disappearance. Natasha, noticing his anxious expression, explained, "It is likely that Master Gu-He has summoned him. There is no need for alarm. Their relationship is quite amicable." Upon hearing Natasha's explanation, Tony quelled his lingering doubts. During his previous conversation with Xiahou, he had only learned of the existence of a sorcerer, unaware of such capabilities they possessed. After concluding her explanation, Natasha, accompanied by Yelena, approached the earnest little Mo, who was deeply engrossed in her notes. "Mo, is the content of these notes challenging? Shall we study it together?" she suggested, settling beside little Mo and directing her gaze towards the notes. Yelena quickly nestled in on the other side. Equally intrigued by the culinary techniques behind the dishes they had enjoyed, it was undeniably fascinating. Little Mo glanced at the two of them, who were closely huddled beside her, and voiced her uncertainty. "It doesn't seem difficult at first glance, but doesn't explain why things glow, and I have never cooked before. So many of the technical terms elude me." Hearing the conversation among the women, Pepper set aside her thoughts of Tony and approached, contemplating that if she were truly with him, perhaps she could learn a thing or two. Once she reached the trio, she asked, "May I join you? We could learn and discuss together." The three welcomed her with enthusiasm, and soon they were chattering animatedly. Since none of them hailed from the Dragon Kingdom, their discussion did not yield any definitive conclusions. Ultimately, they agreed to venture to Chinatown the following day to find a restaurant where they could learn the fundamentals. Tony had intended to join them, but upon observing little Mo at the center, he recalled the frightening sword strike from earlier. With the opportunity slipping away, he retreated to his workshop, eager to prepare the marked suit, as Xiahou's insights had sparked a wealth of inspiration. In another realm, Xiahou found himself unceremoniously seated in Gu-Yi's tea house. He regarded the bald figure before him with displeasure, stating, "Old Deng, why have you summoned me so abruptly?" Gu-Yi, her expression grave, replied, "To prevent you from unleashing that stone tablet. It is ill-suited for this world and will bring about catastrophic calamities." She fixed her gaze intensely upon Xiahou, warning, "You must never, under any circumstances, unveil that artifact in this realm." I intervened because your revelation of that tablet transformed a significant portion of New York's populace into monsters, ones that cannot be slain. The latest mutations have affected those closest to you, Natasha and Tony. Only you and Mordred remain unaffected. Surely, you can recall something of significance. A chill coursed through Xiahou as he contemplated the perilous nature of the situation, while distant memories began to resurface in his mind. Death Game, a single-player adventure released in 2008, features a plethora of monsters reminiscent of those found in Resident Evil. However, some of the creatures in the game are indestructible. No matter how many times they are vanquished, they will inevitably resurrect. The source of these monstrosities lies within a stone tablet, also known as a divine seal, which emits a virus capable of transforming humans into beasts, while simultaneously emitting waves that manipulate both humans and monsters. Upon recollecting these memories, Xiahou resolved to keep it hidden in his backpack, allowing it to gather dust, lest it transform the world into a harrowing scenario akin to the If series. Gui, observing Xiahou's recollection, spoke up, "It seems you have fully remembered. Remember, do not bring that item out, regardless of your future antics. The repercussions will pale in comparison to its presence. Understood?" Her thoughts lingered on the notion that she had no desire to clean up his mess. A few more years of leisure and then retirement seemed much more appealing. A little scare wouldn't hurt. Xiahou nodded vigorously. Understood. Rest assured, Old Deng, I will never bring it out. By the way, why are you being so cryptic? Have I done something in the future? Gu-Yi, unwilling to engage further, replied, "Enough with the questions. It has been a long time since you last visited. Wong and Cassius have missed you. Go converse with them." Subsequently, she teleported him directly to Cassius' side. Uncle Ba, surprised by Xiahou's sudden appearance, expressed his delight. "Long time no see, Xiahou. What brings you here? Do you require my assistance with something?" Xiahou, observing Uncle Ba engrossed in his magical tome, retorted, caught by Old Deng, who kept speaking in half-truths. "Such a riddlemonger. I wonder if she's experiencing a delayed midlife crisis." Uncle Ba gazed at him in exasperation. "You remain unchanged, lacking respect for your teacher. So what has transpired?" After finding a seat, Xiahou began to explain, "It's nothing much, merely acquired a dangerous item that Old Deng insists I should not reveal in this world. But enough about her. Whereas Wang, let us invite him for a drink. Wang, currently tasked with overseeing the library, could only accept visitors with alcohol in hand and was forbidden from indulging excessively. That works too. Let us go share a few drinks, Xiahou declared, pulling Uncle Ba toward the library. Upon entering, Xiahou spotted Wang immersed in his studies and couldn't help but internally scoff at their shared enthusiasm for learning. Wang, enough with the books. What is so captivating? The next Supreme Sorcerer has already been predetermined by Gu Yi. Unless we band together to eliminate him, you have no hope. Wang, who had initially been thrilled to see Xiahou, instantly adopted a demeanor that mirrored Uncle Ba's. Sometimes, this person was truly unbearable. Did he never consider the consequences of his words, regardless of the stance he took? The trio gathered in the library for a brief reunion before Xiahou prepared to take his leave. Uncle Ba inquired, "Where are you headed? Do you require my assistance in opening a portal?" Xiahou replied, "No need. I now possess an item akin to a teleportation portal. Behold, the Anywhere door. Simply grasp the handle and open it to go wherever you wish. It's quite similar to a teleportation portal." With that, Xiahou produced the Anywhere door. Curiosity enveloped Wang and Uncle Ba as they began to scrutinize the object, even attempting to feel its essence. Yet they discerned no magical fluctuations emanating from it. Wang, intrigued, inquired, "Why does it lack magical energy? What propels it?" Uncle Ba directed his gaze towards Xiahou, who, scratching his head in uncertainty, replied, "I'm not quite sure. It seems to be of a technological nature. In any case, as long as it works well." Upon hearing the mention of technology, their interest waned instantly. They had yet to fully comprehend the intricacies of magic. After bidding farewell to the two, Xiahou activated the portal, revealing the restaurant they had just departed from. The following midday, Xiahou awakened from his slumber and, after a brief search, found Tony Stark in his workshop, diligently designing armor. Entering the room, he noticed Tony's pronounced dark circles and curiously asked, "Surely you didn't stay awake all night?" Xiahou remarked, "Even if you tell me, I wouldn't have a clue." He then shifted the conversation, asking, "Where are Xiaoma and Natasha? I haven't seen anyone around." Tony admitted he was unaware, prompting him to summon his butler, Jas. "Sir, Ms. Natasha and her companions left this morning. They are heading to a local restaurant to learn culinary skills." Jarvis's voice resonated through the speakers. With this information in hand, the two lost interest in matter. Xiahou declared, "All right, I'll go gather evidence and apprehend Obadiah. You carry on with your work." Tony merely waved him off, urging him to be quick and not disrupt his focus. Upon leaving Tony's lavish abode and stepping onto the roadway, Xiahou prepared to summon his T20 when an idea struck him unexpectedly. Having drawn the Conan triad earlier, he thought it might be fun to cosplay. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he abandoned the notion, reasoning that it did not align with his personality. Wearing a suit simply felt inappropriate for him, especially with the imposing shoes he wore. However, he decided to give his solar-powered skateboard a try. Mounting it, he glided towards the city, feeling the refreshing breeze against his face. As he rode, he hummed a tune. No in, no movement, the road is untraveled, dragging, probing, ki. I Tai Chi. With each passing moment, he left behind a trail of yellow and a cacophony of his off-key singing. One might say that out of 10 notes, 11 were off-key, the extra note being a falter in his voice that he quickly rectified. Chapter 77. Capturing Obadiah ahead of schedule. After nearly an hour of skating, Xiahou finally arrived at Stark headquarters, located at Hudson Plaza. He dismounted from the skateboard, muttering, "This contraption is painfully slow. It feels akin to standing in detention." Initially tolerable, but over time, it becomes truly torturous. He resolved to utilize the previously drawn manipulation device and have Stark craft a special sword from unique materials, also requesting a protective guard for it. Approaching the entrance of the building, he was halted by security. Realizing he had overlooked this detail, Xiahou felt a pang of frustration. He had encountered a similar situation at the vampire headquarters before, all because Tony had failed to remind him. "Two handsome gentlemen. It was Tony who sent me to retrieve something." He attempted to deceive the guards. A rather robust security officer scrutinized him and stated, "I have never seen you before. Please present your work ID or access pass." Xiahou, with utmost seriousness, replied, "I do not work here. I am a friend of Tony's. And Pepper Potts is also acquainted with me. My apologies, I meant to say Pepper Potts knows me. Tony entrusted me with the task of collecting a few items." Upon hearing this, the security officer appraised Xiahou once more. His t-shirt, long shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, not to mention that he was an Asian male. It was inconceivable that he could be acquainted with their boss. They resolved to adhere to protocol and continued to bar Xiahou from entering, declaring, "No credentials, no entry. Xiahou was utterly perplexed, thinking, what on earth is this? If it weren't for the fear of alerting Obadiah and causing him to flee, I would have charged in. At that moment, a portly man approached from a distance. Xiahou focused his gaze and recognized him as Happy, who had nearly become the uncle of their good neighbor. Happy, over here, come here for a moment, he called out exuberantly. Happy, initially on a routine patrol, turned upon hearing his name and walked over. Spotting the man he had encountered just the day before, who resided at the boss's house, he grew curious about his purpose for being there. Upon Happy's arrival, Xiahou quickly explained, Happy, Tony has entrusted me with a task, but they won't let me in. Can you assist me? The two security guards, noticing that Xiahou appeared to be familiar with Happy, looked expectantly at him for confirmation. Happy gestured to the guards, signaling them to allow Xiahou access, and then inquired, what task did the boss assign to you? Why not let me handle it directly? Xiahou placed an arm around Happy's shoulder as they walked toward the elevator, replying, it's regarding a matter with Obadiah. By the way, which floor is he on? I should express my gratitude, but what brings you here at the boss's request? Happy looked at him curiously. Well, it's about apprehending Obadiah and obtaining evidence of his crimes. Xiahou explained just as the elevator reached their floor. Stepping out, Xiahou surveyed his surroundings before heading toward the room labeled Zhou's office. Happy, initially taken aback by Xiahou's words, quickly followed him out. Upon reaching the door, Xiahou forcefully kicked it open. The sudden noise startled Obadiah, who was engaged in a video conference. Recognizing the man who had rescued Tony, he promptly ended the call and exclaimed, breaking into someone else's office like this is quite impolite. Xiahou, dismissive, replied, enough of this nonsense, Obadiah. Your activities have been exposed. Come with me. Obadiah's pupils constricted. Yet he feigned calmness, saying, what are you talking about? Please clarify. His hand discreetly moved toward the gun he had concealed, ignoring his subtle movement. Xiahou strode purposefully towards him, stating, you can explain everything to Tony later. Or are you planning to resist? Obadiah was entirely convinced that Tony must have possessed irrefutable evidence, which led him to orchestrate this confrontation. Drawing his pistol, he executed a series of American-style Iaijutsu aimed directly at Xiahou. However, Xiahou, with a casual demeanor, deftly evaded each bullet by shifting his body slightly, and fortunately, Happy remained outside the door. Had he entered, he would surely have been caught in the crossfire. Witnessing this extraordinary display, Obadiah's face finally contorted into a mask of terror. He exclaimed loudly, how much did Tony offer you? I will give you 10 times that if you assist me. Xiahou received a mission prompt, yet he felt no desire to even glance at it, for he was a man of his word. Observing Xiahou's indifference, Obadiah attempted to plead further, only to find himself seized by the throat and lifted effortlessly. Looking at the struggling bald man in his grasp, Xiahou scoffed, enough of the struggle. I cannot stand you bald types. Each one of you seems inherently problematic. Subsequently, he gathered the table and the computer into his backpack. He produced a portal and stepped through, emerging directly into Tony's workshop. Upon witnessing this, Happy rushed forward, but upon seeing the scene beyond the door, he felt a sense of disbelief at how the world had transformed. Xiahou's earlier evasiveness could have been attributed to mutants or enhanced individuals, but what was this portal? Had technology advanced to such an extent? On the other side, Tony, confronted by the sudden appearance of the portal, was equally perplexed. However, seeing Xiahou approach while dragging Obadiah along, he found it unsurprising, as it was indeed related to him. Xiahou unceremoniously dropped Obadiah to the ground and retrieved the table and computer. Well, the task is complete. The evidence is on the computer, and I have brought the man as well. Do you need assistance in disposing of him? Tony gestured for patience, regarding Obadiah on the floor, and said, I have always considered you family. Why have you chosen this path? Xiahou inquired again. Are you certain you do not want me to eliminate him? I believe dead villains are the best kind of villains. Tony shook his head, declining the offer. I prefer to handle this through legal means. Reluctantly, Xiahou acquiesced to his request, though he knocked Obadiah unconscious and claimed the mission rewards. In his mind, he pondered how these heroes were constrained by various rules. He worried that allowing villains to live might lead to future escapes and further trouble. Was it time to learn from Batman and adopt a more ruthless approach? Chapter 78. The long-awaited meeting with the village chief. After a while, the village chief of the novice village, whom Xiahou had long wished to meet but had yet to encounter, arrived with several agents to take custody of Obadiah. At this moment, Coulson's hairline had noticeably receded, yet he exuded an approachable aura. After his subordinates escorted Obadiah away, Coulson prepared to engage in a serious discussion with Tony and Xiahou. He initiated the dialogue. I am Coulson from Homeland Logistics. We need to have an earnest conversation. Mr. Xiahou, I assume you're already familiar with me? Xiahou nodded, acknowledging indeed, as the illustrious village chief of the Marvel Universe. How could I not be acquainted with you? However, I must inquire, why did you not come to greet me when I first arrived in this realm? Coulson gazed at Xiahou with a perplexed expression, pondering the absurdity of his words. Nevertheless, recalling the plethora of documentation from the director that described this individual as somewhat eccentric, he managed to make sense of it. Upon discovering your existence, we dispatched personnel to locate you. However, you mysteriously vanished for 2.5 years. When you re-emerged, we sent Agent Natasha to find you. At this juncture, Coulson's words faltered. Xiahou, with a sense of pride, interjected, "Yet, you did not anticipate that I would sway her to my side, did you?" Coulson strained to maintain a smile, responding, "Indeed, but that was her choice, and we can comprehend her decision." Xiahou scoffed, "Understanding is irrelevant. If the boiled egg dares to refuse my demands, I could easily obliterate your headquarters." The mere thought of Xiahou's formidable achievements caused Coulson's brows to twitch involuntarily, as he recognized the unpredictable nature of this individual. Nonetheless, he continued, "We are well aware of the powers possessed by both you and Ms. Madrid. However, we would appreciate a modicum of restraint. Our director has been quite troubled by this matter, especially regarding the cleanup operations concerning those gangs, as he has offended numerous individuals." Upon finishing, he adopted an expression of shared difficulty. Xiahou, however, dismissed his concerns nonchalantly. "Enough of this charade. You must realize I am not of your world. Therefore, do not presume I would concern myself with your government. To be frank, I hold your government in contempt, fully aware of their past transgressions. Just like the vampires that I, along with Blade, vanquished, were they not allowed to thrive by your authorities?" Tony suddenly interjected, "Did you say vampires? Are they the same as those I know? Like Dracula from the movies?" Xiahou turned to Tony, elucidating, roughly speaking, "I wonder if you encountered them during your days as a playboy. However, do you know, Tony, that your government tacitly acknowledged their existence, and some even aspire to become like them? Furthermore, Blade and I recently dismantled one of their blood banks, which contained individuals they had abducted, sealed in bags and sustained by nutrient tubes, incessantly producing blood. When I witnessed that scene, I contemplated whether I should simply obliterate the White House." Tony, astonished, could hardly fathom such a reality. While he was aware of the abhorrent actions of those individuals, he had never envisioned them capable of such atrocities. "Clearly, my decision to shut down the weapons division was entirely justified. I should not contribute to their malevolence." After voicing his thoughts, Tony's gaze towards Coulson grew notably colder. In his heart, Coulson was cursing those responsible, yet he felt compelled to provide clarification, as Nick had instructed him to foster a closer relationship with Xiahou. With genuine sincerity, he replied, "I sincerely apologize. However, those actions were perpetrated by a minority, and we were previously powerless to intervene. But trust me, our department was established for the purpose of protecting the world." Xiahou let out a few sounds of disdain, saying, "Enough already, stop embellishing your own image. Hasn't your department essentially become a branch of Hydra? What are you even saying about protecting the world? It's more like protecting America. Isn't it? Coulson, have you apprehended all the Hydra agents in your bureau? If not, perhaps you should focus on that before anything else. Just to be kind, here's a piece of news for you. Your predecessor was also one of Hydra-S." Coulson's face turned pale, his voice quivering as he asked, "Is that true? Then does that mean Nick is?" Xiahou anticipated his thoughts, but interjected, "He is not. However, he is certainly not a reliable boss. So it would be wise for you to seek an escape route sooner rather than later. Otherwise, you may find yourself in peril at his hands." Xiahou's words were intended to vindicate the egghead, considering it a form of repayment for his previous assistance in tidying up the mess. As for Coulson, whether he heeded the advice was entirely up to him. With a heavy expression, Coulson took his leave. Tony, however, was puzzled, asking, "What did my father leave for me? Why didn't you mention it before?" Xiahou replied with a hint of exasperation, "It's merely some recordings and documents, along with a new element that could save your life. I thought I had already said enough, so I omitted the less significant details." This was primarily because he felt that elaborating excessively was a waste of breath, especially since he lacked any fortune-telling system. What was the point of discussing matters that bore no benefit? Was it not better to lead a life of leisure? Tony's expression darkened to the point of resembling a storm cloud, but recalling Xiahou's combat prowess, though he had never witnessed it firsthand, he abandoned the idea of assaulting him. Remembering the portal Xiahou had previously conjured, and noticing that they were alone, he could not resist asking, "Was that portal you created a teleportation device? Is it also a magical artifact?" "Oh, you mean the door of all possibilities?" "Indeed, it is a teleportation portal, but it is not a magical item. It belongs to the realm of technology. Xiahou explained with pride. Upon hearing it was technology-based, Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was something worth investigating. Rubbing his hands together, he inquired, "Would you allow me to study it? I can compensate you handsomely." Xiahou promptly declined. "No way. I possess only one. If it gets damaged, I'll 1T be able to find a place to repair it." Tony quickly assured him, "I promise I 1T break it. Moreover, I can pay. How does 100 million sound?" Xiahou then recalled that he had intended to ask for Tony's assistance in crafting a magnificent sword. Was this not the perfect opportunity? "You promise not to damage it? If you do, it'll be the end of you." "I promise. I merely wish to study its principles." "Very well, but you must also forge me a splendid sword, complete with a guard." "Agree to that, and I shall lend it to you." At this point, Xiahou wore a triumphant expression, as if he had successfully cornered Tony. Though Tony was baffled by the peculiar request for such a grand sword, he quickly acquiesced. After all, this was a teleportation portal. Xiahou then handed over the door of all possibilities and explained its usage. Chapter 79. Indoor Fishing Pond and Game Creation. Once Tony acquired the door of all possibilities, he promptly ushered Xiahou out of the workshop and began examining it with various devices. Xiahou made his way to the living room, reclined on the sofa, and gazed blankly at the sea beyond. After lying down for a while, he sat up, feeling an overwhelming sense of boredom. He resolved to find something to occupy his time. Recalling that he had seemingly acquired an indoor fishing pool, he pondered whether to bring it out and give it a try. However, it occurred to him that he lacked a fishing rod. Tentatively, he called out, "Jarvis?" "Mr. Xia, how may I assist you?" Jarvis's voice materialized unexpectedly. Xia's eyes brightened. It had indeed responded. He quickly inquired, "Do you have fishing rods and equipment available?" "Yes, sir. Please follow the directional prompts to the storage area to select your fishing gear." Upon uttering this, an arrow was projected onto the ground. As Xia followed the arrow to retrieve the tools, he initiated a conversation with Jarvis. "Jarvis, what is your current level of intelligence?" "Sir, based on the prevailing international classification standards, I am categorized within a 3-tier system: weak artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, and superintelligent artificial intelligence. Currently, I exist within the 2nd tier, general artificial intelligence. Can you create some games based on my specifications?" Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes gleamed with excitement. He could transport various games from his former world. What a splendid way to alleviate his ennui. After procuring the fishing gear, he returned to the main hall, seeking a spacious area to set up the indoor fishing pool. The pool, resembling a rolled-up poster, unfurled to cover an area of approximately 56 square meters, complete with a knob and several buttons along one edge. After studying it for a while, he comprehended its operation. By rotating the knob and selecting a random expanse of ocean, the immense screen transformed into a seascape. He placed a few bottles of beverages beside the sofa, prepared the bait, and reclined on the couch to commence fishing, all the while discussing potential game designs with Jarvis. "Jarvis, please assist me in creating Devil May Cry 45. The premise is..." Suddenly, Yelena approached, inquiring, "What are you doing? Fishing? When did you set up this pool? Are there even any fish in there?" As she spoke, she hurried to the edge of the pool, scrutinizing it closely, but all she saw was water, devoid of any fish. Xia, observing her intent to lean over, quickly exclaimed, "Yelena, wait, that's really the ocean beneath. We don't even know which ocean it is. Don't fall in." Natasha, upon hearing this, swiftly grabbed her sister, preventing her from further reckless actions. Small Mo and Pepper, curious, wandered over to take a look as well. Though their interest seemed minimal, the two carried a handful of items and proceeded toward the kitchen, prompting Natasha to follow suit. Yelena, however, ran back to Xia and asked, "Have you caught any fish?" Xia felt a sudden wave of embarrassment. "I haven't been fishing for long. I still haven't caught anything." Internally, he reflected on how, in the videos he had watched, fishing seemed quite easy. Why had he failed to catch anything all afternoon? He glanced at the fishing rod in his hand, contemplating that it must be Tony's faulty equipment or perhaps the bait was inadequate. He couldn't confess that his lack of experience was the reason for his failure, despite having never fished before and being unfamiliar with various fishing gear and bait. Yelena was utterly incredulous regarding his nonsensical claims, retorting, "You can't possibly be an adept fisherman." Xiahou, indignant, countered, "How could that be? I am indeed a master. It's merely that this chosen stretch of sea lacks fish." Yelena, wearing an expression that conveyed her disbelief, snatched Xiahou's fishing rod and declared, "Let me give it a try." Step aside. Unbeknownst to them, the fishing line was equipped with a hook designed for small river fish, while Xiahou had selected a deep-sea region. Xiahou repositioned himself onto the adjacent sofa, continuing his discussion with Jarvis about the game settings. At some point, Pepper had brought Tony from his workshop, urging him to call Xiahou and Little Mo for dinner. Upon his arrival, Tony was met with the sight of an unfamiliar feature resembling a pond in his living room. Curiously, he approached it, exclaiming, "I don't recall having this in my house. What is it?" Having risen, Xiahou casually explained, "It's an indoor fishing pond that connects to any fishable water body, allowing one to catch fish indoors." Tony, intrigued, remarked, "Ah, yet another spatial contraption." He crouched down to examine it closely, fiddling with the buttons, finding it somewhat more comprehensible than the previous portal. Pepper promptly came over to pull him up, saying, "Enough. You can research it after dinner. Besides, you didn't sleep at all last night. You need to rest early today. I'll keep watch over you." At the dining table, Pepper introduced the dishes, pushing her own culinary creation towards Tony, encouraging him to taste it. Xiahou received special attention from Little Mo, while Natasha focused her efforts on Yelena. After sampling Pepper's dish, Tony's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Darling, this flavor is exquisite, even better than what one finds in restaurants." Pepper beamed with joy at the compliment. Xiahou took a bite of the dish prepared by Little Mo, savoring it before expressing his surprise. "Little Mo, your culinary skills are impressive. With a bit more refinement, you could surely earn the approval of the king." Little Mo, upon hearing this, felt a rush of happiness, her cheeks flushing as her imagination began to soar. Internally, Xiahou mused that it was merely average, but he didn't wish to dampen the child's spirits. Yelena, eyeing the dish made by Natasha, provocatively took a bite, initially intending to criticize, but couldn't help but commend. "I didn't expect you to possess such culinary talent. This flavor is quite unique." Natasha's lips curled into a slight smile as she replied, "I followed the notes precisely. However, it still lacks the glow, and the taste is slightly inferior compared to yesterday." As everyone enjoyed their meal, they exchanged culinary insights, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Tony couldn't resist returning to inspect the indoor fishing pond, this time bringing along some instruments to meticulously record data. Xiahou said little, considering it a reasonable expense for accommodation and the use of Jarvis, as he continued refining the game settings. Natasha and the others cleared the dining table, moving aside to further discuss their cooking experiences. In this relaxed and joyful ambience, everyone savored the delightful moments together. Chapter 80, The Flying Sword of the Railing. In the early morning, as the sweet slumber enveloped him, Xiahou was abruptly roused by Jarvis. Rubbing his tousled hair, he squinted and inquired, "What time is it, Jarvis?" "Sir, it is precisely 8 o'clock in the morning." 8 o'clock? He lay back in bed, pulling the covers closer, and remarked, "Why wake me up so early? Are you not aware that I usually sleep until noon?" "Sir, you instructed me to inform you as soon as the game development was completed. It was finished last night, but considering you had just fallen asleep, I deliberately chose to awaken you now." With a resigned sigh, Xiahou responded, "So, I should thank you for your consideration?" "No need for thanks, it is my duty. However, there are no specialized gaming devices here for you to test the game. If necessary, I can assist you in procuring one." At that moment, Xiahou had no desire to play games. "Go ahead and order it. Also, please store it for me. I'm not in a mood to play right now. Call me when I feel like it." "Understood, sir. I have placed the order and saved it. Is there anything else you require?" Having risen from his bed, Xiahou pondered the situation and decided to forego further sleep. He asked, "Has Tony woken up?" "Yes, Mr. Stark left for the workshop last night." "Got it, that will be all. You may leave." He mused to himself about how useful Jarvis was and contemplated whether he should ask Tony to procure one for himself as well. After freshening up, Xiahou made his way to Tony's workshop, where Tony had shifted his focus from the creation of the wormhole device to the development of a new reactor. Before him lay a projection filled with intricate models and a multitude of parameters. Upon seeing Xiahou enter, Tony teased, "Is Jarvis helpful? I don't recall granting you access to use it." Xiahou, settling into a familiar spot, replied, "Well, even without your permission, it won't heed my commands." "Why have you ceased your work on the wormhole device?" Tony glanced at the abandoned wormhole device and sighed. "I've practically exhausted all avenues of research on it. I have comprehended its principles, but the current technology requires further iteration before it can be produced." After hearing Tony's words, Xiahou moved to put the wormhole device away and then asked, "So, are you now preparing to construct the armor?" Tony nodded and changed the projection to display the completed design of Mark IV. "After our previous discussion, I have pushed the current capabilities to their limits, achieving the ideal energy state for the arc reactor. Enhancing the armor's functionality will increase the reactor's impact on me, which could lead to adverse effects." "So, what is this new element you mentioned earlier?" Previously, Tony had not paid much attention to his reactor while engrossed in the wormhole research. However, last night, while improving the reactor, he discovered that palladium posed severe risks to his well-being. Now fully aware of the future, he had adopted a more cautious approach. intending to strengthen himself gradually. Last night, Pepper had already agreed to be with him. Xiahou, perplexed, inquired, "Has Shield not yet delivered the materials to you? I had thought you had already received your father's relics." Tony, still harboring some dissatisfaction toward his father, inquired, "So, what exactly are his relics in the new element?" Seeing his growing eagerness, Xiahou responded, "They consist of a collection of videotapes and a model of the new element." After researching the cosmic cube, he discovered this element. It is a form of clean energy that can entirely eliminate the adverse effects of your palladium poisoning. However, the constraints of his era confined him. Thus, he bequeathed it to you. At this point, Xiahou couldn't resist teasing him. He also mentioned that you are his greatest creation. How does that make you feel? Not at all. Tony expressed his discontent with Xiahou's jest. Moreover, you should have informed me sooner. Do you have any idea how conflicted I felt upon discovering the harm caused by palladium? I had to consider controlling the output even while designing my armor. Observing Xiahou's indifferent demeanor, Tony's frustration diminished considerably. He said, "Jarvis, please connect me with Coulson and have them expedite the delivery of my father's relics. Otherwise, I shall retrieve them myself." After speaking, he glanced at Xiahou, who was engrossed in studying his projection, and gritted his teeth. "Do you have any further matters? If not, please vacate my workspace. I must continue my research on my armor, and I ask that you do not disturb me." Tony, somewhat perplexed, queried, "What are you experimenting with? Isn't that merely a decorative item? I completed it in just over 10 minutes. In the future, you can simply instruct Jarvis regarding such things." As he spoke, he approached a corner, pointing to a uniquely designed weapon. "It is right here, crafted from titanium alloy. Considering it is presumably not intended for combat, I have yet to unseal it." Upon closer inspection, Xiahou noticed a gigantic sword, measuring 2 meters in length and half a meter in width, adorned with a U-shaped guard connecting the hilt to the blade's tip, resembling an exquisitely designed flip-flop. He examined it closely. The actual object appeared somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. "After all, I shall fulfill the wishes of Baba Song." He retrieved a manipulator, an object resembling a steering wheel, which he directly affixed to the center of the U-shaped guard. With a simple upward pull, the massive sword began to levitate. Xiahou mused internally, "This device is rather impressive, and the control is quite simple, akin to riding a balance bike." As he conducted his experiment, the colossal sword commenced soaring and gliding throughout Tony's workspace. Meanwhile, Tony had already grown accustomed to Xiahou's ability to produce extraordinary items with remarkable frequency. Even if he suddenly produced a sphere claiming to create a black hole, he would no longer be intrigued. Moreover, this object likely pertains to anti-gravity, which might warrant further investigation. If integrated into the armor, mobility and flight could indeed be expedited. He addressed Xiahou. "Let me examine this device of yours. You may propose the terms." Xiahou approached him and halted, stating, "I will give it to you once I have had my fill of play. As for the terms, I shall decide them later. For now, I wish to test how fast it can fly." With that, he soared towards the door, exiting Tony's villa and ascending into the sky. Tony gazed at the soaring Xiahou and commanded, "Jarvis, track and record his movements and data." "Understood, sir." Satellites have been activated for real-time tracking and documentation. Meanwhile, Xiahou floated in the air, feeling the fierce wind whip across his face. His body had become immune to such intensity, and instead of discomfort, he experienced a profound sense of freedom. Humanity has long yearned to soar among the clouds, and for many in his homeland, the dream of becoming a sword immortal prevailed. He certainly felt as though he was living that experience now. Chapter 81. A Missed Opportunity. Standing atop the colossal sword, Xiahou, now unafraid of heights, began experimenting with various playful maneuvers. From the useless items he had previously drawn, he produced a smoke bomb and commenced crafting art with the smoke. In mere moments, he conjured an image of overalls, thoughtfully adding a basketball beside it. After a spell of amusement, he decided to accelerate, eager to test the sword's true flying speed. However, the outcome was disheartening. By his estimation, the sword's maximum velocity barely surpassed 400 kilometers per hour, far from breaking the sound barrier. For him, it held little value. Merely a tool for show. Addressing Tony, he declared, "All right, I've had my fun. You can conduct your research. This is utterly pointless. I'm off to play a game." Tony nodded in response and began to analyze the manipulator device. Xiahou departed to the hall, where the gaming equipment Jarvis had ordered had just arrived. Following Jarvis's guidance, he set up the apparatus and immersed himself in Devil May Cry 4. As for Mo and Pepper, their absence was explained. Mo had ventured to Chinatown to learn culinary skills, while Pepper was busy managing various affairs at Stark Industries, especially in the wake of Obadiah's arrest. She had indulged in a day of leisure yesterday. In his workshop, Tony was deeply engrossed in studying the manipulator device, which bore a striking resemblance to the technology of the portal and fishing pond. Yet, its technology was even more extravagant. Beyond his initial conjectures of anti-gravity technology, it seemed to encompass other enigmatic elements. Its energy source appeared highly unconventional, seemingly requiring no recharging whatsoever. "Jarvis, have you detected anything?" "Sir, I cannot perceive any energy fluctuations." This left Tony baffled. If he could comprehend the composition of this energy, he could forego further research on the arc reactor. At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, several agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived. They seem to be delivering something. Allow them entry, or better yet, let them leave the items at the door. I shall retrieve them myself." Initially, Tony intended to have them bring the items inside, but reconsidered upon reflecting on the nature of the contents. He stepped outside and transported the delivered items into his workshop, initially prepared to delve into the model. Yet suddenly, Xiahou's remark flitted through his mind. His hand instinctively reached for the videotape, unable to resist the urge to discover whether his father had indeed uttered those words. After watching, Tony felt a swell of emotion, his eyes reddening. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Einsun and the coin used by Xiahou. He wondered if it could be employed to resurrect his own parents. With this thought racing through his mind, Tony hurried to find Xiahou, who was engrossed in a game in the living room. He was clad in an outfit identical to that of his character in the game, with weapons reminiscent of those in the virtual realm beside him. Tony's initial excitement faltered, his expression stiffening in disbelief. Did he truly need to dress up for merely playing a game? Countless frustrations bubbled within him, threatening to spill forth. Meanwhile, Xiahou's fingers danced across the controller as Nero, empowered by demonic hands and weaponry, unleashed a relentless assault on a colossal beast. As a cutscene unfolded, Tony stepped forward, positioning himself between the television and Xiahou. With a quiver in his voice, he asked, "Xiahou, do you still possess that coin you used to save Einsun?" His heart raced with trepidation, fearing the response would be a definitive no. Xiahou looked at Tony, puzzled by his sudden appearance. He thought to himself, "Aren't you the research enthusiast? Why disturb me now?" Nevertheless, he retrieved a resurrection coin, twirling it between his fingers, and asked, "Are you referring to this resurrection coin? What do you intend to do? Is there a death I should be concerned about? Please don't tell me Pepper was in an accident. Or is Killian causing trouble again?" Tony pondered, questioning his own judgment for befriending someone he deemed somewhat erratic. Suppressing his irritation, he replied, "It's not Pepper. It's my parents. Can your resurrection coin bring them back?" Xiahou, taken aback, had initially assumed something had happened to Pepper. "It's too late for them. Let them rest in peace." "No, wait. They've already passed," he said, preparing to return to his game. Tony, however, remained skeptical, struggling to contain his disbelief. "Why is that impossible? Einsun was revived. Wasn't he?" Xiahou, observing Tony's expression, surmised he must have seen the recording prompting his visit. He sighed, saying, "It's not that I don't wish to help, but I simply cannot. The resurrection coin can only revive those who have died within the last 30 minutes. Your parents have been gone for over a decade. I currently lack the means to save them." Tony collapsed on the floor, his eyes glistening with suppressed tears. Xiahou, witnessing his distress, felt a pang of empathy. He then added, "While I cannot revive them, I can reveal who the perpetrator is." Tony's attention snapped to Xiahou, his teeth clenched as he demanded, "Who is it? They died in a car accident, didn't they? Tell me." Xiahou set down the controller, stating, "It was Hydra. They sent the Winter Soldier to murder your parents." Upon hearing the name Hydra, Tony's fists tightened, his face flushing with rage as his veins bulged. In a low voice, he vowed, "Hydra, I will destroy you for my parents' sake." Tony held a considerable degree of trust in Xiahou. Since their acquaintance began, Xiahou had never deceived him and had even saved his life. Moreover, he could sense that Xiahou regarded him merely as a friend, harboring no ulterior motives, save for occasional unreliability. Observing his demeanor, Xiahou inquired, "Do you require assistance? I can offer you a discounted rate. Just a modest target will suffice. You would undoubtedly profit. They're spread across the globe." He promptly declined. "No, I wish to avenge them myself." Upon hearing Tony's refusal, Xiahou quickly added, "Is it too expensive? I can reduce the price further. 50 million. It cannot be less. I want to seek vengeance on my own," Tony asserted, rising to stride towards his workshop, intent on expediting the creation of the new element reactor and armor. Only then could he exact revenge for his parents. Watching Tony depart, Xiahou contemplated pressing the issue further, as this was indeed an opportunity to trigger a side quest, with rewards that were assuredly substantial. Are you truly not considering it? The price is negotiable. Don't leave. Chapter 82. Daily Lives. This represents a long-term side quest. His heart ached, and he could only seek solace in gaming. Subsequently, he grasped the controller and resumed his crusade against demons. At that moment, little Mo was diligently honing her culinary skills. Yesterday, they had merely covered the basics. Yet her dishes had already garnered Xiahou's approval. Today, she aimed to acquire more techniques, determined to become a competent royal chef. An inferno seemed to ignite within her, and her knife danced with increased speed. However, with a resounding crack, the cutting board succumbed to her strength, splitting in two. Calmly, she discarded it aside, where a pile of broken boards had already accumulated. She muttered, "These cutting boards are utterly flimsy. A slight exertion and they shatter. I should have chopped that conference table instead. It must be quite durable." The head chef of the restaurant wiped the sweat from his brow. Had they not compensated so generously, he would have been reluctant to accept this task. Even while instructing, he made an effort to maintain a benevolent expression, his tone unwavering, fearing he might end up as yet another broken cutting board. At Central City High, Yelena occupied the last row of the classroom near the window, gazing out at the sky, completely oblivious to the bald teacher at the podium expounding on various topics. For someone like her, who had grown up in the Red House, this was sheer torment. Additionally, she had to contend with a myriad of immature classmates. The male students here incessantly sought her attention with their clumsy antics. Yet, how could she possibly be interested in them? Meanwhile, the female students were preoccupied with discussing makeup techniques and the latest exploits of the most handsome boys at school. Please. She was utterly indifferent. The life she envisioned was one where she and little Mo would drive around, enjoying the breeze, taking down gangsters, or embarking on other bounty missions. Yet, Natasha completely disregarded her desires, making her contemplate running away from home. At this moment, Natasha was engaged in a continuous discussion with the contractors regarding the renovation costs. Occasionally, passing neighbors or acquaintances would greet her, exchanging a few pleasantries. She expresses great satisfaction with her current life, free from the burden of task completion, managing only a few trivial matters each day, and sharing dinner with her family. Living like an ordinary person has become the life she yearns for the most. Yet, the absence of her uterus leaves a lingering sense of loss within her. She cannot fulfill the role of a mother. Consequently, she tends to Yelena as if she were her own daughter, though she harbors similar sentiments for Xiahou Mo. However, Xiahou Mo is far too unruly, with an overwhelmingly high level of defiance. In Tony's workshop, he diligently studies the model. Jarvis, remove the trees and flower beds. Understood, sir. As he meticulously unravels the intricacies, the arrangement of atoms gradually reveals itself, culminating in his complete mastery of a brand new element. Really, must you continue to instruct me even in death? He mutters, his eyes welling with tears as he grits his teeth and whispers, "Soon, Hydra, I shall personally bring about your destruction." Having comprehended the structure of the new element, he prepares to attempt its creation, yet he gazes around his workshop, realizing it cannot meet his production needs. Jarvis, please assist me in devising a renovation plan. I believe this place requires a complete overhaul. Of course, sir. I am currently drafting the plan for the designated area. Tony picks up a large hammer and embarks on the demolition, a considerable undertaking. Just as Xiahou is enjoying himself, he suddenly hears the rhythmic sound of hammering against the wall and instinctively begins to investigate the source of the noise. Upon discovering Tony wielding a hammer, relentlessly pounding the wall, he notices that Tony's physical condition seems somewhat frail. After a few strikes, he must pause to catch his breath. Xiahou cannot help but tease, "Oh, our playboy seems to have overindulged with too many cover models and has become rather weak. This won't do." Delicate dog, initially filled with vigor. Tony feels the sting of Xiahou's words and retorts loudly, "That's not true. My injuries have yet to heal, and besides, I haven't been reckless for ages. I'm not a delicate dog." Pointing at the slightly cracked wall, Xiahou continues to mock, "You claim you're not a delicate dog. Look at this wall. It serves as proof, and your wounds aren't as impactful as you suggest. They've already healed." Tony opens his mouth, ready to counter, but finds no words to refute. He silently vows, "Just wait until I construct the armor. I will surely create an anti-Xiahou suit." Seeing Tony rendered speechless, Xiahou strides over, seizing the hammer. "Let me show you what a real man can do. Remember to pay me." He swings the hammer at the spot marked by Jarvis, exclaiming, 80, with a single strike. He creates a substantial hole in the wall, effortlessly surpassing the effort Tony had put into it. He cannot resist taunting Tony. "Did you see that? This is what a real man does. One strike and it's done. Is there anything else to demolish?" Tony stares at the large hole in the wall, his lips twitching as he replies, "Yes, you are indeed a real man. However, the hole you made is far too large. It was entirely unnecessary." Xiahou awkwardly set down the hammer and remarked, "You didn't say anything. In any case, I will not issue a refund. You must pay. Otherwise, I shall publish your photos of forging in the cave online." Tony, puzzled, inquired what photos. "I don't recall taking any pictures." Xiahou smugly produced several snapshots he had previously taken of Tony, boasting, "This was captured while I was rescuing you, hiding in a box. Impressive, isn't it? I learned my photography skills from Teacher Chun." "Damn it," Tony exclaimed in frustration as he gazed at the photos, cursing, "So, you despicable scoundrel, you found us ages ago? And you just stood by while they killed Ensign? Then made me promise to save him?" Xiahou, unfazed, retorted, "I did it for your own good. Otherwise, how would you understand what you needed to do? You should thank me. I wasted a revival coin on this." Tony, utterly exasperated by Xiahou's shamelessness, felt his own sense of righteousness diminish in comparison. Chapter 83. Back at the office and shopping. "Suit yourself. If you want to give, then do so. I couldn't care less. This only enhances my image of resilience," Tony declared, seizing the hammer, ready to tackle the walls himself. "You should refrain from bothering me. Let me handle this on my own. You're better off continuing your game, so be off." He had lost all hope in Xiahou and merely wished for him to leave him in peace. Noticing that Tony was clearly disinclined to engage with him, Xiahou decided not to linger any longer and returned to his game, as his original intent had merely been to observe the situation. After Xiahou's departure, Tony resolved not to rely on brute force to renovate the house. He had an array of machinery at his disposal, with Jarvis controlling several mechanical arms, which commenced cosmetic alterations to the walls. Tony reflected on how overwhelming the recent days had been. An incessant barrage of stimuli and information had dulled even his astute mind. Yet, he primarily blamed Xiahou. It was no wonder that people advised against associating with fools, for they would drag one down to their level. As the machines worked their magic, various holes appeared in the walls. After Jarvis's calculations, everything aligned perfectly with Tony's requirements. Now, they merely awaited the delivery of materials to commence the construction of the new element reactor. With some time on his hands, Tony began refining the armor he had previously designed. He intended to integrate anti-gravity technology into the suit, although it would initially only affect the armor itself. It would significantly enhance its practical functionality. Natasha nodded in agreement, revealing her preference for the office environment as well. She then briefed Mo and Yelena to gather their belongings. Just as Tony was discussing with Pepper about her future role in managing Stark Industries, he heard Xiahou's words and asked, "Is your office already repaired? Aren't you staying a bit longer?" "I don't mind." Xiahou gestured subtly towards Pepper, stating, "We wouldn't want to intrude upon your little world. Besides, I prefer my own territory. Focus on your armor. After all, without the armor, was Iron Man truly Iron Man?" Pepper, upon hearing Xiahou's words, felt a twinge of shyness but refrained from saying much. It was indeed better for Tony to speak up. At this moment, she had not yet assumed the demeanor of a powerful woman and instead exuded a somewhat delicate charm. Tony, too, ceased his attempts to persuade Xiahou, realizing he needed to devote considerable time to his armor, as Xiahou's presence would only serve as a distraction. "Very well. However, you're always welcome to visit. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. After all, I am Tony Stark." Xiahou looked at the now self-absorbed little mustache with exasperation and remarked, "All right. Tony Stark, the greatest of them all. Satisfied now?" He then turned to Pepper, adding, "You'd better keep him in check. Don't let him challenge the cover girl who's been sleeping for a year. He is already on shaky ground." As he spoke, he glanced at Tony's trousers. Then, with a mischievous grin, he continued, "Otherwise, it's no wonder you've waited nearly a decade for a child. Who knows if it's even due to science?" Tony immediately sprang to his feet, pointing at Xiahou, and exclaimed, "Don't say such things. I'm perfectly fine. Don't spread rumors. Watch out, or I'll sue you for defamation." Afterward, he hurriedly grabbed Pepper, explaining, "Pepper, you mustn't believe him. He is slandering me. You experienced it firsthand yesterday. You must trust me." Pepper looked at Tony, utterly speechless, realizing he had once again been led astray. After Xiahou had spun his tale, he slipped away, thinking to himself, "This is the price you pay for not settling your debts." Upon reaching the door of Natasha and the others' room, the three emerged, having gathered their belongings. They regarded Xiahou, who wore a smug expression, with a hint of confusion, wondering what he had been up to. Seeing that the three were ready, Xiahou promptly produced a portal, opening it to reveal the lobby of the office. As they strolled down the street, Xiahou complained to Natasha, "Why did you insist on dragging me out shopping? I was all set for a full day of gaming." Natasha shot him a glance before continuing to survey the surrounding shops and replied, "You wouldn't cherish an opportunity to accompany me shopping?" With disdain, Xiahou retorted, "Huh? Woman, what are you thinking? Who would treasure such an opportunity? Gaming is far more enticing than you." At this, Natasha stepped on his foot, displeased, and thought to herself, "This man is insufferable." Xiahou, however, gleefully wiggled his foot, taunting, "Doesn't tea hurt? Are you frustrated? With your physical condition, how could you possibly hurt me? Do you think you're Lucy?" Natasha, initially preparing to unleash a female-exclusive counterattack, inquired curiously upon hearing the name, "Who is Lucy? Your ex-girlfriend?" Xiahou, with a wicked grin, replied, "She is your counterpart from an alternate dimension. She has become a being akin to a deity, unlike you, a mere weakling." With that, he took off running, leaving Natasha standing there. Glancing at him, Natasha did not respond. She asked, "Are you back to normal?" Xiahou nodded, saying, "Sigh, this is utterly unamusing. I was hoping for a little mischief, but you're not cooperating at all." Natasha abruptly inquired, "So, is this how you joke with women?" Xiahou shook his head, "No, not at all. I merely regard you as a friend, which is why I jest with you. I wouldn't dare to jest with women. After all, entanglements could ensue. So, you don't see me as a woman?" Natasha glared at him. Realizing his error, Xiahou quickly corrected himself. "I misspoke. I meant no offense. Please don't misunderstand me or become overly attached. There can never be anything between us. I only consider you a friend." He spoke cautiously, observing her expression, reflecting on his momentary lapse in judgment, nearly forgetting Abigail's lesson. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from the distant streets, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire, causing both to turn their gazes. Chapter 84. An Unforeseen Revulsion. Xiahou sighed helplessly, pondering why he could not restrain himself. Setting aside other matters, he had inadvertently made another inappropriate jest, perhaps influenced by the overwhelming saturation of short videos. As they drew closer, the source of the chaos became evident. Numerous military personnel and police were engaged in combat, yet had no bearing on him. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiahou exclaimed, "Is this the revulsion? Why does the plot seem increasingly convoluted? I thought it only emerged at night." Natasha glanced at him, remaining silent, contemplating the multitude of things he had yet to share with her. Was it a matter of distrust or something else? Without warning, Xiahou grasped Natasha's arm and leapt. Landing on a nearby rooftop, he sought a vantage point, settling down with a bucket of popcorn in hand. Natasha, observing his demeanor, questioned, "What are you doing? Why aren't you intervening?" After popping a piece of popcorn into his mouth, he replied, "No one has commissioned me, and he isn't showing any health indicators. Besides, this is a situation created by the military. Why should I assist them in cleaning up their mess?" Natasha understood his reluctance to intervene, recognizing that he generally disregarded matters related to the government unless approached for a commission. She settled beside Xiahou and called Clinton to report the unfolding events, the only course of action available to her. After all, she couldn't possibly engage that creature in battle. After the call, she asked, "So we're just going to watch?" Xiahou, having grabbed a handful of popcorn, offered the bucket to her. "You are right. We can't just observe." He then retrieved the camera he had previously purchased, finding a suitable angle to capture a selfie with the revulsion in the distance. Natasha frowned, thinking it would be better to continue eating popcorn. "Rein in a bit. That monster is in combat with the military. Are you really not going to save anyone?" Xiahou continued to capture the unfolding scene. "Save whom? He hasn't harmed any civilians yet. This is their internal conflict. Why should I complicate matters?" Upon observing the scene, Natasha was indeed struck by the intensity of the battle. She witnessed the abomination, impervious to bullets, charge forward and collide with an armored vehicle, which was subsequently sent careening into a shop. Unconsciously, she reached for the popcorn within the paper tube and popped a few kernels into her mouth. The abomination continued to unleash its fury, seizing nearby vehicles and stones, hurling them towards the distant military forces like a colossal catapult. The chaos escalated as some slower ordinary citizens were inevitably caught in the fray. Although no fatalities occurred, numerous individuals found themselves injured and sprawled on the ground, the shards of stone possessing a lethal force akin to that of standard firearms. Even a mere brush with such debris could inflict grievous wounds on unsuspecting bystanders, who could only muster the strength to flee for their lives. Xiahou, whose gaze had previously been indifferent, now bore a more serious expression. Despite his biases, he was capable of extending assistance to others when it did not compromise his own interests, particularly as the military personnel were swiftly dispatched by the abomination and he awaited the arrival of Hulk in vain. His anger surged further as indiscriminate destruction ensued around him. When he noticed a rock hurled by the abomination, poised to strike a young girl with an injured leg who was limping away, Xiahou's figure flickered as he positioned himself in front of the impending projectile, firmly catching it in his outstretched palm. The girl, having braced herself for impact, was bewildered when pain did not follow after a few seconds. She cautiously raised her head to see a tall silhouette shielding her, realizing she had been saved. After placing the stone aside, Xiahou turned to the girl and urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and run." However, upon noticing her injured foot, he furrowed his brow. Suddenly recalling something, he retrieved a small vial of restorative potion and tossed it to her. The girl caught it, her expression reflecting confusion. She glanced at the vial in her hand and then at the man before her, whispering, "But I have nothing to offer you in return. I only have $5. As she spoke, she produced a crumpled $5 bill, clearly having carried it for some time. Xiahou swiftly accepted the bill and then produced a $20 note, offering it to her. A more radiant smile graced his lips as he said, "Consider it a commission I accept. This is a gift for you. Now go. Don't impede my performance here. After all, it would be quite troublesome if my employer were to perish." His objective had been accomplished. A task to eliminate the abomination now appeared on his mission list, promising a reward of 100,000 energy points along with 50 chances for random draws. Glancing at the health bar that suddenly materialized above the abomination's head, Xiahou's delight grew as he acknowledged that his task was underway and the health bar had been depleted. He could not be held responsible for that. He took a couple of steps forward, and his attire instantly transformed into a striking red trench coat, with 2 fish appearing at his back and waist. The girl clutched a vial of potion and a handful of cash, gazing in bewilderment at the man before her, who had suddenly changed his attire. Her small mind could not comprehend the current situation. Natasha appeared at her side, watching the approaching abomination with a murmured comment. Not very candid at all. She then picked up the girl and ran into the distance, urging her, "Quickly drink this. Once you do, your foot will be healed." The girl, gazing at the beautiful woman who had suddenly embraced her, foolishly downed the potion. It was not bitter, only imbued with a faint medicinal aroma. However, a tingling sensation emanated from the wound on her foot, and when she looked down, she noticed the injury was healing rapidly. Seeing that the girl's wound had closed, Natasha encouraged her, "All right, let us continue to run further away. Don't linger here, or you might get hurt again." The girl, however, shook her head resolutely and said to Natasha, "I want to wait for that brother and properly thank him." Natasha initially intended to refuse firmly, but the determination in the girl's gaze softened her heart inexplicably. It was a look reminiscent of Yelena's. Meanwhile, Abomination, waiting for his beloved Green, was instead greeted by an unusual individual. Chapter 85. The Second Abomination and the Unexpected Arrival of Green Fat. Xiahou stood not far from Abomination, eyeing the grotesque yellow creature before him, and could not help but remark, "How utterly dismal you must feel to have transformed into this ghastly form. And with such a repulsive hue. While green fat may be a bit green, at least it possesses some charm. You, on the other hand, are completely inhumane. No wonder you need to change your appearance to redeem yourself. You've become a tyrant. Why not just play the piano instead?" Abomination retorted, "Although I cannot comprehend your words, it seems you are belittling me, are you not?" He swung his massive fist, slicing through the air with a whoosh, aiming a heavy blow at the audacious human who dared to mock him. Just as his fist was about to connect with that detestable mouth, it was intercepted by salted fish, revealing the pale, lifeless eyes of the fish. Xiahou, using his weapon for defense, was still forced back a step, his foot leaving a mark on the ground. He thought to himself, "It appears there is a disparity in strength. I cannot afford to engage in a direct contest." As he observed Abomination's other fist coming toward him, he leapt back to evade the strike. Subsequently, he drew his gun and fired 2 bullets aimed at Abomination's chest. Abomination, witnessing this, pulled out a shorter salted fish. To his astonishment, this fish suddenly discharged 2 bullets from its mouth, hurtling toward him, inflating his fury. What kind of righteous warrior fights with such weaponry? It would be utterly humiliating to be killed by salted fish. He braced to block the bullets with his arm, but they struck his chest, jolting his upper body backward. Yet his skin was remarkably resilient. The first bullet merely ricocheted off, while the second only grazed the surface, healing in the blink of an eye. In the distance, Natasha arrived at a rooftop with the girl, observing the fierce battle between Summer and the Abomination with a sense of unease. Previously, Summer had swiftly dispatched any adversary, but this time he appeared somewhat subdued. The girl clutched Natasha's garment, anxiously watching the unfolding conflict. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in the director's office, a one-eyed black creature gazed intently at the screen displaying the live combat between Summer and the Abomination. Clinton stood nearby, quietly inquiring, "Director, Do we not need to intervene? Natasha is also there. Nick waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Not yet. Let us observe the situation for now. Besides, Ross is on site, and our presence might incite conflict with the military." He thought to himself, "Let me thoroughly assess your true capabilities." Ross had initially taken Banner with him to leave, but received a report from his subordinate about another monster's emergence. This creature had destroyed the remaining troops and was now wreaking havoc on the streets of Harlem, shouting the names of the Hulk and Banner. His brows furrowed in frustration. What a mess this was. Upon hearing this, Banner speculated that the creature was a result of his own blood, urgently declaring, "It's the Blue Doctor. He replicated my blood sample. I must stop him." Ross, realizing the implications, swiftly ordered a return. However, his daughter was apprehensive about Banner facing danger. She grasped his hand and pleaded, "Banner, don't go. It's too perilous, and you've already injected the serum. You may not be able to transform." He looked steadfastly into Betty's eyes, asserting, "I must go. Trust me." At that moment, Summer had begun to leverage his speed advantage, activating the Scarlet Queen's EX mode, launching a flurry of attacks against the Abomination. With a deft sidestep, he evaded an incoming punch, then countered with an upward sword strike, igniting the Abomination in flames and propelling it into the air. The ground was instantly cratered, flames erupting skyward. Summer leaped back from the pit, retrieved the Azure Rose, and unleashed a charged attack directed at the crater, resulting in another powerful explosion. He waved his hand, extinguishing the flames on his sword, and gently blew towards the muzzle of the Azure Rose. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was blowing into the mouth of a flounder, creating a rather jarring contrast. Just as he finished speaking, an arm clutched the edge of the crater, and the Abomination began to rise from within. Summer noticed the Abomination's health bar, obscured moments before. He had assumed it was defeated. This was a miscalculation. He glared at the Abomination, which now had only half its health remaining, ready to deliver another series of strikes to finish it off. However, as the Abomination emerged, it let out a furious roar. Its health bar began to regenerate rapidly, and its bone spines elongated, forming a layer of bone armor across its body. It turned out that Banner had reached the battlefield. Though he seemed to have lost some semblance of reason, his eyes ablaze with fury as he fixated on both Summer and the Abomination, as if intent on tearing them apart. Xiahou involuntarily swallowed hard. "Hulk, do you believe me when I say I'm on your side?" His words were met with a green palm that sent him crashing into a nearby building. Thus began the tumultuous clash between two monstrous beings, one yellow and one green. Amidst the ruins within the building, Xiahou smirked with irritation. "This is precisely why I detest unruly children, especially those who greet me with a brutal smack." Rising from the debris, he declared, "What to do with disobedient brats? A good thrashing will suffice." He raised his right hand and called out, "My saber, I command you. Come forth to my side." A flash of crimson light enveloped the scene, and the apron-clad Xiahou materialized before him, wielding a ladle. Xiahou, perplexed, looked at Xiahou and inquired, "I was in the midst of cooking soup. Why have you summoned me?" Xiahou revealed a mischievous grin and gestured outside. "There are two worthy opponents out there. Come and stretch your legs a bit." "Is that so? Since you say so, they must indeed be formidable foes." Xiahou responded, instantly donning a suit of armor. In the distance, Natasha and the girl observed, concerned that something had gone awry after Xiahou was abruptly struck by the green behemoth. They contemplated sneaking closer to investigate. However, Xiahou emerged from the wreckage, accompanied by the armored Xiahou. Natasha's apprehension eased. With Xiahou present, there was little to fear, for in close combat, Xiahou surpassed Xiahou by a considerable margin. She had witnessed on numerous occasions how Xiahou dealt with Xiahou's reckless antics. Xiahou bellowed at the two muscle-bound titans engaged in a fierce brawl. "Hulk, you scoundrel! I have not provoked you. Why are you attacking me? Prepare to meet your end." After shouting, he addressed Xiahou, "Take care of the yellow one. Just eliminate him. Leave the green one to me." Both the Hulk and the Abomination, who had been exchanging blows, paused, perplexed by Xiahou's voice. The Hulk turned to see a red figure suddenly at his side, a hand resembling a chicken claw compared to his massive frame, striking him squarely in the face. The force of the blow sent him reeling back 4 or 5 meters. Meanwhile, the Abomination found himself kicked in the chest by the armored figure, crashing into the building behind him, with Xiahou following him inside to continue the fight. Seeing Xiahou engage the Abomination, Xiahou turned to the Hulk, who was regaining his footing, and taunted. "Now, you know how it feels to be met with a brutal smack right at first sight." The Hulk, however, merely glared at him and let out a thunderous roar. Hulk angry. Smash! As the Hulk charged at him once more, Xiahou had the audacity to retort, What do you do with disobedient children? A good thrashing will suffice. After deftly dodging another attack, Xiahou landed another slap on the Hulk's face, teasing, "Are you angry? Tell me, are you upset?" The Hulk's form swelled even larger, wildly swinging his fists in an attempt to strike the man before him, but Xiahou evaded effortlessly, remaining untouchable. Xiahou pondered to himself, after all, I have inherited all of Chiga Fei's skills. How could I possibly be struck by someone as foolish as you? Besides, your speed pales in comparison to mine. Yet, he could not refrain from taunting, "You can't hit me, you simply can't." Frustration bubbled within him, and the insufferable expression on his opponent's face only served to escalate Hulk's fury. Had this been the cinematic version of Hulk, he might have already transformed into the green monster. Xiahou felt a twinge of confusion as he noticed Hulk's health bar flickering in and out of visibility, as if he oscillated between being an adversary and a neutral entity. This uncertainty made it difficult for him to unleash his full strength. He held no particular grudge against Hulk, especially after witnessing his adorably foolish antics. When Banner merged with him, Xiahou felt a hint of regret. Hulk, observing Xiahou's incessant jumping and inability to land a hit, was consumed by a fire of rage he could not release. He roared in frustration, his fists striking the ground with increasing force, each miss causing devastation around him, erasing any semblance of the street that once existed. Meanwhile, on another front, little Mo faced off against the Abomination. The buildings around them lay in ruins, utterly obliterated by their clash. The Abomination's skeletal armor was riddled with gashes, every strike from little Mo tearing through what appeared to be formidable defenses. Yet his own attacks were effortlessly deflected by little Mo, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. He had undergone numerous enhancements and had been injected with certain X genes, augmenting his physical prowess. Little Mo gazed at the grotesque creature before her and swung her sword again. The Abomination hastily defended himself with the bony spikes on his wrist, creating sparks as metal met bone. Not bad. You're quite resilient, but your attacks lack a bit of punch. Unleash your full strength. Let me truly savor the thrill of battle. Her voice, laced with delight, resonated from her helmet. This was one of the few opponents she encountered in this world who could engage her in direct combat, and the raw, hard-hitting nature of their clash fulfilled her desires, prompting her to unconsciously hold back. The Abomination's fury intensified. Did he truly underestimate him? His armor thickened, and elongated bone spikes emerged from his fingertips, transforming him into an even more tyrannical figure. He swung his newly formed claws, slicing through the air as he lunged at the one who dared to belittle him. Little Mo deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the lethal claws, then pivoted and delivered a swift, fierce strike to the Abomination's arm, only to have it bounce off the enhanced armor. Seeing little Mo struggle to breach his defenses, the Abomination quickened his strikes, his claws creating trails in the air. Little Mo, gripping her sword tightly, parried incessantly, yet found herself slowly retreating under the relentless assault. It seems that ordinary attacks can no longer harm you. Then let us get serious. Release my magic. As she spoke, a crimson aura began to emanate from her, amplifying her presence and intensity. Initially reveling in his perceived advantage, the expression of the Abomination froze in an instant. Despite having transitioned into his third form, the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent felt even more formidable. Doubtful of fate, he lunged to Xiahou Mo once more with his claws, yet this time she effortlessly deflected his attack, exuding an air of ease. While parrying the assault, Xiahou Mo addressed the Abomination, stating, "As a reward for allowing me to stretch my abilities, permit me to send you to your demise in splendid fashion. This is, after all, the wish of my master." With a powerful upward strike, she cast aside his claws, then charged at him with ferocity, delivering an uppercut that sent him soaring into the air. She then unleashed her noble phantasm, a crimson beam of energy directed at the airborne Abomination, reducing him to mere ashes, leaving only a few bone shards scattered upon the ground. This, she mused, was the finest resting place for a warrior. No need for thanks, monster. With that, Xiahou Mo rested her sword upon her shoulder and strode toward Xiahou. Meanwhile, Xiahou continued to toy with Hulk, whose stature was nearing 4 meters. Each casual punch he delivered created a massive crater. Xiahou's eyelids fluttered nervously. Perhaps he had ventured too far. Should he make a hasty retreat? Just then, Xiahou Mo's voice pierced through the air. "Xiahou, why are you still battling this green behemoth? Do you require my assistance?" Chapter 87. Is anger considered an abnormal state? Xiahou glanced at Xiahou Mo, explaining, "I never intended to kill him. He's quite a decent fellow, isn't that right, Hulk?" Xiahou Mo retorted, "This state of his is akin to that of a berserker, a mindless monster. Allow me to strike him down." As she spoke, she assumed an offensive stance, prompting Xiahou to intervene hastily. "Wait, Xiahou. His current strength is rather formidable." Yet, Xiahou had already launched herself forward. The moment her sword clashed with Hulk's fist, she was sent flying. Xiahou smacked his forehead in exasperation. Had this been the previous Hulk, perhaps Xiahou could have held her ground due to her magical amplification. Yet this Hulk was consumed by rage. His strength was on an entirely different level compared to the previous abomination. He thrived on sheer force. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He still had an unused world device. Surely, anger qualifies as an abnormal state, right? Perhaps he should give it a try? Acting on impulse, he dodged Hulk's impending attack and retrieved the world device, smashing it to the ground. As Hulk was enveloped in a blinding light, his eyes gradually regained clarity, and his massive form began to shrink. Xiahou mused, "Indeed, it is effective. These unreasonable artifacts are truly remarkable. It seems I must prioritize drawing consumables in the next lottery. They can prove invaluable at critical moments." He then scrutinized his oversized trousers, clicking his tongue in dissatisfaction. "They can only enlarge. They're worthless otherwise. My own abilities still reign supreme. Though I have yet to test the size alteration, the fact that they cannot be removed is already a victory." From the rubble of the house, she had inadvertently collapsed. Xiahou emerged, seething with rage. "Cursed creature, I shall slay you." She merely glanced around, but the green monster had vanished without a trace. Rushing to Xiahou's side, she inquired, "Where is that creature? I want to slay him." Xiahou observed the cracks adorning Xiaomo's armor and thought to himself that avoiding a direct confrontation with Hulk had indeed been a prudent decision. Despite Xiaomo's enhanced attributes and protective gear, she still bore the brunt of the encounter. He mused that had he faced it head-on, he would have suffered grievous injuries or perhaps even been propelled into the next day. He had not contemplated whose fault it was that Hulk had become so formidable. Xiahou pointed to the fallen fruit man on the ground and suggested to Xiahou, "He lies defeated there. Perhaps you could engage him in battle another time? He is unable to fight now." After a moment's reflection, Xiahou added, "There is a slight distinction, yet overall, they are both berserkers." As Natasha observed the conclusion of the battle, she approached with the young girl in tow. Upon seeing her, Xiahou struck a dashing pose and declared to the girl, "Your mission has been splendidly accomplished." The girl gazed at him and Xiahou with admiration, saying, "Thank you. Are you both superheroes?" Xiahou, with a sense of pride, replied, "Not at all. We are bounty hunters." He gestured toward the girl. A flicker of sadness crossed her face as she introduced herself. "My name is Sky. I have no family nor a home." Just as Xiahou was about to respond, Natasha interjected, "Sky, why do you lack family? Were you separated from them?" Sky looked at Natasha, replying, "No, I have never known my family. I grew up in a welfare facility and was later adopted, but they treated me poorly, so I wandered alone." Upon hearing this, Natasha's maternal instincts surged forth. Embracing Sky, she offered, "Would you like to live with me? I will take care of you. I have a sister who is just a few years older than you." Xiahou voiced his discontent from the sidelines. "Hey, Natasha, while I have no objection to you adopting a child, shouldn't you at least investigate this arrangement and consult my opinion first?" Natasha looked at him and asked, "So, do you intend to refuse?" Xiahou sighed, "It's up to you, but you'll have to handle it yourself." He thought to himself that the way the girl looked at him was clearly that of a little fan, and since he wouldn't be responsible for her care, he shrugged it off. Natasha turned to the girl once more, extending her invitation. "So, Sky, would you like to live with us?" After glancing at the three of them, Sky replied, "If possible, I would be willing." Her heart swelled with gratitude, having been inexplicably rescued, avenged, and generously compensated. She perceived them not as villains, but as formidable allies. Living together, she mused, could indeed bring happiness. Xiahou, after contemplating the surroundings, thought it would be wise to depart swiftly. Meanwhile, Banner, who had regained consciousness, observed the quartet as they concluded their discussion and softly asked, "Excuse me, could someone provide me with a piece of clothing?" All four turned to him, noting he was clutching a pair of pants, now reduced to a size 6S. Xiahou casually tossed a coat to him and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "So, Dr. Banner, what are your plans now? Your father-in-law is already on his way to apprehend you." Upon uttering these words, he gestured towards the helicopter that had been discreetly hovering in the distance, which was now approaching and gently descending. At the sight of it, Banner instinctively felt the urge to flee, but still managed to apologize to Xiahou and the others, saying, "I sincerely apologize for my earlier behavior. It was unintentional. Thank you for your assistance, but I believe it's time for me to make my escape." Observing the politeness of the man before him, Xiahou's earlier irritation dissipated. Perhaps the bloodied visage of Hulk was a manifestation of the mutual influence between Banner and himself. appearing intermittently. Then he asked, if you could travel anywhere, where would you choose to go? Banner looked at him in confusion, utterly bewildered by the relevance of such a question at this moment. Xiahou regarded Banner, wondering if this was truly the demeanor of someone possessing multiple doctoral degrees. Without further ado, he produced a portal and grasped Banner's hand, unceremoniously tossing him through it while declaring, since you won't speak, we shall adhere to the original narrative. He then promptly closed the door, turning his attention to an approaching elderly man and several soldiers. The old man, initially poised to assert his authority and advance slowly, hastened his pace upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the portal and Banner being thrust inside. Chapter 88. 2 Firecrackers Released. Ross approached Xiahou and the others, loudly demanding, where have you taken Banner? He is a military asset, and you all are subject to investigation. I suspect you are mutants. Xiahou observed the glaring, bloodied mark on Ross's forehead. His fingers twitched involuntarily, yet he restrained himself. Natasha grasped his arm and whispered, be careful not to overreact. We still have to live in this country. She then pulled Sky through the portal, seeing that Xiahou ignored him and allowed 2 seemingly inconsequential women to enter. Ross's expression darkened as he remarked, so, are you preparing to resist arrest? Little Emo cast a menacing glance at Ross and asked Xiahou, should we eliminate them? Xiahou raised a hand to stop her, then turned to Ross, speaking with a tone of disdain. So, the renowned General Ross, how do you plan to apprehend us? Ross signaled for his soldiers to raise their weapons, aiming them at the group. He exhaled in resignation, saying, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? I have been making an effort to play the part of a friendly participant. If things turn hostile, I alone could bring about the downfall of your nation. It merely depends on the time required. Are you willing to take that gamble? Ross scoffed. You may attempt to destroy this nation, but remember, you are merely 2 individuals possessing a modicum of special abilities. What power do you hold to obliterate this country? Upon hearing this, Xiahou addressed Little Mo, instructing, eliminate everyone except for this old man. A cruel smile graced Little Mo's face as she replied, as you command, my lord. In an instant, her figure vanished, leaving behind a series of afterimages amidst the crowd before reappearing behind Xiahou. A sudden crimson line appeared on the necks of all the soldiers, and blood gushed forth, causing them to collapse instantly. Ross was left utterly astonished. He had never encountered individuals so quick to resort to violence over mere words. Hulk was devoid of reason. Did they not fear for their nation? His voice quivered with a mix of indignation and trepidation. How dare you? Are you prepared to betray this country and turn against it? Xiahou revealed a sinister smile. Why would you presume we are Americans? Moreover, even if we were, we need not surrender ourselves, do we? Besides, I previously mentioned that I could annihilate your nation. Would you care to witness the manner of its destruction? With that, he seized Ross by the collar and lifted him up before stepping through a portal. They emerged atop a torii gate, overlooking a distant hill that housed a Japanese shrine. Xiahou turned to Ross and inquired, do you recognize this place? Ross, incredulous, replied, is this the Imperial Palace? How is that possible? How could we have arrived in Tokyo so swiftly? Xiahou, infused with excitement, responded, I wish to demonstrate the veracity of my words. He gestured toward a nearby shrine, stating, although this world differs from yours, that shrine is etched in my memory. I even researched the information of your world beforehand. Now, allow me to show you the power capable of obliterating your nation. Upon uttering these words, Xiahou snapped his fingers, and a quantum bomb, expending 5,000 units of his magical energy, descended from the sky, landing squarely at the center of the shrine. As a mushroom cloud ascended, Ross's pupils dilated in shock as he stammered, is that a nuclear bomb? Xiahou released a surge of magic to shield himself from the oncoming shockwave, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, impressive power. I senti it. I have long desired to do this. Fortunately, I can control its magnitude, not wanting to attract the ire of a certain old man. Clean and pollution-free. Speaking of which, the scenery here is rather displeasing. Perhaps I should launch another strike? At this moment, Ross was filled with regret, gazing at Xiahou with disbelief. You madman, how can you do this? Xiahou cast a glance at him before reopening the portal, and they found themselves in a vast desert. Observing the barren expanse, he proclaimed, since we've already unleashed a small one, let us now unleash a larger one. Art is an explosion. Another snap of his fingers resounded, and Ross beheld a massive bomb materialize in the air, plummeting into the distant desert. A mushroom cloud, 20 times larger than the previous one, erupted, and the shockwave approached them with swirling sands. Realizing the grave situation, Xiahou opened a portal, transporting himself and Ross 100 kilometers away. Watching the slowly dissipating mushroom cloud, Xiahou marveled, truly magnificent. I wonder what it would feel like to drop one on your White House. Ross hastily pleaded, no, I was mistaken. I can compensate. Yes, Xiahou. I will never trouble you again. Xiahou gazed at the elderly man before him and remarked, is it only when the sword of Damocles hangs above your head that you perceive your own insignificance? I rather appreciated your previous demeanor. Perhaps you could restore it? Ross, gritting his teeth, retorted, what exactly do you want? Cease these futile words meant to ridicule me. Xiahou, sensing a tinge of boredom, thought to himself that only by indulging slightly could these individuals grasp the terror of the fourth catastrophe. I merely wish to convey a truth. Do not threaten others indiscriminately. Unlike that bald fellow in Xavier S. who could effortlessly erase your kind but remains under your threats, I will only say this once. Do not provoke me. Furthermore, pray that no one seeks me out with tasks. Otherwise, you shall await your demise. Ross, with great difficulty, nodded in agreement to Xiahou's demands. His countenance darkened. None of these people exhibited any semblance of humanity. Just as the two were about to depart, Xiahou suddenly interjected, by the way, old man Ross, do not entertain thoughts of assassination. I am not so easily dispatched, and do not contemplate harming my friends, regardless of the reason, should they suffer. I shall rain destruction upon your country. Furthermore, the responsibility for repairs and restitution lies with you. Do not attribute it to me. Chapter 89, Nick and Ross. After Xiahou concluded his remarks, he stepped into the portal. Ross stared at the vanishing doorway, his eyes filled with fear and fury, intertwined with a hint of madness and avarice. Meanwhile, in Nick's office at S.H.I.E.L.D., he monitored the battle's entirety via satellite and surveillance, his fingers incessantly tapping the desk. Clint, present as well, could not resist inquiring, Director, shall we not take action? Once Clint departed, Nick dialed Ross's number, having only seen the visuals but yearning to understand their subsequent whereabouts and discussions. What brings you to me? He questioned. I wish to know where you just went and what you discussed. Why should I disclose such information? It is none of your concern. Ross replied, however, the individual you encountered has been under our surveillance for quite some time. Do you not wish to know more? Nick countered, awaiting Ross's response. He was confident that Ross would divulge information, as Xiahou was not one to be trifled with, particularly by officials like them. After a moment of silence, Ross finally said, we went to Tokyo and a desolate wasteland. He actually deployed 2 bombs with the power of nuclear weapons. One of them was even dropped in the city center. Do you understand? He threatened me. He said that if I troubled him or harmed his friends, he would bomb the United States. This man is a lunatic. Nick massaged his temples upon hearing Ross's report. So, how did you offend him? According to our records, aside from being somewhat reckless, he should not be this unhinged. Ross, rather than providing an explanation, retorted, that is of no consequence. Now, it is your turn to enlighten me about his situation. Though Nick harbored some dissatisfaction with Ross's secrecy, he nonetheless divulged certain fundamental aspects regarding Xiahou. Even without Ross's revelations, he had surmised some details. Much like them, he likely sought to exert control over Xiahou and Xiahou after witnessing their peculiar bond, but negotiations had faltered. Were it not for the pressing matters at hand, he would have attempted to dominate the two. However, with Natasha's presence in mind, he had chosen to remain aloof. It appeared Ross had paved the way for him. Upon hearing the essential information about Xiahou, Ross inquired with perplexity, he claims he cannot die, yet why are there no records on your end? You aren't concealing anything from me, are you? Nick, taken aback, responded, yet another instance of no records. No, since we began monitoring him, we have not discovered any evidence of his demise, hence our ignorance. Let us leave it at that for now. I have other matters to attend to. Subsequently, the two ended their conversation, each engrossed in contemplation of the newly acquired intelligence. Ross pondered the truth behind Xiahou's assertion of immortality, but resolved to refrain from provoking him for the time being, opting to wait until he felt more assured. Meanwhile, Nick scrutinized the document he had just retrieved from his drawer, which bore the title Avenger Project. He contemplated that he had initially intended to involve Xiahou in this scheme. However, he now felt the need to reassess, sensing that Xiahou might pose an unstable element. On the document regarding Xiahou, he inscribed extremely dangerous, observe closely, before securely storing the file back in the drawer. Concurrently, he mused on the potential for further exploits following the previous minor nuclear explosion. He pondered whether it was his ability or something else that warranted thorough investigation. At that moment, Xiahou was in high spirits, having done nothing more than accompany the elderly Ross to set off a couple of firecrackers. He was confident that this would ensure they would not trouble him again. Natasha, upon hearing this, immediately darkened, well aware of the nature of Xiahou's firecrackers, and swiftly inquired, "So, what did you blow something up?" With a smug expression, Xiahou replied, "I merely blew up a restroom in a desolate area. I've always wanted to detonate that restroom. Finally, I found the opportunity." Natasha glared at him with disapproval. "The desolate area is one thing. But which restroom are you referring to?" Realizing he could not evade her scrutiny, Xiahou reluctantly admitted, "It's the one at that place where life is quite pleasant. Didn't they establish a shrine there to honor war criminals from World War II? I took the liberty to blow it up during my visit." Upon learning that it was indeed the shrine dedicated to the war criminals, Natasha's tension eased, and she felt reassured that all was well. Observing Natasha's readiness to overlook his antics, Xiahou prepared to lounge on the couch for a while. He noticed the girl, with her bright and penetrating gaze fixed on him, and felt a twinge of helplessness. "So, Natasha, are you truly considering adopting this girl? By the way, your name is Sky. Isn't it? It sounds rather familiar. How old are you?" He inquired halfway through, directing his question at Sky. Sky, hearing Xiahou's question, darted to his side and exclaimed, "I chose that name myself. I'm about to turn 15, and I'm very easy to take care of. Please don't send me away." Upon concluding her words, she directed a pitiable expression toward Xiahou, as if to convey, "Should you refuse, I shall weep before you instantly." Natasha chimed in, "Indeed, I find her quite endearing. Moreover, she could accompany Yelena and Xiahou. How splendid that would be." "Sky, do not take offense. Xiahou is simply like that. She is genuinely easy to get along with." Natasha hastily elucidated to Sky, fearing any misunderstanding. Xiahou scoffed and exited the office without a word. Observing Natasha's demeanor, Xiahou recognized her genuine affection for the girl and relented, saying, "Very well. I agree. But you must take care of her. I am not fond of babysitting." Upon hearing Xiahou's acquiescence, Sky immediately embraced him, exclaiming, "Rest assured, brother Xiahou, I am exceedingly well behaved." Following this, she planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving Xiahou somewhat embarrassed. Natasha teased, "It appears that Sky has taken quite a liking to you. So, shall we assign you the task of caring for her?" Sky's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at Xiahou, wishing for his approval. Xiahou shook his head in refusal, stating, "No, spare me. I just had a tussle with Hulk and the others. I'm utterly exhausted and need to take a nap. You entertain this girl yourself." Chapter 90, Tony and Clint. Xiahou slept until the evening, roused by a cacophony of sounds. Bewildered, he rose to investigate. The office seemed to have become somewhat crowded. Tony was engaged in conversation with Sky, while Xiahou discussed new skills learned that day with Pepper and Natasha, and Happy was absorbed in his gaming console. Notably, a new face had appeared, Hawkeye Clint, who was merrily chatting with Yelena, bow in hand, seemingly imparting archery wisdom to her. Xiahou shook his head, wondering if he had awoken too abruptly. Why were there so many people? Upon noticing Xiahou's awakening, Tony quipped, "It appears our sleeping beauty has finally roused." Xiahou instinctively queried, "So, who is the prince that awakened me?" "No, it should be princess. I have no desire to be kissed by a man. Especially not by you, you colossal nuisance." A mischievous smile crept across Tony's face. "You might be disappointed. I believe it was Adrian who bestowed that kiss upon you." Their banter amused the onlookers. "Why have you all suddenly come to seek me out? Were you not preoccupied with your armor research?" Xiahou inquired, rising to join Tony. "Mainly due to the commotion someone caused today, which was rather significant. I had to come and see what had transpired with my friend," Tony replied, producing a mobile phone that projected the scenes from Xiahou and the others' battle earlier that day. He pointed at Hulk, asking, "Is this Banner? He seems a tad uncontrollable. Will he truly become my ally, as you suggested? And where have you stashed him? He's managing. With time, he will learn to control it. However, I've altered a few things. Perhaps I should have a chat with him," Xiahou began, only to suddenly recall that Natasha would not be engaging with Hulk and Banner. The ramifications of his actions seemed rather substantial. How should we handle the situation with Banner and Hulk? Tony, with a more serious demeanor, inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" Turning to Sky, who was eavesdropping nearby, he added with a smile, "All right, Sky, I need to discuss some adult matters with this gentleman. Would you mind spending some time with Pepper?" Initially reluctant, Sky relented upon observing the two men, responding, "Understood, Uncle Tony." "Brother Xiahou." Tony's smile broadened with delight. Xiahou, unable to resist a tease, remarked, "So, the illustrious playboy. What's going on? Don't tell me you're planning to make a move on the little girl. If that's the case, I'll ensure you're cut into 8 pieces." Tony, taken aback, retorted, "What are you talking about? How could I even entertain such thoughts? I simply found myself instinctively caring for these lovely girls upon learning that I would have a daughter in the future. And she is obedient and well-behaved, isn't she? Will my daughter, when she reaches her age, be just like her?" Moreover, she is remarkably intelligent, particularly with computers. Do you know? When I spoke with her earlier, she was almost at my college level. I had asked her about it, but she preferred to be with you all instead. So, how did you come by this girl? As he spoke, a hint of displeasure crept into his tone. After all, he was Tony Stark, one of the wealthiest individuals in America, and soon to become even wealthier. Xiahou, eager to shift the topic, remarked, I don't understand why I am surrounded by women and girls here. It feels rather skewed. He pressed, so, what exactly did you wish to discuss? Speak quickly, or I shall take my leave. In response, Tony pulled him aside, away from the crowd, and asked, aside from battling with Hulk today, you also ventured to the island in Alaska, did you not? Xiahou readily admitted, yes, what is your point? Are you attempting to advocate for the people of the island? Or do you plan to apprehend me? Tony shook his head. I merely hope you refrain from harming innocent civilians. Furthermore, I will negotiate with the military on your behalf. Xiahou scoffed, those people do not intimidate me. Had it not been for Natasha, I would have sent them straight to the White House. You may not fear them, but consider Natasha, Yelena, and Sky. Are you prepared to have them wander with you, becoming fugitives? Tony remarked, glancing at Natasha and the others. Xiahou followed his gaze and replied coldly, enough. I am fully aware. As long as they do not provoke me, I would be quite content to lead a tranquil life. Clint, having noticed Tony's conversation had concluded, approached Xiahou. Upon reaching him, he extended his hand, introducing himself, Clint Barton, a friend of little Natasha. Klinguab dusmisibly. No. I am merely here to handle some tasks, and took the opportunity to check in on Natasha and meet you. Thank you for allowing her to live the life she desires. Pausing momentarily, he continued, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. The director simply wishes to protect everyone. Xiahou interrupted his subsequent words, saying, all right, you're welcome to get to know me and meet Natasha anytime. As for the boiled egg, there's no need to mention him. He is far from a good person, with cunning as abundant as a beehive and a heart as dark as night. It's best I keep my distance from him. Otherwise, if he schemes against me, I fear I might be unable to restrain myself from ending him. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Xiahou, reminiscent of one observing a naive youth, adding, I sincerely hope you can take good care of them. Upon seeing the look in his eyes, Xiahou instantly realized the misunderstanding and quickly clarified, wait, it seems you have misinterpreted something. My relationship with them is purely platonic. Do not regard me with such eyes. Be careful, or I might just give you a black eye. He raised his fist as a gesture of warning. Clint paused momentarily, contemplating whether he might have indeed misread the situation. However, Natasha had consistently spoken of Xiahou during their conversations, sharing her happiness in a manner reminiscent of family discussions. Was it merely a one-sided affection from her? If so, he ought to have a serious conversation with her. Chapter 91. Xiahou. Have I become a peacock? Is that truly how you perceive it? Clint saw confirmation once more. He mused silently. Even if I wished it, I lack the capacity. My abilities have been sealed. After all, observing Xiahou's seemingly sincere expression, Clint reluctantly accepted his explanation, stating, all right, it seems I'm misunderstood. I shall speak with Natasha. With that, he made his way over to Natasha. Xiahou watched Clint depart, exhaling a quiet sigh before regaining his composure and inquiring of the group. So, are you all planning to gather here today? Tony teased. You wouldn't refuse us, would you? Surely not. I am your most valued patron, after all. You let me stay for free for several days. The thought of retaliating against him crossed Xiahou's mind, but upon reflection, there was some truth to it. So he replied, very well. I'll order takeout. What would you like to eat? Pepper, holding on to Xiaoma's hand, interjected, no need for that. I brought plenty of ingredients. Today, let Xiaoma and I take charge, all right, Xiaoma? Eager for others to critique his culinary skills, Xiaoma readily agreed. Xiahou and the others refrained from further discussion. Natasha had initially intended to join, but was halted by Clint. Natasha, I wish to speak with you, he said, guiding her to a secluded corner. With a hint of confusion, Natasha asked, Clint, what do you wish to discuss? Clint glanced at Xiahou and Yelena, who were engrossed in a game with Happy, and noticed they were oblivious to their conversation. Lowering his voice, he said, I just inquired with Xiahou. He claims he regards you all as family and harbors no such intentions towards you. You understand what I mean, correct? Unbeknownst to him, Xiahou's ears perked up at the mention. Natasha's expression darkened as she instantly comprehended, responding in a hushed tone, why would you suddenly bring this up? And you actually asked Xiahou about this? I assure you, I harbor no such feelings for him. I merely regard him as a brother and family. So why do you both harbor such misunderstandings? Clint's face flushed. Did this imply that neither of them had any romantic intentions and that he had misconstrued the situation? How awkward. Meanwhile, Xiahou, who had been eavesdropping, curled his toes in embarrassment. He desperately wished to retreat to a secluded place. Hence, had he been the one to entertain illusions? That shouldn't be the case. Why hadn't she been captivated by him? Had he transformed into a peacock for nothing? Natasha gazed at Clint and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "No, I shall assist in the kitchen. I fear that little Mo might wreak havoc there." Clint hastily shook his head. All he desired was a quiet spot, feeling as if he had lost face over the past year. Xiahou shared a similar sentiment, distractedly pondering why Natasha did not harbor feelings for him. Well, he simply was not fond of gaming and busied himself on his phone, continuing to design his armor. Dinner passed amidst the awkwardness of the two men and the cheerful ambience of others. As Tony departed, he specifically addressed Sky, saying, "Sky, you possess remarkable talent. Tomorrow, I shall gift you the finest laptop. Should you have any questions, you may contact me directly through it." Pepper, by his side, wore a gentle smile, for Tony had grown increasingly tenderhearted. Upon hearing that Tony intended to present her with a computer, Sky first glanced at Xiahou and Natasha. Upon seeing them nod in encouragement, she promptly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Tony. I will cherish it. No need. If it breaks, I shall simply replace it. Your Uncle Tony is one of the wealthiest individuals in America, and soon, the one will be omitted," Tony proclaimed boastfully. Pepper affectionately ruffled Sky's hair. "Don't heed his nonsense. Have you truly considered living with us? We can take good care of you." Sky shook her head in refusal, wrapping her arms around Natasha's. "No, I wish to stay with Natasha and Xiahou. Thank you for your kindness." Natasha, upon hearing this, immediately embraced her, finding her far more agreeable than Yelena. Xiahou quipped, "All right, Tony, stop plotting to lure children to my place. If you want a child of your own, I believe Pepper would be quite willing to cooperate." Tony's expression shifted with intrigue. However, Pepper, slightly flustered, quickly said, "We must take our leave. Farewell." She then called Happy, and they drove away. Natasha instructed Sky to enter first and turned to Xiahou, saying, "Now that we are alone, I believe we should discuss what transpired before." Xiahou feigned ignorance. What happened before? Hulk, perhaps? Natasha remained silent, fixing her gaze upon him. Reluctantly, Xiahou raised his hands in surrender. "All right, I was the one being overly sentimental. However, I was frightened by others." Natasha, curious, asked, "May I know what occurred?" Xiahou recounted Abigail's incident, omitting her name. "So, you refrained from seeking a girlfriend out of fear of hurting others?" Natasha's eyes reflected a hint of sympathy for Xiahou. Xiahou, with a tone of melancholy, remarked, "Indeed, I cannot bestow happiness upon others. Are you suggesting that I should fulfill their dreams with my own hands?" Upon hearing this, Natasha unleashed her ultimate technique, executing a 360-degree strike aimed at Xiahou's waist. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder what it was about him that had captured her attention. How could someone with such a disposition be favored? Was she truly blind to his flaws? Xiahou feigned agony, and though Natasha could see through his act, she ultimately released him. She inquired, "Is there truly no solution?" Xiahou replied succinctly, "I do not know. However, until I find a resolution, I shall not seek a girlfriend, unless I master teacher Kato's secret technique." Instead of retaliating, Natasha offered words of consolation. "I am quite similar to you. I have had my uterus removed, rendering me incomplete as well." After speaking, her expression dimmed considerably. Upon hearing this, Xiahou suddenly recalled his magical beans, which seemed capable of restoring severed limbs. Perhaps they could also regenerate her uterus? Chapter 92. The Wayward Tony. Since the thought had crossed his mind, he felt compelled to test it. He produced a green bean and said, "This is a magical bean capable of regrowing limbs. It may assist in your restoration. Would you like to give it a try?" Natasha gazed intently at the bean in his hand, yet hesitated. "This must be quite precious, right? Wouldn't it be a waste to use it on me?" In his hand, 2 more beans appeared as he offered her all 3, declaring, "They aren't that precious. They serve no purpose for me. If I can defeat an opponent, I have no need for them. If I cannot, they would be of no use anyway. Besides, I can be revived. Little Mo and I are bound together, so they are unnecessary for me. I had intended to give them to you before, but simply forgot. Here, take them. As you said, we are family." Natasha, holding the 3 beans, felt her eyes welling with tears. After quietly storing them away, she flashed Xiahou a radiant smile. "You are right. We are family." She then embraced him. Xiahou, taken aback by the sudden hug, paused momentarily before a smile crept onto his face, and he gently patted her back. "All right, let us not get too sentimental. I don't understand why you foreigners are so fond of hugging." Natasha released him and replied, "Because it signifies the closeness of family." Xiahou suddenly declared, "While I accept this, I am the eldest in this family. I am certainly not a younger brother. He had not forgotten overhearing Natasha refer to him as a brother. There was no way he could possibly be the younger sibling. Absolutely not. Natasha burst into laughter, teasingly responding, yes, you're the big shot, all right. Xiahou then recalled that the magical beans were only effective when one had an injury. Once healed, they would merely satiate hunger. And if this does not work, do not lose heart. I may acquire other items or skills in the future that will surely cure you. Natasha smiled indulgently, saying, understood, but I won't be using them just yet. I have yet to encounter someone who captures my affection. For now, I am not inclined to experience the nuances of familial bonds. As Xiahou spoke, he offered reverence to the esteemed figure, and his feelings for this younger brother deepened. Although Xiahou's demeanor is somewhat whimsical, and he tends to be indifferent towards those he dislikes or unfamiliar faces, he exhibits unexpected warmth and tolerance towards those he acknowledges. Furthermore, she senses his solitude, often finding him lost in thought, seated alone. Thus, several days passed in tranquil repose. On one such day, while Xiahou was engrossed in a game with Sky, they were abruptly interrupted by Natasha. She drew Xiahou to the front desk computer, pointing at a news article, and exclaimed, "Take a look at this. Is it not true that Tony has fashioned a suit of armor?" The news depicted a suit of armor, adorned in hues of crimson and gold, mercilessly vanquishing terrorists. Though remnants of the Mark series could still be discerned, significant alterations were evident. The contours were no longer as smooth as portrayed in the films. Instead, it bore striking similarities to Xiaomo's suit, appearing more robust. Aside from retaining the distinctive shape of his face, the reactor at the chest remained unchanged. Xiahou quipped to Natasha, "It must be him, otherwise I cannot fathom who else would be so enamored with that grotesque mask." Natasha concurred. Indeed, it pales in comparison to Xiaomo's armor. But why is he in Afghanistan? After a moment's contemplation, Xiahou replied, "It is likely that Insun sought him out, or perhaps he sought Insun. He previously mentioned wanting to establish a charitable organization with Insun. These terrorists have clearly stumbled into a perilous situation. How unfortunate." At that moment, Tony abruptly removed the battle skirt from his waist, which transformed into a colossal sword. He brandished the sword and charged at a tank, cleaving it in two with ease. Xiahou was left utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What in the world is this? A colossal, sword-wielding Iron Man? Are you jesting? What about your repulsor rays and various missiles? This cannot be real." Yet Natasha watched with rapt attention, and Sky, appearing behind them at some point, gazed at the screen with a spark of excitement in his eyes. Xiahou slapped his forehead in disbelief. The plot had taken a bewildering turn. After witnessing Tony obliterate the remaining terrorists and ascend into the sky, he could hardly wait to call Tony. After a brief wait, Tony answered the call, his voice somewhat breathless, as if he had just engaged in vigorous activity. "Xiahou, what brings you to contact me?" he inquired with urgency. Xiahou retorted, "I merely wish to ask whether you consulted Xiahou before emulating her. Be wary. She may very well dismantle your armor. Did you witness that?" Tony responded, a hint of confusion in his tone, quickly replaced by pride. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? I have been designing it for quite some time, particularly my sword, which boasts a modular composition and incorporates a hint of adamantium." Xiahou, now curious, queried, "Adamantium? How did you come by such a material? Why should I not possess such a thing?" Tony replied confidently, "Please, I was once the world's largest weapons developer. How could I possibly lack the synthesis formula for such materials?" As Xiahou pondered, it dawned on him. In a world where mutants exist, it is hardly surprising that Tony knows the formula for adamantium. He had simply forgotten, having never encountered it before. "Well, you are impressive. However, I still wish to ask, why do you favor close combat? What about your palm cannon and all your various high-tech weaponry? How did you develop such a suit of armor?" Tony, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, replied, "Do you not perceive that close combat embodies a man's romance? The thrill of striking with one's fists, the exhilaration of wielding a colossal sword. Once experienced, it becomes addictive." Xiahou retorted sharply, "Romance my foot with your feeble physical prowess. Encountering someone slightly stronger would result in your armor being dismantled and you being killed. Do you understand? Impossible. My armor has been fully integrated, incorporating a small amount of adamantium. Even against the Hulk you previously encountered, I cannot claim victory, but I could certainly withstand him for a while," Tony declared, his expression brimming with pride. This assertion was based on calculations performed by Jarvis. Although not entirely composed of adamantium, its defensive capabilities were, without a doubt, formidable. If only there were more vibranium, he would be ready to confront the Hulk head-on. Xiahou suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. "Am I the reckless one, or is it you?" Unexpectedly, Tony appeared at the office door just 2 hours later. Upon entering, the armor opened from the front, allowing him to step out, after which it automatically reverted to its original form. Xiahou was genuinely astonished by this spectacle, regardless of its appearance. Such a method of donning armor seemed to have emerged only after the Mark VII. Observing the smug Tony, Xiahou quipped, "Is this the reason for your shift to close combat? Aside from being slightly stronger in one-on-one battles, you are utterly lacking in remote group combat." Tony scoffed. "Who said this is a closed combat suit? By the way, this is the two Malawian Quatch's night. According to your notion of the future, it is utterly absurd that I have been crafting armor from titanium alloys. I possess far superior materials, such as adamantium, although not the original version. Its hardness and strength far exceed that of titanium alloys. I can hardly fathom why I ever did that. Furthermore, who told you that the knight lacks remote combat capabilities?" As he spoke, he maneuvered the armor to reveal various concealed micromissiles beneath the shoulder plates, and a significant portion of the armor opened to expose an array of unknown weapons. With a gleeful demeanor, he continued, "Do you not understand why I designed the armor to be so robust? Knowing an alien invasion was imminent, I specifically engineered it to function as a war machine. It is equipped with an arsenal of weapons, ready for a large-scale conflict. So do not question me with your barren intellect. I am the most brilliant mind in this world." As Xiahou gazed at the knight armor, he found himself utterly bewildered. Is this even real? It felt as though he had stumbled into a counterfeit Marvel universe. Tony gazed at the utterly astonished Xiahou, a smile of delight spreading across his face. He continued, "Moreover, the modifications I made are far more extensive. With a deft maneuver, the armor levitated effortlessly, devoid of any engine propulsion. I studied your arbitrary manipulator and gleaned the principles of anti-gravity technology. I've integrated that as well. Consequently, its maneuverability has been significantly enhanced." As he spoke, Tony pointed to the palm of the armor and elaborated, "I have amplified the power of the propulsion device originally designed for the palm, enabling it to concentrate a far more formidable attack. Simultaneously, I relocated the thrusters to the back." As he spoke, the armor turned to reveal 6 jet ports on its back, and its thrust is unparalleled. Hundreds of tons of force is merely its baseline. Under extreme conditions, it can exert even double that. How do you like that? Do you now comprehend my greatness, you thoughtless brute? Upon finishing, Tony wore a mocking grin, his eyes shimmering with superiority. Xiahou, left with no means to refute, opted for a more direct approach. He seized Tony by the shoulders and lifted him, saying, "I concede. Your armor is impressive, but let us not forget, you stand before me unarmored." He flashed a wicked smile. "What audacity you possess to mock me in your vulnerable state. Are you channeling Liang Jingru?" Tony's expression faltered, realizing his blunder. He had called him a brute and forgotten that fact. He awkwardly chuckled. "Is it too late for me to apologize? What do you think?" Xiahou replied, applying just enough pressure to elicit a grimace from Tony. "Wait," he exclaimed, hastily attempting to stop Xiahou from exerting further force. "Did I not promise to craft you armor? If I am injured, I cannot fulfill that promise." Xiahou, initially jesting, relaxed his grip upon hearing this and smoothed out Tony's wrinkled clothes with a beaming smile. "I was merely joking. Come, let us sit and chat." He promptly pulled Tony to the sofa, eagerly producing drinks and snacks to set upon the coffee table. Tony, observing Xiahou's sudden shift in demeanor, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Truly, he was capricious. Xiahou, undeterred by Tony's thoughts, proceeded to present his requests. "I don't mind whether you use adamantine alloy or not. Just change it to a golden hue. The defense is irrelevant. It simply needs to look impressive. Have you ever seen Saint Seiya?" Upon witnessing Tony shake his head, he quickly sketched the Virgo cloth from memory, stating, "Construct it according to this design, and be sure to add wings. And don't forget the cape. A cape is essential for completeness." Tony swiftly interrupted him, bemused at the absurdity of his wishes. Alas, having voiced his intentions, there was little choice but to acquiesce. "All right, no more requests. If you keep this up, I might just walk away. Besides, this design appears utterly impractical." Xiahou retorted, "What do you know? This is the Virgo gold cloth, the armor of the man closest to divinity. It cannot be useless. If it is, that is your fault." Tony regretted showcasing his armor here. What a nonsensical situation. Is this madness? Well, I understand. I shall endeavor to assist you in its creation. There is no need for me to linger here. With that, he stood up and headed straight for the armor without even taking a sip of water. He had no desire to remain for even a minute longer. He feared his intellect might diminish in this place. After donning the armor, he soared towards his villa. Xiahou was still shouting at the door. "Remember, you must construct it according to the images I provided. Otherwise, I shall not accept it." Yet, Tony had no intention of acknowledging him. Having already become a mere speck in the distance, he was determined to shift the world's peculiar aesthetic, which favored only skin-tight attire. Lost in thought, he sank into the sofa and erupted into raucous laughter, resembling a complete fool. In the midst of his mirth, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Chapter 94. Nick's Arrangements and the Sacred Garment. In the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in the director's office, Nick was listening to Clint and Coulson report the situation. Clint placed the documents he held before Nick, stating, "I've been tracking Alexander Pierce for quite some time, and I have discovered that his close associates include Crossbones and Sitwell. It is almost certain that over half of the lower-tier agents are Hydra operatives. Currently, we can only confirm a select few of our own, but Xiahou's intelligence can be validated as genuine." After Clint finished his report, Coulson produced another document and handed it to Nick. He suppressed his excitement and said, "Director, this is Captain's medical examination report. He is in good health and should regain consciousness soon." Upon hearing this, a plan suddenly formed in Nick's mind. He had been troubled about how to deal with Hydra, and now the best candidate had practically presented himself. Once Hydra was dealt with, he would turn his attention to the Skrulls. He instructed the two men, "You may leave for now. Refrain from unnecessary actions to avoid alerting the enemy. Coulson, keep a close watch on the captain." Coulson promptly replied, "Understood, Director. I will keep a vigilant eye on the captain." With that, he and Hawkeye exited the office. After their departure, Nick once again examined the Avengers Initiative document. He scrutinized its contents, which included mutants like Storm and Wolverine, alongside Tony and Banner. Even Johnny had a file dedicated to him, albeit marked as highly uncontrollable. In Tony's workshop, he gazed at the armor crafted per Xiahou's specifications. Suddenly, he pondered whether he should create a similar suit for himself. While it might be somewhat impractical, it was undeniably impressive. After a moment's reflection, he decided against that notion. However, the wings inspired him. Perhaps he could incorporate some external devices into his MK series to enhance its firepower. He instructed Jarvis to record this idea before reaching out to Xiahou. In his disheveled office, Xiahou hurriedly answered Tony's call. "Tony, is my sacred garment ready? Or could it be that I have business to discuss with you?" Tony pondered for a moment and acknowledged, "Indeed, the armor is ready. Would you prefer that I arrange for it to be delivered to you, or shall you come and retrieve it yourself?" However, before he could finish his sentence, a wooden door appeared in the workspace, and Xiahou stepped through it. Upon entering, Xiahou began to survey the room, and upon noticing the armor displayed nearby, he rushed over to it. He caressed the suit, which exuded an air of opulence. Eagerly, he inquired, "How do I wear this?" Tony had intended to provide an introduction, but observing Xiahou's eagerness, he decided against it and replied, "Simply turn your back to it and lean in. It will automatically equip you." Following this instruction, Xiahou spun around and leaned against the armor. As it detected his presence, the suit unfurled and enveloped him, making necessary adjustments to fit his physique perfectly. Once fully adorned, Xiahou hurried to the large glass panel, utilizing the reflection to admire his new appearance. Though his face remained unremarkable, the armor bestowed upon him an air of sanctity. Particularly, the wings on his back, resembling a halo, imbued him with an ethereal quality. Satisfied with his new look, he suddenly felt as though something was amiss. A realization struck him, and with a clap of his hands, he opened the system shop, locating a golden waist-length wig. He expended 100 energy points to procure it, donning it atop his head. Gazing at his reflection in the glass, a smile of satisfaction emerged. "This is it, perfectly replicating Saga." Tony watched Xiahou's peculiar antics with bemusement, silently questioning his intentions. He noticed Xiahou regarding him with an expression of bewilderment. Suddenly, Xiahou's face flushed. Was his disguise a failure? How embarrassing. Seeing him regain composure, Tony teased, "Are you performing in a stage play? What about the plot? Don't tell me this is the grand finale?" Xiahou grew increasingly awkward, uncertainly asking, "So, you truly have never watched Saint Seiya?" "Never. But if it's all like you, I can't say I'm inclined to watch," Tony replied, his expression one of disdain. "Don't let me acquire a little cosmos, or I shall show you what it means to ignite my small universe." He finished with a dramatic toss of his head, signaling his annoyance, choosing to ignore Tony for the moment. "So, are you throwing a tantrum now? Do you need Uncle Tony to buy you a toy to cheer you up?" Tony continued to jest. Tony then interjected, "Hold on. I believe I ought to provide you with an overview of this armor and discuss a few matters with you." After Xiahou settled into a chair beside him, he gestured for Tony to commence his explanation. Tony, without hesitation, began, "Let's first discuss this suit of armor. Although you mentioned not to worry about defense, I have still incorporated some adamantium alloy. Since there is no visor display, I have installed a brainwave sensor within the helmet to assist you in activating certain functions. Regarding the anti-gravity system and flight propulsion control, I have installed 2 of the latest arc reactors within the wings, providing sufficient energy for a year of normal operation. As per your request, no weapons have been added. However, it will still enhance your strength, much like my knight armor. Chapter 95. The first encounter with the Fantastic Four. After Tony provided a general overview, Xiahou acknowledged his understanding. Tony, somewhat conflicted, expressed his desire for intelligence on Hydra. Previously, he mentioned that there were many of their agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., and he sought specifics on their identities and the location of their base. He felt a tinge of embarrassment when voicing this, as he had initially turned down Xiahou's offer to help. However, it was not entirely his fault. Hydra operatives were exceptionally adept at concealment, and lacking evidence made it challenging to apprehend anyone, especially considering the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Xiahou had mentioned. From his investigations, Tony learned that this Alexander Pierce was now a member of the council. Without evidence, rashly attempting to capture him could lead to significant complications, so he found himself relying on Xiahou for assistance. Tony was overwhelmed, contemplating various scenarios, prepared for substantial losses. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for Xiahou's response, which was a casual admission of forgetfulness. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, a desire for obliteration, as he realized he did not relish engaging with these imbeciles, as they lowered his standards. Observing Tony's reaction, Xiahou hastily added, "There is no need for you to rush in searching for them. Hasn't T. Black Egg already begun the investigation? Why not wait for his results instead?" Tony resigned, nodded in agreement, and then issued a dismissal to Xiahou, stating, "All right, there's nothing more for you to do now. You may leave. I need to continue my research, so do not disturb me." Xiahou retorted, "What a heartless man. When you need something, you call me sweetheart, but when you're busy, it's Mrs. Cow." Tony couldn't help but shout, "Get out! Leave my workspace." Having sufficiently annoyed Tony, Xiahou left, thoroughly satisfied. Adorned in his newly acquired armor, he soared through the skies, relishing the exhilarating experience of flight, which was far more comfortable than his previous experiences with a large sword. With the support of the anti-gravity system and the winged thrusters, his speed rapidly exceeded Mach 3. However, without the protection of a helmet, the wind pressure was somewhat uncomfortable. His body had already become exceptionally strong, possessing hundreds of times the strength of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to fly at such velocity. He eased his speed slightly, gliding gracefully above New York. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and military personnel noticed him, but before they could react, they received a notification from J.A.R.V.I.S. It turned out that Tony, aware of Xiahou's erratic flight over New York, had instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to inform the military in S.H.I.E.L.D. that he was testing a new flying apparatus. He genuinely feared that individuals from either organization might provoke Xiahou, potentially leading to chaos in New York or at the White House. Thus, he felt compelled to provide cover for him. After all, in America, privilege belongs to those with wealth and power. Suddenly, Xiahou spotted a commotion below on the Brooklyn Bridge, where a car accident had unfolded. He hastily descended, initially intending to lend a hand, but upon witnessing the stone figure at the scene, he momentarily suppressed that thought, opting instead to observe the spectacle. Perched upon a steel beam of the bridge, he gazed down at the unfolding drama, where a multitude of vehicles had collided due to the presence of the stone figure. A throng of police officers faced off against him, and as Xiahou recognized the stone figure, he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Is that the Fantastic Four? Could this world possibly be the parallel universe Wanda visited in Doctor Strange 2? Does that mean Black Bolt is also here?" Meanwhile, a blonde woman in the crowd suddenly turned invisible, her clothing remaining visible as she began to disrobe. Xiahou, observing from above, instantly took notice, and instinctively pulled out his camera, snapping pictures incessantly. Just as the woman was left in her lingerie, she reappeared, drawing gasps and whistles from the captivated onlookers. While continuing to snap photos, Xiahou joined the crowd in whistling, showering praise upon the woman who was boldly performing a lingerie show. Reed, witnessing Susan's sudden visibility, exclaimed, "Wow, it seems you've been working out." Flushed with embarrassment, Susan retorted, "Shut up," hastily picking up her discarded outer garment to shield her body, and added, "Why don't you take off your clothes and let hundreds of people stare at you?" In a fit of emotion, she became invisible again. Reed, noticing this, called out her name to interrupt her, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the spot where she had vanished. Upon seeing Reed's expression, Susan glanced down to find herself invisible once more. She tossed aside her coat and removed the remainder of her lingerie. "Jonathan, unable to contain himself at the unfolding farce. Remarked to Reed, "I feel like I should seek a therapist. This is too awkward." Nevertheless, he did not forget to help his sister gather her discarded clothes. Reed promptly led them to an abandoned RV, a refuge from prying eyes, where Susan could change. Xiahou, seated on the bridge, relished the scene, finding it utterly amusing. He also took a moment to review the images captured on his camera, thinking to himself that yet another superhero scandal was in his grasp, while also admiring the woman's physique. Once Susan had dressed, the trio began their search for the elusive stone figure Ben. At that moment, an oxygen tank unexpectedly exploded, with a little girl in a red dress nearby, the spreading flames threatening to engulf her. Jonathan rushed over, scooping the girl into his arms and shielding her with his back from the inferno. The explosion of the oxygen tank triggered a chain reaction, causing surrounding damaged vehicles to detonate, flames surging toward the crowd. Observing the approaching fire, Susan activated her force field, enveloping and containing the flames to protect the onlookers in her vicinity. Yet on the other side, no one stood in the way as vehicles hurled by the explosion directly crashed into the rapidly approaching fire truck. The driver of the fire truck, in a desperate attempt to evade the impending disaster, yanked the steering wheel violently, causing the vehicle to tilt sideways. Half of its body and rear smashed through the guardrail, beginning a slow descent off the bridge. At that moment, Xiahou, with a lollipop in his mouth, continued to capture the unfolding scene below, exclaiming, "This is death's arrival." Marvel style? What a coincidence. If someone claims this wasn't designed, I wouldn't believe it. Upon noticing the front of the fire truck lifting, he rushed forward to grasp it, attempting to mitigate its fall. Reed and his companions, having confirmed that no further explosions were imminent, hurried over to lend their assistance. Chapter 96. You want to take responsibility. Will you? Though he managed to stabilize the vehicle, the control lever of the aerial ladder suddenly snapped. The firefighter, poised to rescue his comrades, plummeted alongside the ladder. Reed secured his lower body to the bridge's structure, extending his upper body downward to embrace the falling firefighter. Witnessing this, Xiahou couldn't help but narrate, "Goma Goma no." Holding the girl, Jonathan, initially hesitating whether to assist, glanced upward upon hearing Xiahou's words, spotting the golden-clad figure of Xiahou, his camera incessantly clicking. However, Xiahou abruptly retracted his camera and leaped down towards the bridge below. It turned out that as Reed was retracting the firefighter towards the bridge, another firefighter had also fallen, and by the time Reed attempted to reach for him, it was already too late. Seeing this, Xiahou felt compelled to intervene. He held great respect for firefighters, who dedicated their lives to saving others. With the aid of his battle armor, he swiftly caught up to the firefighter, seizing his foot and hoisting him upwards towards the bridge. Upon reaching the fire truck's underside, he lent an additional push to help elevate it onto the bridge. Suddenly, the burden that had weighed heavily on Ben's hands lightened considerably. He quickly grasped the bumper and pulled the fire truck onto the bridge until it was completely secured. Xiahou soared up alongside him, gently placing the rescued firefighter on the ground. Reed and the onlookers, including bystanders and police officers, soon gathered around, applauding their heroic efforts and occasionally erupting in cheers. Reed and his companions intended to introduce themselves to the stranger who had assisted in the rescue. Reed extended his hand toward Xiahou, saying, "I am Reed Richards. Thank you for your help." Xiahou declined the handshake, merely responding, "No need for a handshake. I fear you might betray me. My name is Xiahou." Jonathan stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Xiahou's shoulder, introducing himself. "I am Jonathan Johnstone. You can call me Jonathan. This is my sister, Susan Stone." He pointed to Susan, then gestured towards Ben. "This rocky fellow is Ben Grimm." After the introductions, he admired Xiahou's armor, exclaiming, "Xiahou, your armor is truly magnificent." At first glance, one could easily discern great wealth. Are you a superhuman as well? Or is it merely the function of your armor? He quickly added, "Please don't take offense. I am not prying into your secrets, merely curious. Do you know? We have also acquired superpowers. I can transform into a being of fire and conjure flames." As he spoke, he concentrated a sphere of fire in his palm, and without waiting for Reed and the others to respond, he began to introduce their abilities. Reed has the ability to stretch his body like rubber, able to elongate any part of him. While speaking, he tugged at Reed's arm to demonstrate to Xiahou, "My sister can become invisible and generate force fields. She can also transform into a stone being, greatly enhancing her strength. What about your abilities?" After asking, Jonathan fixed his gaze intently on Xiahou, which could be considered a bold move, as he had already revealed so much. Surely, Xiahou could not remain silent. Therefore, Reed and the others did not intervene. Xiahou had never made much effort to conceal his powers, Although Jonathan had not mentioned it, he remembered them well. However, since the question had been posed, he felt no inclination to withhold his answer. I possess the ability of infinite resurrection, and the ability to fly is an additional feature of my armor, custom-made by Tony. As Xiahou spoke, he began to showcase his armor from various angles. The four were taken aback by Xiahou's powers, and Jonathan asked, "Infinite resurrection? Is it the kind I'm thinking of?" "It should be. In essence, I cannot die at all. I've committed suicide hundreds of times. But why is no one interested in my incredibly stylish armor?" Xiahou exhibited a nonchalant attitude towards death, focusing instead on flaunting his armor. At that moment, Susan could no longer contain her curiosity. "Why would you commit suicide? Hundreds of times?" Reed and Jonathan were also intrigued by this question. Who would take their own life for no reason? "There is no reason. I was simply bored, so I committed suicide. It doesn't really matter. By the way, don't you want to know the name of my armor?" Xiahou still preferred to boast about his armor. The four were stunned by his reasoning. Surely, this person is not quite normal to have committed suicide hundreds of times out of boredom. Noticing Xiahou's continued focus on his armor, Jonathan asked, "So, what is its name?" Xiahou finally seized the opportunity to boast, eagerly beginning his introduction. "This is Balabala. What do you think? Isn't it cool?" The four nodded in agreement, while Reed expressed interest in the anti-gravity device and inquired, "So, Tony Stark has already developed an anti-gravity device? Do you know the principle behind it?" "I don't know. You should just ask him. Who would bother studying such trivial matters? By the way, do you know him?" After Xiahou spoke, he felt a flicker of curiosity. Although the plot seemed to diverge from his expectations, these individuals resembled the actors he had seen in his memories, and he had not encountered any super specimen beings or items from the comics. Reed, somewhat disappointed, said, "Then I guess I will have to seek out Stark for discussion. By the way, may I study you? I am very curious about your abilities. Rest assured, I will only use some instruments to record the data." However, Xiahou's expression darkened, thinking, as expected, this is the kind of troublemaker Reed is. "We just met, and he is already planning to study me, claiming it's just data recording. Even Tony has never said something like that." He addressed Reed directly, saying, "You should focus on your own studies. Only a fool would dedicate their efforts to you. You haven't even grasped your own abilities, and yet you have the audacity to study mine? I know someone with a similar capability who is on the verge of becoming the Pirate King. Their rubber powers allow for both offense and defense. Unlike you, who is deemed too weak even for a support role." With that, Xiahou ceased to acknowledge Reed and instead produced 3 business cards, handing them to Jonathan, Susan, and Ben. He remarked, "I have established a bounty agency. If you have any commissions, do remember to seek me out. As long as it isn't aimed at ordinary people, killing, arson, and such are all fair game. Blowing up the White House is also acceptable. Now that there's nothing more to attend to here, I shall take my leave." After stating this, Xiahou prepared to depart, but then recalled something. He turned to the 4 of them, particularly addressing Ben. "By the way, this situation was instigated by you. You wouldn't neglect to offer compensation, would you?" "Surely not. If anyone approaches me for a commission due to this, I will not hesitate to eliminate you as well." With that, he soared into the sky and left the premises. Jonathan, observing Xiahou's departure, commented, "I quite like this guy. He is simply delightful." Chapter 97. Natasha, can I learn magic? Natasha gazed at his battle armor and then glanced at the news playing on the computer, inquiring, "So, you just saved someone on the Brooklyn Bridge?" Xiahou found a spot to remove his armor and retorted, "How did you know? This is truly one of the finest collectibles I've received." She followed him inside, and upon witnessing the scene behind the door, she was slightly taken aback. This place was unfamiliar to her. She had only seen the occasional passerby adorned in robes reminiscent of those worn by the Ancient One. She grasped Xiahou, who was moving forward, and whispered, "Is this really the Kamartaj you mentioned?" Natasha held a deep respect for the Ancient One, having encountered her previously, and suppressed her earlier discontent, mirroring Xiahou's curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. Suddenly, she inquired, "Do you think I could learn magic?" Xiahou, perplexed by her question, replied, "What makes you wish to learn magic?" "I feel the magic here is rather ineffectual. It's akin to borrowing from a loan shark. The Ancient One has overextended herself, and is now contemplating escape." Just as Natasha was about to respond, their surroundings shifted abruptly, and they found themselves in a tea room. The Ancient One smiled at her and said, "Please, take a seat, Natasha." Natasha, suppressing her astonishment, obediently sat down. The Ancient One gestured towards the teacup in front of Natasha, saying, "Have some tea." "Thank you," Natasha replied, dutifully taking a sip from the cup. The Ancient One smiled again, then adopted a serious demeanor as she addressed Xiahou, saying, "I believe I have previously instructed you not to speak ill of me behind my back." Xiahou, however, displayed an air of indifference, picking his nose and dismissively retorting, "Did I? I must have forgotten." No sooner had he finished speaking than a portal appeared beneath his feet, causing him to plummet, after which it promptly closed. Natasha observed the scene before her, silently sipping her tea once more. She promptly nodded and inquired, "May I learn?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the Ancient One. With a subtle activation of the Time Stone, the Ancient One began to glimpse into Natasha's future. After surveying countless possibilities, she remarked, "While you can indeed master the magic of Camartage, the enhancement to your future abilities will be rather modest. Your magical aptitude is, shall we say, average. Do you still wish to pursue this path?" Upon hearing her talent described as merely average, Natasha felt a twinge of disappointment. However, the mere opportunity to learn was still a silver lining. She replied, "Even if it's just average, I yearn to study magic. Please, teach me." The Ancient One regarded her with a satisfied smile, appreciating her resilient spirit despite her lackluster talent. "Very well, I shall teach you with utmost dedication." After declaring this, she clapped her hands, and Natasha's soul was instantly liberated from her body. With another wave of her hand, Natasha felt herself traversing through various dimensions. The astral projection spell will introduce you to different realms and enhance your mental fortitude. The Ancient One's explanation resonated in Natasha's ears as she perceived the surrounding space contorting and transforming, with an array of peculiar creatures darting past her. As the scenery grew increasingly surreal, she suddenly sensed numerous eyes fixed upon her. The Ancient One observed as Natasha slowly opened her eyes and pushed another cup of tea towards her, saying, "Drink up, you will feel better afterward." Initially dazed, Natasha raised her cup at the sound of the Ancient One's voice and downed it in one go. Subsequently, she respectfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I feel my understanding of this world has become clearer." The Ancient One was thoroughly pleased with her demeanor, replying, "There's no need for thanks. This place exists to enable more sorcerers to learn magic. You are merely a novice, and I have only sparked your initial enlightenment, which is insignificant." However, Natasha, with utmost sincerity, countered, "No, this is immensely important. You have assisted me before, and now you have guided me further." "Thank you." The Ancient One, delighted, retrieved her folding fan and began to play with it, suddenly recalling a certain individual. With a swift gesture, a portal materialized, and a figure tumbled through, crashing to the ground with a thud. The figure, Xiahou, glared up at the Ancient One in displeasure, saying, "Old dang. You could at least give me a cushion when you release me." That hurt. Yet, it was exhilarating, far more thrilling than a drop ride. "Next time, when I'm bored, I shall come to seek your company." The Ancient One, as a previously pleasant mood, dissipated instantly. He certainly knew how to ruin the atmosphere. She addressed Xiahou, "Enough. Natasha has decided to study magic here. Take her to find Hannibal, to locate Caecilius and have him make the necessary arrangements." With a mischievous grin, Xiahou teased the Ancient One, "Old dang. I knew you were up to something. If Uncle Ba hears you call him that, he will be heartbroken. Do you have nothing better to do than spy on others? Is there truly a universe where Uncle Ba devours human flesh? Take me for a tour." Ancient One directly transported the two individuals away, her mind pondering over the fact that she had often heard Xiahou refer to Uncle Ba, which piqued her curiosity. Consequently, her perception of Caecilius underwent a significant transformation. Indeed, he proved to be a source of calamity, rivaling even that incompetent Wade. Fortunately, this universe was devoid of Wade. However, it seemed she ought to consider retiring sooner rather than later, lest she find herself overwhelmed should Wade eventually arrive. Perhaps it would be best for Strange to handle matters instead. Xiahou and Natasha materialized in the library, with Xiahou expressing his discontent. "That old dang has truly gone too far. I didn't even blame her for letting me free fall for so long. Yet she wouldn't even take me for a spin." Natasha regarded him with exasperation, simultaneously expressing her respect for Ancient One's restraint in not eliminating him. Truly a testament to the Supreme Sorcerer's expansive heart. Suddenly, Caecilius's voice echoed. "Xiahou, what brings you here? Did you offend the Master again? Were you not instructed to show her respect and courtesy?" Wang, seated at the management desk, chimed in. "Indeed, it seems every time you visit, you provoke the Master. This is excessive." Chapter 98. Magic? Not worth learning. Xiahou glared at the two, insisting, "This is not my fault. I merely came to retrieve something, and she whisked me away." He added, "Moreover, she is not a benevolent figure. Uncle Ba, I must tell you," before he could finish, a fan struck him on the head, sending him sprawling to the ground, before it flew into Natasha's hands. Ancient One's voice resonated. "I have warned you not to speak ill of me behind my back. Natasha, I bestow this fan upon you as a gift." Delighted by the present, Natasha played with the wooden fan in her hands. Uncle Ba and Wong were also drawn to it. While it was not a precious artifact, it was a token carried by the Supreme Sorcerer for an extended period, and she had unceremoniously gifted it to the woman before her. They turned to Xiahou, anticipating an explanation. Once Xiahou regained his footing, he addressed Uncle Ba. Old Deng mentioned that Natasha intends to study magic here. She asked me to bring her to you. Caecilius nodded in comprehension, and then said to Natasha, "Come, Natasha, I will show you to your quarters." Natasha hesitated, inquiring, "Must I stay here to learn magic?" Uncle Ba affirmed, "Indeed. We require novice sorcerers to remain in past to facilitate instruction while also mitigating risks. After all, magic can be perilous." Xiahou interjected, "Do they really need my supervision? Come now. The youngest among them is at least 15 years old. What is there to supervise? At most, there might be some troublemakers, whom I could easily deal with. Besides, I do not believe any troublemaker would dare approach them. They're all formidable women. Even Sky has been led astray by Mo and Yelena." Upon reflection, Natasha realized the truth in his words and refrained from further discussion. Xiahou, along with Uncle Ba and Natasha, departed the library. After parting ways with the two, he resumed his exploration, mindful of the purpose that had brought him here. After a lengthy exploration, he finally found what he was seeking outside the abode of the Ancient One, a square slab of blue stone, embedded in the steps leading to the Ancient One's dwelling. Xiahou pried it loose and stowed it in his backpack before promptly retrieving a portal device to make his escape. Upon returning to the office, he placed the stone beside the sacred armor, adjusting it to a suitable angle before drawing forth the Sword of Victory. As the sword was extracted, it was thrust directly into the center of the stone. Xiahou circled it, nodding in satisfaction, remarking, "Indeed, how could the sword in the stone exist without its stone? The stone acquired from past is certainly worthy of your stature." He then glanced at the sacred armor, nodding in approval, before settling into the front desk where Natasha usually sat, beginning to survey the office. However, it was not long before he succumbed to slumber. Resting his head upon the desk, the two women promptly approached to investigate. Yet, Yelena was more captivated by the sacred armor, while Sky, after a brief observation of the armor, turned her attention to the sword in the stone. She attempted to pull it, but it would not budge. So she leaned closer to examine the connection point, curious if it was one solid piece. Yelena, having seen it before, began to elucidate its history. Upon reaching the front desk, the two observed Xiahou, who had drooled all over the table, with expressions of disdain. Yelena slapped the table, startling Xiahou awake as he groggily surveyed his surroundings. Yelena inquired, "Where's my sister? Why are you seated here?" The two gasped in unison, studying magic. Why weren't we invited along? Xiahou, taken aback by their exclamations, quickly covered his ears, exclaiming, "Stop, please. My ears are about to burst." Once they ceased, he explained, "I had no idea. When I went to Kamartaj today, I didn't know what she discussed with the Ancient One, and she chose to stay there to learn magic. If you wish to go, I can open a portal for you, but I cannot guarantee that they will teach you. Besides, what is so great about learning magic? Warriors are the true strength." Unbeknownst to him, a hint of bitterness crept into his tone as he spoke. The two quickly replied, "We want to go. Hurry, take us." Reluctantly, Xiahou opened the portal once more, sending the two through. He then called out loudly to the Ancient One, "Natasha, your sister is looking for you," before shutting the door behind them. Secretly relieved to have rid himself of two nuisances. What a relief. She approached and asked, "Where's everyone else?" Xiahou praised Xiao Mo, affirming, "Indeed, you are truly my confidant." Xiahou eagerly echoed, "Exactly." At that moment, Xiao Mo noticed the newly added sacred armor and the sword in the stone in the hall. She walked over to inspect the sacred armor, then fixed her gaze upon the sword in the stone. Xiahou joined her, stating, "I had a sudden inspiration while placing the sacred armor today. What do you think? I even procured a stone specifically for it, so whenever you have time, you can come and try to pull it out for fun." Xiao Mo reached out to caress the blade, and in that moment, she envisioned the ethereal figure of her father standing before her, gripping the hilt with both hands, gazing at her. Unconsciously, she murmured, "Father, it won't be long before I master the finest culinary skills. By then, you will surely acknowledge me, won't you?" The next day arrived, and Xiahou found himself idly watching the television screen, where a reporter was interviewing Jonathan. On screen, Jonathan proudly showcased his abilities. However, when a reporter inquired about Xiahou, he hesitated and ultimately chose not to mention him. Upon witnessing this, Xiahou scoffed, "I have long wanted to comment on this. This fellow shares a visage with Captain America. But surely, in this world, Captain America cannot be Carter, can he?" Chapter 99, The Exiled Sky. As Xiahou observed Jonathan's incessant boasting, a portal materialized beside him, and Uncle Bob brought Sky through. The moment Sky spotted Xiahou, she rushed forward and embraced him, lamenting, Xiahou, they say I cannot learn magic. Yet Yelena can. Why am I not permitted? Xiahou, taken aback by the girl's embrace, attempted to console her, saying, it's all right, Sky. It's merely magic. Dogs don't learn it either. I shall have Xiahou teach you swordsmanship instead. He gestured towards Uncle Ba and continued, ask Uncle Ba, and you shall find out. I cannot wield magic either. But in Kamartaj, aside from the Ancient One, who would dare disregard me? Sky looked up at him, inquiring, is that true? I can't seem to see it. Uncle Ba silently lamented, who would wish to engage with a lunatic? And as for who would disregard him, if it weren't for the Ancient One's intervention, countless individuals would have sought his demise. Moreover, Natasha requested that I inform you to grant Yelena an extended leave, and to take good care of Sky. Do not always entertain her. Lastly, the teacher instructed me to convey that you ought to find a suitable stone to fill that pit. Otherwise, she will cast you into a place you would decidedly despise. Xiahou, irked, shouted towards the vanishing portal. I earned this through my own merit. Why must I fill it? If you disagree, come and eliminate me. Do not presume, I am afraid. By the way, where is this place I supposedly do not wish to go? Sky shook Xiahou's hand, interrupting his thoughts, and asked, they say there is another power within me. What is it? Do you know? It wouldn't be that I am a mutant, would it? Xiahou regarded Sky, delving into the recesses of his memory. He had sensed familiarity with this name, but upon her mention of mutants and internal power, it resonated even more. After pondering for several seconds, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, I remember now. No wonder it seems so familiar. Isn't she the Quake from S? H. I. E-L-D. Sky quickly asked, what is S? H. I. E-L-D. Quake. Are you referring to me? Is my ability seismic? The more Xiahou observed Sky, the more she resembled the character he had seen on television. Yet, due to her youth, there were subtle differences. Her face retained the softness of girlhood, and her hair merely fell to her shoulders. Sky nodded and then shook her head, saying, I truly wanted to find them before, but after meeting you, I have little desire to continue searching. I wish to be with you. After speaking, she embraced Xiahou once more and whispered, being with you brings me immense happiness. Since my parents abandoned me, I no longer wish to seek them out. Do you want me to leave? Is it because I might be a mutant? She was aware that many in the United States held disdain for mutants, especially after the incident in San Francisco, which had quieted their voices considerably. She feared that Xiahou might feel the same way. Xiahou sensed Sky's body trembling slightly and promptly patted her back, saying, well, have I ever said I wanted you to leave? I was merely confirming something. You are not a mutant. If anything, you could be considered an inhuman. While it may feel similar to being a mutant, the origins differ. Mutants arise from X gene mutations, whereas inhumans are transformed by the Kree. At this point, Xiahou gently placed his hands on Sky's shoulders, moving her slightly aside to meet her gaze. You need not worry. We will not distance ourselves from you because of your uniqueness. Upon hearing this, tears of gratitude welled up in Sky's eyes, and she embraced Xiahou again. Observing her repeated embrace, Xiahou began to suspect that this young girl might be taking advantage of him. Why else would she keep holding him? He decided to change the subject, saying, let us not dwell on that. Do you truly not wish to find your parents? Although they seem quite unwell and are preparing to cause trouble. Sky, intrigued, asked what are they planning to do. Xiahou summarized his limited memories, stating, your mother, after being tormented by Hydra, intends to exact revenge and eliminate all ordinary people, leaving only inhumans in this world. He paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. What an ambitious vision. However, once everyone is dead, there won't be many inhumans left. Won't she find that rather dull? Sky felt bewildered. What did this mean? Was her mother preparing to become a villain? Was it supposed to be this thrilling? Did this make her the daughter of a great antagonist? Moreover, was Xiahou praising her mother? Shouldn't they be thinking of how to stop her? She felt the illusion she had of Xiahou begin to shatter. While reading the original text, he had pondered the creation of shockwaves. Wasn't this akin to her father? Utterly overpowering. Yet, the way she developed her abilities was utterly inadequate. Where was the promise of the world's strongest man? With this in mind, he turned to Sky and said, Sky, once you awaken your abilities, don't develop them recklessly. When the time comes, I will teach you how to harness them. If you're going to create waves, let it be in the realms of space and time, not in trivial matters. Sky, captivated by Xiahou's discussion of his powers, couldn't help but ask, how do I awaken? Are my abilities strong? She recalled that awakening seemed to require some sort of crystal, which S-H-I-L-D possessed. But her relationship with them was tenuous. They likely wouldn't part with it easily. As for my abilities, they are indeed formidable. Upon hearing that acquiring her awakening item would be challenging, Sky felt a tinge of disappointment, but still reassured Xiahou, "There's no need to rush. We can obtain it later when the opportunity arises." "Very well, I can certainly devise a plan. If it does not succeed, I shall assist them in resolving certain matters in exchange for their cooperation." Upon hearing this, Sky nodded repeatedly and remarked, "Thank you. Once my abilities awaken, I will join you in your tasks." Xiahou gently patted her head and, with a mischievous grin, said, "Do not think that this will exempt you from school. It seems you did not attend this morning, did you? Today can be overlooked, but tomorrow you must obediently go to school."